Introduction asterisk. Young Miao never anticipated that a mere day of escapade during the National Day holiday would lead him to an unforeseen fate. Awakening to a world that spun like a whirlwind, he found himself amidst a balding middle-aged man named Eddard Stark and his three brothers, Harion, Torin, and Ed. Were they not mere supporting characters from the television series he had been binge-watching? Dazed, young Miao had hardly gathered his thoughts before he received an order from his superior, Eddard Stark, to accompany the main force southward to King's Landing as his knightly squire. Chapter 1. Castle Caho. In a frigid landscape, snowflakes gently descended from the heavens, blanketing the ground in a thick layer. The north endured a perpetual winter, where survival required battling not only the harsh climate, but also the terrifying wild beasts lurking within the forests. Hunting expeditions were a routine affair for every castle in the north, necessitating the elimination of nearby carnivorous creatures and the management of the wildlings who had crossed the wall. Amidst the vast snow, 5 riders cautiously advanced across the snowy expanse. Leading the group was a stout, middle-aged man, balding and portly, clad in armor made of iron plates and animal hides, bearing the marks of past confrontations, evidently well-worn. "Hurry along, lads. We must return to Castle Caho before nightfall," he urged, glancing at the sun that had begun its descent. Failing to return in time could mean a perilous night spent outside the castle walls. Castle Caho, a prominent stronghold in the northeastern reaches of the north, stood as the sole city east of Winterfell, isolated by surrounding forests that hampered all production activities and rendered both merchants and travelers alike wary of the lurking beasts. Overnight stays in the wild were universally avoided. The young squire at the middle-aged man's side, shorter in stature, retrieved his hand crossbow from his satchel. Clad in the same leather armor as his companion, his only distinguishing feature was the absence of battle-worn scratches. Growing impatient with his vision obscured by the oversized hood, he pushed it back, revealing his golden hair as snowflakes settled upon it, clinging to his lovely lashes and causing discomfort. "Father, if you would refrain from such idle chatter along the way, I believe we would soon return to the castle," he remarked, his annoyance palpable as snowflakes accumulated on his crossbow, threatening to rust it and create a considerable hassle. The 3 men trailing behind were clearly the companions of the duo, their steeds laden with the spoils of the day's hunt. A pair of foxes, 3 snow hares, a night stalker leopard, and a snow wolf. These creatures held value beyond mere sustenance. Their pelts could be amassed and sold to merchants from Essos or other cities when they visited Castle Caho. Rich in mineral resources, the area around Castle Caho had once thrived, the stone for the wall having been quarried locally. Yet, due to the harsh environment, the population remained stagnant, inevitably stunting economic growth. "Let us return swiftly, for tomorrow we must inspect the construction progress of the road leading to Winterfell," the middle-aged man urged as the 5 sped up their pace through the swirling snow. The towering city walls soon came into view, prompting their horses to quicken their stride. The north was known for its cavalry, with hardy gray horses that, though smaller than their Vale counterparts, possessed remarkable strength and endurance, providing an abundance of mounted warriors. The watchman atop the walls spotted the small party, and soon the tolling of bells echoed through the air. The drawbridge was lowered, and the gates creaked open, allowing the 5 riders to enter the city. Upon their arrival, the middle-aged man and the young squire galloped directly towards the highest castle within the city, while the remaining 3 companions led their horses to the stables at the rear. Bursting into the grand hall, they were met by attendants who took charge of the horses, permitting the 2 to shed their heavy cloaks. A middle-aged woman, waiting nearby, approached to accept the cloak from the man. At that moment, a little figure darted through the door. "William, how was the hunt?" Young Miao, now perhaps more fittingly referred to as William, produced the satchel he had used for his crossbow, its bulging form indicating it held more than merely the weapon. The young girl swiftly took the satchel, unfastening the metal clasp to reveal 2 small rabbit heads peeking out. The 3 companions from outside soon entered, bearing the fruits of their day's endeavors. William took 2 of the rabbits from one of them. "We searched for quite some time to find this nest of snow hares. The 2 larger ones have been processed, while we brought back the remaining 2 alive, as per your request." Previously a mechanical engineering student on Earth, young Miao had been engrossed in watching Game of Thrones while preparing for the English proficiency exam. Little did he know that, on the day he completed the exam, he would be struck by a car, leading to his unexpected arrival in this world as the 3rd son of House Stark. Having thoroughly watched Game of Thrones 3 times in preparation for his English exam, he was quite familiar with the narrative's intricacies. If memory served, He had crossed over just as the War of the Usurper had concluded. Seated upon the Iron Throne was Robert Baratheon, the king from House Baratheon, with his queen, Cersei Lannister, of the Westlands. His father, Rickard Stark, maintained a cordial relationship with Eddard Stark, yet this did not alter the grim reality of the North's harsh and impoverished existence. Despite possessing the largest land area among the Seven Kingdoms, rich in mineral resources, the region struggled to support a population barely exceeding that of the most southern province, Dorne. As a newly arrived engineering student, young Miao immediately advised his father on the importance of infrastructure for prosperity. With a crossbow and a double-sided plow, William earned Rickard's trust and began efforts to restore the road leading to Winterfell, while also relocating the homeless and bastards of Castle Caho to the outskirts, aiding them in forming settlements to protect the roadway. At this juncture, a tall man entered, accompanied by a figure draped in a black cloak, snowflakes adorning his attire. This was William's elder brother, Torrhen Stark. Torrhen, who is this messenger, and where is Harion? Father, a messenger from Winterfell has arrived. Lord Eddard requests that we assemble a small party to journey south with him to King's Landing for his appointment. Harion is currently selecting the members. Oh, and Lord Eddard mentioned that a Stark must lead the expedition. William's belongings have already been gathered by his mother. Upon hearing this, William's ears perked up. Eddard Stark, the supreme ruler of the North, was someone William had met once while accompanying his father and brothers to Winterfell. His elder brother, the future lord, would certainly not embark on such a journey. His second brother was the commander of the castle's forces, responsible for the daily military operations and the procurement of supplies. As for his younger sister, there was no consideration of training her as a warrior. Thus, it appeared that he was the only one available. This was hardly encouraging news, especially since, if William recalled correctly, it seemed that Eddard's journey this time might be perilous. Chapter 2. The Strange Dream. William truly did not anticipate that shortly after his arrival in this world, before he could even stimulate the economy of his own castle, he would be thrust into such a treacherous situation. King's Landing, what kind of place was that? The capital of the Seven Kingdoms, notorious for its deep intrigues. The irascible King Robert, the treacherous Queen Cersei, the scheming Varys, and the calculating Peter Baelish. Any one of them could easily crush the current William as effortlessly as one might squash an ant. Little did he expect that merely 2 or 3 days into his arrival, he would be faced with such dangers. William felt a wave of despair wash over him. At least allow him a moment to prepare. At present, he had only just completed a few prototypes of crossbows. The road to Winterfell was still under construction, and the trade routes to Essos were nowhere in sight. He had neither wealth nor soldiers, standing as a mere figurehead. And yet, they expected him to leap into this inferno? The letter concludes by stating that Lord Eddard will personally arrive in Caher to bestow knighthood upon William, likely within the next few days. The Karstark family was related to the Stark lineage, and the Karstark sigil was that of a grey direwolf, making them the most powerful vassals under House Stark. The lands governed by Caher were second only to Winterfell in size. This is indeed true. The author verified this extensively. After a prolonged period of digesting this news, William resolved to rest and contemplate his future path before making any decisions. Rickard Karstark reassured him, stating there was no need for haste, as it would take Lord Eddard 3 to 4 days to arrive from Winterfell, granting him a few days to contemplate his options. While the notion was to consider, everyone was well aware of the reality. His father was the current lord, his elder brother the heir, while the second and third brothers remained behind to manage their uncle and 2 cousins. Surely, he could not send his 2 younger sisters instead? According to noble customs in this world, a 12-year-old would indeed be sent to another noble household to train as a squire. In the north, this age was often delayed due to lower productivity. Population was the greatest resource, and unless one had an overabundance that could not be sustained, this method was seldom pursued. However, should the lord require it, children would still be sent to serve the liege lord. His father, Rickard, had already indicated that he would provide William with 3 to 4 capable attendants. William felt overwhelmed. After all, he had been a leader of a small team back in his previous life. How had he regressed to such a position upon crossing into the Middle Ages? Burdened by countless thoughts and questions, the 12-year-old William ultimately succumbed to fatigue and knew he needed a good night's rest to contemplate everything anew. Yet, the irony was that even such a simple act of sleep was not to be permitted. In his dream, William found himself within a grand cathedral engulfed in flames. The shattered steeple bore witness to a cross that was sliding downwards. This was not the typical style of the seven gods' temples found across the continent, nor was it reminiscent of the old god shrines prevalent in the north. Rather, it resembled the churches of Christianity from his previous world. The collapsing walls were melting with countless stained glass windows, and rocks continued to tumble downward. A thunderous cry resonated from the sky, and a massive silhouette emerged, illuminated by the fire's glow. William discerned this shadow, as large as a lion, with pristine white wings and razor-sharp talons, its piercing cries echoing in his ears like those of a mighty eagle. Avoiding the falling debris, William hastened toward what he remembered to be the cathedral's grand entrance. However, the forces above seemed unwilling to grant him such ease. The thunderous cries drew ever closer, culminating in an earth-shattering sound as the colossal creature descended, its lion-like body visible, yet devoid of any distinguishing mane, revealing a head reminiscent of an eagle. A griffin. William recalled this mythical creature from the fantastical tales of his former world. He picked up a burning wooden stake and circled the massive beast without recklessly attacking. At that moment, the scene around him began to shift. The once grand carpet adorned with a colossal cross transformed into a seven-pointed star, then morphed into the pelt carpet of his own central hall. The banners that hung upon the walls shifted into the sigil of his family, the Son of Winter. The environment now resembled his home, yet it felt subtly different. William was oblivious to these changes, as his focus was consumed by the imposing figure before him. The enormous griffin began to lean toward him, and William, gripped by fear, raised the flaming stake before him as if it were a sword. The creature did not seem eager to attack. William seized the opportunity, swinging the flaming stake toward the griffin's head. Clearly, the makeshift weapon had little effect, as the griffin disdainfully lifted its left foreleg and sent the stake flying. In the next moment, William felt the creature's massive paw pin down his shoulder, followed by its beak descending toward him. Suddenly, William jolted awake, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Regaining his composure, William swiftly connected this dream to the Targaryen dragon dreams, realizing it could be a manifestation of the abilities possessed by wargs, whereby they could transform into creatures in their dreams. They transform into creatures in their dreams. While I battle them in mine, William couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, finding the absurdity of it all overwhelming. After all, as a time traveler, he certainly did not expect to encounter such things so soon after arriving. Shaking his head, William began to compile a list of items he would need to take with him. That half-sword was undoubtedly a must, as it was his first weapon. He would also need the shield he crafted, which would certainly come in handy. His trusty steed would accompany him, along with the design plans for the crossbow, which was modeled after Zhuge Liang's repeating crossbow, albeit with some key components replaced with iron instead of wood. The design blueprints for the double-sided plow and the cannon I prepared last time must also be included. In truth, most of these engineering tools and their schematics are recollections of those who have traversed for Blue Star. As an exemplary student of the Mechanical Engineering Institute, William believes that his mechanical design capabilities are commendable, and he essentially need not suffer any further setbacks with regard to such apparatus. Chapter 3. The raid. Early the next morning, William intended to accompany his second brother, Ed, to inspect the condition of the road leading from their home to the castle of Hoothfire. After all, Hoothfire was the closest castle in the north to the Wall and the lands beyond. The formidable Amber family held dominion here, standing as one of the few families directly facing the north. Hoothfire represented the first line of defense and was the northernmost bastion against threats. Should the White Walkers breach the Wall's defenses, it would be Hoothfire that faced the onslaught. Despite its harsh climate, Hoothfire boasted commendable defensive capabilities, supported by supplies from the Night's Watch stationed at the Wall. Consequently, Hoothfire possessed a considerable scale. Establishing a long-term commercial relationship with the Amber family would significantly bolster the development of Caho City. To foster trade, it was essential to ensure smooth transportation. Thus, maintaining a well-kept road between Caho City and Hoothfire, with a stable population along its route, became paramount. This necessity was the impetus behind William's proposal to construct a stone pathway. Together, the two castles could effectively seal off the greatest instability in the north, the Wildlings. For the Wildlings, upon crossing the Wall, one of the most feasible routes southward would be through Hoothfire and Karhold, directly towards Blackwater Bay, where they could embark upon ships to plunder the Vale. The alternative route would lead through the Wolfwood, attacking the Ancestors' Barrow, and then advancing on Winterfell. Caho City, alongside Hoothfire to the west, formed the primary line of defense against Wildling raids. Additionally, when necessary, They were to assist the Night's Watch in defending the wall. Without further ado, William set forth with his 3 attendants and Ed, accompanied by his own patrol of cavalry, to survey the road. Ed served as the chief steward of Caho city, akin to a modern-day advisor, while their brother Torrin and the city's master-at-arms, Emir, were responsible for all military training affairs. Their elder brother, Harion, was groomed by their father to be the heir to the lordship, managing the city in their father's absence and overseeing their uncle and his 2 sons. Previously, for the purpose of sanitation in Caho city, William had arranged for the beggars and some homeless individuals to be settled along the sides of the road, tasked with its regular maintenance. In a short time, this had led to the formation of 2 to 3 small settlements, ensuring basic daily sustenance and services. As trade routes developed and commerce with Hoothfire flourished, the population in these areas would inevitably thrive. Along the entire length of the road, 3 smaller settlements had been established. Given Caho city's modest population, only about 10 to 12 households were accommodated along the sides of the road. The largest settlement comprised approximately 6 households, barely managing a self-sufficient existence. The smallest settlement consists of merely 2 households, yet it is situated near a watchtower close to Caho city, rendering it one of the safest strongholds. William and his companions were galloping towards one of these outposts, but upon reaching the outskirts of the small village, William sensed something amiss. An unsettling quiet enveloped the area. There had been no snowfall the previous night, and according to the customs of the Northerners, they typically wander near their fences after dusk to ward off any lurking predators. Moreover, the central bonfire of the village appeared to have not been ignited for some time. A disquieting premonition suddenly gripped William's heart. The fence remained intact, and there were no tracks of wild beasts nearby, indicating that the villagers had not suffered an attack from animals. What could possibly have stealthily assaulted the inhabitants of this region? The answer was clear: wild men. The thought flashed through William's mind, prompting him to hastily halt the soldiers who were eager to investigate. It was a raiding party of wild men. Just as the words left his lips, several sharp arrows were loosed from the nearby woods, and 2 soldiers' steeds collapsed in response. The forest echoed with howls as dozens of wild men, clad in rudimentary leather armor, surged forth, brandishing an array of weapons. The soldiers of Caho city formed a tight circle, the cavalry team combined with Ed and William's subordinates, totaling no more than 10 individuals. Despite their numerical disadvantage against the wild men, the Northerners were not significantly outmatched in terms of equipment, though they had the upper hand in armament. When 2 of their comrades fell, they swiftly regained their footing, though their horse, struck in the neck, was beyond saving. A burly wild man was the first to charge at William, who was not one to back down. Before his arrival, William had cultivated a rather obscure hobby: full-armored combat. This was a rare pursuit at the time, where enthusiasts donned heavy armor from the 13th to 14th centuries, representing various nations and cultures in the arena. Thus, while William was not exceedingly proficient in his armor, he was not entirely unfamiliar with it either. Facing the approaching wild man, William drew his arming sword and deftly parried the wild man's axe. He swiftly produced his crossbow and, with great force, fired, striking the wild man in the opposite arm. William's 3 companions also readied their crossbows, unleashing a barrage of bolts at the advancing wild men, swiftly toppling several who led the charge. Meanwhile, Ed had rallied the remaining cavalry, and with a commanding shout, 4 horsemen swung their swords at the oncoming wild men. The advantage of cavalry over lightly armored infantry was glaringly evident, and with a single clash, nearly 10 wild men fell. The crossbow, designed as a replica by William, was capable of launching a single arrow but could unleash a barrage of 10 bolts in succession. 3 individuals followed closely behind William, exerting force on the mechanism to release several arrows in rapid succession. Although the savages were known for their valor, their rudimentary equipment rendered them powerless against such weaponry. After depleting the crossbow's quiver, William unsheathed his half-sword, leading his subordinates into combat, where they felled several more savages. The ensuing chaos devolved into a melee. But bolstered by the advantage of cavalry, and having already inflicted casualties upon the savages in prior skirmishes, William and his men encountered little resistance, swiftly routing this small band of foes. With fewer than 50 savages remaining, the loss of over 30 left the survivors encircled by the cavalry. William once more utilized his crossbow to dispatch a defiant savage, prompting the remaining few to surrender. Chapter 4. Captives gazing upon the handful of savage captives. William was not inclined to take further action, for he would soon depart from the city of Caho, thus lacking the authority to entertain any ulterior motives regarding those who would soon become the property of the Caho lord. Although the northern territories prohibited the slave trade, this regulation bore a significant flaw in the eyes of the northern folk. The savages who crossed over to raid were not deemed slaves upon capture, but rather prisoners of war. In the case of such captives, should they be unable to produce ransom, they could certainly be utilized as free labor. For a typical noble adversary, this stipulation posed little concern. Indeed, if the captive were a person of considerable importance, their family would surely pay for their release. As for the peasant soldiers, it was customary for noble lords to regard them as a valuable source of manpower, often returning them as gifts alongside the ransom for captured nobility. Most captured soldiers would either augment one's own population or be returned with the noble during ransom negotiations. However, the savages presented a different scenario. Their wild nature precluded any possibility of them being trained as soldiers, and they lacked the means to secure their own release. Consequently, these captured savages became prime candidates for labor. The next step involved assessing whether any of these captives possessed the potential to become formidable figures in the future. William circled around the captives, noting that among them were 2 women, while the rest were men. He did not recognize any familiar faces from the series he had previously watched. "Where have you taken those whom you captured?" Ed demanded angrily, his iron sword grazing the skin of one savage and leaving a deep gash across his face. A female savage screamed in terror, prompting Ed to strike her down without hesitation. The other restless wildlings swiftly fell silent. A diminutive wildling pointed towards the adjacent woods, uttering a few words in broken common tongue. There, Ed gestured, and 2 dismounted soldiers promptly advanced, soon leading forth a group of men, women, and children. Upon assessing their numbers, it corresponded exactly with those previously designated to be here, albeit with 2 adult males missing, presumably slain by the wildlings. William and Ed exchanged a glance. Upon receiving a nod, they approached the group of captives and singled out 2 cowering wildlings, each receiving a sword as their fate was sealed. Turning to the captives, Ed addressed them in the common tongue, stating, "You have slain our 2 unarmed men. In retaliation, we shall execute 2 of your captives." At that moment, a female wildling's eyes sparkled with defiance and hatred as she regarded William and his soldiers. Observing this, Ed seized the woman by her reddish-brown hair and struck her across the face. Blood trickled from her lips, yet she defiantly raised her head to meet the gaze of Ed and his men. This wildling's appearance was markedly different from her kin. She possessed a delicate beauty, with a high nose and large, clear sky-blue eyes that set her apart from the grimy faces of her companions. Her hair was tied back in a practical ponytail, and she wielded a reasonably well-crafted axe and a wooden round shield. With proper grooming, she would certainly be deemed attractive, perhaps earning a score of 7 in a past life. The remaining wildlings, having witnessed their compatriots being assaulted, had lost their resolve, opting to cower in the background rather than intervene. With the captives dealt with, Ed moved to William's side to address the matters concerning the residents. This settlement comprised 4 households, and the 2 deceased were a father and son from one of those families. William remembered this family vividly, for the patriarch had once been part of a caravan that visited Caho City. When the caravan departed, due to unforeseen circumstances, he was left behind, marrying a local woman and establishing a small business. However, a few years prior, they had suffered a devastating raid by wildlings, resulting in the loss of the matriarch and a significant portion of their goods. When William announced the relocation of some homeless individuals to the sides of the trade routes, this merchant had been among the first to respond, never anticipating the tragic fate that awaited him. Now, the merchant's son lay dead, and his daughter wept nearby, mourning the loss of her father and brother. "We must take this girl with us," William declared, fully aware that, in this dire situation, the lone girl would struggle to survive. Thus, she would have to be taken to Caho City for her protection. Ed did not oppose this decision, as the lord of Caho City was genuinely concerned for the welfare of his farmers. Indeed, the entirety of the North bears this characteristic, primarily due to its sparse population. Given that the populace constitutes the most vital labor force, each individual worker becomes exceedingly precious. Under non-essential circumstances, no labor should be squandered. It is advisable to eliminate the captives without hesitation. Observing the huddled wildlings, Ed stroked his chin thoughtfully. The grain yield from Cahor Castle barely sufficed to meet their needs. After all, they were only at the cusp of early winter, a season of transition, and the supplies within the castle were already insufficient. The addition of several particularly ravenous wildlings would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. "It's nothing, merely a few cowards. Let them be executed," William remarked indifferently. Consequently, a dismounted soldier advanced toward the wildlings, seizing their hair and executing them one by one. The wildlings, realizing their fate, commenced their resistance. Several frail wildlings struggled against the soldiers' restraints, but ultimately, as the last few were approached, one soldier was overpowered and released. What of these defiant ones? Shall we take them back? William gestured toward the 2 surviving men and 1 woman. We have nearly finished. Let us bring these 2 back for labor. Ed pondered, recognizing that with William's departure, accompanied by 3 attendants, the castle's labor force would inevitably suffer a shortfall. Adding a few more to compensate for the absence of 3 individuals was not a significant matter. After all, no matter how voracious the female wildling, she could hardly consume more than a man. Bind the remaining 3 to a horse and drag them back. Thus, the remaining soldiers used the scant ropes left in the dwelling to secure the 3 wildlings, dragging them behind a horse. William, cradling a young girl, mounted the horse, while the other 2 soldiers shared a mount with 2 comrades, making their way back to Caho Castle. Chapter 5. The reward upon their return with a contingent of captives. Rickard awaited them by the gate. Father, we apprehended a group of wildlings during our patrol. Ed swiftly tugged at the rope, causing the terrified wildlings to obediently approach and kneel before him. Ed recounted the events in detail to Rickard, particularly highlighting the astonishing lethality and efficiency of the crossbow against lightly armored units, which left Rickard momentarily astonished. Previously, William had employed a crossbow during his hunts, successfully dispatching snow hares and Arctic foxes. However, at that time, the crossbow mechanism contained insufficient iron, lacked airtightness, and had a limited range, rendering it unimpressive and failing to capture Rickard's attention. Upon William's return, he modified it, replacing the arrow box and limbs with iron components and fitting a tighter bowstring, thereby enhancing both power and range. He also equipped the bolts with small devices for bloodletting against the wildlings, who bore a semblance of no armor. The more potent crossbow could inflict tremendous devastation. Among the 4 sons, this particular one possesses the least combat talent, characterized by slender arms and legs. Although his explosive power is formidable, relying solely on sheer power in battle is not a viable strategy. Therefore, if he were to be sent forth, he would undoubtedly be the most suitable choice. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would prove to be the most intellectually adept among the brothers? Though the cunning methods he employs are neither revered nor respected by the Northerners, it must be acknowledged that his innovations, such as the dual path repairs and the implementation of a double-edged plowhead, along with the design of a heated floor and adjustable double-sided stirrups, have significantly improved the condition of Caho City. Caho City has engaged in minor skirmishes with the wild men who have stealthily crossed over to plunder, but due to the nature of the wild men's tactics, these encounters have largely been fruitless. They seldom yield any significant spoils, resulting in battles that focus on repelling rather than annihilating the enemy. While they have managed to reclaim some of the populace and livestock taken by the wild men, advancing further has proven unattainable. However, this time they have glimpsed a new possibility, utilizing sufficiently powerful ranged weaponry to launch attacks on the wild men's rear, effectively blocking their escape routes. After sending Ed to secure the prisoners, Rickard called William aside. I have decided to send you, accompanied by 3 retainers and 2 servants, to Winterfell to assist Lord Ed. He will arrive here in 2 days to bestow your title upon you. Your impending victory over the wild men will be credited to you and reported to Lord Ed. Old Rickard patted William on the shoulder. For a lord, the assistance he could offer his 4 sons was limited. Although Caho City is not weak within the north, the sheer number of children complicates governance. Even his 2 cousins could only serve as aides to their elder brothers. Thus, for a 4th son like himself, serving as a knightly retainer to the Lord of Winterfell indeed presents a commendable opportunity. You may select 1 or 2 of the wild men you have captured today. You may also take the girl you brought back. Furthermore, the 3 soldiers you frequently lead can accompany you as well. A knightly retainer may bring along a maximum of 4 to 5 soldiers and 2 attendants. The Northerners are fewer in number compared to other realms, so I can provide you with 3 soldiers, 1 robust wild man, and 2 attendants. That is the utmost I can offer you, William. Underneath the rightmost chest in your room lies the knightly armor I have prepared for you. Retrieve it when the time comes. Subsequently, Rickard instructed William to select his prisoners. Ed took a glance and decided to assign the adult female wild man to William, while he also chose another wild man who appeared rather timid. My brother, I have placed the modification blueprints for the crossbow on my desk. The double-edged plowhead and the crossbow mechanism can be easily crafted by the blacksmith in the city. Understood. Go pack your belongings. Lord Ed will be arriving in approximately 2 days. It is rather awkward, for my brother Ed's name is identical to that of Lord Ed. Upon his recent arrival, William found himself voicing his grievances in hushed tones regarding the situation. He produced a silver bracelet, meticulously crafted from his recollections, and adorned the fierce and stubborn wild woman with it before proceeding to his chamber in the city. His wardrobe was rather limited. Owing to the peculiar circumstances of the north, The quantity of clothing directly correlated with the number of livestock. Although Castle Cerwyn boasted an abundance of animals, its population was equally substantial. Thus, even as the fourth son of an esteemed earl, William possessed scant changes of attire. Among his garments, the most extravagant was a singular formal outfit, typically reserved for visits from earls of other castles. Upon opening the chest as instructed by his father, he discovered a nearly pristine suit of armor, featuring a greater number of plates than the one he currently wore, alongside a formidable two-handed sword, a brand new evening gown, a pair of leather boots, and a dagger reminiscent of Valyrian steel. Due to Castle Cerwyn's proximity to the northern shores of Essos, antiquities from Valyria occasionally drifted ashore. Each child in the family received a Valyrian dagger before departing the household. Despite its classification, this dagger's weight surpassed that of a typical blade, suggesting that his father had utilized a considerable amount of Valyrian steel, though the actual reserves in Castle Cerwyn were exceedingly meager. The castle had not dispatched any of its kin to serve other nobles in quite some time, indicating that his father held some regard for his son. After surveying the nearly organized contents of his room, William contemplated retrieving the hidden compartment beneath his bed, containing tomes he had gathered from various sources in Castle Cerwyn. He aspired to study at the Citadel, reputed to house the grandest library in all of Westeros. Additionally, within lay several engineering devices he had designed based on his memories. If his assumptions were correct, these inventions would prove invaluable in the future. William had even begun to meticulously design his family crest, envisioning a gray wolf howling at the winter sun. Having prepared himself, William descended to join his parents and brothers for dinner. Chapter 6. The night's disturbance. After the evening meal, each returned to their chambers. William stared vacantly at the ceiling, contemplating the girl he had rescued, now settled by his father's arrangements, likely to accompany him to Winterfell. The two wild men had been confined to the stables, under the watchful eyes of 3 soldiers from his retinue, ensuring no disturbances arose. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease gnawed at William during dinner. He sensed that the night might herald unforeseen events. To mitigate potential threats, he positioned his hand crossbow beside his bed, ready to unleash a barrage at a moment's notice should the need arise. William's crossbow is unlike that of others. Firstly, the arrows are specially designed armor-piercing projectiles, equipped with barbs that, once embedded, would tear through flesh upon removal. The arrowhead features a hollow circular cavity containing a metal bead coated with a tranquilizer. Additionally, his own vaunted steel dagger is concealed within his attire, allowing for swift access in the event of danger. His belongings rest by the door, enabling a quick grab of his small leather suitcase should trouble arise in his chamber. Cahor City is not particularly affluent, even as the son of a lord. William possesses few personal effects. This scarcity reflects the common reality of many northern bastards and younger sons, as the impoverished north cannot support a multitude, inevitably limiting the number of castles. When too many sons are born, they are often cast out to roam as wandering knights. William is somewhat fortunate. The Stark family, lacking in knights' attendants, is among the few in the north capable of providing for all their children. Gazing at the ceiling, William extinguished the candle and gradually drifted into slumber. Unlike the vivid prophetic dream of the previous night, he did not descend into deep sleep. A persistent voice echoed in his mind, urging him to remain awake, which irritated him. With tightly shut eyes and a cluttered mind, he soon experienced a moment of emptiness. Suddenly, a pair of piercing eyes opened in his consciousness, wild and intense, locking onto William's gaze, who met it without hesitation. Abruptly, a beak resembling that of an eagle burst through the darkness, appearing before him before he could react. Startled, William sat upright in bed. He felt as though something had been watching him in his dream. The sharp beak evoked thoughts not of giant eagles or other colossal birds, but of a griffin. The dream from the previous night lingered vividly in his mind, although griffins had long been part of his medieval fantasies. However, if such a creature were to truly manifest in his home, would he allow his first abode in this new world to be forcibly taken from him? Lost in thought, William suddenly heard a peculiar sound outside, a sharp cry piercing the stillness. After a moment's deliberation, he quickly leapt from his bed, donned his armor, and grasped his sword, dagger, and crossbow. Imagining a hypothetical confrontation with a potential behemoth, he shook his head and replaced the poisoned bead with another coated in tranquilizer. He then climbed out the window, leaping onto the roof of the adjacent stable, traversing the ridge to the edge before jumping down, evading the guards patrolling with torches. Following the call of his heart, William eschewed horseback riding and instead ventured into the depths of the forest on foot. Should not the griffin reside atop the mountains? Why then had it appeared in this place? As he pondered these thoughts while walking, William realized he was unprepared to confront such a fantastical creature, one that existed solely in the realms of fiction. However, after a dream the previous night, he had come to the firm conclusion that he might possess the abilities of a Greenseer. The Greenseer, a unique entity in the original narrative, primarily comprised wildlings, although some were of ancient northern blood. In the tale, all the Stark family's young pups were shapeshifters, with the most powerful among them being the three-eyed crow, a master of time. William had little interest in wielding the power over time. After all, the identity of the three-eyed crow was akin to a ticking time bomb. A slight misstep during the observation of time, say, catching the attention of the Night King, could lead to an unending pursuit by the Whites. Additionally, Bran was the chosen one of the three-eyed crow, and William did not consider himself fortunate enough to usurp such a position. It seemed rather unfortunate for him to be a transmigrator, landing in the desolate north, facing the front line of Whites, and as a fourth son, barely elevated above that of a commoner. As he continued his grumbling, he wandered deeper into the forest, unknowingly straying far from the city of Karho. William sensed that his destination lay ahead, though he could not fathom why these colossal beasts, dwelling high upon the mountains, would seek him out. Eventually, after navigating through a thicket, he stumbled upon a white bundle nestled in the grass. To call it merely a bundle seemed an understatement, as its size could rival that of a small pony. Typically, griffins are social creatures. Analyzing the scattered feathers nearby indicated that an adult had ventured out to hunt. Seeing no immediate danger, William approached the little creature. Their gazes locked, and the pair of eyes peeking out from under the white wings blinked curiously at him. William felt no extraordinary mental connection with it. Nearby lay several eggs. Were griffins oviparous or viviparous? Scattered around were a few more eggs. Yet he had not brought any means of transport. 7 or 8 eggs, each roughly the size of a goose egg, and he knew that whatever emerged from them would grow much larger than a goose. Thus, he had no choice but to wrap them in his cloak. Wrapping the 7 eggs in his cloak and cradling the little creature in his arms, William noted the shell's remarkable hardness, as they remained unbroken despite the jostling within the fabric. He then hurried back to Karho, tossing his findings onto the rooftop before climbing into the stable, traversing the ridge to return to his room. William discovered an empty box, lined with several pieces of fur, containing 7 or 8 eggs meticulously wrapped within to ensure their safety. Subsequently, the little creature suggested finding another empty box and puncturing 2 holes in it for storage. Upon his arrival, William repaired the main thoroughfares leading to the terrible fortress, Hearth Castle, and Winterfell. With the endurance of a Northland gray horse, he anticipated reaching his destination within a day. Chapter 7. The Griffin's Night Raid this morning. William awoke later than usual, having engaged in strenuous activities the previous night, rising only as the sun reached its zenith. Typically, such a delay would elicit admonitions from his family, yet today was markedly different. As he groggily emerged from his slumber, he was struck by the unusual commotion outside. Upon approaching the window, he was instantly taken aback. The stable, which had been intact when he climbed up the previous night, now bore the scars of destruction. Half of its wall had been obliterated. Massive claw marks marred the structure, and 2 lifeless horses lay nearby. William hastily donned his attire and rushed outside the castle. Harrion, the leader, was actively directing his subordinates in the repair of the stable. Despite the chaos of the previous night, which had resulted in the wall's destruction, the horses within remained secure in their individual enclosures, preventing any warhorses from fleeing. Alas, 2 unfortunate steeds had been dragged out and slain. Each bore a gaping wound in its neck, severing an artery, an injury likely to have proved fatal. The bodies exhibited colossal claw marks, unmistakably belonging to a griffin. Furthermore, based on the temperature of the corpses, it was evident that the assailant had not ventured far. Blood stained its beak, trickling down as it moved, gradually leading into the forest. William scrutinized the scene and recognized it as the direction he had traveled the previous evening. A light snowfall had blanketed the ground, obscuring both his footprints and those of the colossal creature. What could have transpired? Torrhen arrived to inquire, having stood guard the previous night without noticing any anomalies due to the howling winds. The only creatures capable of inflicting such wounds, aside from bears, would be the dire wolves. Ed examined the claw marks on the horses closely. Under normal circumstances, a dire wolf would lack the strength to demolish their walls, leading to the conclusion that a mountain bear was indeed responsible. However, the question arose, why did it not consume its prey but instead abandon the remains? Torrhen raised an objection, suggesting that the timing coincided with the mating season of the mountain bears, perhaps explaining the encounter as mere coincidence. Harrion conveyed his father's intent to investigate the matter further, aiming to confront and eliminate the creature, regardless of its nature. It was now clear that this being was carnivorous and highly aggressive. Ed echoed the sentiment, questioning whether any definitive witnesses existed. At this moment, William posed a question, recalling that the group of wild men he had captured seemed to be confined within the stables. Ed shook his head. Those wild men refused to speak, and it appeared they might possess knowledge of what was at stake, but were unwilling to assist us. The irritable Torrhen expressed his dissatisfaction, striking the crumbling wall of the stable with his fist. These creatures were undoubtedly brought over from the north of the Great Wall. How many years has it been since a dire bear appeared on the plains? Yet, there existed a possibility, as Harrion contemplated. Could it be that other wild men are masquerading as this? William, acutely aware of the true nature of the matter, hesitated to voice his thoughts, knowing it was, after all, something he had inadvertently brought forth. Let us take a cavalry unit and investigate further. The construction of the stables was the responsibility of the steward in the city. Their current mission was to apprehend the true culprits. William joined his comrades, accompanied by several cavalrymen, to survey the situation. Riding their horses, they followed the trail of blood to the site where William had discovered the egg the previous day. In the vast expanse of white snow, peculiar depressions were evident, along with a few scattered feathers of varying types nearby. The snow retained warmth, suggesting that the creatures had retreated only after sensing their presence. Harrion buried his hand into the pristine snow, gauging its temperature. Are there no signs of feces in the vicinity? Ed inquired of the soldiers on guard. Generally, the scent of carnivorous animal droppings is quite potent, detectable from a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers. Given the state of the 2 dead horses, it appeared a large carnivore was responsible. Feces serve as a means for the Northmen to ascertain the types of beasts dwelling in the forest. However, due to the snowfall during the latter half of the previous night, the droppings may have been buried or frozen, preventing the scent from dispersing. Sir, there are no traces of feces nearby. Conscious removal of feces? This does not align with the behavior of dire bears. It seems more akin to that of wild men. Do you think it is possible that we have missed a few of those wild men? Torrhen exclaimed, and upon reflection, the two realized that this indeed seemed the only plausible explanation. After all, a carnivorous animal would undoubtedly have excreted after such vigorous activity. Yet no droppings were found in the vicinity. The north itself harbors few creatures capable of such lethal force, and most would not possess the intelligence to consciously conceal their waste. What then could this creature be? Or rather, is it truly the wild men? William understood the answer, but found himself unable to articulate it. The texts in the archives of Castle Caho made no mention of griffins. Perhaps the library in Winterfell might hold such knowledge, but they were not currently en route to Winterfell. Let us return. We are unlikely to uncover anything further in this state. Harrion deduced that prolonging their search here would yield little of value. The fact that the adversary was aware of how to conceal excrement implied that they had likely buried other traces as well. Thus, returning to their stronghold was the only recourse. As they journeyed, William found himself somewhat distracted. The prospect of these formidable beasts returning to settle accounts left him pondering whether to capture or slay them. Logically, the adult griffins, already possessing combat capabilities, would likely be intended for capture, as such formidable creatures were scarce in the realm of power struggles. Few beings possessed the ability to fly, and even fewer boasted the impressive combat prowess of griffins. Their strength far surpassed that of the telepathic eagles. Moreover, they could serve as mounts, formidable hunters, and aerial units. However, bringing such large creatures to Winterfell seemed impractical. They were not there for leisure but for labor, and managing the 8 mouths they already had was challenging enough. Now, adding 2 beasts capable of consuming an entire cow each was absurd. Did they think they were dining at a banquet? If they were free-range, it might be feasible. But could these beasts be easily tamed? Judging by the destruction they had wrought in his own stable just yesterday, it appeared they were not particularly amicable. Chapter 8. The Wildling raid. Just as the 4 men, accompanied by their cavalry, returned to Caher City, they stumbled upon signs of a small band of wildlings along the way. The events of the previous night were likely their doing. William used his sword to pry open a pile of branches concealing a fire pit. The northern nights were exceedingly cold, and without a fire, survival was nearly impossible. Wildlings were no exception to this rule. Given the size of the fire, there must have been at least 100 individuals involved. Harrion kicked at the massive fire pit, noting that, according to wildling customs, such a large blaze typically provided warmth for an entire camp. If no similar fire pits were found nearby, their predicament might not be dire. William continued, expressing that a couple of 100 wildlings were manageable, but he feared their numbers were likely greater. After all, several large beasts had successfully crossed the wall with them, suggesting a significant force. The uncertainty of the colossal creatures accompanying them, and their numbers, was troubling. Ed interjected, stating that he had never anticipated a large-scale incursion of wildlings crossing the wall. For centuries, the wall had stood firm, with no significant breaches by wildlings recorded. However, this situation might prove different, just as they had never seen griffins before. It was difficult to rule out the possibility that those wildlings were mounted atop griffins as they crossed. Suddenly, they heard the clash of soldiers and the cries of battle. What was happening? The group was momentarily bewildered. Given the distribution of forces and territories among the clans of the wilderness, Caher City was the only significant settlement nearby. Surely, wildlings would not launch a surprise attack on Caher City. The scale of Caher City is such that it is improbable for the wildlings to capture it with fewer than 10,000 to 20,000 warriors. This is no jest. Given the inefficiency of the wildlings, it is evident that even a formidable force of over 100,000 could not breach the formidable wall. And even with griffins at their disposal, they would be unable to seize Caher City without substantial engineering apparatus and the might of mammoth giants. William, however, held a contrary viewpoint. With griffins in play, he believed the wildlings certainly possessed the audacity to make an attempt. Naturally, Harrion had to make a definitive decision. As the guardian of the North's wilderness, it was his duty to intervene regardless of which army was attacking. He ordered his cavalry to proceed at full speed to the battlefield, ready to vanquish the wildlings upon arrival. A small detachment of cavalry hastened their pace and soon reached the site, where they discovered a merchant caravan from Huthfire engaged in combat with hundreds of wildlings. Given the precarious state of law and order across Westeros, it was likely that a caravan laden with wealth and supplies would be a prime target for bandits and the marauding wildlings. After William's arrival, he had taken deliberate measures to ensure the safe passage of merchant caravans. Thus all routes leading to Caher City were well guarded. A fully equipped soldier from the north or a mercenary could contend with 2 or 3 robust wildlings. In large-scale confrontations, the wildlings had never emerged victorious. Although the north's merchant caravan, bolstered by over 100 guards, might not guarantee victory against the wildlings, they were certainly capable of withstanding a prolonged engagement. During the standoff, the cavalry from Caher City arrived swiftly. In this era, cavalry held a decisive advantage over infantry against the poorly equipped wildlings, who could barely be considered light infantry. The heavy cavalry of Caher City possessed an overwhelming superiority. Moreover, William wielded a crossbow capable of holding 10 bolts per magazine, with each reload requiring only 3 to 4 seconds. The cavalry charged forth as William had already discharged 3 magazines, resulting in the immediate downfall of 26 wildlings. The remaining knights surged forward, swiftly decapitating dozens of wildlings. This sudden assault shattered the wildlings' morale, while William, unfazed, continued to reload his crossbow, mercilessly targeting those attempting to flee the encirclement. The guards of the caravan coordinated with the knights to corner the remaining wildlings, and as they beheld the fallen bodies around them, the knights employed lassos to secure the survivors. Meanwhile, William busied himself gathering his crossbow bolts, each one meticulously crafted as heavy projectiles. The previous batch had included numerous barbed bolts. Once embedded in flesh, their removal would be excruciating. Such craftsmanship required exceptional skill, and it was unlikely that Caher City could find such artisans. Quality materials could only be procured from merchant caravans, and those were often stripped from the wildlings' plundering bands. Consequently, William set about scavenging the bodies, collecting all useful materials, and assessed that he could fashion approximately 10 arrowheads from his findings. This group of individuals appears to be quite impoverished. William could not help but murmur, recalling the last time he had slain over 20 wildlings, from which he had amassed enough materials to forge more than 30 crossbow bolts. Yet, this time, after vanquishing such a multitude of wildlings, the materials collected amounted to scarcely 20 bolts. There exists a disparity among individuals. While the wildlings claim to be free folk, their wealth varies significantly. After all, the total resources gathered by this group may not surpass those obtained from a single wildling chieftain. William felt a sense of disdain for these destitute souls, whose leather armor offered little protection, and who seemed to lack even the slightest semblance of valuable currency. The only items among these wildlings that could be deemed as hard currency were those metallic pieces, yet it remained uncertain if the 200 or so individuals had gathered more than the 20 from earlier. Such a situation is rather disheartening. The gap between social classes evidently transcends even the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, manifesting everywhere. Even among the so-called free folk of the wildling tribes, there exist those who are lavishly wealthy and others who subsist on the barest of means. These silver-hued iron blocks contain over 70% impurities, By melting them in the furnace and subsequently cooling them to remove the outer impurities, one can extract high-quality metal. This seems to be a unique trait of the lands beyond the wall, imbued with an inherent chill, yielding arrowheads of exceptional quality. Furthermore, the metal is relatively lightweight, allowing for greater range and enhanced penetrative power. Once he collects an adequate amount of metal, he intends to adorn his shield and sword with intricate blood grooves. Subsequently, a group of knights led the captured wildlings towards the city of Caho. Along the way, William discerned that these individuals had likely not accompanied the griffins. The wear on their garments suggested they had scaled the wall and crossed clandestinely. Chapter 9. Eddard Stark. The brothers returned to Caho with their captives, having secured a significant number of wildlings. If they could successfully train this group into suitable laborers, the agricultural yield of Caho for the coming year would undoubtedly increase. As they approached the road leading to Caho, they noticed fresh tracks in the snow, indicating recent passage by a group of horses. Could it be that someone had arrived? The hoofprints were not overly chaotic, suggesting a high level of discipline within this party, all moving in a singular direction, and no traces of wagon wheels were evident, indicating that this was likely not a merchant convoy. In such circumstances, it was plausible that other lords from the north were visiting Caho. Connecting this to his father's recent comments, William suspected it could be a contingent from House Stark. Given the unpredictable weather and road conditions in the north, coupled with various other factors, few parties could arrive punctually. Consequently, the northerners often estimated the arrival time of a group with a variable range, typically spanning 2 to 3 days. A few individuals led a substantial group of captives towards the city of Caho, which had originally been conceived as a fortress, encircled by a ring of residential neighborhoods, with the castle positioned at its very heart. Following his arrival, William advocated for the establishment of a temporary low wall around the periphery of the residential area, a measure intended to mitigate the threat posed by wild beasts from the surrounding wilderness to the inhabitants. In the north, lords often sought to either expand or retain the population under their command, and the construction of a low wall was not particularly challenging. Thus, Ricard acquiesced to William's proposal. To economize on labor costs, William suggested employing local residents for the wall's construction, compensating them with surplus furs obtained from their hunts. For the common folk of the north, acquiring even a modest fur, barely sufficient for warmth, was indeed the finest of gifts. Thus their enthusiasm for the project was notably high. The low wall has since taken shape, with a grand entrance left in the center of the thoroughfare, where an iron gate will be installed upon its completion. William also advised his father to regularly reinforce and heighten the wall to prevent any beasts from breaching it and endangering the residents within. Additionally, William instructed his elder brother on the construction of enemy towers and lookout posts, recommending the establishment of 2 to 3 small towers along the wall, each capable of accommodating 3 to 4 individuals. These modest structures would not consume excessive materials, as stones unsuitable for the wall were readily available in abundance. The initial purpose of the towers was to serve as platforms for igniting flames, as even in the north, numerous creatures instinctively feared fire. Lighting a flame atop the wall would undoubtedly deter some of the smaller wild beasts, thereby bestowing greater security upon the city's inhabitants. Simultaneously, William devised a designated commercial district within the walls of the city, persuading merchants passing through to establish their shops in Caho. These establishments would be directly overseen by the castle, which would provide protection during times of need, while the commercial district would remit taxes to the family and pay rent for the shops. A handful of brothers rode into the city, accompanied by their entourage and captives. As the grand thoroughfare led directly to the castle of Caho, a feature marked specifically in the design, 2 specialized commercial areas were established alongside the thoroughfare, designated for direct management by William's family, selling surplus or slightly damaged goods from the castle. Furthermore, the castle's blacksmiths were permitted to periodically repair iron utensils for the residents, receiving compensation while the castle retained a portion of the proceeds, with the remainder going to the blacksmiths. Additionally, William encouraged the populace to store hay harvested in the summer and autumn, and all small livestock acquired from merchant caravans were to be housed within enclosures set up in the dugout cellars. Simultaneously, the methodology for cheese production was explored, and the edible portions of the game obtained during hunts were hung in shops for sale, allowing the residents of the city to purchase them. Thus, the framework of the commercial district in Caho City gradually took shape. Although it currently constitutes only a small area, the immense advantages and latent economic value of the commercial district have yet to be fully realized. Nevertheless, Caho City's revenue has indeed seen a modest increase during this period. And due to the presence of merchant caravans, a portion of the surplus population has begun to settle in Caho City. William intends to establish a new tavern in the vacant square to the north of the city, close to the military camp, enabling some soldiers to indulge in libations during their leisure time, albeit with a limit imposed on each soldier. The north is quite impoverished. Although Caho City has developed a slight economic foundation under William's diligent efforts, it still cannot support a formidable standing army, rendering any comparison with Terror Fortress and Winterfell feudal. Nevertheless, the standing army comprises nearly 500 men who, after their daily training, engage in drinking and procreation. Therefore, William advised his father to allow them to be divided into small teams to venture into the wilderness for hunting, thereby improving their rations. At the same time, William entrusted merchants heading to the southern continent of Essos with the task of seeking crops that could be cultivated in the extreme eastern environment. Upon their return with seeds, they could promote cultivation in Caho City. As for the military engaging in commerce, that is out of the question. Once the army ventures into trade, it would lead to a decline in both combat effectiveness and morale. Thus, William has repeatedly urged his father, Rickard, to remain vigilant and prevent the army from descending into the predicament of commerce. A group of brothers, accompanied by a multitude of captives, arrived at the gates of Caho Castle, handing their steeds to the stable boys before entering the castle. Upon entering, they beheld a tall man conversing with their father, alongside another similarly tall but somewhat younger individual, attentively listening to their dialogue. William quickly recognized that the man speaking with his father was none other than Eddard Stark. Indeed, his name mirrored that of William's second brother, albeit with a different surname. The brothers offered their respects to Eddard, acknowledging his position as both their father's friend and the ruler of the entire north, deserving of their deference. "Father, we have defeated the wildlings that were circling outside the city," Harrion reported to his father. At that moment, however, William's focus was not on the conversation, but rather on the imposing figure of Lord Eddard Stark. Chapter 10. The knighthood. Eddard, noticing the bloodstains on the brothers' armor, couldn't help but frown. For a lord, it is rather disconcerting that one's vassals choose to go hunting just as he is about to arrive. Harlion was evidently well versed in such formalities, and thus he preemptively addressed the lord, stating that last night, an attack had been launched on the castle of Caho, and they had pursued the marauding savages throughout the night. He gestured for the servants to bring forth a multitude of captives that had been secured. As Ed observed the bound and dejected prisoners, he nodded slightly. The foremost duty of a lord, after his castle has been assaulted, is to swiftly deal with the assailants. Regardless of whether his own strength suffices, action must be taken without fail. A commendable lord must possess the ability to defend his territory and his people. Ed proclaimed that safeguarding his realm and its inhabitants is paramount, no matter the circumstances. He then shifted his gaze towards William, who bore no significant impression of this lord. For in the original owner's memories, this nobleman had only visited Caho twice, once shortly after his naming day, when he encountered Ed enlisting troops for the War of the Usurper, and another time when Ed was sworn in as the Duke of Winterfell. How could a mere child, barely past 100 days, retain such memories? Although the connection between Winterfell and Caho was relatively close, given their distant familial ties, William's birth coincided with the tumultuous War of the Usurper. This esteemed relative was preoccupied with hastening south to assist his comrade in seizing the throne, avenging his father and brother, and thus did not give much thought to the arrival of a distant cousin's newborn. Nonetheless, the image of this elder brother, noble, steadfast, and honest, was indelibly etched in William's mind. Without delving further, Ed's feat of personally slaying the famed swordmaster Arthur Dane was sufficient fodder for admiration. Born in the same year as the War of the Usurper, William had often heard tales of this great duke's illustrious military achievements. Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning, was renowned as the most exceptional swordsman of the Mad King Aerys' era, said to be second in prowess only to Ser Barristan Selmy and Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. To have bested or slain him in single combat would undoubtedly be a crowning glory in one's life, given that this elder brother was himself a formidable warrior. Furthermore, Ed's integrity and character had garnered him widespread acclaim among the lords of the North. Governing the North did not require elaborate subterfuge, as the ancestors of the North were inherently at odds with the other 6 kingdoms due to their beliefs. The straightforward and forthright nature of the Northerners clearly disdained the meandering ways of the cowardly Southerners. The most effective approach to rule them was through directness, conquering their hearts with integrity and personal charisma. Unlike Peter Baelish, who, despite lacking charm, was adept in the art of manipulation, even if he were to attain power, he would never achieve lasting stability due to his inherent weakness and inability to command respect from others. Such a rule could not endure. To dominate the north, one must possess sufficient strength and prestige. The northerners disdain cunning and subterfuge. The straightforward folk of the north will not hold in high regard those who merely engage in scheming and political maneuvering. This explains why Eddard Stark harbors no affection for Peter Baelish, whose tactics of stirring chaos to achieve personal ends merely reflect a lack of confidence in his own abilities. As night fell, the time for the investiture ceremony arrived. Eddard stood at the center of the hall, where all eyes turned toward him. William knelt on one knee below, his sword planted in the ground, head bowed. William Stark, do you swear fealty to the Duke of Winterfell, unwavering and eternal? I swear fealty to the Duke of Winterfell, unwavering and eternal. Eddard tapped his sword, ice, against William's left shoulder, signifying the acceptance of his oath. All the men in the hall raised their swords, a testament that everyone present would witness this moment. Should any sworn vassal betray their oath, they would face the wrath of all assembled. Following the ceremony, the banquet commenced. Servants swiftly brought forth the prepared feast, and the atmosphere in the hall grew lively. Men circulated with goblets in hand, while women gathered in hushed conversation. William ascended the dais with his goblet. On the morrow, he would depart with the Duke of Winterfell's entourage from Castle Karhold to Winterfell. He had but 3 attendants assigned by his father, 2 captives of his choosing, and the young girl he had rescued. With only about 7 golden dragons to his name, he was venturing into unfamiliar territory. To put it euphemistically, he was a knight. To put it bluntly, he was merely a servant. At present, he lacked the strength to assert himself. However, if he could successfully accompany his lord to the south, he would consider making contact with Lord Varys. The spider, Varys, serves as the master of whisperers in King's Landing, with spies scattered far and wide, even in Essos. He is among the most formidable figures in the realm when it comes to intelligence operations, while also being a covert ally. Varys' ultimate aim is the restoration of House Targaryen, and their current objective is to expose Queen Cersei's true nature, thus ensuring their own survival. In the short term, both parties' interests align, making cooperation essential. At this stage, Varys must ensure the stability of the 7 kingdoms to secretly execute his plans. A temporary alliance is merely a stopgap measure. If possible, William intends to rescue Renly, prolonging the war. Thus, at critical moments, it seems prudent to outmaneuver Varys. After all, this conflict must ignite. Otherwise, in the worst-case scenario, the North would struggle to contend against the West alone. It is imperative that the 6 southern kingdoms do not coalesce into an indomitable fortress. Otherwise, the scandalous affairs of Cersei must be brought to light, while ensuring that the 2 sons of House Baratheon survive this tumultuous war for a longer duration. This endeavor necessitates the involvement of Varys, as well as addressing the matter of the Red Priestess. After all, her shadowy assassination techniques are exceedingly difficult to counter, striking unseen and unimpeded. If possible, one must ensure that the Red Priestess is sufficiently curtailed in her liberties. Chapter 11. Departure from Winterfell. Following his investiture, William is now officially recognized as a knight. According to the customs of Westeros, a knight of proper standing typically commands a retinue of 3 to 4 squire attendants and 2 servants. Old Rickard has already arranged this for him. His 3 attendants consist of the 3 soldiers, Hood, Mano, and Joel, who have frequently accompanied him. There are also 2 wildlings, one tall and lean, and a female wildling, alongside the young girl Aisha, whom he rescued from their clutches. Altogether, the party comprises 7 individuals, of whom 2 are women, a ratio that William finds rather disconcerting. He notices that when he reports his entourage, Eddard's expression visibly falters. Eddard, a man of noble virtue, does not harbor excessive prejudice against wildlings, particularly as these particular wildlings surrendered after a fierce battle. The noble system of Westeros has long endured, and they are not particularly averse to the concept of captives, especially those taken after arduous conflict, which often garners respect from others. However, with over 15 women in the entire party, William fears that this may tarnish his reputation. The discontent in Eddard's gaze suggests that he may be facing a bit of trouble. In truth, William's contingent is already rather modest. Typically, a knightly apprentice from the north would have a retinue nearing 10 members. Although the combat capabilities of William's unit are commendable, with his 3 loyal soldiers armed with repeating crossbows and the female wildling exhibiting formidable prowess, Rickard has outfitted William and his team with a cart. As the soldiers possess some personal belongings, and William himself has several trunks, the remaining 2 wildling captives also require a means to restrict their personal freedom. Additionally, young Aisha needs a designated space, as she is not yet capable of riding. The female wildling is named Hade, and according to the account of the slender wildling, they hail from a tribe known as the Hill People, who crossed the wall with their sacred beast to evade the encroachment of King Mance Raider. As for the nature of this sacred beast, William has a fair understanding. It pertains to the griffins contained within his trunk, 1 young griffin and 6 eggs. Familiar with the methods of griffin taming, William intends to have this diminutive wildling serve as his stable boy. As for Hader, her position is somewhat esteemed. She is the daughter of a former chieftain of the Hill People and the niece of the current leader. The Hill People tribe comprises approximately 700 individuals, of whom William and his companions had only eliminated a small fraction previously. A portion of the tribe is still leading 2 large griffins, hiding in the wilderness north of Caho City. This group has gathered more than half of the tribe's elderly, women, and children. The bulk of the tribe's warriors has suffered significant losses in recent battles, with around 250 fighters perishing, leaving the tribe with scarcely any adult warriors available. Under normal circumstances, they would not continue to launch assaults on large settlements. The wild woman named Hader remains fiercely aggressive, confined alone at the rear of a wagon. Her small hand axe and shield have been confiscated, and they may only be returned to her once it is ensured she poses no threat to others. As for Aisha, William believes the young girl could serve as a vital assistant in his forthcoming economic endeavors. In a society that mirrors the late Middle Ages of the West in terms of productivity, William, as a seasoned engineering student, possesses the potential to implement numerous advancements: papermaking, sugar production, textile manufacturing, and iron smelting. In comparison to modern society, and even to contemporary China, the Western Middle Ages lag considerably in these fields. Moreover, based on William's understanding of the combat methods in this world, the Ice and Fire realm lacks formidable mounted archers. The valiant Dothraki warriors typically fight without armor, and other renowned nomadic tribes rarely exhibit archery skills. This directly implies that knights equipped with crossbows could represent one of the most formidable military forces in this world. This is also the unique military unit William intends to develop for his own faction, the Mounted Archer. Strictly speaking, the North is not devoid of horses, nor does it lack proficient archers or formidable infantry. Its only shortcoming is its population. Among the 7 kingdoms, the North's population is only slightly higher than that of Dorne, the Iron Islands, and Storm's End, remaining roughly on par with the Riverlands and Vale, at about 4 million. However, there exists a sufficient number of wildlings beyond the wall, who could potentially be conscripted into an army. William plans to exploit the wildlings' population as much as possible to form his own military force. What? You say the wildlings are uncontrollable? Fear not. Even small numbers can accumulate. After all, William does not require an excessively large army. A few thousand would suffice. Ultimately, Westeros is perpetually threatened by the White Walkers, and if possible, William does not intend to establish his stronghold in this region. For should any misfortune befall the North, all would be lost. It would be foolish to place all hope in the wall holding steadfast. After all, if there are no issues, the Night King can command 1,000,000 undead. William harbors little hope for the wall's defense. While contemplating this, he rides onward. They were following Ed's large troop back to Winterfell. William rode alongside 3 soldiers, with a Rickard specially assigned as his driver, pulling a cart that contained 2 captives and Aisha at the rear. As for whether that wild woman would suddenly attempt to commandeer the cart, William reassured them not to panic. His crossbow was already drawn, and the other 3 soldiers were similarly armed. Should anyone dare to make a move, William would not hesitate to turn the entire cart into a sieve. Ed's procession was not moving swiftly. After exiting the control of Caho, the surrounding area lacked the wide stone roads commonly found in the city. The road conditions significantly affected the speed of cavalry. Poor terrain could easily damage the horses' hooves, thereby hindering their movement. This necessity prompted William to comprehensively rectify the road conditions of Caho City, to facilitate trade caravans, and to ensure rapid military mobilization in emergencies. The situation in Winterfell was different. Here, the standing army was the largest in the north, boasting nearly 5,000 soldiers. In the hierarchy of military strength in the north, Winterfell led with its nearly 5,000 troops, accounting for close to 18 of the total military strength in the north. The Dreadfort had around 4,600 soldiers, while Caho and the Hearthfort each had over 4,300 soldiers. In times of war, the north could muster approximately 35,000 to 40,000 soldiers, which surpassed the numbers from the Riverlands and the Vale. The total strength of Stormlands was just over 20,000. Dorne had fewer than 30,000, and the Crownlands could field about 15,000. The most formidable region among the 7 kingdoms was the Westerlands, capable of deploying over 100,000 soldiers. Thus, if the Riverlands and the Westerlands allied, they could easily fend off the other 5 kingdoms based solely on military might. Chapter 12. Other matters. Just as William and his company were hastening their way to Winterfell, on the opposite side of the narrow sea in the continent of Essos, a unilateral massacre was unfolding in the Dothraki Sea. A horde of Dothraki was besieging a village of the Undulls. The Undulls, a civilization of iron, had once established the illustrious Undull kingdom on the continent of Essos, only to be crushed by the freehold of Valyria. A portion of the Undulls crossed the sea to Westeros, becoming part of 6 of its kingdoms. However, the Undulls were no match for the Dothraki in combat prowess, especially after the fall of the Undull kingdom, as the scattered Undulls were unlikely to stand against the Dothraki Khalasar. Currently, this Khalasar was mercilessly slaughtering all the Undulls in the town. The men were killed, and the women were taken as slaves. The air was filled with the sounds of wailing and the clash of weapons. Under normal circumstances, there was virtually no force on the continent of Essos capable of defeating an army composed of tens of thousands of roaring warriors. As they tread upon this town of the Andalusians, the commander leading this formidable army is none other than Khal Drogo. Throughout the vast expanse of Essos, there are few Dothraki forces that number in the tens of thousands, and he commands one of the mightiest among them. Meanwhile, in the city of Qarth, a silver-haired youth stands upon the balcony of a villa, gazing towards the Dothraki Sea. This powerful army, galloping across the grass sea, is destined to assist him in reclaiming the Iron Throne, albeit at the cost of his sister. Viserys is acutely aware of these circumstances. However, he does not feel surprised or mournful. What could possibly hold greater significance than the Iron Throne of his ancestors? For the sake of that noble iron seat and the sovereignty it represents, what price is too steep to pay? He will inevitably reclaim that Iron Throne, rule over all, and obliterate those who have harmed him and his kin. Simultaneously, across the narrow sea in the city of King's Landing, a golden-haired woman stands by the window of the Red Keep, anxiously watching the soldiers who are searching inconspicuously throughout the city. Jon Arryn, the hand of the current king of the Baratheon dynasty, is scouring the city for the illegitimate son of King Robert Baratheon. All this for a mere answer, whether the king's 3 children, Prince Joffrey, the second son Tommen, and Princess Myrcella, are truly Robert's progeny. No one is more aware of this than Cersei and Jaime. Even Tywin may not possess this knowledge. What are you looking at? A hand clad in iron gauntlet gently encircles Cersei's waist. The man's voice resonates in her ear, warm breath stirring the golden strands. If he continues this investigation, it will be difficult for us to remain undiscovered. Should he uncover anything, I will take you back to Casterly Rock. I have already broken my oath once. I do not care to betray it again. Jaime's tone is resolute. He understands that once Robert learns the truth, that the 3 children are not his own flesh and blood, the safety of himself, Cersei, and the children will be gravely compromised. Although Robert spends his days in pursuit of mistresses, if he were to be truly betrayed, he would undoubtedly wield his warhammer to crush the skull of the man who had wronged him, much like he had shattered the armor of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. Jaime does not believe he can triumph over Robert, who once vanquished Rhaegar. After all, Rhaegar was a fierce warrior, and like Rhaegar, Jaime wields a one-handed sword. A mere test of strength may not suffice against such a formidable opponent. Moreover, King's Landing is not his territory if a conflict were to arise. Even if he could defeat Robert, escaping the grasp of the Kingsguard would be impossible. I will handle this matter. Cersei dismisses Jaime's proposal, for to her, becoming a queen is of utmost importance. Who the king is of little consequence. The only queen of House Baratheon must be her, and her offspring shall inevitably become the new rulers of this realm. There shall be no allowance for any disruption of this order. In the streets of King's Landing, Jon emerged from a brothel with his 2 guards, his countenance increasingly somber. It was utterly disgraceful to discover that his adopted son had sired hundreds of bastards throughout the city. However, even more scandalous was the fact that none of the king's 3 heirs bore his blood. Although such a revelation was astonishing and could be subject to misjudgment, it was evident that among the king's multitude of illegitimate children, none possessed the golden hair that would mark them as true Baratheons. The true lineage of those 3 heirs should rightfully be Lannister rather than Baratheon. Within the entire castle, only 2 Lannisters remained, the current queen and her brother, the Kingsguard. Should the news of the queen's infidelity with a member of the royal guard leak, it would deal a significant blow to the royal prestige and the stability of both the political arena and the kingdom itself. Aelin was acutely aware of what his adopted son was capable of, and he understood that should he eliminate Cersei and Jaime within the confines of King's Landing, Tywin Lannister, far away in the Westerlands, would undoubtedly incite a rebellion, making civil war inevitable. Meanwhile, On the other side of the narrow sea, remnants of House Targaryen still existed in this world. Yet, that was a minor concern, for they possessed neither armed forces nor substantial wealth, lacking the essential elements to stir any significant turmoil. Simultaneously, the current king remained oblivious to a startling fact. The finances of the Iron Throne were nearing collapse due to years of extravagance. Though he had privately urged the king on numerous occasions, the monarch, preoccupied with drinking and hunting, had shown little inclination to contemplate this matter or attend to the affairs of state. The current financial state was far from stable. However, capturing the Lannister siblings could yield a ransom akin to that demanded from Casterly Rock. After all, the Westerlands, rich in gold mines, harbored immense wealth that could compensate for the Iron Throne's considerable deficits. Of course, should the old lion refuse, he would not hesitate to see the Iron Throne acquire a new queen, especially since the current queen's reputation among the populace was far from favorable. There were numerous suitable candidates. Within the Vale, there existed wealthy nobles with deep resources, and other realms boasted affluent families, such as House Tyrell of the Reach, whose young lady was approaching marriageable age. Dorne's Martells also had ample daughters, with Prince Oberyn possessing several bastards. As he contemplated these matters, he made his way towards the Red Keep with his retinue. Chapter 13. The Stark family. After a day and night of arduous travel, William and his companions finally arrived at Winterfell, following the Stark caravan. The residential areas of Winterfell sprawled chaotically to the south, growing in a disordered manner. This layout reflects the majority of cities in the north. In ancient times, the north faced the threat of the others, necessitating that residential areas be situated to the south of the castle to effectively impede the advance of the others and safeguard the inhabitants. However, the residential zones themselves are somewhat haphazard, essentially resembling a disordered settlement, with numerous small communities clustering together to form a vast residential area. Winterfell is affluent, boasting specialized blacksmiths and other skilled artisans within its castle. This stands in stark contrast to the fortifications demanded by William for Castle Karhold. As prior to the looming threat of the others, Castle Karhold had to contend with the menace of wildlings. While the threat of the others may be distant, the wildlings are a more immediate concern. Thus, the construction of a wall to protect the castle and its residents is deemed essential. As for why Winterfell does not require such defensive measures against wildlings, it is because large-scale incursions are nearly impossible. The formidable structures of the Dreadfort and the Hearth Fort effectively block any substantial wildling armies. Even if they were to approach, they would likely target the nearby small noble fortresses or the Deepwood Fort in the Wolfswood. After all, in the jungles, the ancestors were no match for the wildlings. In this context, Winterfell naturally does not need to be fortified in the same manner as Castle Karhold. Furthermore, Winterfell's strategic location makes it the most accessible area in the north, rendering its commerce relatively prosperous. Hodder, Jorel, and Mano wandered through the city like country bumpkins, while Asha curiously peered around. Sounds emanated from the compartment housing the two wildlings. William, however, felt little of significance. For someone accustomed to the steel jungles of the modern age, this was merely a quaint little town, devoid of any sense of curiosity. It resembled an English museum, with the castle remaining unchanged, save for the noble sigil now represented by the direwolf banner. What truly piqued William's interest was the size of House Stark, including Robb and Jon. The Stark family comprises a substantial brood of 7 children. In the north, although noble families adhere to a philosophy of simple procreation and entertainment options are scarce, the evenings leave adults with little to do besides conception. Despite the harsh environment leading to many children's early demise, the nobility's resilience is notable. They generally enjoy the best medical care available in the north, particularly in a region like Winterfell, which is directly governed by the North's Warden and is among the most commercially developed areas. This is no jest. After taking Winterfell, the Boltons did not linger at the Dreadfort. Furthermore, Winterfell is uniquely positioned without extensive forests obstructing it, making it relatively affluent compared to the impoverished hollows hidden within the deep mountains. The medical conditions here are undoubtedly superior to those in Caho City. Although, throughout the medieval era, healthcare was universally lacking, characterized by bizarre treatment methods and alarmingly high mortality rates. Diseases such as cholera and dysentery, which could be managed with ample electrolyte replenishment, were treated as near-terminal afflictions in Westeros. Regarding this matter, William finds himself well-intentioned yet powerless. Given the standards of the Middle Ages, how could one possibly extract penicillin, a modern antibiotic? It is worth noting that Westeros seems to be spared from some horrific plagues, such as the Black Death, as the original texts fail to depict any catastrophic epidemics. However, should such a calamity arise, there would be virtually no means of response. Considering the medieval organizational capabilities, which, when compared to contemporary Western nations, are decidedly inadequate. Before William's arrival, he had just endured a terrifying 3 years of lockdown, a testament to the faltering democratic systems in the West, which are glaringly evident here. The organizational prowess of these feudal lords is even more dismal than that of Western democratic regimes. Can one truly rely on such a government to combat a plague? Setting aside Winterfell, the disheartening sanitary conditions of Caho City are simply intolerable for William. Among the northern cities, Caho is relatively better, primarily due to the cold climate, which mitigates the spread of odors from indiscriminate waste disposal. In contrast, a large southern city like King's Landing becomes a veritable purgatory during the summer months. William can hardly fathom how the inhabitants of King's Landing survive each summer. Thankfully, the summers here do not reach the staggering temperatures of 30 to 40 degrees Celsius, or else the plague would likely claim a vast number of lives each season. One cannot expect the sanitation of medieval cities to be commendable. It is merely a case of being marginally acceptable. Nonetheless, the main stronghold of Winterfell boasts relatively decent hygiene standards, as it is the residence of the North's highest ruler and serves as the region's facade. Regardless of how disheveled it may be, it remains within an acceptable range. As William's carriage followed the main contingent into the castle, he dismounted and was guided by a servant to a designated room. This would be the residence for the knight and his retinue. The young knight, still in his teens, was accustomed to life within Winterfell, and this space would serve as his temporary abode. Most of the surrounding residents were members of other northern families, living as knights in proximity. The interior featured a modest courtyard, where 2 captives were hastily provided with a makeshift shelter at the outermost area of the house. 3 soldiers each found a spot on the first floor to lay down their bedding, while the young maiden Aisha accompanied William upstairs, as her role as a maid necessitated proximity to her master. The environment on the second floor is somewhat more pleasant, featuring a grand hall, 4 rooms, and a balcony. After setting down his belongings, William entered one of the rooms alone and opened his box. Inside, a small griffin lay comfortably, and the remaining eggs showed no significant damage. At least none were cracked. Chapter 14. Where do griffins reside? This estate was purchased by William's father to provide a place to stay whenever there were matters to attend to in Winterfell. Originally, the estate was meant to have servants, but since it would be entrusted to William, the original staff accompanied Eddard's party back to Karhold. William now faced the dilemma of finding a suitable place for the young griffins. Fortunately, there were no large communities nearby, and the other noble families' estates were sufficiently distant, suggesting that the griffins would not attract unwanted attention while they were still small. As they matured, the responsibility could be handed over to his 2 wildlings. However, the griffin that had already hatched seemed to be soulbound to William. Perhaps this was the essence of a shapeshifter's ability, akin to raising a pet. William felt no significant resistance towards this griffin. As for the other 7 eggs, William instructed Miao to retrieve the small wildling and oversee the care of the griffin eggs, while the little creatures were temporarily placed in the attic upstairs. Given the eggs were not overly large, and with his ambition to explore avenues for profit, William was confident he could sustain them. Moreover, regular monthly allowances from Karhold, coupled with his earnings from serving House Stark, assured him that even if the griffins grew to a size capable of consuming cattle, he would manage. At worst, he could venture out on his own later. After all, if memory served him correctly, the main storyline would commence in a few days. In the worst-case scenario, he would merely accompany Eddard southward, and he believed he could handle the ensuing circumstances. However, he needed to inform the lord of the castle, as it would be imprudent to accompany him south with only 3 soldiers. At the very least, he ought to bring along a griffin. With this thought, William instructed Aisha to keep an eye on the woman named Haid below, while he beckoned Miao and Joel to assist him in bringing the small wildling. Clutching several griffin eggs, to the lord, "My lord, this is the wildling I mentioned to you." After explaining his shapeshifter identity to Eddard, William gestured for Joel to bring the wildling forward. The wildling babbled in broken common tongue, attempting to explain the situation regarding the griffins. "How many of these creatures have you brought?" Eddard inquired. "In addition to this cub, there are 7 unhatched eggs. According to the captive's testimony, there should also be 2 to 3 adult beasts, though we did not discover them during the operation." Eddard pondered for a moment before swiftly assigning William his first task. If possible, he should lead his men to swiftly locate those individuals. If they could not confront them directly, at the very least, they must memorize their encampment's position. It was imperative to devise a means to eliminate this threat. In the vast and sparsely populated north, a griffin capable of consuming nearly half a cow in a single meal undoubtedly represented a formidable menace. Most critically, if the beast tamers were indeed present, did it not imply that the wildlings who had crossed the wall had now lost control over these creatures? Allowing 2 or 3 such terrifying beings to roam the icy plains of the north was absolutely unacceptable to Eddard. However, with a shapeshifter now appearing before him, if he truly was a shapeshifter, he could potentially offer a more effective approach to dealing with these beasts. According to their descriptions, griffins, much like the majority of the North's wildlife, were not robust enough to withstand iron arrows. What weapons did you previously employ against the wildlings? Eddard inquired. His interest piqued. After all, according to William, they had managed to handle 50 to 60 wildlings with just 4 or 5 men. Although the disparity in equipment between the North soldiers and the wildlings was significant, it hardly seemed feasible to defeat 10 foes with a single warrior. Initially, Eddard had thought this was a jest. Yet, after listening to the captive, he found himself greatly intrigued by the rapid-firing iron contraption. William unsheathed the hand crossbow from his belt. "My lord, behold, this is the weapon I wield." Eddard examined it closely. The hand crossbow was an unknown entity in Westeros, as there were no records of such a weapon aside from the dragon crossbow. Moreover, a crossbow could not fire repeatedly. Thus, in the entire realm of Westeros, or indeed the world of ice and fire, the only ranged weapon capable of rapid fire was the bow. However, training a skilled archer was a costly endeavor, requiring years of cultivation from a young age to develop initial combat effectiveness. The North, with its limited resources, could scarcely afford numerous elite archers. Single-shot crossbows, on the other hand, had slow loading speeds, limited ranges, and were prohibitively expensive. Yet, if a hand crossbow capable of rapid fire could be developed, the scenario would be markedly different. Furthermore, if wood could replace more costly materials, the production costs would be significantly lower, as the North was abundant in timber. If it were indeed possible to maintain formidable suppressive fire within or slightly beyond the bow's range, it could compensate for the North's military shortcomings in armor penetration while simultaneously enhancing their striking power at medium to long distances. Although such a device might not prove advantageous against the armored soldiers of the southern kingdoms, the North primarily contended with iron men and wildlings, and under normal circumstances, would not engage in conflict with other realms. The most crucial matter has arrived. The equipment of the Ironborn and the wildlings is decidedly more antiquated than that of the Northerners, with their rates of armor and protection alarmingly low. While these crossbows may not exert significant pressure against the soldiers of the southern realms, they undoubtedly serve as lethal instruments against the nearly unarmored wildlings and Ironborn. Since it was you who lured them here, it falls upon you to manage the situation and eliminate them swiftly to prevent widespread panic. Ed mused as he spoke to William. Although William had come here as a knight, he understood that most of the northern knights primarily served as guards for Robb and Ed, engaged not only in combat training, but also in fulfilling various tasks assigned by their lords. William, accompanied by his men and the griffin hatchling, returned to his courtyard. Preparing to lay an ambush that evening, he directly informed Hood, "I have a premonition that those fellows are likely on their way here. After all, I have taken all their young ones." Chapter 15. The search for the griffin. A vast expanse of white snow enveloped the north, a region where human presence is a rarity. The Kingdom of the North boasts a population of approximately 4 million, a mere fraction of the 13 in the Riverlands. Yet its territory is considerably larger. Compared to other kingdoms, the North is undeniably sparsely populated. Even the most prosperous location, Winterfell, is no exception. By William's own estimation, the 2 great griffins should be nearby, suggesting that the mountain tribes, numbering over 900, are not far from Winterfell. Given that the wildlings have already suffered the loss of the majority of their organized armed forces, their capacity to assault settlements has been severely diminished. In such circumstances, they are compelled to seek sustenance in areas of higher population density, scavenging the remains of those who reside there. Nonetheless, for the local inhabitants, the presence of the 2 griffins remains a formidable threat. Once fed, a griffin can sustain itself for approximately 3 to 4 days without the need for further nourishment. However, according to the testimony of captives, the tribe has lost all its beastmasters, either killed or captured in battle, which signifies that no one remains to command the griffins. In this precarious situation, should the griffins become exceedingly famished, they may well turn their aggression towards the nearby civilians. If they require substantial caloric intake, these 2 griffins could easily decimate 2 or 3 households. Crucially, the local militias, formed spontaneously by the residents, are unlikely to withstand the might of these griffins. Once morale collapses, the entire village will face the onslaught of the remaining diminutive warriors. Although they have lost the majority of their manpower, they can still wield considerable combat prowess against a populace whose morale is on the verge of collapse. Importantly, the Northerners' participation in their lord's campaigns is predicated upon the provision of weapons by the lord, indicating that the residents of the North possess very few arms of their own. You, the pitiable inhabitants of that meager village, have seen your spontaneously organized militia vanquished, or rather, frightened into retreat. Consequently, no matter the prowess of the savages, they can effortlessly confront a populace that has lost its will to fight. Thus, should these two griffins fall into a state of hunger, the ensuing consequences would be dire. It is imperative to vanquish or capture them before they succumb completely to starvation. Ed has appointed William to lead 100 soldiers. Though William chose not to bring all 3 of his subordinates along, for he still has a robust female savage at home, with only one maid remaining. This feral woman could very well turn the tables. Therefore, Sweden decided to leave Hood behind while he personally led Miao, Joel, and other soldiers from Winterfell to pursue this small tribe. For William, the slaughter of this tribe seemed unnecessary, as he originally intended to test his ability to tame these savages. If successful, they would become the first genuine foundation of his forces. It was quite unfair of his father to assign him only 3 men. What could they possibly accomplish? To put it bluntly, if he were to accompany Lord Ed south with just these 3, he would likely find himself among the first to be disposed of once Ed perished. Hence, it was crucial to amass his own armed strength before the corpulent Lord Robert arrived. This would bolster his standing, even if he ultimately accompanied Ed south. As long as he could carve a bloody path with the griffins, assistance would await him in the north. Moreover, William believed that the most advantageous region would be on the continent of Essos. Thus, he urgently required manpower, including armed soldiers and populace. He felt compelled to engage with the now mostly depleted savages to discuss life, ideals, existence, and the future, in hopes of persuading as many as possible to return with him to Winterfell. He would then employ a desperate call for aid, prompting the Honorable Lord Ed to entrust this hot potato to a young man capable of generating wealth. This could potentially yield over 100 robust individuals along with nearly 800 or 900 elderly, weak, and women. This would qualify him as a minor lord. Subsequently, he would request his father to send over the captives he had taken, thereby amassing a force of approximately 150. Thus, it was essential for him to instill a sense of superiority in these so-called free folk, allowing them to experience the privileges of being citizens of the North while making them aware of who bestowed such advantages upon them. In the sparsely populated North, to achieve a significant population expansion without pillaging the other 6 kingdoms, the only viable method was to seize the savages and tribal people. As a core authority of Caho City, William understood all too well the headaches posed by the tribesmen in the southern wastelands. These diminutive beings, akin to wild men, possess astonishing combat prowess in the marshlands and mountainous regions. The soldiers dispatched to quell them can only maintain control over a fraction of the territory. Once they venture into the forest, it is not long before they are disoriented and retreating in disarray. Yet, the wild men do not allow for a tranquil existence within the woods. They occasionally emerge to resolve matters, for the inhabitants of the marshlands do not forge iron implements, despite their semi-nomadic lifestyle. This implies that they must resort to pillaging and thievery of iron tools or blacksmiths to sustain their way of life. Moreover, the demographic balance among the marshland dwellers is skewed, with a surplus of males and a scarcity of females. Thus, to ensure that every man has a partner, the occasional raiding of populations becomes a necessity. While mosquitoes may not inflict fatal harm on lions, their sudden bites can indeed prove bothersome. Consequently, the wild men and their kin have emerged as 2 of the 3 principal adversaries faced by the North, the third being the unscrupulous iron folk. Indeed, the naval capabilities of the North are nearly non-existent. Returning to the subject at hand, William stumbled upon a substantial pile of excrement, still warm, indicating that it was recent and likely nearby. He inserted a finger into the feces to gauge its temperature. Given the icy conditions, the normally offensive odor was surprisingly muted. "Stay alert," Miao cautioned, raising his makeshift sword to signal the North soldiers. At that moment, a resounding cry echoed from the distant sky, followed by tremors beneath their feet. A counter-encirclement? William found himself momentarily taken aback. Logically, having lost their beastmasters and the majority of their able-bodied wild men, they should lack the audacity to launch an assault. Chapter 16. The situation had become rather precarious for William. He had overlooked a crucial detail. While the primary fighting strength of the wild men stemmed from their able-bodied members, it did not imply that the remaining wild men were devoid of combat capabilities. On the contrary, the wild men might be the most universally armed faction on this continent. William instinctively excluded women from the ranks of combatants. Yet it was essential to remember that the wild men had a unique unit known as spearwomen. Although these melee combatants may not boast significant advantages, they are capable of launching long-range spear throws. Furthermore, being in a surrounded position allowed them to opt against close combat and instead harass from a distance with thrown spears. As this thought crossed his mind, several whistling sounds pierced the air, prompting William to instinctively command his soldiers to raise their shields and form a circular formation. A few quick-thinking soldiers swiftly raised their modest shields and clustered together. However, not everyone possesses such reflexes and fortune. The initial volley of thrown spears claimed at least 7 or 8 soldiers. Fortunately, the remaining troops were trained and, upon receiving orders, swiftly raised their shields to encircle William. The shields of the Northerners were not particularly large, yet when the soldiers crouched, they could barely cover their entire bodies. Most of the Northern soldiers wielded spears, while some squad leaders might bear long swords or hand weapons. Thus, if they truly formed a circular formation, few forces would be able to contend with them. The damage from the second and third waves was somewhat mitigated by their shields. However, the Wildlings did not recklessly charge forward. They understood well that in close combat, a single Northern soldier could easily take on 3 to 4 of their strongest. The young men of the tribe had already been largely depleted in the battles against Caho City. Now, facing the better-trained soldiers from Winterfell in hand-to-hand combat would undoubtedly lead to their defeat. Consequently, only a few robust men approached the edge of the woods, raising their spears to exploit any openings. This, of course, provided William and his men with an opportunity to counterattack. Miao and Joel raised their hand crossbows, accurately targeting the wildling spear throwers who dared to expose their heads in an attempt to slay the soldiers. A few archers in the group knelt to the ground, launching attacks against the wildlings who dared to peek out. Yet, ultimately, the wildlings were concealed within the forest, benefiting from the cover. Although the Northerners' shield wall provided some defensive capability, a portion of the elite wildlings could employ projectile attacks that the shields could not fully defend against, especially from above. As a result, a few unfortunate souls within the circle fell victim to arrows. The defensive circle began to contract. Joel raised his right hand once more, and the circular shield formation gradually tightened, with excess shields repositioned overhead. Although gaps remained, it was certainly better than having no protection at all. Both sides found themselves in a stalemate. The wildlings occasionally launched a few spears, but faced with the impenetrable shield wall of the Northerners, many of the thrown spears failed to strike anything. Even when some spears penetrated the shields, most of their force was dissipated, leaving the soldiers below to swiftly dispatch them. These spears, tipped with iron, were considered irreplaceable resources for the wildling tribe. Lacking blacksmiths, the wildlings primarily acquired iron through plunder, and iron was rarely utilized in their weaponry. Moreover, even if there were iron deposits in the wilderness, the wildlings' poor mining and smelting techniques rendered them incapable of extraction. Thus, if this stalemate continued, once their spears were exhausted, William and his men could depart at their leisure and seek other means. Such attrition was decidedly advantageous for the northern forces. Yet it seemed they had forgotten one crucial fact. The adversaries were not merely these wild men. Suddenly, 2 colossal figures soared towards the shield formation, directly charging at it, seizing 2 soldiers who were huddled within and flinging them into the air. The act of throwing someone from such heights, even if it did not result in death, would likely leave them incapacitated. A heavy thud resonated as the 2 soldiers struggled to crawl back towards the shield wall, while they had not perished from the fall. Their current state suggested they might find it exceedingly difficult to rise again. William swiftly regained his composure and commanded Joel and Miao to provide cover. The archers reacted promptly, directing their arrows towards the tree line where they could launch their spears. William himself surged forth from the shield formation, grasping the arms of the 2 soldiers and dragging them back. Joel and Miao rapidly utilized their crossbows, firing in a crossfire pattern. Once again, the air was pierced by the sound of projectiles. Several spears descended from the heights, and at a critical moment, William drew his own crossbow, loosing a few arrows at the 2 long spears plummeting above them, barely managing to deflect their trajectory, narrowly evading those spears. William and his companions were not far from the shield wall. "Let us in," William called to the soldiers behind him. The 2 soldiers quickly moved aside, creating a small opening in the shield formation. William swiftly pulled the injured soldiers, rolling and crawling, into the sanctity of the shield wall. Joel and Miao remained vigilant with their crossbows trained on the rear, ready to dispatch any wild man that dared to show itself. They successfully brought the 2 injured men inside, yet the pressing issue remained unresolved. Those 2 giants continued to hover above, And should they succumb to hunger and descend in a frenzied assault, even if they managed to withstand this onslaught, the morale of their forces would surely shatter with repeated encounters. Furthermore, it was uncertain whether the wild men would seize the opportunity to attack while they were scattered. Regardless of how weak an individual wild man might be, 5 or 6 could easily overpower a single northern soldier. Once chaos ensued, every soldier would be left to fend for themselves, and the likelihood of total annihilation was high. The situation rapidly grew more dire. William resolved to devise a plan to bring down those 2 giants, at the very least preventing them from interfering in the ensuing battle. Otherwise, he feared he might not return from this venture. It was indeed an ill fate. He had not anticipated facing such circumstances on his first command. Perhaps previous successful military actions had lulled William into complacency, leading him to underestimate the wild men. Forgetting an ancient principle, any individual or group that can survive in extreme conditions possesses unique capabilities and is often not to be trifled with. However, as a time traveler, though faced with setbacks, William was far from being disheartened. Moreover, the battle was far from over. He swiftly retrieved his crossbow, aiming skyward, awaiting the approach of the 2 formidable figures. Chapter 17. The critical moment having just dragged 2 soldiers who had plummeted from the sky back into the formation. It was a miracle they survived the fall, due to the unique practice of northern soldiers donning a layer of beast hide beneath their armor. There existed a cushioning effect between their bodies and the metal, sparing them from a fatal demise. Nevertheless, the situation remained dire. The 2 griffins above posed a significant threat to the shield wall, causing the morale of the soldiers to plummet. With only 100 soldiers, confronting 2 griffins was already a daunting task, compounded by the presence of an indeterminate number of wild men who could strike at any moment. William recognized the gravity of the circumstance. Should the morale collapse, it would spell catastrophic consequences for his small northern contingent. Thus, he resolved to devise a strategy to alter this unfavorable predicament. As the griffins launched another dive, William swiftly made a decision. Miao, Joel, when I release my arrows, you both lead the men into the forest with haste. The number of able-bodied wild men would likely not be substantial. 100 northern soldiers could easily manage them. Even if they could not eliminate them entirely, they could stall them momentarily. Therefore, William would engage the 2 griffins here. With determination, he quickly drew his crossbow and aimed at the eye of the descending male griffin, releasing 2 bolts in rapid succession. Meanwhile, Joel and Miao led their northern soldiers into the woods, eliminating all the wild men who dared to peek out. They could not afford to deploy too many warriors. If they were close to the wild men's stronghold, breaching their defenses could enable them to threaten the families and resources of the wild men. Conversely, if they were distant from the stronghold, the wild men's numbers would likely be limited, as the majority of their able-bodied men had already perished, leaving insufficient defenders. The wild men's mobility could not rival that of the northern soldiers, making a divided assault the optimal strategy for William. The quality of northern soldiers was significantly superior to that of the wild men. Over 100 northern soldiers could certainly triumph over 200 to 300 wild men. William did not believe the wild men could muster such a large force. If they could, they would not be able to conceal themselves effectively within the woods. Next, William needed to engage the 2 griffins. Once the main force dealt with the threat, he would attempt to shoot the creatures down with his bow, bind them with ropes, and drag them away. He intended to see if he could tame these formidable beasts, but first, he needed to conquer them. One of the crossbow bolts failed to strike the griffin's eye, instead lodging into its foreleg, striking its claw, without significantly impairing its offensive capabilities. The griffin, incensed by William's attack, lunged at him with its sharp talons. William unsheathed his long sword and delivered a fierce blow to the fleshy pad between the creature's claws, blood gushing forth in response. At that moment, the female griffin launched its attack, prompting William to swiftly dodge to the side, drawing his hand crossbow to strike its right leg. The 2 griffins that fell to the ground immediately transformed into William, who fearlessly parried the ensuing assault with his longsword. He then readied his crossbow again, unleashing 2 bolts aimed at their faces, only to have them easily swatted aside by their claws. The injured paw, surprisingly agile at such close quarters, caught William off guard. However, this did not deter him. He pressed forward, slashing at the elbow of the claw with determination. His blade cut through, allowing him to roll past the outstretched claws. This strike likely inflicted significant damage, inciting further fury from the griffin. William raised his hand crossbow once more, firing another 2 bolts, realizing that only 4 remained in his quiver. The 6 bolts he had previously unleashed seemed less effective than anticipated, yet they were better than nothing. William had no illusions about single-handedly vanquishing 2 adult griffins. Even merely repelling them felt like a slim chance. His intention was to stall for time, awaiting reinforcements from his main force. As for the status of his comrades, worrying was futile. Facing 2 adult griffins demanded his full concentration. He positioned his sword defensively across his chest, acknowledging that his earlier assaults had indeed applied some pressure on the male griffin. His body bore 2 or 3 wounds, oozing blood profusely. Meanwhile, the female griffin had sustained little damage, or rather, he had not deliberately targeted it, hence he dedicated both bolts to her. One bolt embedded itself in her flank, having pierced through the gap between 2 ribs, penetrating a couple of inches and likely inflicting considerable harm. The other struck her left leg, driving in nearly 4 inches, delivering a severe blow that visibly destabilized her stance. William swiftly discharged the remaining 4 bolts at the griffin's limbs, effectively incapacitating it for the time being. Now, he was left to confront the male griffin alone. This male griffin displayed a notably stronger reaction than the earlier female, excelling in both speed and strength. Such a one-on-one encounter posed a considerable challenge, especially as William had exhausted his crossbow ammunition and could only rely on his steel dagger and longsword to overcome the beast. Casting aside the crossbow, he drew the dagger from his waist. Their gazes locked, and William initiated the offensive, leaping forward to confront the griffin directly. His dagger aimed at its throat as he slashed upward. The reaction speed of the male griffin indeed surpasses that of its female counterpart. As it forcefully swatted away the dagger with its claws, William's longsword followed suit, successfully striking its neck. However, the dense brown fur on the griffin's neck mitigated the damage. The griffin swiftly retaliated with its other claw, catching William off guard and sending him tumbling to the ground. He struggled to rise, slightly choking as he did so. Having underestimated the creature's use of its injured claw, it was palpable that the griffin's strength had waned, likely due to blood loss. William's earlier strikes had inflicted 3 wounds, from which a copious amount of blood flowed forth, suggesting that the creature was now vulnerable. Resolute, William lunged forward once more, this time eschewing the dagger in favor of executing a sweeping strike with his longsword. The blow landed squarely on the griffin, gliding across the left side of its face and leaving a long scar in its wake. Chapter 18. Defeating the griffin, William carved a deep gash across the male griffin's face with his longsword, then swiftly transitioned, thrusting his dagger towards the griffin's chest with his left hand. Yet, this attempt was thwarted as the griffin batted it away with its claw. Undeterred, William withdrew quickly. But the griffin was not so easily deterred. Just as William prepared to roll backward and retreat, the griffin's claw struck his chest with considerable force, causing him to cough up blood. He slid back approximately a meter, and now William lacked the strength to charge forward again. After all, William was but a man, not a griffin. Enduring such an assault and then launching a counterattack was an arduous task. It was futile to compare the physicality of a human to that of a griffin, for the latter would undoubtedly prevail in such a contest. Although the griffin had sustained injuries from William's attacks, they were insufficient to be fatal. However, the recent strike had severely impacted William, and had he not been clad in iron armor with an additional layer of padded protection, he might have been killed instantly. Now, the battered griffin lunged at him once more, and given his current state, evasion was no longer an option. He had to confront it head-on. William positioned his sword horizontally across his chest, bracing against the griffin's claws. With his left hand, he drew the dagger again and aimed for the creature's chest. But this time, his slowed speed allowed the griffin to deflect the blow with its arm. Undaunted, William seized the opportunity presented by the griffin's diminished capacity, exerting force with his right hand to successfully fend off the creature's other claw. He then delivered a powerful punch to the wound on its chest, causing the griffin to recoil in pain. Seizing the opportunity, William lunged forward, striking the griffin's head with the hilt of his sword. After delivering 2 swift blows, he was flung backward by the force, rolling on the ground before barely managing to regain his footing, using the blade to carve a deep gash into the earth for balance. However, it became evident that the griffin possessed more resilience than William had anticipated. Those 2 strikes had merely dazed it momentarily, failing to achieve the desired effect. In that moment, William yearned for a shield, lamenting the absence of one in his grasp. Had he been equipped with a shield, those 2 hits would have surely incapacitated the creature. Resolute, he steadied himself anew, realizing that his satchel had been tossed aside, containing his quiver of crossbow bolts. If memory served him correctly, one of those bolts was laced with a tranquilizer. Unfortunately, his hand crossbow had been flung to another corner, leaving him with no option but to manually insert the tranquilizer bolt into the griffin's body to induce the desired sedation. Yet, the foremost challenge remained. He had to retrieve his satchel under the vigilant gaze of the formidable beast. Moreover, He was uncertain whether a tranquilizer designed for humans would have any effect on this griffin, although it was merely a young creature. Having recently reached sexual maturity, akin to a 15-year-old boy in human terms, it could still potentially dismantle a morale-depleted squad with ease. William's eyes were fiercely fixed upon the creature before him as he cautiously reached for his satchel. His right hand gripped the sword, poised to strike should the griffin charge. Gradually, he edged closer to his satchel, dragging it nearer, and opened the quiver. Identifying the special marked tranquilizer bolt with relative ease, he struck the quiver forcefully against the ground, shattering it and sending 10 bolts scattering across the earth. Just as William turned to search for them, the griffin seized the moment to pounce, pinning him down with its weight. Struggling, William raised his right arm, bringing the hilt down upon the creature's head, yet it was clear that such attempts were futile. The hilt could not stun or dislodge the beast. While he ineffectually swung the hilt at the griffin, his left hand fumbled among the scattered bolts, seeking the special tranquilizer bolt. Its head, connected by a fragile bead, contained a substantial quantity of the sedative. As he groped through the chaos, he continued to distract the griffin with the hilt, determined to keep its focus away from his left hand. At last, William discerned a rounded object at the marked spot on the arrow he was gripping. To avoid crushing the tranquilizer sphere, he refrained from exerting too much force. Seizing the moment while his adversary was wholly focused on his right hand, he thrust the crossbow bolt fiercely into the creature's left arm. The instant the bolt penetrated, William desperately snapped it, ensuring that the sphere shattered and allowed the anesthetic to seep into the griffin's flesh. The griffin emitted a mournful cry and released William, who hurriedly scrambled away from beneath its massive form. The creature collapsed onto the ground, the effects of the tranquilizer beginning to take hold, while its other arm, previously injured by Sweden, had lost much of its mobility. William, now devoid of the strength to continue the assault, faced the griffin, both parties locked in a tense standoff. They found themselves in a state reminiscent of falconry. If William could remain conscious until the griffin lowered its head, victory was within reach. Otherwise, he risked becoming a meal for the beast. Neither side possessed the energy for a second wave of assault, but should William succumb to unconsciousness, it was nearly certain that the griffin would manage to crawl over and consume him. Ultimately, the griffin appeared somewhat lethargic, likely due to the spreading effects of the tranquilizer. To guarantee that the dosage was sufficient, William ensured that the glass sphere within him had shattered completely, thus releasing the entirety of the anesthetic and increasing the chances of successfully incapacitating the adult griffin. It seemed the tranquilizer was indeed taking effect. Now, he merely had to wait for the creature to succumb to sleep. With great effort, he used his sword as a makeshift cane and slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, the griffin had settled down, evidently aware of its dwindling strength to thwart William's next move. Nevertheless, it maintained an imposing posture, only lowering its head gradually after 5 minutes had elapsed. Unable to hold on any longer, William ensured that the griffin would not awaken easily and collapsed before his vision blurred and he fell to the ground. Chapter 19. The battle concludes. A review of events. William awoke languidly to find himself in a bed within a small courtyard. Joel stood vigil nearby, and upon noticing William's awakening, quickly rushed outside to summon assistance. Shortly thereafter, 3 soldiers and Aisha squeezed through the doorway. Aisha carried a bowl of medicine, the aroma of which made William reluctant to consume. Have the 2 griffins been brought back? Indeed, both have been retrieved. They have lost considerable blood and bear numerous wounds on their limbs, but otherwise, they are not in grave condition. The dwarf is currently attending to them with several wildlings. In this battle, we captured approximately 70 able-bodied wildlings, with nearly 900 more, including the elderly, women, and children, remaining. Lord Ed has decided to wait for your awakening before determining the course of action. Have my crossbow and other equipment been recovered? The hand crossbow and the quiver of bolts have all been retrieved, and your dagger and longsword are placed beside you, safely collected as well. William, upon hearing this, finally relaxed and reclined, for these armaments constituted nearly half of his possessions, especially the iron hand crossbow. Historically, the Juga crossbow was crafted from wood, which compromised its airtightness, rendering its arrows only marginally effective against the 2-layer armor of the Han dynasty. However, it proved unreliable against the plate armor of Western Europe. Thus, William had opted for an iron mechanism, enhancing the airtightness and consequently increasing the power and range of the arrows. Yet, this decision escalated the cost of producing such hand crossbows, for the mechanism required meticulous craftsmanship and assembly. In essence, it was an expensive endeavor. Therefore, William planned to produce a more economical version, utilizing wood for the main body while retaining iron for the essential mechanisms, thereby minimizing costs wherever possible. As for the longsword, in this world, a well-balanced longsword is a rare find. Typically, soldiers wield swords provided by their lords, or those of better means might possess their own. In such cases, practicality often took a back seat, as common soldiers did not need to concern themselves with such considerations. However, acquiring a lord's sword was another matter entirely, as each knight was standardly equipped with only 2 swords, and even some wandering knights could not afford a complete set. Although wandering knights rank as the lowest among the nobility, they still earned about 100 silver ducats a month, which was insufficient for equipping themselves fully, highlighting the expense of a specially crafted longsword. For William, whose endeavors were still in their infancy, lacking advancements in papermaking and sugar production, his longsword and leather armor represented the most valuable possessions he owned. In total, how many lives did we lose this time? 4 were slain by the spears of wild men, 2 were severely injured, and during the pursuit into the forest, an ambush claimed 5 more lives. Beyond that, there were no further losses. The toll was not excessively grave, at least it was worthy of Lord Ed. After all, he had managed to bring back nearly 1,000 tribesmen, along with 2 griffins, marking this venture as more successful than disastrous. William attempted to stand, discovering he could manage it with some effort. The claws of the griffins had indeed caused him pain, but they had not focused their assault on his limbs. The temporary numbness in his arms and legs stemmed from intense exertion, and after a brief rest, he felt nearly restored, with the ability to stand. It was time to report back to his lord. William stood up and draped his leather jacket over his shoulders. Although it was not snowing outside, the chill of the air was still bearable, making it suitable for venturing out. He then set off towards the stronghold of Winterfell. Due to the harshness of his previous encounter with the ball, he could not rush and instead made his way slowly, step by step. His unsteady gait attracted attention, but at this moment, he could hardly concern himself with outsiders. After all, he was the overall commander of this operation. In the event of casualties, it was imperative to report to the higher authorities. Most crucially, he intended to recover all of the over 900 captives. Advancing the technological tree to enhance productivity required manpower. Without sufficient hands, it would be impractical for him and 3 soldiers to manage the 2 wild captive men and a busy mate. With such a small group, even achieving the rudimentary skill of papermaking would be a tall order, let alone more complex crafts like printing, sugar production, and gunpowder manufacturing. Among the 900 captives, discounting the very young, there must be at least 700 or 800 capable of work. These individuals formed the foundation of an industrial workforce. Tasks such as papermaking and printing did not necessitate burly adult men, as women could easily perform them given the lightweight nature of the materials involved. As for sustenance and necessities, William planned to organize the 70 or so individuals to venture into the surrounding forest for hunting. He himself needed to hunt as well, for it was essential to foster good relations with the group. He bore a long scar on his face from a previous altercation with a male, and it was likely that he would need to contend with that again. Lost in thought, he soon arrived at the stronghold of Winterfell. William approached the 2 guards at the entrance and inquired, "Is Lord Eddard inside?" "Yes, my lord is within," they replied. Thus, William entered. Eddard was seated in the grand hall, occupying the lord's chair, listening to the reports from his subordinates regarding the state of the castle. William waited outside until a page came to summon him in. Shortly thereafter, the page exited and beckoned William to enter, as Lord Eddard wished to see him. William promptly stepped inside and approached Eddard. "My lord, the mission has been accomplished. 2 griffins and over 900 wild captives have been brought back." "I see," Eddard replied, casting a surprised glance at the young man. He had not anticipated that William could indeed triumph over 2 griffins and simultaneously capture 900 wild men. For a fledgling commander, the outcome of this battle was quite impressive. After all, while griffins and wild men were manageable separately, facing them together would undoubtedly result in a fierce confrontation. This demonstrated that the young man possessed a commendable level of command ability. "I plan to announce the captive situation in a few days. If there is nothing else, you may return for now." Upon concluding the report, Eddard waved his hand, signaling for William to withdraw. However, William was reluctant to leave before attending to the pressing matters at hand. Chapter 20. Counting the harvest, my lord. "May I inquire about your approach to handling these captives?" William's ill-timed question took Eddard by surprise. Historically, the Stark family had always adhered to the principle of preferring to slay 1,000 innocents rather than letting a single foe escape. William's father, Ricard, had openly declared that only the dead wildling was a good wildling. "While you have performed admirably this time, surely you do not intend to eradicate them entirely." Eddard regarded this subordinate with a measure of respect. After all, Not every commander could lead 100 Northmen to triumph in a skirmish against a handful of wildlings, let alone defeat 2 griffins. The lad, though youthful, displayed a commendable talent for leadership. However, the incessant cries for bloodshed were misplaced. A true knight does not strike down the defenseless. My lord, you seem to have misinterpreted my intentions, William interjected, discerning Eddard's assumption that he advocated for the slaughter of the prisoners. What I meant to suggest was whether these wildlings could be engaged in productive labor. After all, with so many mouths to feed, it would be imprudent to sustain them without purpose. Yet, the wildlings possessed little in the way of labor skills. And given that it was winter, agricultural endeavors were decidedly ill-timed. Eddard's interest piqued. Could William indeed devise a means to motivate these largely unskilled individuals into productivity? To be frank, my lord, I stumbled upon a method for crafting parchment from grass in an ancient tome from our family's library. Surely, if you fail to grasp my hint, I shall have to reveal my trump card, he continued. Grass for paper? Young man, this is hardly a place for fanciful claims. Are you certain it is indeed plants that produce paper? Eddard queried, skeptical. Paper was a relatively precious commodity in Westeros, and the reasoning was straightforward. In the north, sheep did not come cheaply. A single sheep often fetched 20 to 30 silver stacks. Thus, what price could one expect for sheepskin? Furthermore, not every sheepskin was suitable for parchment. Typically, 2 to 3 hides were required to produce a single sheet, translating to 2 or 3 sheep. The market price for a single hide in Westeros hovered around 5 silver stacks, meaning that producing a single sheet of parchment would cost between 10 to 15 silver stacks. A farmer might toil for an entire week and still not earn 5 silver stacks. As such, in the north, both paper and books were regarded as exceedingly valuable commodities. This land was neither as affluent as the Reach nor as prosperous as the Riverlands. Wealth was scarce. Even dispatching a few ravens could leave a minor lord in dire straits. To conserve their precious sheepskin, they would often venture to other lands to convey messages personally. However, the north is devoid of any vegetation, particularly grass, which seems to be abundant everywhere. If it were indeed possible to utilize grass for papermaking, it would greatly benefit the economic development and cultural heritage of Beijing. Do not be misled into thinking that the Western Middle Ages were a period of cultural renaissance. In reality, over 95% of the common populace during that time was illiterate and uneducated. Prior to the introduction of papermaking in the West, they relied on parchment, a material that bears no resemblance to mass production. In other words, books were equally distant from mass production. The cost of producing parchment was exorbitant, far beyond the means of ordinary households. Unlike in the East, where paper might be used for various purposes, in the West, using paper for such trivialities would be deemed extravagance. Throughout the entire Middle Ages in the West, due to the extreme scarcity of paper, the dissemination of culture can be regarded as predominantly oral, with books being exceedingly rare. Upon hearing that paper could be made from the ubiquitous weeds of the north, how could it not be thrilled? As long as you can hand over these wild commoners to me, I guarantee that within 3 months, I shall present you with 100 sheets of paper. The art of papermaking is something that William, or rather young Miao, had explored previously. This was due to young Miao's infatuation with a young lady who had a particular fondness for practicing calligraphy. To share a common interest with her, he diligently practiced writing and even researched the history and methods of making Xian paper. Although he ultimately did not win her affection, he retained all the skills and knowledge he had acquired. Who could have imagined that what began as a trivial pursuit to impress a girl would evolve into a source of wealth? The fundamental method of papermaking involves collecting shattered plant fibers and laying them upon a fine cotton cloth woven with delicate threads, allowing them to dry before removal. Ed, of course, was unaware that this seemingly frail knight had already grasped the intricacies of the matter. Of course, mentioning papermaking was merely a part of the plan. There were many more technological advancements to be revealed, such as sugar production, gunpowder, printing, the compass, iron plows, and some rudimentary fertilizers. As an engineering student, William was adept at concocting anything related to chemistry. After much negotiation, he finally secured the rights to these hundreds of individuals. Certainly, once the papermaking production line is established, it will usher in a substantial influx of silver into the north. At that point, a mere fraction of the profits would suffice to sustain these hundreds of wildlings, and perhaps even allow for the occasional raid into the north for new recruits. For William, the primary concern was population. Lacking soldiers under his command, the impending conflict in the north looms ominously. How can one engage in battle without troops? It is hardly feasible to return alone to Castle Karhold in search of reinforcements. In such a world, military strength reigns supreme. Only with a formidable armed force can one instill fear in adversaries and secure one's own safety. Moreover, for William's forthcoming plans, a competent army is indispensable. However, the Wildlings represent merely the initial step in his strategy. Their discipline is questionable at best. To form a truly elite force, he must seek out more reliable undulls or men from the Seven Kingdoms to constitute his army. While skirmishing with Wildlings may suffice initially, any attempt at organized formations later would undoubtedly lead to disaster. Nonetheless, the young lord has finally embarked on the first stage of his grand aspirations. Chapter 21. The Art of Papermaking. Without further ado, having acquired manpower and an abundance of raw materials, William commenced his venture into papermaking. He dispatched a multitude of wildling women to harvest tree bark extensively in the plains beyond the castle. This task was straightforward, as trees were plentiful, and extracting plant fibers was relatively effortless. Ideally, they could produce a larger sheet of paper, dividing it into approximately 100 portions if necessary. Concurrently, he needed to source sufficiently waterproof fabric, which was not difficult to find. A military banner could be dismantled for this purpose, as the old banners were often stored in the northern storerooms. After all, these smaller flags could be repurposed into new ones. Each knight required a banner representing their family, lest they become indistinguishable from foes on the battlefield, a rather awkward predicament. Consequently, the storerooms typically housed an abundance of flags. And what could be more suitable than banners for fabric? Certainly, nothing else would suffice, and no one would object, as Winterfell had accumulated numerous banners over the years that remained unused, especially since war had yet to commence. Retrieving one would pose no significant issue. With determination, William promptly instructed Aisha to send 2 maidservants to the storeroom in Winterfell to procure a sufficiently large banner. The next step involved cutting and framing, a task easily managed by a few seasoned carpenters. Additionally, he required an oversized wooden tub and a sufficiently large sieve. This presented a challenge, as sieves were rarely utilized in the north. Coarse grains were still considered grains, given the north's meager agricultural yield. Even a mixture of coarse and fine grains was generally acceptable to its people. Finding a sieve of adequate size necessitated locating a large iron mesh. If pressed, they might have to resort to using the coarse burlap from the wildlings as a makeshift sieve. Fortunately, this was a relatively easy task, as Aisha possessed some sewing skills herself. With a bit of stitching, one could essentially weave these materials into a grand net. Swiftly, all the necessary preparations were nearly complete. Once the tree bark had been harvested, the next step involved filling a large barrel with water. Subsequently, several robust tribesmen were summoned to trample the mixture with their feet. Indeed, as no hammers were available, this method proved to be the most expedient. Tools such as pestles and chisels, commonly utilized by the Chinese, were conspicuously absent in this realm. Thus, the only recourse was to soak the bark until it disintegrated, subsequently trampling it to hasten the transformation from white to yellow, while also rendering it as pliable as possible. Following this, a portion of quicklime was added to the water to initiate a reaction, causing the surface yellow connective tissue to peel away, leaving only the white fibrous material beneath. At this juncture, a sieve became indispensable to extract the residual debris. Under the circumstances, a net bag would have been preferable. However, due to insufficient resources, the mixture was strained through the sieve into another barrel. Gazing at the expansive expanse of white liquid, William felt he was on the cusp of success. Next, he poured the white slurry into a pre-prepared basket, smoothing it out with a scraper, of course, with a wooden board placed underneath to prevent any spillage. The ensuing task involved subjecting it to 3 days of prolonged sunlight. To ensure it dried sufficiently, William opted to place it in the cellar, excavating a pit beneath to heat it with fire. After 3 continuous days of heating, when he removed the rather rigid and somewhat irregular creation from the mold, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Observing this object, he could barely consider it a sheet of paper, yet he still needed to cut it into over 100 pieces. Although the initial sheet was quite large, the crucial task of cutting it into numerous portions meant that each piece would ultimately be no larger than the size of a palm. Could this be deemed a task accomplished? Chapter 22. The Arrival of Robert. The true drama begins just as William approached Ed with his collection of over 100 palm-sized sheets. Ed was already at the gates of Winterfell, accompanied by his family and loyal bannermen. Indeed, King Robert had arrived, bringing along his son, his queen, and the King's Guard. After exchanging pleasantries, Robert and his brother descended into the cellar of Winterfell, arriving at Lyanna's tomb to discuss the matter of sending Ed south as his hand of the king. Ed, Lord Aaron is deceased. I now require you to serve as my hand of the king. A momentary look of astonishment crossed Ed's face. The hand of the king? Me? I have no training for such a role. Ed pondered deeply, for he was not entirely certain he could navigate the treacherous waters of King's Landing. I intend to arrange for Joffrey to marry Sansa and Tommen to wed your second daughter. Before Eddard could fully contemplate this, Robert continued. You should be aware that Cersei is not an exceptional queen. Were it not for the gold mines of the Westerlands, I wouldn't even spare her a glance. Eddard gazed at his dear brother, fully aware that Robert's affection for Lyanna stemmed solely from his inability to possess her. Eddard understood well that Robert had frequented more brothels than he had encountered women in his lifetime. To expect him to remain loyal to a single woman was nearly impossible. Robert may indeed love a woman, but he could never be faithful to her. He could love one person, yet could not confine himself to just one. At that moment, a guard entered with Willem in tow. Willem held a thick stack of paper in his hands, kneeling before Eddard to report. My lord, we have developed this experimental paper. Due to the immaturity of the technology, we can only produce small quantities. Eddard examined the sheets, noting that the craftsmanship was rather crude. The paper appeared uneven and lacked the smoothness of regular parchment, though it could suffice for the purpose of writing. What is this? Have you developed a new form of parchment? Robert, resembling a country bumpkin, lifted a sheet to scrutinize it closely. You call this parchment? It is far coarser than true parchment, yet I suppose it can be classified as paper. Is it expensive? Perhaps a few silver stags? Your Majesty, the total cost for all the paper you see is approximately 3 silver stags. This estimate should hold true, considering the north is abundant with tree bark, readily available in the woods. The native fishleaf trees of the north can survive even when stripped of their bark during winter. As for the other components, their production involves no significant technical skill. The entire process takes less than a day, although drying in sunlight typically requires 6 to 7 days. Willem employed a new method, steaming. However, the first batch of paper was not perfect. Willem noted that the sheets were somewhat brittle, akin to the cardstock he had used in his previous life, albeit lacking its quality. My lord, this is merely a prototype. The drying process is still not quite perfected, which may lead to inferior quality. As Robert reached out to tear a piece of paper, Willem quickly interjected with an explanation. Can this paper be mass-produced? Eddard inquired. At our current technological level, mass production is indeed feasible. After all, the art of papermaking possesses scant technical complexity, and it cannot truly be regarded as a flawless craftsmanship. For many students, it is something easily achievable through DIY endeavors at home. It seems to prey upon the ignorance of these medieval country folk, who have yet to witness the world. Any citizen from a capitalist nation or from the Renaissance era would likely scoff at the idea of spending even a single coin on such paper. To them, it might merely serve as a rudimentary substitute for the renowned Eastern rice paper, yet it remains just that, a substitute. If one were to tear it directly by hand, it would demonstrate a lamentable disregard for quality. It could suffice for writing, however. Robert weighed the fragment of paper in his hands. For a person of the medieval era, the paper produced through the application of excessive heat during the drying process, despite its fragility, could indeed be adequately fashioned into a book, provided one handles it with care. This 100 sheets could easily serve as the medium for letters or contracts. Of course, that encapsulates the primary function of paper in this era. Most cultural knowledge is monopolized by the scholarly cities, and such items are seldom utilized in the households of other lords. In the land of Westeros, novels as we know them do not exist. Instead, storytelling is preserved through minstrels and theatrical troupes, relying on oral tradition and artistic performance. The semi-finished product displayed here can be considered among the finest of papers made from plants. William observed the 2 prominent figures in silence, excused himself, and withdrew. Encountering His Majesty the King here was unexpected. After all, neither in the original work nor in the television adaptation was the corpulent king depicted in a particularly favorable light. Yet, this also signifies the formal commencement of the main storyline, likely leading to the southward journey with a few small wolves. Given William's current state of strength, he was reluctant to venture south. However, as a knight of Lord Eddard, he felt compelled. More importantly, if Eddard were to learn of the current fiscal predicament in King's Landing, he would almost certainly summon William and his papermaking team to the capital. While the journey itself may not pose an immediate concern, once in King's Landing, a single letter would suffice to compel William to bring all his belongings southward. This, indeed, is a source of considerable vexation, as he has yet to establish his own power base and is responsible for a considerable number of dependents, including the elderly and women, who require proper accommodations. In such circumstances, leading others south would present a vastly different scenario. After all, the technology behind papermaking is not particularly advanced. Should it be transported to the south, it would undoubtedly be replicated by others. In that case, The paper produced in the North would lack competitiveness, and any hope of profiting from such dubious means would be futile, unless William glanced back at the tightly shut door, where Robert and Eddard continued their conversation within. Chapter 23. Journey south. Unless either of these two individuals offers their endorsement, William is holding something of significant importance close to him, a concept he intends to unveil, the patent law. Indeed, he plans to create a patent and seek the endorsement of one of them. However, he must carefully time the introduction of this patent law, ensuring both parties are amenable to it. The timing is crucial, as the king's entourage will linger here for several days. A mere whisper in their ears may suffice. Once the low technical value of this invention is revealed, Ed will have no choice but to lend his endorsement for profit. Yet, if this is to transpire, it is likely that William must journey south, possibly without his usual entourage, resorting instead to on-site resources and personnel cultivation. Given the invention's rudimentary nature, extensive training for staff need not be emphasized. Why should he expend significant effort and money to transport a convoy when he could simply recruit a group of idle freemen at a fraction of the cost? The hand of the king may be unaware of the capital shortage in the capital, but the king himself should be quite aware. With such conditions, I could easily gather a band of idle freemen for you, which would undoubtedly be more economical than transporting a large contingent and their equipment southward. While I may not be in dire need of funds, every bit saved is advantageous, especially since I still owe a considerable sum to my father-in-law. While I cannot forego the tournament, I can certainly economize on the pomp of the convoy. Thus, William set forth on his journey south with two subordinates. A wild woman named Hyde, a diminutive companion, his griffin, and a maid. As for the wild individuals left behind, Hood will manage them. The two adult griffins were brought back, and Lord Ed personally arranged for William to borrow the dragon tower at the Red Keep for the griffin's enclosure. William intends to trade the paper he creates for a new suit of armor, and perhaps procure a fine shield as well. After all, his last encounter with those griffins was rather severe. Robert took a moment to inspect the male griffin, its scarred visage quite striking. Gazing at the large scar on the beast's face and then at the small, not particularly robust body of its handler, Robert found it hard to believe. After all, this griffin does not appear significantly shorter than William. Yes, your majesty. The rotund figure before him seemed to regard him with disdain, but he is the king. So William chose to endure it. Indeed, endure, for he would not have many days left. This time, due to some minor issues with paper production, William missed the opportunity to intervene in Bran being thrown from the window. Although his relationship with the Stark family is not particularly strong, they are, at best, mere acquaintances. However, one must acknowledge that this family is destined to play a pivotal role in the future. William initially intended to cultivate a cordial relationship with them, yet upon reflection, he deems it prudent to reconsider, particularly since this family narrowly escaped annihilation in the end. As a subordinate to the current head of the family, it would ostensibly be a wise move to ingratiate himself with the offspring of his household. However, the reality is that they might not even acknowledge him, which is secondary. Although there exists a slight familial connection, William does not consider himself particularly adept at socializing. The prospect of directly engaging with these individuals seems nearly impossible. The Stark children possess an untamed spirit that is difficult to manage. Their unwavering integrity further distances them from someone as cunning as himself. The only attributes that might earn him their regard are his intellect and design prowess, which, admittedly, are not extraordinary talents, but rather stem from his advanced origins in another dimension. His cognitive abilities and ideas diverge significantly from those of the inhabitants here, allowing him to conceive or discover things they had never imagined or experienced. Nevertheless, discussing these matters is of little consequence, as the position of House Stark may not hold significant relevance for William's forthcoming endeavors. Despite their slight kinship, he finds the Starks perpetually daunting and unapproachable, as they are ultimately his employers. Would one wish to spend every waking moment in the company of their boss? William harbors a nuanced perspective toward the Starks. Robb is an exceptional commander, a mediocre military strategist, and a lackluster politician. While his tactical acumen is formidable, his grand strategic vision lacks precision. He similarly disdains the art of subterfuge, relegating him to the ranks of an inferior statesman. Arya's wild disposition is evident. She is meticulous, yet lacks the composure necessary to temper her impulsive nature, often acting on her whims without regard for consequences. As for the three fools, they transition from infatuation and selfishness to a mastery of political intrigue that mirrors William's own, albeit with distinct differences, as he occasionally adheres to certain moral boundaries. Next, regarding Rickon and Bran, William is not particularly familiar with Rickon. However, Bran's fall from the tower can be viewed as a pivotal moment in his life. Since William did not intervene to prevent Bran's tumble, he does not intend to expend much effort on him, adhering to the ancient Chinese proverb of respecting deities from a distance. Moreover, William himself is not particularly inclined toward the supernatural. As an engineering student, he prefers to trust in the tools at his disposal rather than in the divinities described in books. As for the three-eyed raven's prophetic abilities, William is also privy to certain future events, given that he possesses comprehensive knowledge of the narrative. Regarding the activities he undertakes that may alter the narrative, it is likely that, given his mastery over events and the technological advantages he possesses, any changes will not be excessively detrimental. As for the three-eyed raven, it is sufficient for William to avoid offending this deity. He should strive to minimize conflicts with the remaining Stark family. However, if circumstances necessitate, William would not hesitate to take decisive action. After all, Bran, having become the three-eyed raven, is known for his cold-heartedness, neglecting even his own family. One cannot expect him to seek vengeance for his brothers. The three-eyed raven is devoid of emotions. Thus, as long as there is no significant impact on Bran himself or on the future world, it is likely that matters can be resolved amicably. Chapter 24. Production plans, my lord. Shall we produce paper under the name of the Warden or Winterfell? William inquired as he rode up to Ed, who was situated in the heart of the procession. Let us initially proceed under the name of the North. Should business flourish later, we might leverage the Iron Throne's name, while the profits will still belong to the merchant shops. Ed had not anticipated that this venture into papermaking could allow the Iron Throne to secure substantial funding from the Iron Bank. After all, during this era, the productivity of Westeros is relatively advanced, while that of Essos lags significantly behind. Westeros can still meet part of the demand for parchment, whereas books from Essos are considered precious resources. Books are regarded as valuable primarily because paper itself is scarce. Without paper, the very foundation for writing books ceases to exist. Due to this unfortunate reality, the cultural legacy of the entire realm of ice and fire largely relies on oral tradition. Paper is not merely a scarce resource in Westeros, but it is even more so in Essos. Indeed, the quantity of books possessed by each trading city-state in Essos pales in comparison to even a fraction of what the Citadel holds. Many from Essos travel to the Citadel to further their education, yet upon completion, they do not become scholars, but rather choose to return to their homelands, making the Citadel akin to a university. Thus, the commercial value of papermaking will undoubtedly be recognized by the Iron Bank of Essos. Consequently, it is essential to keep papermaking technology highly confidential, preventing widespread leakage of techniques. This ensures that the Iron Throne can utilize this technology to procure sufficient funds from the Iron Bank whenever needed. To put it plainly, this means persuading the Iron Bank to financially support the purchase of paper for the Iron Throne. Likewise, given the principle that rarity enhances value, as long as the production of paper is strictly controlled, these sheets will yield ample funds for the Iron Throne. Thus, it is evident that such production could not possibly take place within the palace, as the sheer number of individuals inside would heighten the risk of information leakage. The treasury is not lacking in funds. Should they manage to pry open the lips of even a single servant within the palace, acquiring this technology would be exceedingly simple. Consequently, securing a property in a secluded area of Jinling to serve as a base for paper production becomes paramount. Direct production within the capital remains fraught with peril, hence, it is prudent to establish the production base externally. Each batch of paper would be escorted to the Red Fortress by the Red Guard, which would then oversee its distribution to the market. After all, the current Lord of Winterfell is, after all, under the King's purview, and utilizing the Red Guards to transport the Lord's private assets is reasonable. Now, a method must be devised to ensure the confidential transport and delivery of this paper. Furthermore, it is essential to inform the residents that the quality of this paper, while inferior, will be priced lower than usual. As Eddard is not well versed in commercial matters, he entrusts full ownership and management of this endeavor to William. It is imperative for William to swiftly demonstrate the advantages of this plant-based paper production. Initially, he must deploy a significant workforce to the nearby royal cemetery to gather an ample supply of bark, should it be unavailable in the vicinity. They will have to source it from the north, inevitably increasing costs. However, compared to the exorbitant prices of parchment, which is shockingly high, there is surely profit to be made. Currently, the price is set around 1 silver stag for 10 sheets of paper, which is considerably more favorable than the nearly 2 silver stags per sheet for parchment on the market. Large-scale production should yield commercial benefits. After all, a complete set of equipment costs approximately 7 to 8 silver stags and can produce a substantial quantity of paper, ensuring a return on investment. Next, The dimensions of the paper must be determined. William has contemplated this and believes the optimal size should be half that of standard parchment. This size would enable the production of several sheets per batch, thereby enhancing efficiency and reducing costs. Given that a single piece of parchment is not particularly large, if cut in half and sold at this price, it could be acceptable. However, if the dimensions are reduced excessively, it may deter potential buyers, as overly small sheets are of little utility. Upon entering King's Landing, William promptly led Miao and Joel to scour the commercial district for a suitable shop, one that meets the criteria of being devoid of towering buildings and intricate alleys, ideally with no other commercial activities nearby, a standalone establishment, sufficiently spacious, complete with a courtyard. Simultaneously, Eddard brought along 50 soldiers, assigning 10 to William for defensive measures, ensuring that the technology remains secure. William opted for an alternative strategy, acquiring an extensive property but utilizing only one of the shops, while the remaining spaces would serve as rest areas for soldiers and staff. Given the inability to ensure the stability of defenses, the only viable option is to acquire all the affordable accommodations in the vicinity. Subsequently, we shall proceed to relocate the residents within and seal off the entire alley, thereby ensuring the security of our technology. Likewise, production must occur outside the city. William has contemplated that if all personnel, especially those requiring substantial labor, are engaged in production here, it would be challenging to ensure their discretion. Therefore, it is prudent to implement a closed management system, relocating all workers and their families to the outskirts of the city, near the sources of raw materials. If no local sources are available, arrangements will be made with the northern territories to determine a designated location for transporting production materials to a fixed site. With the production base established nearby, William has meticulously verified that production must be situated at a reasonable distance from rivers and forests, predicated on the availability of raw materials. However, if immediate access to such materials is not feasible, an alternative approach must be adopted, selecting tributaries for production. Fortunately, Miao has successfully located a modest forest outside, and the quality of the tree bark, upon William's inspection, appears suitable for use. Similarly, other materials can be sourced locally. After all, finding a few skilled carpenters is feasible, and both Miao and Joel can lend their expertise. As for the two captive wild men, they have been assigned to a standalone courtyard to train griffins. The griffin's keen sense of smell can be advantageous. Although it remains uncertain how humans will react to such large creatures, it is likely that smaller wildlife, such as cats and dogs, will be deterred. One must not underestimate such details. Any noise could prompt alert sentinels to investigate. If these minor sounds result in an intrusion by others, the situation could become precarious. Chapter 25. Recruiting personnel with the venue established and a production plan in place. Along with the necessary equipment in production, the next task is to recruit personnel. Currently, William's resources include 10 northern guards and the regular transport of goods by the Red Keep's attendants, which is insufficient for direct production engagement. Moreover, in a place like King's Landing, William deems it essential to maintain a standing force of around 100 personnel. This way, should any individuals resort to desperate measures, he can swiftly organize a defense. Thus, the objective should be to recruit between 140 and 150 individuals to ensure continued production. The remaining personnel will also require training, forming the paper mill's own armed forces and intelligence operatives. Therefore, for the initial recruitment wave, William intends to expand the number to 300. Furthermore, it is imperative that these 300 individuals come from reputable backgrounds. Unfortunately, if they do not, William finds it difficult to place his trust in them. In light of Robert's prolonged endeavors to distribute wealth among the populace, William has made an objective assessment that the unemployment rate within the city is likely not excessive. Although some of Robert's actions have indeed strained the finances of the Iron Throne, such extravagant expenditures have, in fact, stimulated certain economic activities among the people. As consumption is a vital driver of domestic demand, Robert's sustained high-level spending has inadvertently fostered the development of the entire craft industry in King's Landing. The flourishing of this sector, in turn, compels urban prosperity, given that a significant portion of the city's citizenry comprises artisans and merchants. The prospect of nurturing respectable sons in rural areas appears considerably diminished, as these respectable sons essentially represent the middle class of this era. This notion holds true particularly within the context of contemporary China. Conversely, in the West, lower productivity has led to a further relaxation of the standards associated with these so-called respectable sons. William's focus now shifts towards the second or third sons of artisan and commercial households, those who are less likely to be sustained. After all, In the current context of King's Landing, managing to support 2 sons is already a formidable challenge, and those families capable of sustaining 3 to 4 are undoubtedly a rarity. The number of children born directly influences the quality of life for these families, and in a city devoid of nightlife, the common folk have little entertainment beyond procreation. Thus, while commercial families may fare somewhat better, artisan households, especially those with numerous apprentices and craftsmen, often find themselves compelled to intensify their labor. Moreover, it is not merely a matter of minor incentives. William also intends to seek out carpenters, masons, and blacksmiths, while establishing connections with the north for the regular supply of raw materials and iron ore. Ultimately, William's ambition is to assemble a contingent that is half worker and half armed. In the perilous environment of King's Landing, the absence of some form of military strength would leave William feeling rather uneasy. As for the combat readiness of his trained forces, William expresses confidence. After all, the gold-cloaked guards rely solely on their numbers, their equipment being far from luxurious. With adequate training, nutrition, and strategic formation, the respectable sons should find it manageable to confront the gold-cloaked guards. Similarly, William plans to gradually relocate the group of wildlings he left in the north to this area. As there are few capable fighters in King's Landing, his intention is to bolster his own combat strength, ideally assembling a force of several hundred men. This way, should events unfold as depicted in the texts, he would not have to rely solely on Eddard with a mere handful of soldiers. Additionally, he must learn to cultivate his own intelligence network, a task that will likely become feasible only after work commences. Despite meticulous calculations, the issue of poverty remains unaccounted for. Without financial resources, execution of his plans is impossible. Thus, the immediate objective is to generate funds. Certainly, aside from amassing wealth, William also intends to gather all the younger orphans in the city and nurture them into his little birds. Furthermore, he must allocate some initial funds to engage with Lord Varys. Similarly, a portion of the finances should be set aside to prepare for the impending coup against the Gold Cloaks, specifically by bribing certain military leaders who are not on amicable terms with the commander of the capital's guard. According to William's personal understanding, the entire city guard comprises over 2,000 gold cloaks. Although approximately 500 of them are loyal to the highest commander of the capital, they need only to control a single gate. As long as this gate can be opened during combat, that would suffice. Moreover, the industrial zone must be fortified with a substantial defense force and possess a certain level of self-sufficiency. William plans to establish an additional cellar, aside from the underground drying room, to store the food and various supplies necessary for the entire industrial area. Additionally, a sufficient number of blacksmiths should be allocated to produce more crossbows, bows, and other equipment. William believes that once the coup erupts, he must inevitably partake in it, whether to cover his lord's retreat or to relocate his remaining assets and other belongings. This requires a considerable military presence, along with a contingency plan. Should the endeavor fail and Cersei along with her subordinates successfully seize power, he must have a stronghold to rely on while awaiting the arrival of northern forces. If circumstances permit, he might even launch a counterattack in the Gold Cloak region, as aside from some noble-owned troops and the city guard, there is no formidable army. A force of several hundred could easily dismantle any opposing troops. Indeed, if the troops in the Gold Cloak region are not mobilized vigorously, the garrison's numbers at the castle should not be excessive. In such a scenario, if they are ambushed, the likelihood of mobilization is nearly non-existent. Once the conflict begins and Eddard is rescued, William will disseminate information about Cersei's usurpation and Jaime's incestuous actions across all regions, regardless of whether it is believed. If this information does not circulate, the lords of the Gold Cloak region will be unlikely to mobilize their armies. This would provide an opportunity to breach any obstruction and successfully advance northward. Once they reach the valley and enter its confines, they can delve into the deep mountains. At that point, the sky would be their only limit, and with Eddard present, the valley's forces would undoubtedly side with them. Of course, if they fail to secure Eddard, they will forcefully charge into the valley, cutting through it straight towards the neck. As long as they do not head towards the Blood Gate, they should be able to succeed, even if it means navigating through the mountain ravines. Chapter 26. Recruiting. Bearing a large signboard inscribed with North Stark Group Paper Industry, William and Joel made their way to the bustling streets of King's Landing. Indeed, this prominent brand serves to signify one's status. Yet the most crucial aspect lies in the benefits offered beneath its banner. The recruitment aimed at enlisting 300 young men, providing a comprehensive array of services, including accommodation and sustenance. Surprisingly, they spent an entire morning calling out for recruits without any success, as if no one was inclined to respond. This was quite astonishing, Given that the offered conditions were rather favorable, logically, one would expect to attract candidates. In the afternoon, William instructed Joel to take Hyde to the designated area, while he himself scoured the various slums and shelters throughout the city in search of suitable children. It is essential to cultivate spies from a young age. Simultaneously, William remained vigilant, mindful of the possibility that some among them might be disguised little birds masquerading as beggars. The little birds belonging to Lord Varys have always been a source of considerable discomfort for William, and he was keen to avoid incorporating them into his ranks, as doing so could lead to unnecessary complications. The infiltration of members from rival intelligence organizations into his own raised a troubling question. Had he unwittingly recruited a double agent? Identifying these little birds is quite straightforward. He could take this group of beggars and orphans home for a few days, observing if anyone attempted to slip away during times of lax supervision. Any individual attempting to share intelligence would be promptly expelled. There was no need for concern, as the griffins could detect any unusual sense within a radius of 600 meters. By allowing each child to be sniffed by the griffins upon their return, any unusual individuals or scents appearing nearby would be uncovered. Even the faceless men could not evade such investigative methods, while one might alter their appearance. One cannot change their inherent scent. For William, the griffin, particularly the young griffin, served not only as a steed and companion, but also as a formidable hunting dog, a guardian of sorts. Next, William's focus shifted to training these soldiers. His strategy was rather straightforward. He called upon Hood from the north to lead all wildlings southward to bolster their numbers, as this area was in dire need of manpower. While wildlings may not be the most loyal, they were generally reliable enough. However, these robust young men needed to be contained, lest they stir up trouble. Thus, it was essential to provide alternative outlets for their energies, not through illicit activities, as William was not inclined to pursue such paths. How could the soldiers be afforded a reasonable and appropriate means of release? William resolved to introduce a new game, although the specifics were still under contemplation. After all, there are only a handful of multiplayer games that allow for such an outlet. Additionally, he intended to promote a novel sport within the military, full armor combat. This endeavor could effectively serve as a daily training regimen for the soldiers, though it would be framed as recreation. Similarly, improvements to the soldiers' armor and equipment have been placed on William's agenda. It is advisable for the soldiers to master the use of striking weapons, such as the bone club, as employing a knife against plate armor is neither practical nor conventional. However, when confronted with wights and other supernatural foes, a sharper sword would undoubtedly prove more effective. Thus, during their training, it would be prudent to have them wield heavier implements, like steel whips, which not only enhance their arm strength, but also inflict a degree of damage upon armor. These tools, being more substantial than typical swords, would amplify their power when they eventually wield swords, subtly cultivating their strength in the process. Of course, aside from these enhancements, William does not intend to make sweeping changes to the routine, which largely resembles regular soldier training. It is essential, especially for a man of his stature, to cultivate a loyal following. While occasionally adopting a more approachable demeanor is necessary, maintaining a semblance of authority is equally important. Therefore, the management has been allocated a separate mess hall, albeit with limited rations. Although the leadership consists of only a few individuals, they may occasionally utilize the smaller facilities, particularly when the overarching overseer, Ed, conducts inspections. Ed's intention regarding these matters was that they originally belonged to William's personal domain. However, if they could contribute to the kingdom's tax revenue, that would be ideal. In addition to this method of generating income, William also recommended implementing a commercial tax to Ed. This tax is not merely a straightforward levy on shops. Rather, it constitutes a comprehensive system designed to exert pressure on all capitalists and small business owners, providing an effective means of extraction. Naturally, all earnings would be submitted to Ed for management, as King's Landing is replete with artisans and craftsmen. Although William's recruitment efforts may face challenges, securing commercial tax revenue would still be advantageous for the Iron Throne, especially given the king's propensity for expenditure. However, the king's spending habits are not the most alarming aspect. What is truly concerning is his reckless financial management. The current state of King's Landing, while diplomatically referred to as wealth hidden among the populace, starkly reveals a severe depletion of resources within the ruling class. While the Lannister family could traditionally offer financial loans to the kingdom, the harsh realities of their own struggles remain only too evident. William is acutely aware that the last gold mine of the Lannister family was exhausted 3 years prior. This implies that the Iron Throne's financial resources are akin to Schrodinger's cat. One cannot assert their absence, but can only suggest their existence in theory. In practical terms, This situation is somewhat subjective, yet it is hardly favorable news for the Iron Throne. Thus, it is fortunate that the concealment is sufficiently robust, and the news blockade is absolute. Otherwise, the great lords below might already be stirring with ambition. However, this is not the most pressing issue at hand. The most critical dilemma lies in the matter of the Lannister family's unwillingness to relinquish their noble position. While the Tyrell family is eager to exchange substantial financial resources for elevated political prestige, the question then arises, whom should one choose between the two? Logically speaking, selecting the Tyrells would undoubtedly be the wisest choice, for they possess immense wealth and military strength. Yet, one must not overlook the paramount fact that the entirety of King's Landing is predominantly under Lannister control. They have held sway in the capital for decades, rendering their power formidable. In such circumstances, should a member of the Tyrell family assume a position of authority, it is likely they would meet their demise before even settling into their seat. Consequently, it becomes imperative to strategically position officials within the administration. However, it is crucial to acknowledge that all non-Lannister affiliates are effectively ostracized within the military ranks, making it exceedingly difficult to incorporate members from other families unless they hold significant power and influence. This raises another conundrum. Those sufficiently influential have likely been assassinated before they could even enter the fray, presenting a perplexing dilemma. Chapter 27. Successfully attracting personnel. It must be noted that none of the participants or executors involved in this undertaking initially considered a fundamental issue. The very essence of the plan and its execution hinges on the ability to attract individuals. Given the exorbitant expenditures of the Iron Throne over the years, the artisans of King's Landing may be living far beyond their expectations. William toiled throughout the day, and aside from a modicum of attention garnered from the exhibition of the Wildling woman, who is a rare specimen, he managed to recruit only 2 individuals. Indeed, during the entire afternoon of outreach, the total number of recruits barely surpassed 8, a dismal return for a day's labor. While many came to observe, numerous individuals, akin to the vagabonds, were certainly not suitable candidates for recruitment. Thus, the situation becomes unmistakably clear under the extravagant regime of the Iron Throne. The overall number of individuals willing to engage is inherently limited. Why would a respectable individual with a stable livelihood abandon their own pursuits to partake in this endeavor? As for seeking assistance from the Iron Throne in recruitment, who knows what questionable elements they might attract? We are in the business of production, not a haven for ne'er-do-wells. After all, the demand for personnel is considerable, while the number of those in King's Landing struggling to make ends meet is relatively low. In this scenario, William would have to borrow some individuals from Ed, dispatching them throughout the entire realm of the Stormlands, extending even to the adjacent valleys and the Stormlands themselves, as well as to the regions of the Westlands and the Riverlands, in order to recruit those noble youths who cannot support themselves. It became evident that, after altering his approach, there were indeed some gains. The entirety of King's Landing was essentially in a state where new individuals arrived daily. The physical condition of these noble youths was relatively satisfactory, barring a few afflicted with sexually transmitted diseases who required special accommodations, such as residing in separate quarters. The remaining individuals were generally in good health. Surprisingly, the most prevalent sexually transmitted disease in Westeros turned out to be syphilis, a fact that William had not anticipated. The first point of concern was the unexpected prevalence of syphilis, suggesting that the ailments of this world bore striking similarities to those of his original one. Intriguingly here, syphilis was referred to as Summer Isle sores, a name derived from its transmission from the Summer Isles. As for this particular type of venereal disease, William found himself without effective remedies. However, it seemed that its spread throughout Westeros was limited, affecting only a small portion of the populace in the Stormlands and the Reach, while the rest maintained decent health and vitality. Fortunately, they had not been crammed into the same dormitory, as this disease could lead to psychological disturbances in its later stages. Nevertheless, having recruited these individuals, there was little else to be done. It was commendable enough to have managed to gather so many in the early stages, while they had not yet reached the advanced phases of the affliction. It was prudent to assign them to the least skilled labor until a strategy could be devised to dismiss them later. After all, syphilis, in its latter stages, could adversely affect the development of the nervous system, significantly increasing the likelihood of errors in judgment. Regardless of the circumstances, the essential personnel required for basic operations had been barely secured. The next step would be to initiate a large-scale production movement. However, it was crucial not to act too hastily, for these over 200 noble youths, if not managed appropriately, could result in substantial losses. Patience was necessary as they awaited the arrival of individuals from the north. With a decisive gesture, William sent word to Harrenhal, requesting 20 captives from his father. A request made with a sense of urgency. Although the others might not be capable, Haed was a figure of considerable esteem within this group. As long as he could be kept in line, the Wildlings would likely remain loyal to William's cause. In this context, utilizing the Wildlings to maintain order among these employees could yield favorable results. William's original proposal involved positioning the Wildlings in a unique role within his subsequent endeavors, serving as his personal guard. Indeed, one could not deny the impressive physical prowess of this group, in comparison to ordinary peasants and others, even against these noble youths. The Wildlings exhibited superior physical condition and combat capabilities. If he could charm this band of Wildlings with his charisma, they would transform into a formidable fighting force. For the time being, reliance upon their former leader remains essential to keep them in check, and similarly, the presence of griffins is crucial for maintaining order. A male and female pair of formidable griffins now allow William to approach them without the fear of being toppled by their fierce demeanor. After all, he has triumphed in a fair confrontation against two of these majestic creatures, thus managing to assert a semblance of dominion over the colossal beasts, which guarantees a measure of martial strength. Of course, the remaining minor tasks are entrusted to the so-called caretaker among the wild, who is faring quite well. However, as their size increases, so too does their appetite, which is less than favorable news, considering that the dried meat brought from the north is nearing its end. Currently, they are relying on hunting in the nearby forest to supplement their meat supply, yet the yield from such efforts is uncertain. Faced with griffins the size of hungry calves, William must devise a swift strategy to both increase resources and reduce expenditure. Should he perhaps prepare for agricultural endeavors? Marking off a section within the expansive camp for livestock and cultivation seems a promising idea, quickly taking precedence in William's thoughts. However, upon reflection, it appears premature. After all, these griffins are still growing, and one cannot simply erect a roofed enclosure for livestock. It is essential to first build rapport with these creatures, gaining control over their behavior and teaching them where they may roam, what they may consume, and what must be avoided. Otherwise, it would not constitute husbandry, but rather an expensive misadventure, as their combined appetite now rivals that of their parents. This implies that he must expend the equivalent of 2 cattle to satisfy these young griffins' nutritional needs for less than a week. Therefore, establishing agriculture and livestock management within the camp seems increasingly imperative. Chapter 28. Expansion of the industrial zone due to unforeseen circumstances. Although William initially determined the approximate number of recruits, the pace of construction in the industrial zone has been impeded, as individuals are arriving from various directions at staggered intervals. This presents a somewhat awkward situation. Given the varying distances from their point of origin, arrival times differ significantly. In such a scenario, one must make do with what is available, as not all personnel could be mobilized at once, resulting in a later completion of the industrial park than anticipated. The entire zone is situated upstream along a tributary of the Greenwater River, adjacent to the only forest within the domain, making it the most accessible source of materials. The park is comprised of 3 sections, one designated for training and daily recreation, serving as a venue for workers to engage in routine combat training and athletic activities. At the very center stands a church dedicated to the 7 gods. Although neither William nor the soldiers from the north adhere to this faith, it is evident that such beliefs are more advantageous in the south. Thus, why not employ them? After all, faith serves merely as a tool to achieve one's objectives. The entire perimeter of the compound is encircled by a rudimentary wooden wall, accompanied by a moat, deer traps, and a drawbridge. The soldiers explain that formidable beasts roam the nearby forest, necessitating defensive measures. Otherwise, an attack on the laborers could result in significant losses. However, the true reasons are well understood among the men. Thus commenced the paper-making endeavor. The remarkable work ethic of over 300 young men led to the swift construction of dormitories and storage areas, after which the paper-making process began. To prevent the leakage of techniques and various other factors, including the threat of industrial espionage, William divided all personnel into 6 groups. Each group was isolated from one another by various means, ensuring they could not see each other, with each group assigned to different tasks. Initially, the harvested bark was soaked in water, then mixed with lime. After half a day of soaking, the remaining bark was extracted and subjected to boiling. The liquid byproduct was collected and combined with manure to create a pulp for storage. The boiled bark was then crushed, and its juices were extracted to form a slurry. This white liquid was applied to wooden surfaces and allowed to air dry, ultimately resulting in sheets of paper. The drying process required a bit more time, Hence, it was decided to utilize the previously developed method of drying in a cellar, albeit for no longer than a day. The remaining half of the day, the sheets were still required to dry under the sun. With the reduction in drying time, the resulting paper exhibited enhanced strength and flexibility, though it retained a somewhat crumpled texture. William surmised that the quality of the paper might be directly linked to the geographical location of the drying process and the airtightness of the drying room. However, it was not feasible to manage this aspect at the moment, as the priority was to expedite the production of the first batch of paper and transport it to the Red Keep, where the Iron Throne was already pressing for it. The initial batch comprised approximately 200 sheets, intended as a form of introduction for newcomers. Once the first batch was wrapped, it was swiftly loaded onto carts, escorted by the guards of the Red Keep into the city. All of the first batch of paper would be delivered to the Iron Bank for evaluation, establishing its market price. This price would primarily reflect the rates circulating in Essos, while those in Westeros could be determined at their discretion. Any surplus paper produced would be escorted by northern soldiers to the shops within the city. The initial batch of this paper, truthfully, does not evoke a particularly favorable impression. A portion of it appears somewhat crumpled, likely due to the drying process. However, in comparison to the previous quality, it no longer exhibits that excessively brittle characteristic. One can squeeze it firmly without it crumbling to pieces. Nevertheless, it remains inconvenient for writing purposes. This inconvenience is relative, of course, as parchment is quite expensive. While it is indeed pleasant to write on, the crux lies in economizing. A little extra effort is a small price to pay. Although over half, if not more, of the populace in King's Landing is illiterate, rendering paper nearly inconsequential to them, the exorbitant price of such materials was never intended for these commoners and uneducated individuals. This product was originally designed for merchants and nobility, serving as a daily tool for bookkeeping and correspondence, as well as enabling bards to inscribe their poetry and prose for public dissemination. Lords, too, could utilize it for drafting contracts and other official documents. The quality of this paper is commendable, likely resistant to self-degradation, which means, if preserved properly, it could retain considerable utility and efficiency over time. Most importantly, its affordability allows for the preservation of many contracts, facilitating their enforcement. Yet these implications are secondary. Although the quality of this batch of paper leaves much to be desired, it is nevertheless functional. Concurrently, William is advancing to the next phase of his plan, cultivating an intelligence network. He has summoned all orphans aged 1 to 4 in King's Landing. Within the city's alleys, rumors circulate about a group of individuals clad in gray robes traversing the streets, searching for abandoned children. This group comprises some of William's wildlings and soldiers from the north. After William sent the initial funds along with a personal letter and paper samples back to Caho City, Rickard promptly dispatched over 60 previously captured wildlings and another 20 soldiers with the messenger, who converged with a large contingent of wildlings and other members from the mountain folk descending from Linglong City. Consequently, the industrial area now possesses a semblance of human vitality. Thus, the next step is to commence military training. A substantial tract of land within the industrial zone has been allocated for agricultural development. When necessary, this commercial enclave will serve as one of the strongholds for the faction to endure until the arrival of Robb and his forces. Soon after, however, unforeseen events transpired in King's Landing, compelling William to hasten his actions. Chapter 29. The incident as William commanded his soldiers to scour the streets for the orphans. Another convoy set out from Winterfell. While passing through the valley, they rendezvoused with a small group of valley folk, proceeding discreetly along the back roads directly towards King's Landing. This team is led by Lady Cat, and Catelyn can hardly believe that her son could fall from such a height while playing. Nearby the incident, they discovered a Valyrian steel dagger adorned with a dragon bone, a weapon only those of royal blood could possess. Shortly after the event, Bran narrowly escaped an assassination attempt in his own chamber, and Catelyn received a letter implicating Tyrion in pushing Bran from the tower. All these factors converge to create immense suspicion. Catelyn must journey to King's Landing to seek out Eddard. For this matter is beyond the capacity of a mere woman to handle. It is undeniable that this could lead to an official conflict with the Westerlands. The Lord of Winterfell cannot afford to show weakness, especially since his son was nearly slain in his own home by members of another house. Should this incident become public, it would be a severe blow to the Stark family's reputation, demanding decisive action. Moreover, Casterly Rock cannot yield either, for strictly speaking. Tyrion is the only legitimate heir to Casterly Rock. Among Tywin's direct descendants, Cersei is the queen, and Jaime serves as a Kingsguard, thus neither can marry, start a family, or inherit titles. Consequently, whether he desires it or not, the title of heir must fall upon Tyrion. What does it signify when one's heir is captured in a foreign territory? Tywin is unlikely to remain passive in such a situation, thus necessitating some form of physical engagement between the Lannisters and the Starks. For both families, retreat is not an option. Thus, this decision must be sanctioned by the head of House Stark. Therefore, Lady Cat hastens southward to seek Eddard, demanding justice for her son and an explanation from the Lannisters. The meeting is once again arranged by Peter Baelish at his family's brothel. Picture the hand of the king being dragged into a brothel by the master of coin. However, as Catelyn departs, an unexpected turn of events occurs. She collides with a group of northern soldiers alongside the Kingsguard who are searching for orphans in the city. The soldiers instinctively exclaim, "My lady, what are you doing here?" Unfortunately, one of the Kingsguard is from House Lannister and quickly reports this information to Cersei and Jaime upon returning. Both are immediately alarmed. After all, they had orchestrated the push. Now, the fact that Bran's mother has arrived without cause suggests one possibility. They may have deduced the connection between her arrival and their involvement. This situation becomes increasingly precarious. If Eddard begins to suspect their complicity, he may notice the discrepancies in the hair color of the two princes and princess, leading to dire consequences. After all, Eddard is no Jon Arryn. The former hand had little military power at his disposal in King's Landing. Even if they were to eliminate the old man, it would not incite significant unrest within the city. However, Ed's situation is markedly different. Firstly, he commands a formidable retinue of nearly 50 men from the Northwest Guard. Additionally, beyond the city, along the Green Fork River, there exists a sizable paper-making enterprise comprised of northerners. Should conflict arise, it would be challenging to contain. Consequently, a strategy must be devised to disperse the northern forces within the realm. As per custom, the Lannister family dispatched their most loyal henchman, Ser Gregor Clegane, to lead his mercenaries into the Riverlands, wreaking havoc and demonstrating his distinct characteristics. The objective was to lure Ed into sending troops to suppress them. However, this time Ed had a greater number of capable individuals at his disposal. In light of the circumstances, he directly appointed William to confront Gregor for the Karstark family. Having not only transported people and goods, also sent word to Ed, providing him with an additional 20 soldiers. In this context, William, equipped with 2 griffins, 3 or 4 elite guards, over 20 northern soldiers, and a considerably larger contingent of wildlings, emerged as the prime candidate to tackle Gregor. Frankly speaking, did Ed mistakenly believe that William possessed some enhancement against large creatures? Does my character panel contain any indication of an anti-large trait? Gregor is so towering. Do I appear capable of confronting him? Furthermore, the timing seems off. William quickly recalled that this period should be post-tournament, with the actual event commencing 2 days hence. Should he not wait until after the tournament to advance? After all, the prize money appeared quite appealing. Although William had mastered the art of paper-making and possessed substantial income from it, such earnings were subject to taxation by the duchy, needed investment for industrial park development, and were required to nurture his armed forces and intelligence network. Any surplus funds were to be returned to Caho City for economic development, leaving little remaining. Simultaneously, a considerable amount of iron ore and adept blacksmiths were necessary to forge weapons for the soldiers in these industrial parks. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern. The paramount issue was his need for additional funds to sustain his social circle and expand his connections, which would consequently broaden the market for his paper. Thus, dispatching him at this juncture would indeed be quite challenging. Nevertheless, William remained confident in his ability to secure a commendable position in the tournament and earn some prize money. After all, the Knight of Flowers, with his prowess in jousting, held a distinct advantage over him. However, William possessed a secret weapon, the hair of griffins. Indeed, the griffin's fur could astonish horses and other wild animals, and bringing such a token into the arena would likely startle the opponent's steed. Although knights are undeniably powerful, clad in their plate armor, they present an intimidating challenge. However, the plate armor itself is not excessively thick, as the steel production in Western Europe is relatively low. Moreover, the interior of the armor is lined with cotton and fabric padding, which contributes to its formidable appearance. This type of plate armor is indeed quite challenging to pierce. However, if their warhorses were to become startled, the situation would be entirely different. This is the tactic William employs to counter them. Chapter 30. The Tournament, for 1,000 words. In celebration of Prince Joffrey's name day, Robert, disregarding the dire financial state of the Iron Throne, insisted on hosting a grand tournament, elevating the prize money to an exceptionally high level, ensuring that the champion, runner-up, and third place all received substantial rewards. William, keenly aware of the prize, saw it as essential especially as he might soon embark on a campaign against the mountain, thus necessitating an upgrade to his equipment. Due to Sir Gregor's early pillaging in the Riverlands, which may have been a directive from Tywin or his own initiative, he was unable to participate in this tournament. William donned his unique northern leather armor. To be candid, he was not particularly adept at wielding a polearm. After all, such weaponry was not permitted in the arena of full armored combat, as its sharpness could easily prove fatal. Only someone lacking in common sense would consider using it as a sporting implement. Yet, the medieval mindset differed significantly. Dying in a duel could sometimes bestow greater honor than perishing on the battlefield, for it demonstrated a refusal to flee in the face of insurmountable foes. Meeting one's end in the duel was regarded as a noble and proud demise. Furthermore, since most participants were interconnected, unless one found themselves facing a long-standing enemy, it was unlikely that they would strike with lethal intent. Knights known to employ deadly force in tournaments often garnered reputations of disdain within noble circles, labeled as merciless or ruthless. Of course, such titles were of little consequence to the formidable Knight of the Mountain, Gregor, who seemed indifferent to the opinions of fellow nobles and common folk alike. Yet, for other noble knights, particularly those competing such as Loras, the Knight of Flowers, and members of prominent noble families, caution was paramount. The chivalric code dictated that one must not wield their sword against the weak. To do so and take a life was a grave affront. With a heart full of apprehension, William donned his wolf-shaped helmet. Indeed, his helm was a custom creation resembling a wolf's head, with what should have been the teeth fashioned into eye slits. It bore resemblance to a hound's mask, though William had taken care to enhance the wolf-like features, with ears that stood tall and proud. Now, it no longer resembles a hunting dog, but rather a husky. Of course, in the realm of Westeros, no one is familiar with such a breed. They merely regard it as an unimpressive wolf. Opposing William is a knight from House Rogers of the Vale. Undeterred, William mounts his steed, confident that under his training, these horses can approach a griffin without fear. The two young knights bow to one another, lower their visors, mount their steeds, and ready their lances. With a sharp sound, both horses break into a gallop, charging towards each other. William deftly sidesteps, evading his opponent's lance aimed at his armpit, then thrusts his own lance at the foe's waist, unseating him from his mount in a single stroke. This action clearly demonstrates that the knight possesses considerable skill. After all, being able to adjust his lance while charging on a galloping horse to strike the opponent's armpit requires a degree of finesse. However, the horse falters slightly as they near the mirror, likely distracted by the scent of the griffin's fur. This moment decisively determines the outcome of the match. As the opponent has been directly knocked off his horse, there's no way to refute that. Without a doubt, our young knight has emerged victorious, although it would be some time before his next turn. Frankly, William believes he is better suited for close combat in full armor, as he has a certain proficiency with swordplay. If engaged in full armored combat, given his courage to confront a griffin head-on, he would not suffer a humiliating defeat. It is unlikely that every opponent will be as imposing as a 2-meter giant. If each knight possessed such formidable strength, William would willingly concede. For the disparity in physique is indeed vast. One cannot hope to triumph over a giant nearly 40 centimeters taller. Soon, it is once again William's turn to compete. The tournament has been organized on short notice, and due to minimal promotion, the number of participants remains relatively low. Although situated near the capital, many knights have long since abandoned their warrior ways. One cannot expect those accustomed to a life of nobility to take up arms and engage in combat, as they may not prioritize such pursuits. The younger generation, after partaking in a few spirited skirmishes, has matured into seasoned veterans, disinclined to engage in further exchanges. Thus, this tournament lacks any peculiar rules such as eliminations or revival rounds. It is simply a matter of pairing off for a bout, with the victors proceeding to subsequent rounds until the ultimate champion is crowned. The competition consists of 6 rounds, with a total of 48 knights participating. Soon, it was time for William to engage in his second duel. The jousting competition necessitated a degree of caution. After all, should he encounter an opponent of significant stature and girth, it would be improbable for him to unseat such a foe with a single lance thrust. Charging headlong into a confrontation with someone of that size would amount to nothing more than a reckless endeavor. Fortunately, this time, William drew an adversary of similar height and build. Assessing the opponent's physique, William felt a surge of confidence, convinced that even if the opponent were a mass of sinew, victory remained within his grasp. Indeed, during the initial exchange, William discerned that his rival's arms lacked considerable strength, appearing notably weaker than his own. It seemed that the previous round had favored this individual, but his fortune would end here. After a brief reconnaissance, It was time to eliminate him. Without hesitation, William commanded his steed to accelerate, charging at full speed. Before the opponent could fire his seventh shot, William raised his lance high and delivered a formidable blow to the opponent's chest, sending him crashing to the ground, a dazzling display of skill, leaving the rival unable to retaliate. The crowd erupted in cheers, marveling at the prowess of the Wolf Knight, who had thus far left no opportunity for his opponents to gain the upper hand. The wolf-headed helm atop his head was equally remarkable. In the realm of such distinctive helmets, only Griffin, the brother of the famed knight, had donned something similar. It appeared that those who favored peculiar headgear were not to be trifled with, especially in this tournament. Following this bout, William was granted a brief respite, as the interval before the next round would require some time. The competitors in this round possessed a fair degree of skill, with the number of exchanges escalating from 1 to 2 rounds, some even necessitating an exhausting series of contests to determine a victor. Finally, as the sun reached its zenith, the battle concluded, leaving the knights panting on the ground, their steeds equally fatigued, except for a few who had easily dispatched their foes and were now re-energized and eager to rejoin the fray. With a new battle on the horizon, William meticulously adjusted his armor and donned his wild wolf helm, preparing to continue the fight. This upcoming opponent promised to be formidable, compelling William to augment the quantity of griffin feathers adorning his attire. The unpleasant scent emanating from him had also rendered his steed somewhat restless. Fortunately, his mount had grown accustomed to the griffin odor, unlike other horses who displayed signs of distress. However, this aroma still had a significant effect on the other steeds, quieting them only once William led his horse out of the stable. The peculiar odor emanating from him has likely transcended mere intimidation of horses. He harbors a profound suspicion that even ordinary individuals would hesitate to draw near. Complaints aside, the competition must persist. William once more secured his mask and galloped onto the field. This opponent appeared somewhat more robust than the last, standing at approximately 1.80 meters. Although this height may not be particularly extraordinary in this realm, he is merely in his teenage years, yet to reach his peak development. In a comparison with such a towering soldier, he felt decidedly outmatched. However, it cannot be said that the organizing committee is being unfair, as his superior is indeed a member of that very committee. Thus, he must first engage in a few probing attempts before considering a decisive strike. In the initial round, William exchanged fire with his opponent, only to notice a noticeable bend in the barrel of his weapon, a troubling omen, suggesting that this adversary's strength might exceed expectations. Unfazed, he switched to a superior firearm and charged once more. This latest clash proved exceedingly challenging. William nearly lost his seat, feeling a jolt in his left arm that caused his entire left side to tremble. This opponent was indeed formidable. Yet, William had his own strategies, particularly concerning his steed. Logically, it should be an excellent horse, for it was only at very close range that the griffin's aura could exert its influence, a notably potent form of the griffin's essence, which could only affect the foe in such proximity, underscoring the adversary's strength. Consequently, William initiated a rapid confrontation, both steeds accelerating towards each other from the outset. However, the opponent's mount hesitated momentarily upon impact, a brief pause that diminished their momentum. This lapse allowed William to pierce through his adversary's armor, blood gushing forth as the knight fell to the ground. In a contest where courage prevails, those who falter meet their demise. Yet, while bloodshed in a competition is regrettable, fortunately, the injury was primarily to the kidneys. A few attendants swiftly approached to assist the knight, guiding the steed away as well. An impressive display of combat saw the towering foe halt their charge at the crucial moment, inadvertently opening the door for the nearby wolf-headed knight, whose mount maintained its acceleration and unleashed its full force upon contact. We now approached the fourth round of the contest. Sitting in the audience, William found himself somewhat strained. After all, the first 3 rounds had revealed some of his techniques. In truth, his abilities were not particularly strong, perhaps placing him in the lower mid-tier. His advantage stemmed solely from the griffin's aura, which had caused complications for his opponent's steed. However, the upcoming matches demand earnest attention. For the Flower Knight Loras possesses the prowess to conquer the mountain of madness. Although he may resort to cunning tactics, his advancement to the 6th round attests to his formidable strength. Should they confront each other directly, the Flower Knight is likely to engage in a fierce exchange, considering the impact on both their steeds. For horses, the effects of mare urine and griffin feathers serve a similar purpose, a momentary delay. William swiftly devised a strategy. Next comes the 4th round, where his opponent is a strikingly handsome knight who forgoes a helmet. This does not imply he is easily vanquished. Previous encounters reveal him to be exceptionally agile. In such circumstances, landing a successful strike becomes increasingly challenging, let alone unseating him. A swift resolution is essential. William aimed his lance horizontally at his foe, ensuring he could not evade the onslaught. Then came the charge, though both sides suffered minor setbacks. The opponent's lance struck William's head. Had it not been for the design of his wolf helm, reminiscent of a duckbill, which absorbed a significant amount of force, he would have surely been unseated. Nevertheless, the adversary did not fare well either, as William's strike landed squarely on his chest with full force, likely resulting in internal bleeding. In the 5th round, William faced an opponent that left him incredulous, a hound. He recalled that in the original narrative, this character did not descend into the fray. However, he could not afford to dwell on such details, as this towering figure, standing nearly 2 meters tall, posed a formidable threat that could lead to his downfall. William braced himself for a daunting challenge. Chapter 31. The Hound is no easy adversary. After all, he serves as the guardian knight to His Majesty the King's heir, and his strength cannot be underestimated. William found it remarkable that his small butterfly's flutter had displaced the Mountain of Madness, only for him to encounter the Hound instead. Though arguably less formidable than the Mountain, he posed a significant challenge nonetheless. This opponent was not to be taken lightly, having survived until the later stages of the power struggle. To suggest he lacked skill would be folly. William's griffin feathers seemed inadequate against the beast beneath the Hound. The Clegane brothers are renowned for their invincibility in King's Landing. Their father, the official dog trainer of House Lannister, had produced sons far more fearsome than the dogs under his whip. Their imposing stature and robust musculature rendered them beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Yet, this was merely the 5th round, and the identity of his 6th opponent remained unknown. William contemplated the possibility of employing hidden weapons, but quickly dismissed the notion. After all, this was a tournament under the watchful eyes of many, where the use of such treachery was inconceivable. Moreover, the only concealed weapon available to William is the hand crossbow. Such a substantial instrument, when deployed in this confined arena. Do you truly believe I am not jesting? William is certain that as soon as he brandishes the crossbow, the guards of the Red Keep and the Kingsguard would swiftly dismount him from his steed. Therefore, any notion of cheating is utterly futile. He must rely solely on his own strength. After all, the stallion beneath him is no ordinary beast, and finding a mare to mate with would indeed prove to be a challenge. As for the griffin feathers, they are of little utility, even with the momentum he possesses. A charge of less than 70 kilograms, combined with the might of his warhorse, would scarcely be sufficient to overcome a heavily armored hound. The Flower Knight could withstand the mountain primarily due to the weight of his armor, and his steed was also a mature horse, inherently possessing considerable power. Furthermore, the mountain's horse, having been startled, failed to charge effectively. Together, the Flower Knight and his mount likely exceeded a combined weight of 170 kilograms. In contrast, William, with both himself and his horse, would scarcely surpass 140 kilograms, placing him at a distinct disadvantage. Moreover, the strength of the Hound is not to be underestimated. In the original narrative, he was able to curtail the Mountain's brutish behavior post-competition, indicating that although he may not surpass the Mountain in combat, his strength is not significantly inferior. Even if he stood idle, it is doubtful William could manage to collide with him, let alone as he charges forward. Yet, despite these realities, William harbors no fear. After all, he is the man who triumphed over 2 griffins, the bane of griffins. How could he possibly falter? Nevertheless, confronting the Hound necessitates a strategic approach. The Mountain, while formidable, possesses clear weaknesses. His combat style is almost instinctual, favoring brute force over cunning, thus allowing for clever tactics to prevail. The Hound, however, is a far more formidable adversary, retaining his wits in battle, rendering overt tricks ineffective. It becomes a matter of courage in the face of adversity. William dons his armor and mounts his warhorse, positioning himself at the edge of the hill, marking his starting point. If fortune favors him, he might engage for several rounds. If misfortune befalls him, a single thrust could send him sprawling. In the presence of such an opponent, cunning seems a trivial pursuit, for the disparity in strength is not merely slight, but vast, and in this direct confrontation, any semblance of cleverness is likely to prove futile. Nonetheless, it is a worthy endeavor, for this is his inaugural participation in a mounted tournament, and reaching this stage is commendable in itself. Both knights don their visors, and the steeds begin to accelerate. William's lance is aimed squarely at the Hound's spear shaft. His intent is to disarm his adversary. The horses reach a galloping speed, and with a resounding crash, they collide. To be frank, William did not emerge unscathed from this encounter, as his shield suffered a significant dent from the brutal impact. Indeed, The fortunes of the hound were not particularly favorable. His spear was struck and deformed. Had it not been for this unfortunate turn, William would have faced far graver consequences than merely being struck by a shield. He would have been sent flying. In the second round, both combatants exchanged their weapons. As one's spear had bent while the other's shield lay shattered, William could scarcely believe that this opponent had nearly broken his own shield with sheer force. Although the shield's quality was lacking, it was still forged from pure iron. What immense strength must one possess to achieve such a feat? This illustrates that engaging the hound head-on would be exceedingly perilous. William did not believe his armor and physical constitution could withstand such an onslaught. Should fortune abandon him, he could easily meet his demise. In this round, William opted for a different strategy. He realized that although the hound could shatter his shield in a single blow, it required considerable wind-up. In simpler terms, the hound's striking speed would undoubtedly be slower than his own. If he could strike before this seasoned warrior unleashed his spear, he might either thrust it forward or destabilize his footing, thus creating an opportunity. Consequently, William deliberately quickened his pace, extending his spear ahead of the midpoint. However, the hound appeared prepared, pushing the tip of William's spear aside with his shield, deftly diverting its trajectory. Nonetheless, this move disrupted the hound's wind-up, causing his spear to veer off course. Otherwise, William would likely have found himself sprawled on the ground. The hound's attack was formidable, yet it required preparation, allowing William to employ feints and render the hound's efforts futile. In the third round, at the moment their spear tips crossed, William withdrew his spear slightly, resulting in their weapons colliding and breaking at the shaft. In the fourth round, William resolved to muster all his strength to defend against the hound's spear before retaliating. The plan seemed almost flawless, yet William had underestimated the hound's strength. Indeed, the shield shattered, and had the spear not wavered momentarily, the impact would have been more than a mere broken shield. William might have faced a fracture himself. However, the pressing matter was not the possibility of injury. William sensed that victory was slipping from his grasp. The hound, too, was taken aback, realizing that this young knight was no ordinary foe. Initially, he had perceived William as just another knight, but after their first clash, where he aimed to unseat William from his mount, he was astonished to discover William had deftly struck his spear, resulting in the latter's weapon snapping and the attack failing. In the second round, the hound had managed to strike first, disrupting William's wind-up and preventing him from delivering a full-force blow, leading to yet another failure. In the third round, William cunningly retracted his spear tip, thus avoiding a collision with the hound's weapon, effectively expending the latter's energy. In the fourth round, William truly unleashed his full strength. However, his opponent's weapon once again disrupted the trajectory of his attack, resulting only in the opponent's shield being shattered into two pieces. The fifth round should determine the victor, as William had already lost his shield, and both of his reserve shields had been exhausted. This time, he decided to go all out, with no intention of defense. He urged his steed to charge at full speed, and upon witnessing this, his opponent also spurred his horse to meet him head-on. The two collided directly, and William did not even attempt to evade. Instead, he thrust his weapon towards his opponent's hand while bracing for impact. He immediately felt a searing pain in his chest as the opponent's weapon slammed against him. Nevertheless, William ensured that his attack had struck true, for otherwise, that blow would have inflicted far more pain upon him. Blood began to seep from the opponent's hand, as William had successfully pierced his wrist, a significant injury. Although the opponent retaliated, William remained steadfast upon his steed. The next clash was likely to determine the outcome, as the opponent had sustained a serious injury to one hand, rendering him incapable of exhibiting such remarkable combat prowess again. In the sixth round, William initiated the encounter with a controlled gallop, aiming for a more normalized duel. However, the opponent, hindered by his injured hand, could only allow his horse to proceed at its default pace, gradually accelerating. They collided once more, each landing a solid blow upon the other. The horses then galloped apart, while William clung tightly to the reins, striving to maintain his balance and prevent a fall. At this juncture, both combatants had exhausted their available techniques. William had lost his shield, and the opponent's wrist was grievously wounded, bleeding profusely. Continuing this battle would yield no benefits for either. It now came down to who would fall from their horse first. Suddenly, the opponent's steed let out a mournful cry. Having sustained an injury to one of its legs from splintered wood during the fray, blood streaming from the wound. Under these circumstances, the opponent was unable to continue fighting, granting William a hard-fought victory. Chapter 32. The duel against the Knight of Flowers. William managed to remove his breastplate, revealing a distinct conical bruise. Although the armor was primarily composed of hardened leather, which mitigated some of the impact, the pain was still intense, nearly causing him to spit blood. Next, he faced the flamboyant Knight of Flowers. William felt somewhat confident against this adversary, despite the fact that the knight outweighed him by at least 30 kilograms and had previously outsmarted formidable foes in battle. Moreover, the knight had vanquished nearly all opponents in his path, culminating in this encounter. With such an accumulation of advantages, it seemed an uphill battle for William. He shook his head. Now was not the time for such thoughts. His shield has been shattered, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage against the Knight of Flowers. This fellow's prowess, particularly with the lance, is undoubtedly remarkable. After all, he is capable of unseating the formidable mountain. It would be hard to believe he lacks skill. However, the crux of the matter is that even if he wields the lance with grace atop his steed, William is already aware of his trump card, Mare's Urine. To speak candidly, this tactic is indeed quite audacious. If the roles were reversed, William would find himself unable to employ such a method. While he could utilize griffin feathers, the notion of using Mare's Urine is utterly repugnant. The odor is profoundly unpleasant, and while ignorance may be bliss, those aware of the essence they are applying, urine from a mare, would instinctively recoil, regardless of the creature's diet. Although the application of such a substance on the opponent's horse may be inescapable, William intends to rely on his own methods. Against the hound, he acknowledges the weight disparity. Even in a charge, he may not succeed in toppling him. Thus, he had no intention of utilizing the griffin feathers. However, against a rogue like you, is such a measure truly necessary? He shall wield the griffin feathers. In the original tale, while the Knight of Flowers triumphed over the mountain in the tournament, revealing his cunning, his overall prowess is indeed lacking. He might not even rank among the top 50 in the Game of Thrones, let alone the top 10. In essence, devoid of the Mare's Urine, he is merely a facade. Why should I fear you? This time, I shall unseat you in a single exchange. With a fierce determination, William mounted his steed. While he might hesitate before the hound, the Knight of Flowers does not instill fear in him. Upon mounting, Loras appeared momentarily bewildered. Am I truly facing a single opponent? This individual exudes an aura of lethal intent, and his gaze is not that of a benevolent soul. Are you certain? William, indifferent to such thoughts, spurred his horse into motion, galloping like the wind, prompting Loras to lower his visor and urge his own steed forward. William wasted no time in attacking, thrusting his lance directly at Loras's chest. Loras was taken aback, with the sound of the lance slicing through the air. He wondered if the intent was truly to kill him. Having already bested the hound, should he fear this one? In a moment of panic, Loras failed to maneuver his lance effectively, resulting in a sharp crack as it broke. William, too, could not escape unscathed, raising his weapon only to miss his target, allowing Loras to pass. William has always harbored a deep disdain for such individuals, as their actions blatantly disregard the core values of socialism. Should I offer you any semblance of kindness? Having failed in this round, William resolved to engage once more. The Knight of Flowers observed with a twinge of regret as his opponent discarded his firearm, opting instead for a different one, and continued to mount his horse, his legs trembling slightly. What on earth do you intend to do? I am certain I have never encountered you before, nor have I wronged you in any way. Is this truly necessary? It is apparent to anyone with a modicum of sense that William is intent on delivering a fatal blow. Yet the crux of the matter lies in the necessity to engage. After all, I represent the honor of House Tyrell, and to be defeated without a fight would be utterly humiliating. I must go all in. Loras struggled to maintain control of his steed, sensing something amiss with his mount. The opponent, from his demeanor to the peculiar shape of his helmet, exuded an aura that was decidedly unnerving. This time, there was no waiting for a signal, for in such a state, awaiting one would be of little consequence. As the two forces collided once more, Loras found himself on the receiving end of a solid impact. However, William, with calculated intent, restrained his full strength and, by instinct, raised his shield defensively, neglecting to consider an offensive maneuver. Thus, he was not dislodged from his horse this time. Is this fellow truly so resilient? William cast a doubtful glance at his lance. The previous opponents had succumbed to a single strike, yet could this one be concealing a formidable prowess? A glance revealed that the adversary had struggled to maintain his footing upon dismounting. William chided himself for his fanciful thoughts. It appeared that sheer luck was at play. In the third round, William was filled with confidence, believing he could unseat him with a single thrust, even if he were to only use his shield. This time, he intended to bypass him entirely and strike from behind. Surely, a shield cannot guard one from the rear. Unexpectedly, trouble arose once more. The arm he had switched to had sustained injury during his earlier clash with the mountain, and attempting to strike from behind necessitated considerable flexibility, which he lacked. preventing him from executing the maneuver. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, William found himself quite vexed. Conversely, Loras was increasingly intimidated, having felt the overwhelming intent to kill emanating from William throughout those encounters. Did this man not realize he was the heir of House Tyrell? Why strike with such ferocity? Watching as his opponent mounted for a 4th time, Loras could not muster the courage to charge once more. Who could predict what fate awaited him should William's aim prove true this time? Just as William resolved to ensure his lance found its mark, the Knight of Flowers raised a white flag. I concede. Please, do not make me charge against this man again. I possess neither the interest nor the courage. My heart cannot bear such fright. Thus, amidst a sea of astonished faces, the heir of House Tyrell retreated in disgrace. William, equally taken aback, wore an expression of disbelief. We have yet to exert ourselves fully, and you have already fled. Chapter 33, The Championship of the Tournament. Defeating the Knights of the 100 Flowers was not particularly daunting for William. Though he participated in the tournament as a Knight of House Stark from the north, he performed admirably. As a warrior who had entered the knightly competition at the tender age of 12, William's prowess in combat could indeed be likened to the illustrious achievements of Balistan in his youth. It is worth recalling that Balistan, the captain of the Kingsguard, also claimed his first equestrian duel championship at the age of 12. As the champion, one is entitled to receive a crown of love and beauty, a customary reward at the equestrian competitions held in King's Landing. All victors in this region's equestrian contests receive such a garland, which, according to tradition, must be bestowed upon a lady present at the event. Furthermore, the lady in question cannot refuse this honor, given that young William, at merely 12 years of age, possesses no profound understanding or experience of romantic love, especially in a world where the general consensus is that a man comes of age at 16. His notions of affection are still quite innocent. Thus, it stands to reason that this young lad possesses the right to choose not to present the crown to any woman, particularly since the ladies in attendance could all be addressed as sister by him. Moreover, it is customary that the crown cannot be awarded to a woman older than oneself. William scanned the crowd intently. As a vassal of House Stark, he felt it imperative to conclude his inaugural tournament on a high note, which necessitated placing this garland upon a woman's head. Yet, he pondered, at 12 years of age, was there anyone younger than he present? He observed the assembly. Marjorie was 13, older by a year, and the 3 fools. Needless to say, they were older as well. With Arya absent, it seemed all that remained were the noble women, none seemingly younger than himself. To whom, then, should this garland be presented? Suddenly, with keen eyes, William spotted a potential candidate, a golden-haired girl seated near the dais. Myrcella Baratheon. This young girl appeared to be only 8 years old, thereby making her the only feasible recipient. However, the prospect of so openly presenting this accolade to the king's daughter felt somewhat mismatched for him. Moreover, if he were to take such a step today, it would likely draw the attention of Cersei, which would undoubtedly lead to complications. To avert such troublesome consequences, he resolved to leave the decision to the king. William removed his helmet, revealing his dark brown hair and a rather youthful visage. During the preceding contests, only his eyes had been visible, leaving the onlookers largely unaware of his appearance, save for old Nan, who was the only one to recognize him. Consequently, when William unveiled his face before the assembly, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Surely, he appeared still to be a minor. Wasn't he that servant of House Stark? He seems to be merely 12 years old today, which is akin to the esteemed Barristan, is it not? Clearly. The spectators gasped in astonishment, for this young lad, despite his tender age, possessed formidable combat prowess. Few at such a youthful age could contend with a hound of war. Indeed, it was quite an embarrassment that the kingdom's elite guard, the Ironborn, had been bested by a mere 12-year-old boy. He had triumphed over 2 griffins, a feat not to be taken lightly. In that moment, Miao rose from the stands, interjecting at an inopportune time. "Griffins? So valiant?" he exclaimed, the bane of griffins. The murmurs among the crowd intensified, a scheme orchestrated by William, who believed such publicity was essential. The competition served as an excellent marketing strategy, and should he clinch the top honor, he would gain a modicum of renown in King's Landing. Such fame would undoubtedly bolster the sales of parchment. After all, the celebrity effect is undeniably potent. However, the crux of the matter was that William could not hastily conclude his task, as he still sought a means to present the laurel. Thus, he solemnly placed the wreath upon the ground, directing it toward the assembly before the Iron Throne. "Your Majesty, according to the city's customs, the wreath of love and beauty should be bestowed upon the fairest maiden present. Alas, my tender years hinder me from offering the crown. Hence I dare to present it to each noble spectator gathered here today." Upon finishing, William bowed toward the king's seat, then donned his mask once more, stepping aside. I believe I must allow your actions, for it is unlikely there exists anyone smaller than you in this arena, Robert remarked, patting his ample belly, acknowledging the absence of anyone younger than the 12-year-old boy. I recall he is one of your knight squires, and he performed admirably. However, I believe we ought to establish a new rule for future tournaments, prohibiting these underage lads from participating. Ed sat quietly, refraining from comment. One moment, please. A rather ill-timed voice interjected. If I am not mistaken, there is more than one minor present, or perhaps a certain girl may be even younger than this knight. The words came from the young rose seated beside Renly, who smiled after her remark before resuming her seat. William was almost certain that this brown-haired girl was seeking retribution for his victory over the Knight of Flowers, and according to Robert's unfathomable logic, the wreath would undoubtedly be conferred upon Myrcella. If that were not enough, the dilemma lay in the fact that his 3 children were effectively untouchable, almost akin to a person with a mental aversion to impurity. If he were to present this token to Myrcella, he could forget about enjoying any peaceful days in King's Landing. Having only just begun to expand his influence, the intelligence network remains incomplete, and his little birds have not undergone rigorous selection and training. Though he is on the verge of confronting the mountain, the crucial aspect is that he can bring his little birds along. However, offending the super psychopath Cersei at this critical juncture could lead to dire consequences. King's Landing is firmly under the control of House Lannister, and even the Baratheon family struggles to assert their authority in this territory, let alone himself. A mere subordinate of a northern lord, the Stark family lacks the capacity to extend their reach this far. In such circumstances, he undoubtedly finds himself in a vulnerable position, easily manipulated by the opposing side. Awkwardly, it appears that Robert has indeed made such a decision, as he waves his hand and declares, "Let us proceed as the young lady suggested. Bring me the crown, for I shall place it upon my daughter's head myself." Brother, you are a ruthless man. That much is clear. But please, do not implicate me. I certainly do not wish to offer my services to your daughter. Though his heart is filled with a multitude of exclamations, William lacks the courage to rush forward and snatch the crown away. After all, such an act would be tantamount to regicide, and no one would come to his aid, not even his own leader, who would likely draw a blade against him. Thus, he can only watch helplessly as this scene unfolds, resolutely deciding to leave King's Landing. Chapter 34, Northward. At this moment, it is clear that William cannot remain in King's Landing. The paper mill industry and his own shops can be preserved, as the Prime Minister's protection should keep them safe. However, it is imperative for him to set forth with a group of people and his little birds. Due to the minor disturbances caused by William's flapping wings, Catelyn's arrival in King's Landing coincided with his own, and during this time, she did not encounter the imp Tyrion, thus failing to apprehend him. Nonetheless, Cersei astutely sensed that this situation might somehow be connected to him, leading her to conclude that, under any circumstance, it was essential to diminish the Stark family's fighting capacity in the city. In this context, deploying the mountain as a formidable weapon to sow chaos became one of the primary strategies. However, the lady overlooked one critical detail. Eddard not only brought his 50 guards, but also accompanied William, a newly appointed knight. Furthermore, this knight brought his own contingent. Therefore, at first glance, the Prime Minister's overall military strength in King's Landing had not diminished. In fact, by excluding William's forces from consideration, he may have even underestimated the situation. William left Joel Marno and Hood to continue training the staff, while he, accompanied by the Beastmaster Hyde and a small group of already tamed wildlings, set off northward to confront the knights of House Lannister, including the Mountain. The total military strength is approximately 40 individuals, with only one person equipped with a powerful crossbow. After all, one cannot guarantee the loyalty of these subdued wildlings. Thus it is impossible to distribute such a formidable weapon among them. In truth, after having tamed those 2 griffins, the wildlings should have developed a degree of respect for him, for among the mountain-dwelling tribes, being able to tame griffins is tantamount to being regarded as a saint. Moreover, he single-handedly triumphed over 2 of them. People inherently admire the strong, and this young lad is merely 12 years of age. Despite his youth, William's stature is not dwarfed by that of older teenagers. Coupled with the fact that his steed is a mature stallion, he fares quite well against several adult knights. Furthermore, the Karstark family is naturally tall. His father, Rickard, is a robust man nearing 2 meters in height, while his brothers, Harrion and Ed, stand at approximately 1.8 to 1.9 meters. Torrent is also close to 1.8 meters, and William himself is about 1.7 meters, making him comparably tall for his world. This is why he was not recognized during the nightly tournament. His helmet is indeed tall, and his physique fills out the armor quite well. However, none of this would confer an advantage against the Mountain of Magic, as the armor worn there consists of full-plate equipment of exceptional quality, complemented by shields. In such circumstances, penetrating from the front is nearly impossible. William did not bring his griffin with him, and the presence of Hyde, the beast tamer, and other wildlings was purely due to his inability to bring his soldiers along. After all, a significant number of wildlings and the recruited gentlemen needed to be trained in the southern city of King's Landing. In this situation, he could not be without manpower. Thus, he could only ascend with this group of wildlings. One cannot simply call upon his father for help at the first sign of trouble. Thanks to his recent victory, he received a substantial reward. He utilized this prize to acquire a plot of land within the city, demolishing the existing structures and providing a design to Hood. He instructed him to swiftly construct a tower according to the design. Should any unrest occur in King's Landing in his absence, all armed forces and assets of House Stark, including the head of the family, as well as all properties of the paper mill, must be relocated to this tower. Financial and material concerns need not be discussed. As the paper mill can provide everything required, the initial profits from the mill are exceedingly high. Likewise, William's proposed tax measures have generated substantial revenue for the Iron Throne, which Ed tacitly accepts. A considerable portion of the funds is allocated for procuring weapons, hiring blacksmiths, and gathering more trustworthy recruits and gentlemen. The specific approach involves enhancing remuneration and providing equipment. It is essential to train a fully loyal armed force within a short time frame, while not necessarily large in number. They must be dependable, capable of engaging in direct combat with the Golden Cloaks. Naturally, in a defensive battle, the defending side possesses an inherent advantage. Additionally, it is crucial to excavate tunnels that can successfully connect to the paper mill industrial park beyond the city, facilitating rapid evacuation and mutual support. For William, such maneuvers could potentially preserve his strength amidst the tumultuous changes in King's Landing while allowing for a swift retreat. After all, the industrial park is situated near the upper reaches of the Green Fork River, not far from the valley. Once they penetrate the valley, with members of House Stark or Eddard present, their forces could traverse the valley directly, potentially hindering the pursuit of the Golden Cloaks affiliated with House Lannister. Although constructing such fortifications in a short span seems nearly impossible, there remains a glimmer of hope in achieving at least a partial structure. A semi-constructed fortress would suffice. After all, fortifications require time to build. The defenses of the industrial park are still incomplete, and the majority of its members are second or third sons of noble families. In such circumstances, the urgency to protect their families diminishes, as they are all engaged in the struggle for survival. William hopes this strategy will enhance the combat effectiveness of his forces while instilling higher morale and a desire for plunder among the soldiers. Currently, the industrial park boasts over 300 workers, constituting a minimal armed force. Simultaneously, a second recruitment team is advancing swiftly, and it is anticipated that by the time he returns, over 100 more will formally become workers for training. The method employed by Sweden aims to cultivate a substantial number of combat-ready soldiers in the shortest possible time. Although they may not form battle lines on the battlefield, the disparity in defensive strength between the defenders and attackers in a siege does not necessitate a significant advantage. Importantly, the proficiency of the Golden Cloaks is rather mediocre. In an actual confrontation, William is not intimidated by these half-trained troops in a defensive scenario. Next comes the training of the little birds. Varys is a man of integrity, devoted to the realm and its people. However, it is crucial to note that William himself harbors no loyalty to the Baratheon dynasty, nor does he possess any fondness for House Targaryen. Thus, while Varys's little birds can be utilized, complete trust is unwarranted. It is imperative to cultivate his own intelligence network. Chapter 35. Deployments against the Mountain of Magic. The Mountain of Magic primarily targets small, densely populated villages at the borders of the Riverlands and the Westerlands for its cleansing operations. The Westerlands boast prosperous mountain roads supported by gold mines, while the Riverlands serve as the most accessible region in the Seven Kingdoms for transportation, resulting in frequent economic exchanges between the two territories. Certainly, Riverlands is indeed a battleground, a territory that any aspiring dynasty in Westeros would seek to dominate or challenge the local rulers. This land has scarcely birthed any formidable lords throughout history. It has consistently been the victim of others' ravages. Even during the tumultuous wars of the Seven Kingdoms, the Riverlands Empire was notable for its lack of presence, often emerging only to be soundly defeated. In such a scenario, it is nearly impossible to expect the nobility of the Riverlands to possess any significant martial prowess. primarily comprising families like the Freys, who have thrived on collecting tolls. How could such lesser houses possibly withstand the onslaught of the mountain's bandits? Moreover, the mountain commands a band of thoroughly trained brigands, akin to a disciplined army, and the already unimposing military of the Riverlands would surely falter against the elite forces from the west. William surmised that, were it not for the need to maintain the noble's dignity, even smaller castles might face assault. After all, with 50 to 60 cavalrymen from the west, it is unlikely that even a minor lord in the Riverlands could stand a chance against them. However, William had several strategies to counter cavalry. As a descendant of the Huaxia, a culture that has historically confronted the threats posed by northern nomadic tribes, he was well aware of the challenges presented by cavalry forces. He recalled an ancient text that mentioned a type of hooked spear, yet the pressing timeline made the construction of such arms impractical. What then remained as the most effective means to deal with cavalry? The answer lay in the use of caltrops. Moreover, confronting these formidable foes necessitated a sound strategy. For the mountain was no ordinary adversary, and the combat prowess of his wildlings was likely sufficient in individual skirmishes, yet might fall short in organized combat against a disciplined army. Additionally, he could not fully command this army. He primarily relied on Hader's guidance, directing only Hader directly. Against average Riverland soldiers, this might suffice, as their training was indeed lacking, leading to a stalemate where his side might hold a slight edge in physicality. However, facing the tall and formidable Westermen, particularly those trained as personal guards by the Gregor family, posed a significant challenge. Infantry's best strategy against cavalry is to form ranks, yet achieving such formation with these wildlings would be a true test of William's command abilities. Furthermore, the presence of the mountain, capable of altering the tide in small-scale encounters through sheer strength, loomed large. William was confident in his ability to best him in a duel on horseback, yet he could not guarantee victory in an all-out engagement, for his experience in hand-to-hand combat was limited. Thus far, he had only killed with a crossbow, having wielded a blade in such a manner but a mere 2 or 3 times, lacking proficiency in this regard. Moreover, the adversary is the formidable mountain of magic. With the meager and disorganized forces at his command, defeat in this battle is an assured outcome if it is conducted under normal circumstances. Lacking in manpower, superior equipment, and adequate training, it is imperative to resort to extraordinary measures. Naturally, all of this hinges upon the successful capture of the opponent. Merely seeking them out would be too passive, especially given the absence of intelligence regarding their movements and strategic objectives. In such a scenario, how can one defend the myriad scattered villages? William meticulously examined the map of the Riverlands and discovered that all the villages are predominantly situated near the border. This suggests that the enemy is likely not resupplying throughout the entirety of the Riverlands, but rather launching raids from the west. It is probable that their supply points are located within the west. Should he lead his ragtag group into the west, it would undoubtedly spell doom. For at least in the Riverlands, there remains some semblance of legitimacy. Venturing into the west would result in being besieged by both the local lords and the mountain, leading to inevitable collapse. Thus, one would have to wait for the next assault by the mountain. Simultaneously, William recognized that he could not engage the mountain in a conventional positional battle, nor could he hope to succeed in a skirmish, as his troops lacked both the numbers and equipment to withstand a chaotic melee against the well-coordinated forces of the West. Therefore, it is crucial to compel the enemy to engage in disarray. In this context, it becomes necessary for the opponent to act with fragmentation, aside from pursuing him. This could occur during their pillaging of villages. Henceforth, a point of attack by the forces of the West must be contrived. It is first noted that the mountain's assaults lack fixed objectives. They are entirely arbitrary, selecting and striking various villages at random. In light of this, how might one distinguish oneself among these villages, successfully enticing the adversary to mount an attack? William needed to contemplate this matter. It is evident that the cooperation of the local nobility in the Riverlands is indispensable. Thus, armed with the orders bestowed by Ed, William must engage in dialogue with the local noble comrades. After all, some military support must be secured. Otherwise, encirclement with such a meager force could prove precarious. Concurrently, the collaboration of the populace is essential, and a plan was gradually forming in William's mind. To rally the support of the common folk, it is imperative to negotiate with the local nobility. Upon reflecting on this, William felt a flicker of relief. At least he had the foresight to secure Ed's orders. Otherwise, approaching without substantiation would likely render the nobility indifferent to his plight. The subsequent objective would be to identify the most conspicuous way stations and taverns scattered among these villages and towns, akin to the morning crowd of Westeros. Certainly, before that, This group of individuals needed to adorn themselves appropriately. After all, one cannot present themselves in such garb, as it would easily lead to discovery. Moreover, I seem to require a touch of maturity, for being merely 12 years old would appear rather juvenile, insufficient to instill belief. Thus, William swiftly guided Hyde in the art of transformation for the wild men. Chapter 36. The plan commences. Firstly, the objective was to launch an assault on the Riverlands. This time, William had made several minor alterations to the original historical account, which aimed to incite discord and malign the Tully family. Instead, it morphed into a strategy to lure Ed to deploy his forces, thereby diminishing his strength in King's Landing. What could incite swift terror across the region? The answer lay in a commodity that circulated among the villages: caravans. Furthermore, it had to be a particularly affluent caravan, as William suspected their supplies were sourced from within the Westerlands. Crucially, it should lack official sanction, meaning Tywin's directive was absent. This implied that their provisions were not acquired directly from the crown, but rather purchased. This operation bore little relation to Tywin. As for Cersei's orders, William surmised that her words held little weight while Tywin remained in power. Most importantly, the Westerlands nobles and border areas funding assaults against their neighbors would likely do so begrudgingly, a semblance of compliance masking their true reluctance. William daringly speculated that they might be in need of funds. Thus, combining these characteristics, the circulation among numerous villages required a substantial number of participants who were also quite wealthy. Was this not the essence of a caravan? In this peculiar circumstance, the Tully family's caravan seemed incapable of drawing ire, prompting William to boldly declare himself a merchant from the north. Given the unique nature of this mission, diverging from the original narrative, this endeavor aimed solely to entice the Stark family's influence in King's Landing northward, thereby undermining their military deployments. In such a scenario, could there be a more effective method than plundering caravans from the north? Through the myriad taverns and way stations, a wealthy caravan from the north appeared in the Westerlands and the Riverlands, swiftly spreading news across the border regions of both kingdoms. William personally crafted a few trinkets, loading them onto the carts, leading this throng of wild men to roam haphazardly throughout the borderlands, transforming into an organized band of ruffians. The meticulous William ensured their stay in any village did not exceed 2 days, targeting smaller, more secluded hamlets. It was akin to taunting the lurking shadow of the mountain. Come, strike me. I invite you. Thus, after a week of wandering, having passed through 2 small villages, they were now en route to the third. As they passed a tavern, William listened intently to a few mercenaries engaged in aimless conversation over drinks. Have you heard? Recently, a caravan hailing from the north has been engaging in trade within our region. What do these northerners have to offer? They peddle a variety of trinkets, not particularly valuable, yet their quality is commendable. It seems that a contingent of soldiers has been wandering in the vicinity. Has another village fallen prey? Indeed. It must be those brigands at work again. Which village has suffered this time? It is the one to the east. William remained silent, diligently noting their conversation, confirming that both villages he had previously resided in had already been attacked. The bait had been taken. This time, William was resolute in avoiding the ordeal of encountering additional villages, for if this continued, the trinkets he had painstakingly crafted over the past few days would be entirely depleted. Upon reaching the next village, he would need to commence with his plans. William's strategy to counter the cavalry was deceptively simple. After all, this band of savages had not received proper training. If equipped with weapons that suited them, their combat capabilities could be adequately unleashed. Thus, he decided to arm them all with throwing spears, for, given the equipment standard of the Western Army, the weapons of these savages would scarcely penetrate their armor. Hence, direct confrontation was ill-advised. Instead, he would employ ranged attacks with throwing spears. It was also preferable to eliminate them while they were dispersed. Consequently, setting an ambush within the village would be more advantageous than on the plains. Lastly, regarding the Mountain of Demons, it was imperative that ordinary savages be kept away. William was acutely aware of the low collapse rate of his troops. Encountering the formidable giant that could wreak havoc in a short span would necessitate his personal intervention, as entrusting the task to the lesser soldiers could result in excessive casualties and a potential breakdown of morale. Regrettably, having recently taken command of this band of savages, he was determined to maintain their collapse rate at an absolute minimum, striving to ensure that no lives were lost. After a few victorious skirmishes, these individuals would evolve into a reliable foundation for him. At that point, he could instill discipline and other essential qualities within them. The road ahead is long and arduous. The lack of discipline among these individuals was evident in this operation. William resolved that upon his return, he must separate the savages from the other soldiers for training. The savages would serve as a dedicated force for chaotic engagements, while the more disciplined troops would be kept in formation. Maintaining discipline was a daunting task. Once regulation was relaxed, it resembled releasing a dog into a pen of sheep. Without further ado, the following morning, the caravan swiftly resumed its journey, soon arriving at the next designated village. In this village, William intended to sell all the goods he had on hand, primarily some rustic creations he had crafted himself, including a watering machine, a finely crafted wooden barrel, a sickle, a wooden mallet, and various simple handicrafts that could not be produced independently by the village. After all, it was a smallholder economy. Who would choose to venture to the castle or the nearby town to seek a blacksmith when they could buy locally? Originally scheduled for 2 days, the time had lapsed, and logically, William's caravan should have departed. However, on the evening of the following day, William's caravan set out from the village as planned. Yet, under the cover of night, William and his crew stealthily returned to the village. According to reports from several scouts he had dispatched days earlier, it was anticipated that the forces of the Mountain of Demons would arrive in the village by the following morning. In this context, they had to position themselves strategically within the village to set an ambush. Leading the charge was the Mountain himself, accompanied by 54 cavalrymen, all equipped like soldiers from the western regions. On William's side were 62 wild men, himself, Hyde, the beast tamer, and roughly 40 small birds, who were assumed to have no combat capability. With this, William's forces held a slight numerical advantage. He commenced his deployment. Chapter 37. The clash begins in the morning. As the sun barely rose above the horizon, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the distant forest. The alarm bells rang from the watchtower atop the village, and suddenly, an arrow struck a villager tasked with lookout duty, sending him plummeting down, lifeless. Nearby farmers hastily fled towards their homes or sought refuge within the church. The followers of the 7 gods would not kill one another. Thus, many chose to hide within the sanctuary of the 7 gods' temple when facing banditry. Some devout robbers or soldiers from other lands would often spare the temple in such situations. During the Battle of the 9 Copper Coins, it was recorded that the entire town's populace took refuge in the church to escape disaster. However, it was evident that Sir Grigan's army was far from benevolent. They wielded their swords with ruthless efficiency, swiftly reaping those who had not managed to find shelter. Soon, the once busy thoroughfare was devoid of any villagers, marking the onset of pillaging. With a wave of his hand, the Mountain signaled his soldiers to break down doors and loot each house. Should anyone resist, they were dispatched with a single stroke, while women were violated and male heads of households slain. For soldiers pursued a small child into an alley, cornering him against the wall, brandishing their swords, signifying the child's impending doom. However, just before the long sword descended, 2 crossbow bolts swiftly pierced through his helmet, striking brutally and accurately into one of his eyes. The soldier, sword raised, was momentarily stunned, failing to comprehend that his eye had been shattered. Seconds later, a sharp scream escaped his lips as he removed his helmet, clutching his now ruined eye in agony. At that moment, another bolt penetrated directly through his forehead. The remaining 3 soldiers formed a defensive stance, yet they were ill-equipped, lacking shields that were typically reserved for the nobility. Their status simply did not afford such armaments. William lay in wait atop the roof of a building directly opposite the alley, observing the misfortune of these 3 men. He had utilized 3 bolts to dispatch the previous foe, leaving 6 remaining in his quiver. He made no effort to reposition himself. For in an era devoid of even rudimentary firearms, these men were oblivious to the principles of ballistics. Even if he were to shoot at them from a pile of refuse in the alley, they would likely remain unaware of his presence. With a trio of whistling projectiles, 3 bolts struck the panicked soldiers in their necks, and they fell to the ground in unison. William swiftly descended from the roof, retrieved his bolts, and instructed the child to flee to safety. Meanwhile, some valorous residents began to arm themselves, preparing to resist and combat the invaders. From other vantage points, wildlings hurled spears at the isolated soldiers, assisting the townsfolk in suppressing the cavalry charging from various directions. The soldiers of House Lannister were predominantly clad in bright red armor, a vivid hue that stood out starkly in the daylight. Consequently, the wildlings found it relatively easy to identify their targets and launch their spears. For the mountain-dwelling wildlings, hunting from elevated positions was a familiar practice, with the only difference being that their targets had shifted from small, frail beasts to much larger humans. The destructive power of their spears far surpassed that of William's crossbow bolts. They could effortlessly disregard the ornate, yet poorly crafted red armor, penetrating through to slay the soldiers within. Simultaneously, Some male residents who had not made it to the church began to arm themselves with weapons stored in their homes. And soon the village echoed with cries of battle. William refrained from sending the wildlings into direct confrontation, instead opting for them to maintain a position of fire support from above. Indeed, if these soldiers were mounted, it would be challenging for the wildlings to target them, as the speed of cavalry was too swift for the naked eye to track accurately, and their direction of movement was unpredictable. However, in their eagerness to plunder, the cavalry had dismounted, transforming into a series of bright red moving targets. 50 soldiers, besieged by both villagers and spear-throwing savages, quickly succumbed to defeat without any suspense. However, among them were cavalrymen skilled in archery, who managed to strike down a few unfortunate wildlings. Simultaneously, the giant, resembling a mountain, relentlessly demolished any resident daring to approach him. Against such a formidable foe, crossbows proved futile. After all, the creature's armored guards possessed astonishing defensive capabilities, and William doubted whether his bolts could penetrate such armor. The wildlings continued their assault with their spears, but he successfully deflected their thrusts and even felled 2 of them. A daunting adversary indeed. William resolved not to linger atop the roof, as it became apparent that the ranged weapons at his disposal were ineffective against the giant. The spear throwers required time to reposition, and that time necessitated someone to descend and buy it. He could not afford to let the wildlings die in droves, as their morale would surely collapse. Thus, it fell upon him alone to take action. Swiftly, William descended from the rooftop, gripping his hand-and-a-half sword tightly. This weapon, designed for him in adulthood, now felt somewhat unwieldy. Measuring about 15 times the length of his arm, confronting the giant with his strength seemed a precarious endeavor. Nonetheless, he merely needed to distract the creature, granting the wildlings spear throwers the time they required to aim, while the giant could easily parry spears directed at him from a single direction. He doubted his ability to defend against multiple spears launched from various angles. After the giant crushed the skulls of 2 male residents, he realized that none dared approach him anymore. The few remaining soldiers cautiously scanned the rooftops, vigilant against further spear attacks. All the villagers encircled them, and due to the combined efforts of the wildling spear throwers and William's assistance, over half of the 50 soldiers had already suffered casualties before even engaging the residents. The village housed a considerable number of combat-capable residents. Thus, under the duel onslaught, the remaining unscathed soldiers were forced to huddle together with the giant, cornered on a narrow path in the heart of the village. Chapter 38. Confronting the giant, William sprang from the throng, positioning his long sword on the ground. For him, it felt somewhat heavy. While adequate against unarmored wildlings, it seemed insufficient against the fully armored giant. The villagers parted to grant him passage, allowing him to face the giant directly. The towering figure was undeniably brave. Amidst the ambush, the Western soldiers scarcely organized a coherent resistance. Yet they still inflicted significant casualties upon the residents. Do not be mistaken, the primary source of this devastation was none other than the giant himself. Around him lay no fewer than 8 corpses of villagers, while the remaining armed residents of the entire village amounted to fewer than 4. The other soldiers present were the elite guards of the Demon Mountain, their equipment significantly superior to that of the mere cannon fodder, each bearing small shields adorned with signs of impact and wear, indicating they had managed to deflect several spear attacks. This exemplifies the stark contrast between those equipped with shields and those without. Although the whistling sound of the spears might seem formidable and nearly impossible to evade, in reality, as long as one's reflexes are at a normal level and one possesses a small round shield, it becomes quite effortless to block these spears. William found himself fortunate that the soldiers of the Western Territories were not overly equipped, had everyone been armed with such small shields. This battle would have proven significantly more arduous for him. Should he have faced a specialized squad from the River Bay, those spears would likely have been rendered ineffective, necessitating the use of crossbows. However, thus far, no nation among the 7 kingdoms has managed to equip its ordinary soldiers en masse with handheld small shields. All shield-bearing soldiers predominantly belong to the elite ranks or are personal guards of nobility. Nevertheless, the main event ahead remains William's one-on-one confrontation with the Demon Mountain. The thought of slaying the Demon Mountain in single combat is daunting. Even the formidable Prince Oberon merely succeeded in inflicting severe poison and damage upon the Demon Mountain, only to have his own skull crushed due to his lack of a helmet. Even the illustrious Prince Dorne could not best him, and William did not presume he could defeat Prince Dorne in a solitary encounter. Faced with such a formidable opponent, William was grateful he had brought his finest gear, though, compared to the armor worn by the Demon Mountain, his own attire appeared somewhat shabby. His complete arsenal consisted of a small round shield forged from fine steel, a longsword, a wolf's head helmet, and a set of ill-fitting plate armor. The Demon Mountain, in contrast, donned the standard equipment of the Imperial Guards. Wielding a longsword crafted entirely from high-quality steel, embellished with a hint of wrought iron, the sound of its swing cutting through the air, a testament to its heft and sharpness. Should such a weapon strike him, it would likely result in severe injury or death. The Demon Mountain is one of the rare knights capable of wielding his sword with the force of a hammer. Striking him head-on is nearly impossible, as William has not stooped to the level of poisoning his own blade. There is no insinuation about Prince Oberon's dubious intentions here. William would inevitably have to clumsily withstand the onslaught from the Demon Mountain as they clashed. In that moment of collision, William experienced the profound malice that comes from the adult world. The Demon Mountain's momentum not only persisted but surged forward several paces, whereas William found himself pushed back despite his advance. Shaking his arm, now numbed from the impact, William grimaced. Indeed, facing the Demon Mountain in single combat is exceedingly challenging. The Demon Mountain, entirely unperturbed, regarded the recent collision as inconsequential, akin to being nudged by an infant, hardly unsettling his formidable frame. Observing the diminutive figure's lack of considerable strength, he let out a cruel smile and raised his colossal sword high, bringing it crashing down with tremendous force. William hastily extended his longsword, bracing it against the onslaught, refraining from utilizing his shield, for a miscalculation could result in a fractured forearm. The sword descended with a ferocious impact, leaving a conspicuous dent on the blade he had acquired merely a week prior. Simultaneously, he felt a jolt reverberate through his hands, and pain surged through his right hand, crimson liquid oozing from his iron gauntlet. This predicament was rather embarrassing. The opponent's might was overwhelming, leaving him bereft of any means to defend himself adequately. William sensed his legs growing numb from the shock, yet he had no choice but to retaliate immediately. He swiftly rolled aside, managing to stand with his still tingling legs. The sole disadvantage of the towering Demon Mountain, encased in cumbersome armor, lay in his sluggish movement, as the weight of the armor bore heavily upon his shoulders, restricting his mobility. A term flickered through William's mind: Transformers. As the humanoid behemoth shifted his waist, William seized the opportunity to swing his sword forcefully towards the creature's arm. The impact resonated with a hollow clang, proving futile. Despite his conviction that he had unleashed a powerful strike, the armor remained unscathed. The Demon Mountain utilized his arms as shields, rendering William's efforts ineffective, which was to be expected. Resolutely, William lifted his sword once more and struck again. Not a single inch yielded. Realizing he ought to engage in a countercharge, he surmised that even if he toppled the giant, the damage inflicted would likely be minimal. Engaging in futile single-handed slashes was proving to be a fruitless endeavor. The Demon Mountain, a grotesque anomaly, wielded his sword with such ease that William felt he could wield it as a two-handed weapon. With swift agility, he bent low, pivoted, and delivered a fierce blow to the Demon Mountain's flank. This strike appeared to have some effect. A muffled grunt escaped the giant, and upon inspection, William noted a flaw in the joint of the armor, with crimson fluid seeping through. However, this blow was unlikely to be fatal, and it seemed to have thoroughly enraged the Demon Mountain. Raising his sword once more, William had no choice but to evade. Should he endure another strike, he feared his weapon might shatter under the force. Yet, it proved futile. The Demon Mountain swung his sword laterally, delivering a devastating sweep in William's direction. Taken by surprise, William was sent sprawling through the air. With a forceful crash against the wall, he managed to rise unsteadily, observing the imposing figure of the giant, whose stature seemed impervious to his earlier attempt. At that moment, seizing the opportunity as the giant turned, a long spear shot forth from the rooftop behind him, piercing through his calf. The giant emitted a muffled groan of pain, dropping to one knee. After all, a spear, especially one hurled by the wild men adept at throwing, possesses considerable might, capable of penetrating a northern soldier, armor and all, at a reasonable distance. Thus, it was entirely plausible for the spear to have pierced the giant's calf under such circumstances. Finally, William was able to plant his sword into the ground and catch his breath. However, this maneuver seemed to inflict little significant damage on the giant. He fiercely yanked the spear from his calf and flung it aside, disregarding the blood streaming from his wound as he charged toward William. Chapter 39. Desperation. The giant loomed like a colossus in the center of the arena, declaring dominance. William, now nearly devoid of mobility, slumped against the wall, acutely aware that in the current skirmish, the giant's arm strength likely rivaled that of a hunting dog. It could even be argued that his power surpassed that of the beast. William was on the brink of death while facing a hunting dog. let alone a being of greater strength like the giant. Once more, the giant raised his enormous sword, its width substantial enough to be formidable, preparing to bring it down. In this instance, William would likely be unable to withstand the blow. Should it land, it could easily prove fatal. Now, he found himself utterly immobilized, unable to evade or escape. Most critically, the giant, having just been struck by several spears, was in a frenzied state. If William were to fall, the wild men trailing behind would likely scatter in disarray. Thus, should William perish, the battle would lose all purpose. After all, these wild men constituted the majority of their fighting force on the battlefield. Should they retreat, even a handful of soldiers from the lion's army would be no match for the giant, who could lead them to slaughter this town. In this pivotal moment, from the rooftop across the way, Eddard cast her first spear. This woman evidently possessed remarkable strength. Despite her prolonged captivity, her arm power remained formidable, far exceeding that of other wild men. With a tremendous whoosh, a spear struck the giant's back armor, embedding itself slightly over an inch deep, and a trickle of blood seeped from the wound. This blow represented one of the most significant impacts the giant had endured in a long time. Aside from the earlier attack to his hind leg, this was the only strike capable of prompting the giant to turn his head. Infuriated, the giant abandoned the fallen William and pivoted, swinging his sword down with ferocity, shattering the crude earthen wall, intending to demolish the taller buildings to ensnare the wild men above. However, if he does not divert his attention to the rear now, he may find himself in dire straits. William had stealthily risen to his feet, although his long sword could not penetrate the formidable armor of the Demon Mountain, nor could it inflict any significant damage, for his strength had yet to fully develop. However, should he leap and launch an attack, he would indeed possess the capability to do so. The greatest vulnerability of plate armor lies in its joints. Despite the Demon Mountain's robust armor, it is not exempt from this flaw. A sufficiently thick helmet can impede the user's mobility, which dictates that the outer edges of the helmet are not overly rigid. In such circumstances, if the already tall William were to leap and thrust his long sword fiercely through the helmet, there would indeed be a possibility of inflicting harm. After all, this long sword is crafted with a level of artistry that rivals that of his armor. It has been meticulously forged, consuming considerable effort. Even the armor of the Imperial Guard possesses its weaknesses, such as the rear edge of the helmet. Beneath the armor lies a layer of chainmail, the quality of which is not particularly high. As the salaries of the Imperial Guards are limited, the outer layer is designed for appearances and is indeed functional. Yet the inner layer may not be as formidable. At the very least, Barristan met his demise from an attack to the back of his head, and William does not believe that his longsword is inferior to the Harpy's dagger. He refuses to believe they could forge a dagger from adamantium. However, this time, it seems William has miscalculated, for despite the intricacy of his plan, he did not anticipate that the other soldiers were equally observant, whether alerted by their comrades or not. The Demon Mountain abruptly turned around, catching sight of William, who was brandishing his sword from behind. At that moment, he once again exposed the back of his head to Eddard and her subordinates. Without hesitation, Eddard swiftly launched 3 or 4 spears from the rooftop, targeting the towering back of the Demon Mountain's head. Unfortunately, several of the spears struck the helmet, producing a resounding clang before being deflected away. What is happening? The helmet at the back of the Demon Mountain's head possesses a unique design. What is it? It is a piece of sponge specially harvested from the shores of the Summer Islands. The silver sponge is a local specialty of the Summer Islands, characterized by its extraordinary tensile strength. When stretched to a certain extent, it can repel many objects. Eddard's spears indeed managed to pierce the helmet with great force, but there lies a special block of silver sponge from the Summer Islands at the back of the helmet, which caused the spears to rebound at the moment of impact due to its immense tension. Well then, this makes it quite difficult for a surprise attack from behind to yield any effect. William is confident that his long sword could indeed cleave through the sponge. Yet the Demon Mountain before him seems unwilling to grant him the opportunity. This time, he opted not for a downward strike, but rather for a sweeping horizontal slash. William's left flank was struck violently, causing him to crash against the opposing wall. His long sword could undoubtedly cleave through the edges of armor. But the critical issue was that William was incapacitated. The heavy blow sent him hurtling backwards, crashing into the wall and causing blood to seep from his waist armor. Unlike the armor of the Demon Mountain, his was of a far inferior craftsmanship. Although he had padded himself with 2 layers of cotton armor, allowing him to survive, he could still feel the pain in his lower back, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. As the Demon Mountain turned its gaze once more, the frail wall appeared to be on the verge of collapse with a single strike. The soldiers of the Lion clan began to direct their attention towards the terrified residents. who were ill-prepared for such a confrontation. Clearly, these townsfolk, who had scarcely seen battle and often regarded warfare as mere farming, perceived the fierce soldiers before them as formidable adversaries. The Lion Clan soldiers were primarily professional warriors. As the situation deteriorated, the Demon Mountain's attention shifted back to William, the one whose repeated interference had thwarted its plans, and who had even permitted his subordinates to launch attacks against him. If he were to be eliminated, the wild tribesmen would likely scatter, for in tribal warfare, it was customary to strike down the chieftain, resulting in a collapse of the warriors' morale. The predicament was dire. Chapter 40. Successful elimination. The situation was exceedingly perilous. The Demon Mountain stood unassailable on the battlefield, rendering it impossible for anyone to confront him. William had suffered grave injuries, and the structure where Hyde and the others stood was teetering precariously. Should either of these two fall, the remaining wild tribesmen would likely flee in terror. Thus, the most crucial factor in shifting the tide was to eliminate the Demon Mountain before he could make his move. There was a chance to defeat him, but William's condition was severely compromised. In his wounded state, wielding his long sword was an arduous task. Moreover, it seemed unlikely that he could easily penetrate the Demon Mountain's armor. Even if he failed to cut through, a few powerful strikes from the massive sword would leave William in a state of utter disarray. This ferocious beast, a valiant warrior, possessed a combat prowess that William had not anticipated. The combination of luxurious gear and inherent strength rendered William's attempts to confront him exceedingly troublesome, indeed, profoundly so. At this juncture, the beast seemed overwhelmingly powerful for William. Countless strategies appeared futile, ultimately reduced to ashes beneath the weight of unparalleled strength. The formidable creature before him was almost beyond belief in its might. William found himself in a state reminiscent of his encounters with griffins, striving for victory even in the face of death. This struggle was fundamentally different from his triumph over the hounds. After all, the ultimate goal of the tournament was not to annihilate one's opponent, but rather to discern who among them possessed the greater prowess in combat. However, a life-and-death battle was a wholly different matter. While William could employ cunning to outsmart a griffin and utilize skill and the opponent's carelessness to defeat a hound, such tactics would be futile against the relentless force of the Demon Mountain. The Demon Mountain sought to obliterate him, intent on dismantling all his strategies. Regardless of the cunning employed, when faced with such overwhelming power, one could only postpone their demise, not avert it entirely. Thus, to successfully conquer this foe, one must either elevate their strength to vanquish him outright or orchestrate his own destruction. William had no choice but to unveil his last remaining trump card. Its efficacy was uncertain, but it was imperative to have it, otherwise, all would be lost. Struggling to rise, he stepped before the militia, who faced the fierce soldiers with palpable tension. To outsiders, these soldiers may not seem excessively formidable, especially since they could be defeated with thrown spears. For William, however, a one-on-one confrontation posed little threat, given his superior experience, abilities, and equipment. He possessed a distinct advantage over these soldiers. Yet, the presence of a Demon Mountain altered the equation entirely. Indeed, a Demon Mountain. In William's eyes, this was akin to a dark overlord, an insurmountable obstacle looming before him. Nevertheless, he harbored an unwavering belief in his eventual victory, bolstered by his final weapon, white phosphorus. Originally intended for use against the hounds, its fiery spectacle was now deemed far more effective against this formidable adversary. The hounds feared this substance because one had once thrust its head into a fire pot, as recounted in the original tale. But how could he wield this against the Demon Mountain? The method was straightforward: use it to blind him. The most vulnerable part of the Royal Guard's helmet, aside from its edges, was the gap around the eyes. After all, in any circumstance, a knight could not entirely encase their mind. Relying solely on auditory cues in battle was impractical. Without sufficient acoustic gaps during combat, a single strike to the helmet could easily incapacitate a knight. If sand could obscure his vision, that would be feasible. However, in the frenzied state of the Demon Mountain, he resembled a raging bull, impervious to mere sand. Thus, an alternative approach emerged. What if his eyes were ignited? White phosphorus powder can achieve such an effect. The ignition point of white phosphorus is approximately 40 degrees Celsius. Once this temperature is surpassed, it will spontaneously ignite. The temperature of the flames is far greater than this, causing irritation to the eyes. Originally, this substance was intended for use as a means of cover during a retreat after a failed attack. When the mountain demon and his companions initially entered the village, it was indeed the perfect moment to strike, for at that time, the mountain demon, being a large figure, would undoubtedly be coated in the most white phosphorus powder. However, William hesitated, for that would entail incinerating the entire village. Now it seems that if he refrains from using it, his own demise is imminent. With the white phosphorus successfully dispersed, William need not worry about it wafting upwards, as this substance is rather heavy for the air. Thus, it is imperative to create flames at a temperature of 40 degrees swiftly. How to achieve this heating? The method is quite simple. William nodded to Heidi. This strategy had been devised earlier, when obstruction becomes insurmountable. They would scatter the white phosphorus powder and ignite it by slicing through the air with a spear, harnessing the kinetic energy generated. The immense kinetic energy produced when the spear cuts through the air can heat and distort the surrounding atmosphere, thus igniting all the scattered white phosphorus. As the individual who has engaged in combat the longest, the mountain demon has expended the most energy. And due to his colossal stature and the considerable energy required to wield his weapon, he is greatly fatigued. Consequently, to replenish his energy, he must gasp for breath. In other words, he currently harbors the most phosphorus powder within him. Therefore, now is the opportune moment to hurl the spear. With a swift whoosh, the surrounding air filled with scattered white phosphorus began to ignite. The blazing white phosphorus consequently elevated the temperature of the air, and the mountain demon's eyes were finally affected. He clutched his eyes in anguish, for who would find the sensation of flames in their eyes bearable? In this state, the mountain demon was compelled to remove his helmet to rub his eyes. This presented an opportunity for the wild man. In an instant, 3 or 4 spears shot forth from different directions, targeting the mountain demon's head. He hastily seized a nearby soldier to shield himself from 2 of the spears. However, the 3rd spear was not so easily deflected, as it belonged to Heidi. Heidi's extraordinary strength allowed it to pierce through the already battered body of the soldier, striking the mountain demon squarely in the forehead. Subsequently, the remaining soldiers faced a dual assault from the air and the ground, swiftly meeting their demise. No survivors could be left from the Griffin family. Yet, William still had use for the mountain demon's corpse. However, for William at present, what he may urgently require is something entirely different, a respite. Chapter 41. Aftermath for William. This battle and the turmoil in King's Landing have temporarily subsided. Eddard has commanded him to recuperate from his injuries before returning to the city to continue overseeing the papermaking business, effectively granting him a brief respite from other responsibilities. William continues to correspond with Hood, requesting him to send 30 units of the profits from the paper trade back to Caho, to be entrusted to his father for his discretion. The paper industry has now stabilized, and the Wildlings, having gained a means of livelihood, have gradually begun to abandon their former habits of pillaging and burning. Likewise, William enforces a stringent selection process for all common folk and various individuals wishing to join the paper industry. Once accepted, they are treated akin to laborers. Within the industrial park, William has established a small school, with Aisha as the teacher, imparting literacy, writing skills, and basic arithmetic to the recognized children and their siblings who are ready to learn. For the slightly older ones, Miao has organized a literacy campaign. This educational initiative is also extending to the Wildlings. The production efficiency of the paper industry park stands at approximately 27,000 units of paper per week, with each unit being half the size of standard parchment. Given that medieval nobility typically utilizes whole sheets of parchment, this output is indeed impressive. This method yields substantial profits for the Iron Throne and King's Landing, as well as for the various shops and ancillary industries associated with William's paper enterprise, averaging around 100 golden dragons weekly. Approximately 35 golden dragons are allocated for wages and purchasing other necessities. 1 golden dragon equals 200 silver stags. It has been previously mentioned that a sheet of paper costs 1 silver stag. The author, having reviewed the original work of A Song of Ice and Fire, recognizes the currency exchange rates to be somewhat chaotic and has thus approximated more reasonable values, with the ratio being 1 golden dragon to 200 silver stags to 1,400 copper stars. After all, King's Landing is populated by numerous wealthy nobles who possess a considerable demand for paper. Simultaneously, William has instructed his subordinates to promote other uses for paper throughout King's Landing, such as for personal hygiene and crafting decorative paper flowers. Is the quality of the paper flowers subpar? Of course, if the quality were high, how could I achieve sales? They are inexpensive yet not durable, but the key is, if they were durable, would you still purchase my leftover paper flowers? Naturally, processing would incur additional charges. That is a separate matter altogether. Additionally, William has introduced another line of products, including scissors, specialized knives for cutting paper, stationery, and various types of specialty papers, as well as colored pencils and simple erasers designed for drawing on paper. After all, a sheet of paper is certainly far more affordable than a yard of cloth. This is indeed true. Medieval canvas is no less expensive than parchment. The industrial park, sustained by a complete system, swiftly inputs various benefits. Naturally, such advantages are not immune to the circumstances of other families. For instance, William had heard on more than one occasion that the Tyrell family offered a handsome price for the methods of producing these papers and the corresponding industrial processes. There is no need for concern, as William has meticulously safeguarded the families and other significant entities involved, rendering them nearly impervious to coercion. The generous salaries he provides are unattainable for others. The nearly complete closed management system prevents these individuals from connecting with the outside world. Moreover, the presence of griffins ensures that anyone attempting to infiltrate the industrial park is swiftly torn to shreds. Simultaneously, William has taken in those employees' families who struggle to make ends meet, offering them accommodations and services unavailable in the city. The entire industrial park is regularly maintained, with numerous personnel dedicated to ensuring its safety and stability. All soldiers undergo regular military training, while the wildlings receive specialized military instruction. William does not intend to integrate the wildlings into standard combat units. Rather, he plans to organize them as an independent force. Future recruits among the wildlings will also be structured accordingly, as William believes they lack discipline. This deficiency implies that they cannot form proper formations to confront regular troops in battle. As long as they avoid entering chaotic skirmishes, they are unlikely to gain an advantage. Therefore, William intends to create a specialized melee unit composed of wildlings, deploying them when combat becomes chaotic, allowing regular soldiers to withdraw. A group of wildlings, equipped with equally advanced gear and possessing a modicum of combat skills, combined with sufficient bravery, could easily subdue 3 to 4 standard Westerosi soldiers. Concurrently, William is actively recruiting the city's most desperate blacksmiths and carpenters, offering lucrative salaries to skilled artisans from various towns. Meanwhile, the paper mill is steadily increasing its production capacity. For William, the paper mill is one of his means of generating wealth and must be expanded as much as possible. This also plays a significant role in his future strategies, as he intends to leverage these technologies to negotiate with the Iron Bank. Through numerous adventures and tasks over time, William has discerned that although he alleviated the Iron Throne's financial issues and provided a formidable force for King's Landing from the north, the most fundamental problem remains unresolved. The Lannister influence in King's Landing continues to be formidable. In this context, persuading Eddard to preemptively attack Cersei and her children is nearly impossible. The only viable course of action is to expand his armed forces as much as possible, thereby gaining an advantage in warfare and making Cersei's Lannister army wary. I cannot believe that just under 40 kilometers from your city lies such a formidable armed force. Ever ready for battle. What, I wonder, can you do to my master now? The remainder of the fate rests solely in the hands of Eddard. For William feels he has done all he can, having scattered a newly trained contingent of little birds throughout King's Landing. William has but 2 directives for these little birds: to remain concealed and to seize any opportunity to eliminate those not aligned with him. Lord Varys is a good man, yet William holds a genuine disdain for young Aegon. In the few instances from the original text, Aegon hardly resembles a true sovereign. Thus, I must implore you and your network of intelligence to meet your demise together. As for Littlefinger, William has no immediate intentions to take action against him, for his intelligence network has proven to be a challenge for William to navigate. Persuading a courtesan to reform, in such a society with notably low productivity, is indeed a formidable task. Chapter 42. The State of King's Landing. William not only triumphed over the Mountain of Magic this time, bolstering the morale of his troops and enhancing his standing among the wildlings, but he also absorbed a group of survivors from the ravaged villages. Given the dwindling number of living souls, William decided to transport the few hundred remaining villagers in their entirety. However, on their return journey to King's Landing, an unexpected calamity unfolded. As William ambushed the mountain, our ambitious leader, Robert, could not evade his fate, ultimately being gored by a wild boar during a hunt. Eddard stood by the king's bedside, clutching a freshly penned parchment, awaiting to hear his final words. As Robert conversed with his old friend, tears streaming down his face, he candidly expressed his belief that he had not been a good king and lamented his failure to claim Lyanna Stark. Following this, he proceeded to declare his will. Eddard, through extensive investigation, had discovered that the king's 3 children appeared not to be of his own blood, a rather awkward revelation. Observing the king in such a precarious state, Eddard understood that to voice this truth might provoke Robert to his end. After much hesitation, Eddard ultimately restrained his tongue, refraining from disclosing the truth about Joffrey's illegitimacy, instead amending the will to name Joffrey as the lawful heir. However, he did not intend to force a coup. After all, the The mother and her children were indeed pitiable, having endured such a lengthy marriage. Ultimately, the one he truly loved was neither the woman he envisioned nor himself, but rather his son. As a woman, her plight is truly tragic, and should the Baratheons learn of this revelation, while Stannis may remain composed, his hot-headed followers might very well execute the mother and child without hesitation. Moreover, Eddard planned to wait for William's return. After all, if he possessed sufficient military strength, why would he need to rely on the city's guard? Eddard was well aware of William's activities within the industrial zone, as several soldiers from the north and guards from the Red Keep had been diligently relaying information to him. The existence of military training was indisputable. Eddard recognized that this young fellow had likely transformed the entire workforce into soldiers. Given the scale of such armament, one might wonder, what purpose could it serve? Surely it was not merely for festive celebrations. Eddard now understood that the industrial zone likely harbored nearly 500 combat-ready soldiers, with William having taken over 60 of them and retaining around 30 under his command. Meanwhile, the Lannister soldiers and the direct guards in the city numbered no more than 50. Thanks to William's interference, Catelyn had not managed to abduct the imp, especially since the authorities were actively searching for the wife of the king's hand throughout the city, leading to altercations with several northern lords, William's men, and some guards from the Red Keep, as well as Eddard's own retainers. Aunt Cat dared not linger, swiftly retreating back to the north. It must be said that Eddard exhibited a commendable knightly spirit. Despite Cersei's blatant opposition, he intended to spare both the mother and her innocent children. However, whether the adversary would extend the same courtesy to him was an entirely different matter. Eddard was prepared. Once William returned from the north, he would swiftly summon the soldiers from the industrial zone, along with his own forces, to stage a palace coup. Should the city guard maintain neutrality, and if he could secure support from Renly, the advantage would undoubtedly be his. Even if Cersei managed to rally the Kingsguard, he would still possess an overwhelming numerical superiority of over 13 times their forces. Eddard was confident that as long as the gold cloaks remained neutral, victory would be assured. Unbeknownst to him, however, there were keen eyes in the shadows, as Lord Varys and Peter Baelish closely monitored every development. Through various channels, they had gleaned the current state of the industrial zone. After all, if the operations were merely productive, there would be no need to transport such a large quantity of meat into the industrial complex. The total population, including all family members, should not exceed 1,500, making the frequency of food transport seem excessive. The presence of a significant amount of fresh meat raised suspicions whether the industrial zone was truly engaged in training workers. From the lips of a few workers who escaped the industrial zone to seek illicit pleasures in King's Landing, they gleaned crucial information regarding the current state of affairs. If all went as anticipated, the industrial zone could muster nearly 400 soldiers in combat. This assessment appeared sound, as they had initially recruited close to 300 employees, supplemented by 20 soldiers from Caho and nearly 100 wildlings, making the total approximately 400. However, this time William returned with some villagers, a turn of events they had not anticipated. Of course, the difference between anticipating and not was negligible, as William was still en route. For Varys, this was of little consequence. After all, if Eddard truly possessed the capability to command such formidable armed forces, he could certainly stabilize the situation in King's Landing. Yet, Peter Baelish was less than satisfied. After all, he had orchestrated such a significant opportunity and chaos for the purpose of elevating his own position. Now it seemed, the financial state of King's Landing was robust, which meant that Baelish had not ascended to the position of Master of Coin. Instead, Eddard had taken on the role temporarily, given that the art of papermaking was solely in the hands of Eddard's subordinates. Allowing Baelish to assume the position would enable the paper mill to generate substantial profits to supplement the Iron Throne's coffers. Eddard, being an honest man, had almost entirely allocated the funds William provided to support the Iron Throne, with only a few garments for his daughter Sansa, which had been brought from the north, remaining unchanged. His second daughter lacked even a suitable longsword. Even if funds were available, Eddard would never permit her to practice with a real longsword. Thus, our dear Peter Baelish now found himself merely an ordinary official in King's Landing. As a trusted associate of the former hand of the king, Jon Arryn, Baelish had not been purged solely due to Eddard's sense of justice. After all, Eddard held Baelish in low regard. It was known that Baelish had once dueled Eddard's elder brother over Catelyn Stark. Therefore, it was challenging to cultivate any goodwill from someone as principled as Eddard. Peter Baelish was determined to undermine this operation as much as possible. But how could he expedite its disruption? He aimed to compel Eddard to act prematurely against the throne. After all, the workers at the paper mill would not heed the commands of the Lord of Winterfell. Their leader was William, who was currently contending with the mountain in the south. Even if they succeeded in defeating the mountain and returned, it would take time. Thus, Eddard had to initiate a coup swiftly. Consequently, Baelish commenced his rapid scheming. How to instigate this coup promptly? Baelish opted for a direct approach. He sought out Eddard. "My lord," he said, "considering the present circumstances, you must make a swift decision. Once the king passes and the will is not disclosed for an extended period, you may find yourself in peril." Observing Eddard deep in thought, Baelish unveiled his ace. A realm cannot endure a day without a ruler. If the throne remains vacant for too long without confirmation, it will inevitably breed distrust among the lesser nobility towards the Iron Throne, diminishing its authority. Noting Eddard's continued contemplation, Baelish pressed on. Lord Renly and Lord Stannis would not be content merely to remain princes. In the interest of political stability, I sincerely hope that you will soon announce His Majesty the King's will. This statement finally swayed Eddard, who left a confidential letter and urgently summoned Stannis, currently residing in his domain on Dragonstone, to King's Landing. For the sake of security, Eddard promptly sought out Lancel. Chapter 43. Preparations for the coup. Eddard and Lancel deliberated matters in their chamber. "Are you suggesting that the current Crown Prince Joffrey, along with Tommen and Myrcella, are not the legitimate offspring of my brother?" Lancel exclaimed, astonished, while Eddard revealed the evidence he had gathered. The bloodline of House Baratheon is characterized by dark hair, yet all three children possess golden locks. All of Robert's bastards bear dark hair, while both the queen and her brother are notably golden-haired. I suspect that Lord Aaron discovered this discrepancy and sought evidence, but he was slain by Cersei's men before he could act. The throne must never pass to Joffrey. Eddard asserted resolutely. This realm was forged by Robert's hand. Having failed to protect his brother, I must now safeguard his family's legacy. "My lord, do you mean?" Lancel ventured cautiously. "Tomorrow, I shall confront Cersei, demanding that she and her children leave King's Landing at once. I will announce the will and declare Stannis as the rightful heir, thus ensuring the safety of her and her children. Should she refuse, I will expose the Queen's transgressions under the name of House Baratheon, compelling Stannis to march into King's Landing to reclaim the throne." Lancel could not suppress his surprise. Eddard regarded him with curiosity. "My lord, what I mean is, we are currently within the city. You command 40 soldiers, while I can gather around 150 from my friends, my soldiers, and their allies. We should swiftly storm the Red Keep. Seize that harlot and her 3 children as hostages. I claim the throne, and you remain hand of the king. We can then compel the Old Lion to meet us in King's Landing, controlling him and thus the entire Westerlands, ensuring that no large-scale insurrection ensues." "Absolutely not." Eddard firmly rejected the notion. "Not only does your proposal defy the chivalric code, but seizing the young and innocent is unjust. Stannis' claim precedes yours. We must summon him first, and only then can he announce Cersei's incestuous actions. A trial must precede any conclusions. As for Tywin, if he wishes to incite rebellion, we will confront them openly on the battlefield." Lancel wished to argue further, but upon seeing Eddard's resolute expression, he refrained and departed the room. That very night, Lancel gathered his companions and soldiers and swiftly fled King's Landing. Subsequently, Eddard sought out Peter Baelish. "Lord Peter, if I were to initiate a coup at this moment, would the Gold Cloak support me? William is not expected to return anytime soon, and in his absence, he is unable to mobilize the soldiers at the paper mill industrial park. The medieval customs of Western Europe persist, with vassals remaining subordinate to their own vassals, rather than being directly under my command. Even if he were to issue direct orders, without William's explicit command, he could not sway the workers, let alone the wild men. Furthermore, Ed does not genuinely believe that Cersei would dare to resist, as he possesses the moral high ground. However, to prevent Cersei from feeling cornered and retaliating, he must seek to win over the Golden Cloaks. Simultaneously, he urgently recalled 10 soldiers from within the city, tasked with maintaining order, to bolster his guard's strength to a level that could at least rival that of the Lannister household. Even if the guards of the Red Keep stand with Cersei, possessing the golden apples would still enable him to suppress them effectively. If all else fails, he could break through the encirclement and reach the paper mill, where a few hundred soldiers could hold their ground for a time. He could then issue a proclamation. Even if the soldiers of the West rise in rebellion, the strength of his alliance, the wolf, eagle, deer, and fish, would not be negligible. Moreover, Dorne is unlikely to aid the West, thus the advantage lies with him. It would be difficult for the Dragon Riders to suffer defeat. With this in mind, Ed felt a sense of relief and prepared to confront Cersei the following day. On the morning of the next day, Ed sought out Peter Baelish. Accompanied by the captain of the capital's garrison, Jane, "My lord, this is Captain Jane of the capital's garrison. He will lend you his support," Peter remarked, gesturing towards the captain. In truth, Peter had already approached the captain the previous night, but the discussion did not pertain to this matter. Instead, he had taken him directly to meet Cersei. The queen could offer gold and titles, while the duke had always regarded these as the duties of the capital's garrison commander. This was perhaps Ed's gravest miscalculation. He placed excessive faith in a common-born captain of the garrison, who possessed a fervent sense of honor. Little did he realize that for commoners, only tangible benefits, in the form of gold and titles, could sustain their loyalty. Jane was not of noble birth. He was merely the son of a merchant who had ascended to the position of garrison commander through bribery, with the assistance of House Lannister. For a common-born captain, an empty sense of honor could never rival the allure of gold and nobility. Thus, from the outset, he could never be expected to stand by Ed's side. This was Ed's greatest failure. He valued honor but mistakenly believed that everyone shared his perspective, viewing honor as a lifelong pursuit. Many of the lesser individuals, however, were primarily concerned with survival and improving their circumstances. The hollow sense of honor fails to resonate with pragmatic individuals, and this coup, which is fundamentally rooted in an illusion of honor, resembles a magnificent edifice suspended in the air. Though exquisitely crafted, it is destined to collapse into oblivion when its frail beams give way. Led by Jared with over 200 soldiers, they marched into the Red Keep, while Eddard similarly summoned the Kingsguard. After all, should an announcement be made, it would be advantageous to utilize these formidable warriors for their cause. Cersei's brother, Jaime, is indeed a powerful adversary, and Eddard felt assured that, with the presence of a few other Kingsguard, he could swiftly subdue both men. The political landscape of King's Landing is rife with the influence of the Queen and her loyalists, a chaotic state exacerbated by Robert's negligence. Procrastination would be detrimental. Thus, Eddard resolved to act decisively. As he assembled his forces and forged a battle line, this misguided coup was poised to commence. Meanwhile, William had finally returned to the paper mill. Upon learning of the whereabouts of the captain of the city's guard, a sense of foreboding enveloped him. Chapter 44. How to execute a failed coup. Almost simultaneously with the unsettling news regarding the first captain of the city, William issued a flurry of commands. Open the Griffin Tower and release the men. Miao, take all armed security and wildlings to the tower in the city, and inform all northerners to prepare for defense. Asha, escort the children to a safe area and instruct all workers to follow the drill procedures. Hood, gather 10 men and head to the Prime Minister's tower to find the second miss, bringing her back to the tower, and if feasible, retrieve the swordsmanship instructor as well. Joel, organize the workers for defensive preparations and swiftly send a raven to the north to relay news of the coup. I need standard issue gear. That rogue from the mountain is ruthless. Oh, and ensure the villagers I brought back are properly accommodated. Prepare the wagons. We may need to relocate the entire paper mill to the north. To be candid, William had lost hope for Eddard's survival. It was simply too late. All nearby patrols were to be replaced with cavalry, departing at double the previous frequency. Any unidentified armed personnel were to be eliminated on sight. And the production line for crossbows must be activated. We must be ready for a prolonged conflict. Utilize the secret passage from the paper mill to the tower, ensuring a flawless evacuation of all guards within. Simultaneously, in the Red Keep, Eddard was leading his subordinates towards the council hall. Accompanied by Jared and his contingent of approximately 200 men, with Littlefinger in tow, the Queen, along with the young prince and the Kingsguard, awaited their arrival. Eddard forcefully pushed open the grand doors and charged in with his soldiers. Cersei was well aware of their origins and had adequately prepared herself mentally for the encounter. However, witnessing them burst and so recklessly undoubtedly dampened her spirits. Should she allow herself to feel discontent, she would find it necessary to devise a means to deal with the loathsome hand of the king. In truth, when William was dispatched to confront the Mountain of Magic, the animosity between the parties had already become public knowledge. At that time, the king was still alive, and thus the hand of the king wielded slightly more power than the queen's relatives. But with the king's demise, the dynamics shifted dramatically. After all, the heir to the throne was now under the influence of the Queen Mother's faction, meaning the appointment or dismissal of the hand of the king was merely a matter of her decree. Yet, who could say if the king had made any contingency plans? If he had arranged a new position for his brother, the situation could become quite challenging. Thus, the state of affairs within the city became increasingly enigmatic following the king's death. The power struggle had escalated into a fierce confrontation, and recently, a group of northerners had erected what appeared to be a formidable tower within the city. The design and construction of such a tower typically required considerable time. However, William employed a clever stratagem. Utilizing modular management and large cranes, he assembled prefabricated components to construct a new edifice, allowing multiple sections to be built concurrently, thereby significantly enhancing efficiency. William could scarcely believe the presence of individuals among his ranks who comprehended such modern architectural methods. Eddard presented his assembled allies within the Red Keep to meet Cersei. "Your Grace, the king has passed away moments ago. This is his last will." Eddard swiftly unfurled the will, yet instead of handing it directly to Cersei, he entrusted it to Ser Balistan, the captain of the Kingsguard standing nearby. Balistan was undoubtedly a distinguished and honorable knight, as evidenced by his conduct. The old knight swiftly reviewed the will, confirmed its contents, and began to read it aloud. As the final word echoed through the chamber, a profound silence enveloped the room, all soldiers fixated intently on the parchment in Balistan's grasp. The once exquisitely crafted paper now bore creases from the old knight's firm grip. "May I see the king's will, good sir?" Cersei inquired. This request was impossible to refuse, and Balistan relinquished the document to her. After examining it thoroughly to ensure its authenticity, Cersei swiftly tore the will to shreds. She had already gleaned its contents from Littlefinger the previous night. Likewise, she had contemplated her course of action, publicly shredding the will, then seizing the somewhat arrogant hand of the king, eliminating all his subordinates, and using the lives of his two daughters as leverage to declare the legitimacy of Joffrey's claim to the throne. Subsequently, once the opportunity has been seized, the nobleman can be eliminated and his son appointed as the new Duke of the North. Should the latter refuse to acknowledge this change and demand the return of his father, it would be a simple matter to summon him to King's Landing and dispose of him as well. As for other considerations, who has the luxury of pondering such matters at this juncture? If fortune were to frown upon them, the act of rebellion they are engaged in would certainly prevent any escape from these gates today. The Queen is acutely aware that failure in this endeavor would spell catastrophic consequences for both herself and her family. After all, across the vast expanse of Westeros, the formidable coalition led by the current Duke of the North, once the king himself, is not to be underestimated. While her own family possesses virtually no allies in this land, should the Prime Minister successfully flee, it would herald disaster for her lineage. Even the might of the Westerlands cannot stand against four. Furthermore, the city of King's Landing and its surrounding territories are capable of summoning nearly 40,000 soldiers, a number sufficient to overwhelm the Westerlands. Thus, this moment is critical for both parties. One seeks to protect the legacy of their brother's family and career, while the other fights for the preservation of their own lineage and life. Therefore, Cersei must utterly destroy this document. As she cast the final shard of paper to the ground, the furious Eddard drew his sword, prompting the northern soldiers behind him to unsheath their blades as well. The soldiers of House Lannister followed suit, their swords drawn, while the Kingsguard, save for Jaime, stood in bewilderment. At that moment, a dagger was pressed against Eddard's temple. It was Petyr Baelish. Simultaneously, the outer guard members aimed their spears at the northern soldiers, launching a surprise attack. In an instant, over 10 northern soldiers lay slain upon the ground. This maneuver, reminiscent of a deft counterattack in a game of chess, altered the situation drastically. Chapter 45. A desperate rescue soon. The traitorous soldiers, alongside the Red Keep guards, encircled Eddard and his subordinates, forming a tight circle around Eddard, who had a blade at his throat, and Petyr, who held him at bay. The situation appeared irretrievable. Just then, a piercing cry echoed throughout the Red Keep, followed by the resounding crash reverberating from the rooftop. Above the Red Keep, the decorative stained glass glimmered beautifully, yet its defensive capabilities left much to be desired. At least for the griffin currently battering against the ceiling, its protective value was negligible. It was merely a matter of time before it was breached. The soldiers on the ground looked on in utter confusion, having never before encountered such a creature as the griffin. 2 adult griffins collided with a celestial dome, an extraordinary event that none would wish to witness a second time. Soon, William donned his gray armor and wielded a standard short sword, mounted upon the griffin as he forcefully breached the dome and descended to the ground. Meanwhile, the members of the Capitol Guard, stationed outside the Prime Minister's tower, were languidly stifling yawns, their orders being to secure the area and ensure no one could enter or exit the tower. When the time arrived, reinforcements would be sent to lead them in for a decisive assault. Suddenly, they observed a throng of armed individuals clad in gray armor emerging from the main entrance. "What is the meaning of this? Who are you?" inquired the commander of the guard, perplexed, as he recalled that only his unit was supposed to be present today, with no other soldiers in sight. Where had this contingent come from? Leading the group was Hood, who was initially accompanied by only 10 soldiers, but during their advance, several guards from the Red Keep, uncertain of the situation, had joined their ranks. Thus, while the capital guard held a numerical advantage, it was not as significant as it appeared. Hood wasted no time, striking without hesitation. The remaining soldiers swiftly drew their swords, employing the techniques learned during drills and training, launching an assault on the bewildered capital guard members, while the confused Red Keep guards also joined the fray. William's soldiers were equipped with rudimentary armor, standard long swords, and shields, far superior to the capital guard's meager gold robes, tattered leather armor, and a solitary spear. In mere moments, the outer members of the capital guard were scattered and vanquished. Within the Prime Minister's tower, the Northerners were still grappling with the unfolding chaos when Hood, accompanied by his soldiers, forced them down from the guard tower, including Arya and her mentor, Sirios. A significant change has transpired in the city. The hand of the king has commanded me to escort you towards the Black Tower, Hood declared, producing a document bearing the royal seal, swiftly convincing the Northerners present. Those capable of combat seized their weapons and followed Hood as they charged through the makeshift defenses of the approaching guards, hastening toward the Black Tower. Simultaneously, at the epicenter of the coup within the Red Keep, William had drawn his long sword, the charge of the Griffin Knights overwhelming the pampered gold-robed nobles beyond their endurance. Even the Red Keep guards found themselves unable to withstand the formidable pressure exerted by the Griffins. My lord, I have dispatched soldiers to retrieve the second lady and the eldest daughter. Please do not worry. We shall proceed to the Black Tower immediately. The remaining soldiers from the north tightened their grips on their weapons and engaged in fierce combat with the members of the city guard. Several guards from the Red Keep attempted to advance, but their opponents were formidable griffins. The female griffin, having emerged from her nursing period, exhibited ferocity that rivaled that of her male counterpart. In no time, the misguided Red Keep guards were torn to shreds. The city guard was swiftly overcome, as Eddard's men were seasoned fighters, adept at handling the pampered and ineffectual gold cloaks. Subsequently, the two griffins, ridden by knights, led over 30 Northmen out of the Red Keep. Upon their emergence, they collided with a multitude of northern families and a dozen soldiers under Hood's command. The forces merged and swiftly advanced towards the Black Tower. My lord, we have not located the young lady, Hood reported to Eddard, indicating that she was not within the tower's defenses. They suspected she might be in the gardens, but the guards there were numerous, making entry impossible. In this critical moment, there was no time for deliberation. Eddard ordered his soldiers to charge towards the Black Tower. Inside the tower, a dozen northern soldiers had already taken position. Upon seeing the influx of their comrades, they promptly opened the gates. Chaos reigned within the city, exacerbated by the frequent troop movements and the absence of numerous city guard soldiers. Additionally, 10 soldiers dispatched by Eddard to maintain order had been urgently recalled, resulting in a breakdown of civil order. Amidst this turmoil, the sounds of combat echoed from the Red Keep. Consequently, those who typically engaged in unsavory activities grew increasingly brazen. Thugs began to band together and loot, further escalating the chaos. The already sparse gold cloaks found themselves utterly incapable of maintaining order, and the pandemonium spread from the underbelly of the city throughout its entirety. In such disorder, the escape of the small contingent was assured. William had previously secured the cooperation of the commander of the guard at the Aegon Gate, and they were set to initiate their breakout from that direction. Eddard was initially opposed to such a course of action, but now he found himself with no alternative. Should the gold cloaks regain control, a departure would become impossible. The evacuation through the secret passage was too sluggish to rely upon, for by the time his group could evacuate, their families would likely be lost. Thus, there was no time for hesitation. After a brief gathering, the remaining soldiers from the Black Tower swiftly charged into the city. William, mounted on a griffin, led the charge towards the Aegon Gate. Meanwhile, the few soldiers left behind began to utilize every weapon available in the Black Tower to counter the enemies. Striving to draw the maximum firepower, these soldiers would retreat through the secret passage, and before their departure, they would set fire to the entire wooden structure of the Black Tower. Chapter 46. Defending the Industrial Park. A substantial contingent of armed personnel, accompanied by several others, rushed the gates. Moreover, the gatekeepers had previously conspired with William, facilitating a remarkably smooth breach. The main force successfully surged through the gates, only to witness the distant towering Black Tower erupting with a thunderous explosion, igniting fierce flames. The throngs of golden-robed individuals encircling the area stood bewildered, gazing at the green flames on the ground, failing to comprehend their predicament. They soon realized they were ensconced in a district composed entirely of wooden structures, which would succumb to endless conflagration upon contact with these flames. However, before they could react, the consuming inferno had already engulfed them. William's meticulously crafted secret passage was excavated simultaneously across 4 locations, subsequently connecting them into a singular route. Thus, the undertaking was not excessively burdensome, and the efficiency of the operation quadrupled. Even so, it was only just completed before William's return. The soldiers who had previously guarded the tower, hailing from the north, had escaped via the secret passage, while those remaining, warming themselves by the fire, included the pursuing Red Keep guards and golden-robed individuals. Simultaneously, as William had generously purchased the entire district, the flames did not spread to other areas when they ignited. This incident primarily resulted in the demise of a few golden-robed individuals. In truth, fewer than 2,000 golden-robed men were significantly harmed. Therefore, organizing a defense became imperative for William, as all the nobles surrounding King's Landing directly answered to it and would likely confront him next. Given the current inability to replenish their military strength, the overarching strategy was to ensure that each enemy soldier eliminated meant one less to face. Thus, adopting a proactive defensive approach was essential to disrupt the enemy's supply lines, thereby prolonging their resistance. Should the adversary establish a complete offensive system with comprehensive supply routes, their fate would likely be dire. Additionally, it was crucial to remember that a hostage remained in the enemy's clutches. Consequently, William needed to thoughtfully devise a tactical approach. Initially, he commanded the incineration of all routes leading to the industrial park, destroying transportation infrastructure and necessary signposts. If time had permitted, William contemplated laying additional traps. Due to the presence of numerous non-combatants, the movement of this contingent was rather slow. Fortunately, the industrial park was not excessively distant from King's Landing, approximately less than 20 kilometers away. Moreover, nearly all northerners possessed horses, allowing for relatively swift movement. More importantly, since the entire commercial street where the Black Tower stood was ablaze, the golden-robed individuals were primarily preoccupied with extinguishing the flames. As for the trio of fools, they could only hope for the best, as the reach of their hands, however long, could not extend far enough to assist. After a lengthy journey, as all non-combat personnel advanced on horseback, William decided to dispatch Hood to guide them, while he himself led the remaining combatants forward with arms. This strategic maneuver indeed accelerated their pace, and soon they beheld the towering walls of the industrial park. Although the wooden ramparts might not withstand a fiery assault, the mere fact that such an imposing structure had been erected in a short span was commendable. William was uncertain of the number of crossbows they had forged, but the immediate priority was to divert enemy fire through various means. Upon entering the industrial park, William instructed Hood to swiftly release all remaining carrier pigeons to announce Cersei's treachery to the realm, thereby enhancing the legitimacy and rationale of the message with the king's seal. For this endeavor, William resorted to the art of woodblock printing. All content had been meticulously drafted by him from the outset and carved onto wooden blocks, awaiting only a borrowed seal from Ed to finalize the process. Meanwhile, the threats surrounding King's Landing were manifold. Last night, Lancel and his companions had escaped the city and begun to rally forces outside its walls, receiving support from House Tyrell. Additionally, Stannis, who controlled the lords of the Stormlands from Dragonstone, had received a royal decree and was now mobilizing troops to besiege King's Landing. If a fire were ignited, it could potentially claim the lives of 300 to 400 gold cloaks, rapidly diminishing the disparity in forces. William not only disseminated this intelligence to the lords of other realms, but also ensured that the lords of the Crownlands were informed, as their sole objective was to delay Cersei's mobilization of troops. Several days prior, William had instructed his father to ensure that all caravans traveling from Caho to other cities, as well as those passing through Caho, were to maintain a strict silence regarding the Westlands. Furthermore, he had dispatched his 2 griffins to intercept any carrier pigeons not belonging to their faction, aiming to prolong the time it would take for Tywin to receive crucial information. As for the other families, thus far, apart from the Arryns of the Vale, there was little likelihood of any messages reaching the Westlands, the Tyrell alliance with House Martell, and the relations between House Stark and House Tully were already strained. William had not communicated with House Greyjoy, and even if Dorne received the information, they would likely remain spectators. As for House Lannister, they were too preoccupied with their own intrigues to relay news to the Westlands. The alliance of wolves, deer, and fish still bore animosity towards the Lannisters. The only potential messenger left, House Arryn, would likely remain indifferent. Without Littlefinger's directives, Lisa Tully would probably refrain from taking action. Currently, under the joint aerial blockade of the Griffins, Littlefinger's letters were unlikely to be dispatched. Without signals reaching her, that foolish woman would most likely remain inactive. William intended to wait for the opportune moment, planning to advance northwards to the Vale once the Westlands formally engaged in battle with the Riverlands. As he pondered this, a troubling figure suddenly emerged on the distant horizon. It was the red armor of House Lannister. William was taken aback. The Lannister forces should not have arrived so swiftly. Logically, no messages had been sent out in time, suggesting that the Lannisters were unaware of the situation. Under such circumstances, should they have dispatched armed troops towards King's Landing? They would need to communicate with the hand of the king, yet Eddard had not mentioned anything to him. Thus, from whence did this contingent of Lannister soldiers come? Chapter 47. The Assault of the Lannister Army. 1. Where did this army before William originate? Recall the previous night, when Peter Baelish hurried to Cersei to lodge a complaint. Indeed, while our astute queen may have been oblivious, her brother Jaime was not. Jaime clearly understood that the Stark family's influence in King's Landing remained formidable. Any unforeseen complications could jeopardize their plans and endanger his life, as well as that of his sister and her 3 children. When Peter arrived, Jaime had just concluded a clandestine rendezvous with Cersei, and upon hearing the news, he decided to write to his father without delay. However, he did not directly address the letter to Casterly Rock, knowing that by the time reinforcements arrived, it would be too late. Instead, he sent it to Stonehall, where his uncle typically stationed his troops. Thus, the army that confronted William was led by Kevan Lannister. They had swiftly descended the Green Fork River towards King's Landing. William's holdings were situated near the God's Eye Lake, with the tributary they traversed being known as the Green Fork River. After landing along the shores of the Blackwater, Kevan's forces advanced towards King's Landing, confirming its safety before pursuing William's group to the north. Uncertain of the enemy's numbers, William and his companions hastened back to their holdings. Fortunately, they were not far from their estate, and the scouts from the Westlands had failed to detect them in time. Additionally, since this army had arrived by boat and did not carry cavalry, both sides raced along the road, with William's group ultimately reaching their estate first. William surmised that this was merely the vanguard, as Kevan would not venture forth with only his direct forces towards King's Landing. He must have already informed his brother Tywin, who would now be rallying troops in the Westlands. William held little hope that the northern forces could arrive before the Old Lion. Thus, finding a way to return became paramount, but the immediate priority lay in dealing with the troops brought by Kevan. William commanded his soldiers to bring forth the dozens of crossbows that had been crafted, distributing them to the trained and trustworthy warriors, including Ed's own Beijing Guard and soldiers from William's Caher city. The wild men also ascended the walls, brandishing their long spears. Furthermore, William instructed that all previously disposed waste be collected, to be combined with lime powder and boiled. In the art of defense, the Chinese possessed considerable expertise. As they organized this fortification, once it fell into the hands of the enemy, the high caloric content combined with the strong alkalinity of the lime would swiftly corrode the soldiers' armor. Should it splash upon them, it would scald their skin, and the feces, rife with bacteria, would lead to severe infections, particularly fatal in this era. The commanders nearby regarded William with a peculiar gaze. What are you planning? Are you truly considering dousing them with excrement? It seems our defensive tactics indeed mention the use of waste in this manner. Yet, must you go so far as to boil it and add lime? Especially Miao and Aisha, responsible for maintaining order, wore expressions of disbelief. So, this was the reason for your waste collection. William, noticing the unusual stares of those present, cleared his throat twice, pulling everyone back to reality. Gentlemen, this is not the time for idle contemplation. We must act swiftly, for they are at our doorstep. Only then did William's subordinates spring into action. Ed also instructed his men to don their armaments. Standing atop the hastily constructed walls, he observed that Kayvon's army had arrayed itself. One must admit, the Old Lion's brethren possessed some tactical acumen. At the center of the formation stood well-equipped sword and shield infantry, a type of heavy infantry typically tasked with holding the line, engaging in combat with their counterparts, and upon breaching the enemy's ranks, targeting the rear ranks of peasant soldiers to drive them from the battlefield. Behind them loomed a mass of peasants, poorly equipped and demoralized, wielding various makeshift weapons, struggling to maintain their formation. A few mounted commanders were desperately attempting to uphold the line. In the rear, archers formed a square, incessantly loosing arrows toward the walls. Behind the archers, 2 large trebuchets were positioned. These were elastic trebuchets, superior to the rudimentary torsion-powered versions, yet slightly inferior to the counterweight types. Nevertheless, they posed a significant threat to the hastily erected wooden fortifications. The left flank was comprised of the few cavalry units within the entire army, followed by some of the golden-robed troops hastily summoned from King's Landing, traditional spearmen gradually advancing, though their formation appeared rather disorganized. However, it is equally impossible to deploy infantry to crush them directly, as they are surrounded by the elite cavalry of House Lannister. The right flank is entirely composed of a contingent of Red Keep guards, followed closely by a group of gold-robed figures. Yet, among them, several towering figures can be discerned, likely belonging to the King's Kingsguard. The relatively more seasoned soldiers of the Red Keep are not present in significant numbers, amounting to merely over 100. Under such circumstances, maintaining the line of the gold-robed soldiers proves to be quite challenging, necessitating that the Kingsguard assume the role of temporary commanders. Soon, from a distance, the catapults commenced their assault, hurling massive stones towards the wooden city walls. The wooden fortifications evidently could not withstand such bombardment, quickly resulting in several conspicuous breaches. Miao swiftly directed the Wildlings to block the gaping holes with various fillers. As the Lannister forces drew near the walls, their archers began to inflict some harm upon the soldiers stationed atop the battlements. With the families already sheltered in secure locations and the wounded being swiftly evacuated for care, the blow to morale was not as severe. Until they could enter the range of the crossbows, William refrained from revealing his side's most formidable weapon. Due to the inexperience of their catapult operators, hitting the enemy's positions seemed unlikely. With the catapults rendered nearly ineffective, they were left to rely on the Wildling spears to exert pressure at medium range. The Wildling spears proved sufficiently potent. Although they did not cause significant casualties among the frontline swordsmen, they did instill apprehension in the rear ranks of peasant soldiers. This compelled the commanders to raise their voices even louder in an effort to stabilize the infantry line. Chapter 48. The Assault of House Lannister. 2. Before long, the Lannister forces had encircled them from both flanks, while the main body of troops, led by Kevin, remained steadfastly positioned directly before the main gate. The remaining forces, commanded by Jaime and other members of the Kingsguard, shifted to the sides of the walls to commence their siege. The ability of this contingent to transport and assemble catapults was no small feat, as the ships could not accommodate overly heavy siege weaponry. Thus, siege towers and other heavy equipment were entirely absent. Consequently, they initiated their assault on the industrial district's walls using constructed ladders. The wooden walls allowed for considerable height without the risk of collapse. Standing approximately 25 meters tall and crafted entirely from stripped eucalyptus trees, the secondary catapults employed by the enemy could barely pose a threat to the hollow sections of the wall and could occasionally breach the surface but failed to inflict lasting damage. The forces led by Kevin did not hasten their assault on the walls. Instead, they positioned heavily armored infantry at the base of the fortifications, with archers following closely behind to unleash a volley upon the defenders above. William took his position at the main gate. Although it was customary for the highest-ranking officer to address the most severe threats, the critical issue was that William could not command Ed. Jory and Hood were responsible for the left and right flanks, respectively. Jory, being Ed's captain of the guard, was one of his trusted confidants. Opposing him was the commander of House Lannister, also named William, the William Lannister who was slain by Rickard in the original text, son of Kevin. Meanwhile, Hood was tasked with confronting Jaime. This squad was notably composed of highly skilled individuals. Although they had sent forth their inferior ladders, the Kingsguard was also positioned behind them. Setting aside the skirmishes on the flanks, the central battle showcased William's defensive strategy, which was quite astute. Kevin, drawing from his considerable experience, ordered the heavily armored infantry to form two lines, using their shields to protect the ladders behind them. The peasant soldiers climbed the ladders to assault the city. However, as soon as any defenders peered over the walls, they would swiftly be targeted and struck down by the archers positioned behind. Fortunately, William had nearly 20 crossbows at his disposal, and given the relatively narrow front, this was more than sufficient, especially since the enemy only had a limited number of ladders. Such a lavish configuration was reserved for the primary assault wall, while the other two walls lacked such fortifications. The total production of crossbows had not exceeded 40, and William surmised that the primary assault wall would have around 20 ladders, with even fewer on the other fronts. The assault commenced. The peasant soldiers began their ascent up the ladders, yet they were often met with javelins and arrows before they could reach the top. Simultaneously, the noxious concoction that Miao had been brewing was brought forth, and William made every effort to distance himself from the foul stench that permeated the air. However, the soldiers had no choice, as the enemy was already upon them. One soldier, stealing his resolve, hoisted a heavy jar and aimed it at a peasant soldier precariously climbing the ladder, smashing it down upon him. Instantly, an unbearable stench engulfed the vicinity, and the unfortunate farmer was scalded by the boiling filth, falling shrieking to the ground below. A throng of peasant soldiers following closely behind was also caught in the deluge of excrement, and a chorus of wails erupted from the soldiers, their cries mingling with the putrid odor, which swiftly deterred several nearby soldiers from advancing. The outcome was spectacular. Witnessing the chaos, other soldiers disregarded the scalding jars and hurled them downwards, while some meticulously tore the seals off their jars to pour the foul contents below. The heavily armored infantry beneath the city walls suffered the most significant impact. After all, compared to fabric, metal conducts heat far more effectively. And although their skin was shielded by chain mail, gaps remained, and chain mail itself was not entirely impervious. Furthermore, it created a considerable psychological deterrent: the stench. At this moment, William caught a whiff of the foul odor wafting from the wall 25 meters below and contemplated whether it would be prudent to find another exit when leaving the city. While the efficacy of this method was undeniable, for someone like William, unaccustomed to living amidst such repugnant aromas, it was exceedingly difficult to endure. Though King's Landing, like Winterfell at times, bore its own share of unpleasant odors, Winterfell's winter conditions somewhat mitigated the stench. William had not resided in King's Landing for long, and the sanitation around the Red Keep and Maegor's Holdfast was relatively acceptable, devoid of the pervasive stench of excrement. Despite the modern Western world being a bastion of hygiene and technology, medieval Western cities were notoriously plagued by abysmal sanitation and drainage systems, resulting in an omnipresent stench of waste. Public urination and the indiscriminate disposal of household water had become habitual, vividly illustrating the horrific odors of the urban environment. Thus, aside from William's momentary discomfort, others expressed their distaste, yet their actions remained swift. These maneuvers indeed resulted in significant losses among the Westland's heavily armored infantry. Scalding water, mingled with filth and lime, cascaded down, and one could hear the hissing sound of gold splashing onto armor, accompanied by the soldiers' sharp wails of agony. Kayvon observed this scene with a slight frown. The heavily armored infantry was the elite force of the Westlands. Given the current low productivity, training a soldier capable of donning 20 kilograms of armor while maneuvering adeptly in battle was a formidable challenge. Moreover, these were not merely peasant soldiers or ordinary conscripts. They constituted the regular forces of the Westlands, all financed by the Lannister family's own wealth, and their numbers were already limited. The troops he had brought were directly under his command, specifically dispatched by his brother as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. Each soldier was invaluable, and to see them drenched in such foul waste was a source of genuine distress for him. After all, they were the soldiers of the Westlands. He waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to drag those heavily armored soldiers, already sullied by excrement, aside, while leaving the peasant soldiers to fend for themselves. After all, their loss was of little concern. Chapter 49. The Assault of the Lion's Army. 3. The front here had descended into a stalemate. Kayvon found himself unable to deploy heavily armored soldiers to shield the ladders below, allowing the wildlings under William's command to freely hurl javelins at the gathered peasant soldiers surrounding the ladders. This predicament left the farmers unable to advance, relying on the protection of archers, who themselves fell victim to arrows, caught in a deadly crossfire from both the archers atop the walls and the crossbowmen. Their situation was dire, compounded by the unbearable stench of refuse that made it difficult for anyone to concentrate. Kevin could not afford to send his precious heavy infantry into the fray, so he dispatched the expendable farmers to surge forward in droves. This contingent of peasant soldiers had been hastily gathered from King's Landing, while the core of the army remained under Kevin's direct command, consisting of the cavalry and the elite guards of Red Keep. The peasant militia, drawn from the populace of King's Landing, along with the gold-clad soldiers, were seen as renewable resources. Their losses were of little consequence. William, after all, had ample reserves, and if necessary, they could dismantle components from the industrial yard. They had never intended to hold out indefinitely. Their plan was simply to withstand the impending assault from Robb in the north, forcing the West to mobilize a large army to contain them. At that point, they would retreat to the valley and then march northward. This maneuver would likely coincide with Tywin's ability to contend with the young wolf. Until then, they had plenty of time. Of course, eliminating the enemy at the forefront and advancing northward was a feasible option, but currently, the number of fighters within the city barely exceeded 500, while the farmers outside numbered over 2,000 to 3,000, including more than 1,000 gold-clad soldiers and nearly 1,000 cavalry from the west, creating a disparity of nearly 6 to 1, making a frontal assault tantamount to suicide. As time swiftly passed, other lords would soon rally their forces, and they awaited that moment. William estimated that the nearest Dragonstone would likely prepare to mobilize, having already gathered troops. Thus the withdrawal of this army would not be far off. Just then, a sudden cheer erupted from the eastern wall, overseen by Jory, who was tasked with confronting the cavalry and gold-clad soldiers of the west. The commander was Kevin's own son, William. He hastily led a contingent of soldiers from Casterly Rock to the scene, only to discover that Jory himself had taken to the field, dispatching a figure resembling a commander with his crossbow. The assault tactics on both sides of the walls were nearly identical, although there were fewer farmers on this side. The gold-clad soldiers were equally expendable. The commander, showing no restraint, continuously sent waves of troops to challenge the defenders. Faced with the diamond-shaped crenellations, they had few effective strategies, as this design was inherently meant to counter crossbow bolts and projectiles from catapults. Although wooden, the defenses proved effective, at least preventing the West's archers from targeting the soldiers behind. The gold liquid had already been deployed. William observed as roughly 100 gold-clad soldiers, doused in the substance, were left stranded at the foot of the wall. While assessing the situation, Eddard arrived with his own contingent. The fallen figure appears to be a junior commander from the Western Army, who was struck squarely in the face by an arrow shot by Jory, hidden behind the battlements. During the siege command, it seems likely that the man has perished. In an instant, the Western soldiers rushed over, encircling his body, causing the golden-robed troops to scatter in disarray. Is the effect of eliminating a commander truly this profound? William commanded his soldiers to continue firing upon the surrounding cavalry near the fallen figure. Then, with a sharp whistle, he summoned his great bird. I must descend to ascertain whether that head indeed belongs to William. He found this thought somewhat peculiar, as the man shared his name. Retrieving his head felt akin to claiming his own. How unfortunate! Yet, he had little time to dwell on such matters, as the griffin swooped down, intimidating the cavalry. Some distant horsemen attempted to charge in defiance, but the soldiers from Castle Cerwyn, armed with spears, successfully repelled them to a safe distance. William seized the corpse and transported it to the gate, securing it by the neck with a rope before letting it drop. He noticed a sudden intensity in Kayvon's gaze. The latter seemed to roar a few commands before dispatching his heavily armored infantry to encircle the area once more. The heavy infantry provided cover for the archers, posing a significant threat to the walls, given their proximity to the soldiers below, which indeed inflicted greater casualties than elsewhere. The golden-robed troops were primarily professional spear-wielding infantry, while the Red Keep guards were all equipped with sword and shield. Therefore, the other two walls faced little threat from archers. However, this section was different. The Western crossbowmen were not mere peasant conscripts. They had undergone training, for without practice, archery would yield little effectiveness. If archers were not trained, after a couple of months, their aim would be utterly unrecognizable. Crossbowmen held a certain prestige in the West, especially in a region predominantly mountainous, where few forests could be found and the presence of formidable hunters was scarce. Common folk rarely found utility in archery, and even historical records of raids on the western borders predominantly featured infantry. Overwhelming them with robust heavy infantry sufficed without the need for crossbowmen. Thus, the crossbowmen of the West possessed a degree of skill, inflicting casualties on the soldiers atop the walls, albeit not extensively. Now that the crisis on the eastern wall had been averted, William did not immediately order the garrison to disperse to the other two walls. Instead, he retained necessary vigilance personnel, withdrawing the remainder for rest. The next step involved gathering all-hand crossbows to this front, bolstering the firepower. Meanwhile, the opposing peasant infantry continued their futile assaults, resulting in considerable losses. The siege in this era unfolds in a rather monotonous and tedious manner. Were there long-range cover from trebuchets, the situation might be somewhat more favorable. However, the crucial point lies in the fact that the trebuchets are being countered by the formidable Miao. While it is conceivable that a trebuchet could bring down a section of the city wall, William employs not merely a single piece of timber, but rather multiple planks intricately joined together. Even if one segment were to be shattered, it would not precipitate the immediate collapse of the others. You may strike as you will, I can hold my ground. As for advancing the trebuchets closer, it seems we possess some within our city as well. Although their accuracy may be questionable, they can still provide some degree of long-range fire support. The counterweight trebuchets deployed by William within the city are of a caliber far superior to those on the opposing side, boasting significantly greater firepower and range. Thus, the battle remains in a stalemate. Chapter 50. The Assault of the Lion's Army, and, just as the frontal issues were addressed, complications arose on the flanks, where the wall overseen by Hood began to falter. This predicament was anticipated, the personal assault initiated by the Kingsguard, William's subordinates. Though superior in nutrition and equipment compared to the average gold cloaks and various other commanders, found themselves inadequate against the Kingsguard. their armor, akin to that of the mountain, matched in quality. Despite a portion of the Kingsguard not engaging in combat, the knights sworn to protect Cersei, Tommen, Myrcella, and Joffrey were all present. The situation turned precarious, with 7 formidable warriors, armed with exceptionally fine weaponry, surging up the walls. While William's soldiers may not have been the most potent in combat prowess compared to others, they certainly held an advantage in equipment, as all were clad in rudimentary iron armor. However, when juxtaposed with the armaments of the Kingsguard, their gear appeared woefully inadequate. Remaining calm under pressure, Hood commanded the Wildlings to continue hurling spears at the nearby gold cloaks, while he himself led the soldiers into close-quarters combat with these adversaries. Faced with the heavily equipped Kingsguard, they lacked effective strategies, as the disparity in strength and equipment was evident. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly prove futile. Yet, amidst the chaos, the superiority of the Kingsguard's gear and individual capabilities became starkly apparent, particularly as 8 of them ascended the walls, effectively neutralizing more than half of the defensive forces stationed there. Having barely settled in for a few minutes, William was compelled to relinquish command of the battlefield to the arriving Joel and Miao, while he hastened to the western wall to quell the flames of conflict. The Kingsguard can be regarded as one of the most formidable fighting forces in Westeros during this era, although Eddard had previously achieved victory against the Kingsguard in a brawl. Such a feat was contingent upon the skills of all participants. Now, at over 40 years of age, one cannot expect a man of such vintage to contend with sprightly youths in their 20s. Moreover, it seems rather unwise for a knight to have others engage in battle on his behalf. William had prepared certain provisions in advance, which he hoped would prove beneficial. Upon reaching the western city wall, he quickly assessed the dire situation. Nearly 10 corpses lay scattered around the Imperial Guard, indicating that a fierce confrontation had already ensued. In the distance, more gold-robed soldiers were advancing relentlessly, although the Wildlings and some of the guards had managed to fell a number of them with bows and various ranged weapons, resulting in approximately 100 bodies accumulating at the base of the wall. The presence of the Imperial Guard allowed many gold-robed soldiers to surge forth. Faced with these formidable foes, the valiant soldiers could only muster a feeble resistance, and they seemed intent on targeting the ranged units to prevent interference, thereby allowing greater numbers to ascend. Should the western wall crumble, the defenses of the eastern wall and the front would ultimately prove futile. This would essentially fulfill their objective. William hastened to the western wall and immediately spotted the tall, golden-haired figure leading the charge against the defending troops. He drew his crossbow and swiftly shot down a gold-robed soldier attempting to scale the wall. He then commanded the soldiers from Caho City behind him to provide suppressive fire, ensuring that no gold-robed soldiers could ascend. Subsequently, he produced the prepared lassos, while his own soldiers and trainees might struggle to utilize them. The Wildlings would surely employ them with skill. William threw several lassos to a few Wildlings who were attempting to deliver the finishing blow, urgently instructing all soldiers to let the Wildlings handle the Imperial Guard with the lassos, while the remainder focused on repelling the advancing gold-robed soldiers. 3 or 4 Wildlings raised their lassos and aimed for the hand of one Imperial Guardsman wielding a longsword, successfully ensnaring his arm and pulling back with all their might. It seemed as though the guardsman's sword was frozen in his grip, rendering him unable to move freely. "Use the lassos. Ensnare them," William shouted, and the remaining Wildlings quickly produced their own lassos, targeting the Imperial Guardsmen. The ensuing battle was exceptionally thrilling. The Imperial Guardsmen found their hands bound, yet their formidable strength allowed them to struggle like wild beasts. James even managed to forcibly break free from the lasso, but after surveying his surroundings, he chose not to re-engage in combat. William took aim with his crossbow at those Imperial Guardsmen immobilized by the lassos. Although he could not pierce their armor, he was able to strike at their exposed faces. He fired twice, successfully eliminating an unidentified Imperial Guardsman. Shortly thereafter, another unfortunate soul had his helmet knocked off by Hood's polearm, revealing a grotesque visage. As the helmet fell, it was swiftly ensnared by another savage, who tightened the lasso around his neck and forcefully pulled back. Just as James intended to assist, a savage behind him ensnared his left hand with a lasso, while a soldier from Caho City, who had managed to evade the chaos, thrust a spear into his side. The impact was thunderous, causing James to visibly stagger. However, he quickly regained his composure, shifting his long sword to his right hand and delivering a lethal strike to the soldier, cleaving off half of his skull. Blood splattered, but there was no time to dwell on such matters. William issued a commanding order. All soldiers were to confront the advancing golden-robed foes, while those who remained at a distance were to be dealt with by the soldiers of Caho City. On the city wall, approximately 20 savages remained, Although 2 or 3 had perished during the preceding skirmish, the remaining warriors, each armed with spears and lassos, posed a formidable threat. Coupled with the lassos brought by William, the Imperial Guards found themselves in a dire predicament. Ordinarily, the golden-robed soldiers should have been able to support the Imperial Guards, for their primary function was to assist the commanders. Yet, the situation was far from simple. The remaining soldiers on the wall, having shaken off the constraints of the golden robes, quickly fragmented their formation and became embroiled in a chaotic melee. In such tumult, the soldiers, equipped and trained to a higher standard than the golden robes, gained a distinct advantage, swiftly scattering the golden robes, who were already lacking in morale. James surveyed his surroundings. The situation was grim, and the ambush appeared to have faltered. If this continued, it seemed they all might perish here. After a moment's hesitation, James swiftly severed the lassos, ensnaring a few nearby Imperial Guards with his longsword, and leapt down from the city wall. 3 to 4 Imperial Guards, witnessing his audacity, followed suit without hesitation, while the remaining soldiers, too distant from James, were unable to evade the lassos or descend in time, falling prey to capture. At that moment, the clamor from the front wall began to wane. It appeared that Kavon, the old wretch, upon witnessing the demise of his elite guards amidst the filth, and seeing his son dangling from the wall, finally regained his composure and ordered his soldiers to retreat. In this skirmish, they had captured 4 Imperial Guards, with their own losses amounting to around 20 men. As for the enemy's casualties, given that all drenched in filth were presumed dead, their losses were devastating. At least 260 golden robes lay slain upon the east and west walls. William's griffin assaults and the savages' spears accounted for 30 cavalrymen from the western frontier. The frontal forces of the western frontier suffered nearly 150 heavy infantry losses, along with approximately 120 archers and countless peasant soldiers. This exchange ratio was, in fact, quite favorable. In a defensive battle, achieving a 128 exchange ratio is commendable. Chapter 51. Dealing with captives. William rode upon a griffin, albeit a few smaller ones, and a male had been dispatched to hunt the crows. Nevertheless, he chose to keep the female griffin here, for such endeavors are not without their unforeseen hazards. The female griffin embodies the hope of her species' propagation. Thus William deemed it prudent to retain her at home as his steed. He commanded the gates to be opened and dispatched a mixed battalion of soldiers from Caho City alongside the wild men to charge forth alongside him. For these troops, although the regular army of the West maintained high morale, the farmers and the golden cloaks were merely expendable fodder. Kavon paid little heed to these, as they could be summoned at will. Particularly after the death of William Lannister, the golden cloaks in this region had nearly disbanded, with the cavalry of the West taking no action. Consequently, this wave of pursuit resulted in the capture of nearly 200 golden cloaks. As for the farmers, their numbers were even less significant. Out of more than 3,000, fewer than 1,000 had perished in battle, leaving over 2,000 aimlessly scattering across the hills. This pursuit netted over 400 captives, and among the members of the Red Keep's Guard, 2 were captured, along with a solitary member of the King's Guard, several injured heavy infantrymen, and 2 cavalrymen. The spoils of victory were indeed remarkable. The acquisition of populace, particularly able-bodied men, is essential for William's forthcoming endeavors. These individuals represent fine labor resources, which are likely scarce in the north. As for the grain required to sustain them, William need not fret. He could offer a handsome price to procure it from other merchants. After all, his family holds the patent for northern paper, ensuring a steady income. These captives were confined in a warehouse originally designated for storing raw materials, locked away for a few nights. Including the straggling King's Guard, they captured a total of 5 individuals. Among them, 4 were relatively unknown, yet the remaining one was quite renowned, the Hound. Due to the ferocity of this group, William resolved to keep them in confinement for a time. To become a member of the King's Guard, one must at the very least be of noble blood. Thus, whether to exchange this group for ransom or to employ them as laborers, both options seemed advantageous. However, William did not intend to retain the others, for the high physical demands and combat capabilities of the King's Guard come at the cost of their substantial food consumption. While these individuals may not be suited for agricultural labor, they certainly consume the sustenance meant for 2 or 3. Therefore, adhering to the principle of minimizing unnecessary expenditure, William planned to seek ransom for the noble captives, only retaining those of practical utility. Yet, as for the Hound, William pondered and ultimately decided to keep him. The Gregor family is not particularly affluent, and aside from their lineage of warriors, they are also known for breeding dogs. How much profit could one truly gain from selling dogs? Especially considering that Tywin was not particularly fond of the Hound, there was no need for him to display his military prowess and prestige through hunting. Thus, the Gregor family was not held in high regard, making the notion of a ransom for their return nearly impossible. Moreover, William himself was not inclined to release such a warrior, as his army was in dire need of a formidable instructor. The remaining useless figures, ensnared by the likes of a lasso, seemed hardly worth retaining. Hence, he hastily penned a few letters for the returning ravens to send to King's Landing. The remaining captives were left to endure 2 or 3 days of hunger before being given the choice between compulsory labor and forced work. A decision he presumed the common folk would accept with relative compliance. Once all matters were concluded, William ordered the captured Hound to be dragged to a nearby chamber adjacent to his own. Do not misunderstand. William was not of peculiar inclinations. He simply wished to engage in conversation with the man. After attending to some camp duties, with plans to break camp the following morning, he deemed it necessary to retire early that night. After ensuring a sufficient guard was left behind, he returned to his quarters, where the Hound remained confined in the adjacent chamber. William knocked on the door, inquiring, "May I enter?" After a brief silence, a hoarse voice replied, "Come in." He opened the door and casually seated himself in a chair by the window. The Hound, somewhat puzzled, regarded the young man. "You have no guards with you?" "I once bested you in the arena," William replied nonchalantly. "Why would I need an entourage to meet my defeated foe?" The Hound paused before asking, "What about my companions?" "Imprisoned," William replied. "They are in good spirits. I have withheld food from them for a day to ensure their quietude." "What do you intend to do with us?" the Hound inquired. "Commoners will remain, nobles will be ransomed," William stated matter-of-factly. "The ransom for each night is 100 gold dragons. I trust their families can afford it. As for those commoners you gathered, we are still in need of labor in the north, so they shall be taken back." The Hound bowed his head in contemplation, questioning whether the ransom of 100 gold dragons was somewhat excessive. "What?" William remarked, intrigued by the Hound's connection to the Gregor family, which had produced 2 Kingsguard. "Can they not afford the ransom? Are you not a sworn knight of the king?" He continued. "Surely he would cover this ransom for you?" Joffrey, with a self-deprecating chuckle, remarked, in his eyes, "Even a piece of refuse is worth more than I." After a moment's pause, he added, "The king will not lack for sworn knights. As long as he stands there and beckons, countless worthy knights will rush forth, eager to serve him. At least, I shall not be among them." William chuckled again, observing that the young lad hardly resembled an exceptional king. The Hound lifted his gaze to William, remarking, "You appear to be a miner as well." With a seemingly dejected tone, William replied, "At least I possess greater fighting prowess than he does, wouldn't you agree? Your family has paid the ransom, allowing you to depart. However, we shall set forth northward tomorrow afternoon. Those who fail to pay the ransom by then will be dealt with accordingly." With that, he departed without a backward glance, noting the Hound's bewildered reaction before locking the door and retreating to his chamber. He also instructed Asha, who had just finished tidying up, to deliver some supper to the captured Kingsguard. Chapter 52, Movements from All Sides. 1. While William and his companions found themselves embroiled in conflict at the industrial park, the entire realm of the Seven Kingdoms began to exhibit various movements. The moment Stannis received a signal from Dragonstone, he commenced rallying his forces. Nearly 40 lords from the Narrow Sea, both great and small, fell under his command. The Valyrian family and their island of Driftmark were the first to respond, dispatching approximately 4 warships and nearly 160 soldiers to Dragonstone. Gradually, the entire coalition from the Narrow Sea gathered around 600 soldiers. And with the nearly 300 soldiers under the Duke of Dragonstone, a formidable army of almost 5,000 was poised to march directly toward King's Landing. King's Landing, the site where Aegon initially landed and launched his conquest of the Seven Kingdoms, still bore the name Aegon's Hill. This signified that a direct assault from Dragonstone would leave King's Landing utterly defenseless. Moreover, the standing force of over 2,000 gold cloaks had already been dispatched, rendering the city practically indefensible. Meanwhile, in the south, Dorne, akin to the original narrative, chose to observe the unfolding events with caution. After all, Dorne itself boasted merely over 30,000, just shy of 40,000 soldiers, insufficient to sway the tide of battle. Their frail relationship with the Stormlands further complicated matters. Any offensive action would necessitate breaching the borders first. Thus, the Dornish forces remained inactive for the time being. Contrastingly, the Stormlands were far more dynamic. After escaping King's Landing, Renly swiftly returned to his homeland, Storm's End, and reached out to the Rose family, with Highgarden promptly deciding to send a vanguard of 10 troops to rendezvous with the Lannister forces at Griffin's Roost. Simultaneously, various lords from Storm's End, including those from Dragonstone, Hightower, and Old Town, began mobilizing their armies, plunging the entire Stormlands into a state of preparation. The Stormlands could be deemed the most potent military force among the Seven Kingdoms, with the capacity to mobilize as many as 140,000 to 150,000 soldiers in a full-scale mobilization. It could be said that only by consolidating the forces from King's Landing, the Vale, the Stormlands, the Riverlands, and the North could one hope to counterbalance their might. Fortunately, it seemed they lacked capable commanders, relying heavily on figures like Lancel Lannister to lead their troops. Otherwise, this army might have swept through the other 6 kingdoms with ease. However, assembling such a formidable army necessitates an immense expenditure of time, which is why there is currently no significant movement in the Riverlands. In stark contrast, the situation in the west is entirely different. The old lion's most cherished son and his sole daughter are present here, and simultaneously, his brother has led his nephew into battle. More than half of the direct strength of the entire Targaryen family is now committed to King's Landing, rendering the city nearly a defenseless shell. Almost the instant the old lion received the letter from Kevin, he commenced mobilizing his forces. He first dispatched another nephew to lead a contingent against the northern Riverlands. Concurrently, he sent out missives inviting the King of the Iron Islands to lead his troops in an offensive against the north and the Riverlands, in order to divert the military strength and combat prowess of the northern realms. After all, should a conflict arise, the sheer number of cavalry from the north and the expendables from the Riverlands could prove overwhelming, as the combined forces would be a formidable challenge for him. Turning our gaze to the north, as soon as the correspondence was received, Winterfell and Castle Black began rallying their armies. Rickard was the first to dispatch troops to gather the residents near the road leading to the Hearthstone, preparing for mobilization. He also sent letters to Winterfell inquiring about matters concerning the Terror Fortress, whilst issuing mobilization orders to all the small towns within his domain. Thanks to the nearly 100 golden dragons sent by William each month, Castle Black's finances were not only ample, but exceedingly generous. They even had the luxury of equipping all the hastily assembled soldiers with relatively fine iron armor, while their cavalry received breastplates, vests, and expertly crafted long spears. Robb swiftly issued mobilization orders to all his vassals, and unexpectedly, Castle Black submitted a letter of intent to fight almost simultaneously. This was hardly surprising, as William had become a vital source of funding for Castle Black, with an income of 100 golden dragons each month, and the wealth was steadily increasing. This amount could rival an entire week's revenue for Castle Black, which was nearly 16. Such a substantial income could not simply be squandered in King's Landing. Thus, Castle Black was prepared to go all in, and they also directly involved Hearthstone. The Amber family likewise drew upon their own resources, ready to stake everything. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, hostilities had already commenced. The forces of the Second Stag arrived from Dragonstone with remarkable speed, propelled by favorable winds. The vanguard reached the outskirts of King's Landing in merely 2 hours, establishing their encampment. Initially, Stannis was rather hesitant, for the most precarious aspect of an amphibious operation lies in the crossing and the possibility of retreat. Should they encounter such a situation, it could jeopardize the entire landing effort. However, to their surprise, the troops managed to plant the first board on the beachhead without encountering any resistance. And as the entire vanguard of nearly 100 men successfully landed and secured the beachhead, they encountered not a single defender to impede their advance. Having secured the encampment, Stannis and the Onion Knight, Davos, led a small contingent to the front of the main camp, where the distant city of King's Landing was visible beneath the steep cliffs. "Is their army not within the city?" Stannis inquired of the Onion Knight beside him. "Those of us remaining at Storm's End report that the Westerlands have yet to mobilize their forces. However, they are amassing troops, and the Old Rose is also gathering its army. Their vanguard has already reached Storm's End. Have we not detected any sign of Kevin's army?" Stannis furrowed his brow slightly. After all, Kevin's forces were not far from King's Landing, although the letter indicated that Kevin's army had been entangled near some industrial estate. Stannis himself harbored doubts. A force of fewer than 600 men could hardly withstand an army of nearly 4,000 or 5,000 for long in a defensive stance. As a renowned commander of the Seven Kingdoms, Stannis had confidence in Kevin's combat capabilities, primarily doubting that the champion of some tournament could orchestrate a victory against him. Meanwhile, the northern forces had also assembled, with Robb making final preparations for supplies. "Has the army from the Dreadfort still not arrived?" the young wolf lord mused, a frown creasing his brow. Given the current circumstances, the actions of the old flayer seemed to be in stark contrast to the entire north. Moreover, the Dreadfort's strength was not to be underestimated. With over 4,000 soldiers, it could instill a sense of trepidation throughout the north. If possible, he wished to deal with the flayers of the Dreadfort first, then gather his forces to march south. Yet, historically, reinforcements were as vital as fire in times of crisis. And with barely 600 men, his position against an enemy exceeding 4,000 was perilously tenuous. Chapter 53, Movements of Various Factions, 2. In the Bolton household. The most notorious disruptor of the icy north, Lord Roose Bolton stood atop the highest tower of the Dreadfort, holding a freshly unsealed letter, its wax seal still pristine. This was indeed the missive sent by the young Wolf Lord, clearly instructing him to lead 3,000 soldiers to gather at Winterfell. Another parchment lay nearby, its wax seal showing signs of having been opened for some time. The text inscribed upon it was penned by another hand, reading, "My Lord Roose Bolton, descendant of the great Red King, I hereby earnestly request your allegiance. Your liege lord, Eddard, refuses to acknowledge the legitimacy of the Iron Throne and is rallying his vassals with intentions to defy its commands. I sincerely invite you to lead the loyal men of the North in defense of the Iron Throne's authority and to fight for the Iron Throne and your king. Should you succeed, you shall be named the new ruler of the North. I implore you to consider deeply whether to embark on this plan and alliance. Your friend, Tywin Lannister." Simultaneously, in the Iron Islands, King Balon was mustering his forces. His younger brother, Euron, inquired, "Are you certain that our target is the Westerlands and not the North?" The conflict between the Westerlands and the North is evident. They likely understand that the northern forces have not mounted a significant advance southward. Any attempt to engage would be akin to striking a solid wall, and it is imperative to avoid allowing the Iron Islands to perish in a futile war of attrition. Instead, an offensive against the Westerlands, where they are presumably unprepared, seems prudent. In truth, Balon has no intention of directly confronting the alliance of four houses, as their strength is undeniable. The Iron Islands can scarcely muster 20,000 soldiers, and a direct confrontation with any one of the four houses would spell trouble. However, with recent movements in the Westerlands troops, it is clear that both Casterly Rock and Lannisport are not fully garrisoned. Seizing this opportunity to rally a considerable force from the Iron Islands for a swift strike might allow them to decisively defeat the defenders of Casterly Rock, thus providing leverage for negotiations with the Iron Throne. After all, given the significance of one of the Seven Kingdoms, the Iron Throne is likely to possess a very flexible bottom line, enabling Balon to make bold demands. The Game of Thrones ultimately culminates in the pursuit of self-interest. Meanwhile, the Old Lion leads his elite troops eastward to besiege King's Landing. A change of power is indeed underway. However, this shift is merely the beginning, for the Riverlands has resolved to march northward against the Westerlands. Indeed, it is as straightforward as that. The Old Rose quickly discerned the essence of the situation. All troubles stem from House Lannister. Thus, should they dispatch their forces to seize the Old Line's capital, they could leverage this against the Iron Throne. Indeed, an adult is far more challenging to control than a youth. Hence, they resolved to first vanquish the Lannister army and then use this victory to compel concessions from King's Landing, initiating a union between their houses. This would entail marrying Cersei to Lancel and young Margaery to Joffrey, thereby allowing their family to exert influence over both the current king and the future prince. In doing so, their family would wield the most esteemed power and formidable strength in all of Westeros. They would ascend to become the most dominant house, transforming the game into an absolute contest. What then will unfold in the theater of war? The answer will undoubtedly exceed the imaginations of all, including Willem, for the Vale, long overlooked, has mobilized its knights with the singular aim of capturing King's Landing. This unexpected turn arose after Willem's audacious maneuvering. The Vale's lords collectively perceived King's Landing as a perilous quagmire. Consequently, the love-struck Lisa Tully, concerned for Peter's safety, disregarded his previous plans and dispatched the Knights of the Vale directly toward the capital in a bid to rescue her little finger. Thus, as Stannis' forces advanced toward King's Landing, their flank was unexpectedly threatened by the Knights of the Vale. It is indeed a fantastical turn of events. Just as Willem ignited the entire camp and absconded with all that was usable from the industrial yard, leaving the rest to the flames, he led his main force straight toward the Vale. As they arrived in the valley, they were astonished to discover the military presence there was alarmingly sparse. Aside from Eagle's Nest and the Bloodgate, nearly all garrisons had vanished. At that moment, William was unconcerned with such matters. His nearly 2,000 000 men needed to swiftly march north to rendezvous with Robb, lest the north descend into chaos. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, Cersei, along with Maester Pycelle and several other royal advisors, was preparing for the inevitable. Stannis' forces faced little resistance as they surged into the city, for the streets were devoid of any guards, not even a single sentinel at the Red Keep. No sooner had Stannis entered the city than a cacophony of battle cries erupted from outside its walls. Stannis' troops, caught off guard, were soon besieged by a multitude of warriors clad in silver armor. Though Stannis was a formidable warrior, the cavalry of the valley was not particularly numerous, numbering only around 2,000. Thus, both sides swiftly became embroiled in fierce combat. Just then, reinforcements led by Kevan arrived. Although the peasant soldiers and cavalry had already been routed, this new wave struck unexpectedly. They achieved significant success, encircling the valley cavalry, which prompted their commander, Bronze Yohn, to order a retreat from the battlefield. The ensuing clash saw Stannis' troops engage in a fierce struggle against the already diminished forces of Kevan. Although the Kingsguard was present, the overwhelming numbers of Stannis' army proved too formidable, and they quickly gained the upper hand in the street fighting. The Kingsguard, though few in number, remained the most substantial contingent within Kevan's ranks. The protracted struggle led to a catastrophic collapse for Kevan's forces, resulting in a complete rout. The Kingsguard formed a mixed formation, intermingling with various squads. Thus, as the two armies collided, the Kingsguard instinctively discarded their weapons and fled homeward, prompting the remaining peasant soldiers to follow suit. Ultimately, only the infantry, cavalry, archers, and the guards of the Red Keep from House Lannister remained. Kevan's forces totaled no more than 300, while Stannis' army still boasted nearly 500 men, making defeat a daunting prospect for Kevan. Consequently, he suffered another defeat and fled King's Landing with his remnants. Meanwhile, let us shift our focus to the royal army. Chapter 54, The Battle of Casterly Rock, Prologue. As fierce conflicts unfolded in King's Landing, in Lannisport, the garrison was engaged in their routine change of guard. The Old Lion led the majority of his forces from his lands towards Stonehall, preparing to utilize the fleet stationed there to mount an assault on King's Landing. Thus, the garrison troops of the two major cities directly governed by the Lannisters, Lannisport and the capital Casterly Rock, had been nearly entirely depleted. Since their establishment, the two cities have largely remained unscathed by assaults from the sea. The only forces that have dared to launch attacks upon them are the Qingting Island Fleet and the Iron Fleet. It is well known throughout the Seven Kingdoms that Tealier excels neither in direct combat nor in land warfare. Otherwise, the remaining 6 kingdoms would have united to confront the River Bay region. As for the Iron people, setting aside their population base, they simply cannot muster enough individuals to frequently assault the Western territories. Even if they could gather sufficient numbers, when faced with the formidable defenses and fortifications of Sheung City, they would likely retreat and target other cities. However, this time the situation appears markedly different. Standing atop the watchtower, one witnesses the caravans entering the harbor, their unique bells signaling the operators to secure the port, preventing refuse from Cayenne City and Lannister Port from drifting into the harbor and obstructing navigation. The harbor often erects a massive iron net to shield against unidentified objects, ensuring they cannot enter. Yet, just as the net is being raised, a dark speck emerges on the distant horizon of the sea. Oh, heavens! Another ship approaches. Retract the net. The sentry ascends once more to ring the bell. Having just descended from the bell tower, the sentry notices his companion standing still, unresponsive to his calls. What is going on? The detained sentry feels a twinge of irritation. After all, lowering the massive net takes time. Should the ships arrive and the net remain unlowered, should a collision occur, the officer in charge of the harbor would undoubtedly seek retribution. Look over there. At that moment, propelled by the wind, the distant sails unfurl, and the crew begins to row vigorously. The sentries behold the entirety of this fleet, over 150 vessels, all flying the banner of the sea monsters. Flanked by various family insignias, yet united by the presence of robust soldiers aboard. By the gods, it is the Iron People. They are attacking. Sound the alarm. 2 soldiers hasten to the bell tower, urgently ringing the alarm. Yet, the harbor officer, initially oblivious to the ships, appears somewhat exasperated. What are you doing? Is this some sort of jest? I have just lowered the net, and now you want me to raise it again? Consequently, they opt to keep the net down. The officer in charge of the harbor dispatches a cavalryman to inquire further, intending to reprimand the 2 sentries. Upon witnessing the lack of response from the harbor, the sentries ring the alarm once more. Still, there is no reaction. After all, the vessels themselves, designed for speed rather than height, carry soldiers but are not particularly imposing. This aerodynamic design makes them susceptible to the wind, which also means that the soldiers tasked with managing the net at the harbor cannot observe the warships in a timely manner. The third wave of alarm bells echoed, and at that moment, the port's guard officer finally discerned a vast fleet of sails surging towards them. Such a grand assembly of ships? The enemy approached with the sun at their backs, leaving the commander unable to identify the flags adorning their masts. However, as the fleet drew near, he recognized the sigil of House Greyjoy fluttering from their sails. By the gods, it is the Ironborn. Quickly, raise the great net. Time was of the essence. The net had only just been deployed, and raising it again would require precious moments. Moments they did not have, for the Iron Fleet was almost upon them. From several warships, crossbows roared, severing the iron chains connecting the great net. It plummeted to the lake's depths, leaving the commander in a state of bewilderment as he shrieked, "Ironborn attack! Ironborn attack! Prepare for battle!" Soon, the vanguard of the Ironborn, consisting of 150 ships, plunged into Lannisport. The defending forces numbered less than 1,000, and in this dire situation, they had no choice but to arm the civilian populace for combat. Yet, how could a band of pampered merchants and petty bourgeois hope to contend with the valiant and battle-hardened Ironborn? Aboard those 150 vessels were approximately 3,000 fully armed Ironborn, skilled in the arts of plunder and warfare. They swiftly boarded the port and seized control, commencing their pillage of nearby residences. The commander of the Lannister forces, relying on a rabble of untrained civilians, knew that while the enemy was not particularly formidable, their quality was undeniable. Urban combat ensued, primarily involving local militia clashing with the Ironborn. The populace, lacking training, struggled to form cohesive battle lines, and their swords could scarcely pierce the Ironborn's thick cloth armor, while the cheap chainmail worn by the defenders was easily cleaved by the Ironborn's axes. It was a one-sided massacre, with the defenders unable to hold their heads high against the relentless onslaught. The Ironborn displayed no haste in their looting. It seemed they intended to eliminate all resistance before advancing deeper into the heart of the city. With fewer than 1,000 defenders, it was evident they could not secure the entire city and could only allocate forces to guard a few critical intersections. The Ironborn swiftly penetrated the residential quarters, preparing to advance towards the commercial district via several thoroughfares and nearby squares. They soon encountered their first fierce resistance in the square. Lannisport, centered around a towering structure, radiated outward in 4 fan-shaped residential areas, interconnected with 3 vertical thoroughfares and 1 horizontal avenue, separating the commercial district from the residential quarters, with a square at each intersection. Now, the forces of House Lannister fortified their positions in the square. As the Ironborn approached, they were met with the spear formations established by the Lannister troops at the crossroads. A group of Ironborn surged forward, colliding with the shield wall, only to be impaled by the spears of those behind them, resulting in the near annihilation of over 30 souls. Subsequently, the commander of the Ironborn resolved against a reckless assault. "Use your weapons to strike," he commanded. The Ironborn swiftly hurled their hand axes, dozens of flying blades striking the lines of the Lannister army. These were not the feeble arrows of archers. The force of an axe meeting a skull is formidable, especially considering the Ironborn's lifelong toil upon the seas, granting them extraordinary strength. Almost every axe found its mark, and the soldiers struck down met instant death. With dozens of axes hitting their targets, the entire line crumbled under the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, the Ironborn charged in, hacking at anything that moved, effectively shattering the formation anew. Similar scenes unfolded in other squares. Although the Ironborn were not adept with bows, this did not imply a lack of proficiency in mid-range combat. After dismantling this line of defense, the Ironborn continued their advance into the bustling commercial district, where few ordinary citizens were willing to emerge and defend their possessions. After all, money pales in comparison to life. Thus, they pressed on into the very heart of Lannisport. The battle commenced anew, yet this time, when the Ironborn hurled their axes and pierced the ranks, the soldiers did not immediately scatter. Instead, they engaged in fierce melee combat with the Ironborn. Chapter 55. The Battle of Casterly Rock. 1. After a fierce struggle, the Ironborn succeeded in dispersing the last organized defense of Lannisport. The remaining fewer than 200 guards retreated to the tallest tower in Lannisport. The Ironborn did not attempt a direct assault on the tower. Rather, they opted to encircle it entirely. The tower was not idle. It served as the final bastion of Lannisport, replete with ample supplies. And its commanders were all kin of House Lannister, leaving no possibility for surrender. However, the Ironborn chose a different course of action, opting to ignite the entire tower with wildfire. The The soldiers employed catapults scavenged from within the city, launching jars of wildfire, the greenish liquid splattering across the towering structure. They then fired flaming arrows at the edifice. The resounding explosions and roaring flames enveloped the tower, drowning out the cries of the soldiers and the desperate shouts of their commanders amidst the jubilant cheers of the Ironborn. While the stone fortress could withstand fire, the intense heat would ensure the demise of the soldiers within. With the last flicker of flame extinguished, Lannisport fell. The Ironborn reveled for a day, the streets strewn with the corpses of resisting men and the remnants of violated women. All shops were shattered, men dragged out and executed, while women were rounded up and driven into the tower. This once thriving city had been thoroughly conquered, and the Ironborn sought to press eastward, with Casterly Rock as their next target. Indeed, the habits of the Ironborn are steeped in plunder. Yet, before they can ravage the grand cities, they require a new stronghold. Before them stands the magnificent city of Casterly Rock, governed by House Lannister for centuries. Its prosperous gold mines have bestowed upon it boundless wealth, and its formidable fortifications have never succumbed to siege. Should the Lannisters falter, the city's grandeur could serve as a bastion against invaders. Historically, it has only fallen once, and that was to the fearsome dragons. However, at this moment, the city has never seemed so desolate. Within its walls, they could scarcely muster 2,000 capable soldiers, while the hastily assembled peasant militia is woefully inadequate. Fragile as parchment, their ranks could be effortlessly torn apart by the whirlwind-like Ironborn. All the gold and immeasurable riches appear tantalizingly close, igniting a fervent desire among the Ironborn for this most prosperous city in the Westerlands. We can conquer that city, revel in its women, its wealth, exquisite food, and luxurious silks. Many Ironborn began to envision a glorious future, recalling the exhilaration they felt from the plundering and slaughter in Lannisport. For them, this day was filled with fortune and joy, as they selected the most splendid houses in the neighborhood, slaying all within before claiming them as their own, resting within for the night. The following morning, the Ironborn assembled once more. Today, a significant figure would arrive for an inspection. All the Ironborn gathered at the shore, formed into an orderly line, as an immense and ornate longship led a fleet of 7 or 8 smaller, yet equally well-equipped vessels. The grandest of these was the vessel of King Balon, aboard which he sailed with his daughter Asha, alongside his second son Yoren and third son Victarion. This time, they brought with them a substantial portion of the Iron Islands fighting men, nearly 13,000 Ironborn participating in this endeavor. The Iron Islands now boasted only about 5,000 Ironborn, which, while not insignificant, was remarkable given the rarity of such a large gathering of their kind. In past conquests of the Riverlands, they had never mobilized so many soldiers, despite the fact that the current Westerlands posed a far greater challenge. At this moment, the Riverlands felt exceedingly secure. To the south, the Westerlands were preoccupied and faced the risk of their ancestral home being raided. To the west, the Iron Islands' main forces were concentrated in their struggle against the Westerlands. The 5,000 remaining could defend themselves without issue, but attacking could risk their own demise. After all, to counter long-standing incursions, the Riverlanders had developed a robust transportation system and the ability to raid for self-preservation. A mere 100 or 200 Ironborn attempting to engage in battle along the heavily fortified western coastline could easily be overwhelmed. At the outset, an assault from King Wong might have been anticipated. However, it has now become evident that King Wong has transformed into the battlefield himself. The forces of Dragonstone, the Lannisters, the Vale, the local army, and a faction of the Baratheons have rendered the vicinity of King's Landing, which was already modest in size, into utter chaos. Without further ado, after gathering all the Ironborn from Lannisport, they hastened to the foot of Casterly Rock, where the nearby Westerlands forces had already arrived for reinforcement, bringing the garrison within the city to approximately 2,500 soldiers. In the face of nearly 15,000 Ironborn, this number appears rather insufficient. Nevertheless, Casterly Rock boasts its own advantages. The entire city resembles a colossal edifice embedded within the mountains, with half of it obscured by the rugged terrain, thus rendering it impervious to a complete siege. Additionally, the city is fortified with a formidable defense system. Numerous sturdy towers are positioned to thwart ranged assaults. Although this is of little consequence against the Ironborn, who possess negligible long-range capabilities. Simultaneously, these towers enable the defenders to unleash their full might upon the enemy. The towering walls compel any forces lacking siege equipment to merely gaze upon the city in despair. Moreover, Casterly Rock is equipped with a sophisticated system of tunnels, featuring dedicated offensive and defensive passages that extend beyond the city limits, allowing for random skirmishes against the enemy. For this city, attacks from the shadowed or sunlit sides are entirely ineffective. Projectiles from catapults positioned beyond the range cannot reach the city, while those within range are rendered useless. The city possesses nearly 5 platforms suitable for the deployment of large catapult arrays, ensuring that both firepower and angles of attack are impenetrable. These platforms can comprehensively target over 2 hectares of the city's front, delivering a blanket of fire. This implies that Casterly Rock may prove to be the most formidable stronghold to conquer, potentially surpassing King's Landing as a more suitable capital. Chapter 56. The Battle of Casterly Rock. 2. King Balon led his army with great pomp to the foot of Casterly Rock. After a day of plundering Lannisport, the morale of the Ironborn was exceptionally high as they approached the outskirts of Casterly Rock. Since its inception, Casterly Rock has endured 2 sieges, one during the War of the Red and Yellow Lions, and the other during the Targaryen conquest. Therefore, a city like Casterly Rock is not as vulnerable as Storm's End, which is easy to attack yet difficult to defend. Only 50% of the city is exposed beyond the mountain, while it possesses an exceedingly robust long-range defense system. Should your forces attempt to besiege the city, they would be fully exposed to the range of the catapult platforms. Within such range, your troops must not concentrate too heavily, for they risk being decimated by the barrage of projectiles. Conversely, if they do not engage in clustered tactics, they would find it impossible to scale the walls, as the defenders, outnumbering them in terms of unit area, would effectively thwart any assault. Once the siege engines of our forces penetrate the designated area, their singular pace and direction render them vulnerable to destruction by the platforms of catapults. Furthermore, without ladders, the infantry cannot breach the enemy's walls. Conversely, once they carry siege ladders, they present an enormous target, easily detected and prioritized for annihilation. Thus, from a frontal assault perspective, Cayenne City is undoubtedly the least hospitable urban stronghold. However, the methods employed by the Iron Folk are unprecedented. They are not adept at utilizing large-scale siege machinery. Yet their approach poses a unique challenge for the Lion House's army. The Iron Folk deploy a sprawling line of infantry extending 7 kilometers, striking at the city's vulnerability. Although heavy catapults can hurl massive stones, their size is ultimately constrained, and a barrage of boulders from such a dispersed formation would inflict minimal casualties. If it were merely this, the situation would not be dire, even if they managed to close in on such a wildly scattered line. A successful assault on the walls would remain improbable, especially since they lack the means to transport siege ladders. Yet, the Iron Folk's method leaves all in astonishment. Soldiers sprint directly to the base of the walls, brandishing shovels they had prepared in advance, and commence excavating the foundation. Indeed, Cayenne City possesses formidable defenses against large troop formations, particularly those equipped with substantial engineering apparatus. Your siege instruments cannot approach the walls, and your grand army would succumb to the relentless bombardment from catapults before reaching the fortifications. Given the current era's advancements in crossbow technology, it is impossible to strike the walls effectively from beyond the range of the catapults. In other words, you cannot inflict harm upon the walls, and after enduring the onslaught, the morale of your troops will falter, rendering them incapable of breaching my fortifications. Consequently, after enduring such trials, the forces that reach the base of the walls will find themselves unable to scale them, ultimately leading to their collapse. Yet, the Iron Folk have never relied on massive armies for direct confrontation. Their tactics are instead agile and adaptable. Upon successfully reaching the foot of the walls, the Iron Folk first raise their shields to fend off arrows and falling debris from above. Meanwhile, a few soldiers, shielded by their comrades, begin to dig at the roots of the walls. Cayenne City boasts long ramparts and elite defensive apparatus, yet the critical factor is that its garrison is sparse. The total military presence within the city hovers around 2,000, and even if all willing citizens were mobilized to assist in defense, they would still be insufficient to fully man the walls. Thus, the Iron Folk below can excavate with impunity. And since the walls of Cayenne City have not been deepened significantly since the era of Titus, Tywin's father, it stands to reason that no one has besieged you. Who possesses the leisure to spend such resources? What does this imply? It signifies that the foundation of these walls is not particularly thick. In other words, thousands of iron citizens were desperately digging beneath the city walls, which could very well jeopardize the foundation of the fortifications. Consequently, the immediate objective became to refrain from bombarding them. After all, despite the significant ammunition expenditure due to several waves of artillery fire, the casualties were surprisingly minimal. Of the initial charge of over 3,000 iron citizens, only a scant few were struck. while at least 2,008 or 900 managed to reach the base of the wall to commence their excavation. Moreover, the strength of the iron citizens' arms exceeded the commander's expectations. Several corners of the wall had already begun to show signs of instability, although the overall structure remained intact. It was only a matter of time before it would be breached. The commander, bewildered by this peculiar method of siege, pondered, "What is this? How do I counter it?" Moving forward, the commander faced two choices. One was to mobilize the trebuchets to bombard the wall, which would inevitably bury all 3,000 of the assailants beneath. Though this would also mean certain death for those on the wall who could not retreat in time. The alternative was to dismantle the trebuchets and relocate them to the rear of the city, enabling strikes against the more distant iron citizen stronghold. After careful consideration, the commander resolved to dismantle the trebuchets from both platforms and transport them to the mountain's backside, where they could launch projectiles with maximum force towards the rear encampment of the iron citizens. Upon issuing the order, several soldiers and temporarily mobilized civilians hurried to the trebuchet platforms to disassemble the most distant trebuchet, which had overlapping range with the other platforms, and relocate it to the rear of the mountain. At that moment, the commander astutely noticed something unusual entering their line of sight, a dilapidated contraption with 4 wheels and a massive wooden post, simply covered with some wet mud. After considerable effort, everyone discerned that it was a makeshift battering ram. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. Even if it were to be destroyed, it could swiftly be reassembled. Although easily reconstructed, its potential for destruction was undeniably formidable. This was an unmistakable provocation. The commander, filled with dread, also felt a simmering anger. This was compelling him to redirect the trebuchet's firepower towards the base of the wall. Once these rudimentary, yet highly effective devices were maneuvered to the foot of the wall, there would be no doubt that they would begin to assault it. In light of this situation, the only option was to concentrate their firepower on the wall. Chapter 57. The Battle of Cayenne City. 3. Confronted with this unique and innovative tactic, the commander of Cayenne City, who had diligently studied military strategy, found himself at a loss for ideas. Just as he contemplated mobilizing his trebuchet platforms to launch an assault on the city walls. Only by doing so can this wave of approximately 3,000 iron men be obliterated. Otherwise, whether awaiting the arrival of the siege engine or the collapse of the wall, the city will ultimately face the onslaught of the enemy. Therefore, should one choose to wait until the second wave of iron men arrives, forcefully pushing the siege engine to breach the wall, and subsequently allowing more iron men to surge forth and overwhelm the defenders on the walls, the situation for Cayenne City would become exceedingly perilous. Conversely, if this wave of over 3,000 iron men is directly engulfed amidst the rubble of the walls, the defenders will then have to contend with nearly 10,000 iron men in the subsequent waves. Once the catapults at the rear are fully prepared, they can launch an assault on the iron men's encampment, diminishing their combat effectiveness and delaying their offensive. This may provide a chance to endure until reinforcements arrive. Currently, there are fewer than 2,000 defenders within the city, with the majority of the elite forces stationed atop the walls. For the defenders now, they face a critical choice. Inflict minimal losses on the enemy, which could lead to the annihilation of all the elite troops stationed on the walls, or withdraw these elite forces to collapse the walls, only to unleash a devastating counterattack against the second wave of unprepared iron men. At present, the city can muster approximately 200 cavalry, which will not serve as the primary force in the ensuing counteroffensive. As infantry, especially the city's most elite heavy infantry, will play a crucial role in positional warfare. However, they will struggle to maintain their advantage in a pursuit. Thus, the cavalry must charge at the moment the wall collapses, striving to inflict casualties on the approaching iron men, thereby diminishing the strength of both sides. Simultaneously, it is imperative to arm the civilians within the city to mitigate the disparity in numbers. This strategy may enable the defenders to withstand the fiercer assaults following the rout of the first 2 waves of iron men, as the combined total of these 2 waves is less than 40 of the total attacking force. Although the second wave is equipped with siege weapons, their numbers are not substantial. In light of these circumstances, the commander reluctantly issued an order to withdraw the troops from beneath the walls, reposition the cavalry near the walls, and adjust the angles of the remaining 3 catapult platforms to commence bombardment on the fortifications. As the soldiers adjusted the firing angles of the catapults, they swiftly descended from the battlements, for they would soon have need of their services elsewhere and must retreat to regroup. At this juncture, the iron men below seemed to have noticed this development. Everything unfolded according to Wildling's strategy, compelling the enemy commander to withdraw the troops from the towers. thus relieving his own 3,000 Iron Men from the necessity of defending against arrows and rolling logs. In this moment, the Iron Men rapidly reformed their ranks, seeking refuge behind the mounds of earth that had already been excavated. The commander, now unable to see, was entirely obscured by the towering walls that concealed the diligent soldiers behind them. At the sound of a command, nearly 200 catapults on 3 platforms unleashed their payloads simultaneously. The massive boulders, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound, hurtled towards the walls, crashing against them with a resounding impact, causing the stones that formed the fortifications to shatter and scatter. The catapult operators of Cayenne City proved to be exceptionally well-trained, their firing rate remarkably swift and their aim ruthlessly precise, targeting the most vulnerable sections of the wall, those areas unprotected by the parapets. Each colossal stone that struck resulted in further degradation of the fortifications, sending countless fragments tumbling into the shadows below. However, once the walls crumbled completely, the commander was left aghast at the scene before him. Over 3,000 Iron Men had suffered minimal casualties. As the cavalry charged forth, they encountered the well-prepared formations of the Iron Men. Instead of wielding long iron shields, the Iron Men employed small wooden round shields. While this formation could not effectively shield against arrows, it proved highly effective against the onslaught of infantry and cavalry. The Iron Men gathered together, their solid ranks advancing steadily. The cavalry's charge lacked sufficient momentum, meaning they could not unleash the devastating impact akin to that of Yuchi. Consequently, the horsemen, despite their height advantage, could not exploit their superiority against the thronging Iron Men. Many cavalry soldiers, before traversing the rubble and debris left by the collapsed wall, were met with a barrage of thrown axes from the Iron Men. Several axes struck the cavalry simultaneously, and even those clad in fine armor found themselves cleaved from their mounts, meeting instant death. Moreover, the Iron Men did not limit their assault to the cavalry. Their axes played a crucial role against the unprotected formations of the line army above, inflicting significant casualties upon the disciplined infantry ranks through multiple volleys of thrown hand axes. The relatively compact formations of the Iron Men allowed them to maneuver adeptly amidst the chaos, while the untrained peasant soldiers and urban militia, lacking in equipment, morale, training, and strategic acumen, were comprehensively outmatched by the advancing Iron Men. The trained and well-ordered garrison, facing the relentless rain of axes and overwhelming numerical superiority, found themselves equally powerless. With over 200 cavalry yet to launch their charge and already depleted, the fate of Cayenne City was sealed from that moment onward. The disparity in military equipment, morale, and tactics led to the garrison's rapid collapse within 2 hours. Consequently, the events that unfolded within the city mirrored those that had transpired at Lannisterport, albeit with an even greater number of Iron Men who executed their assault with ruthless efficiency. In the opulent assembly hall of Casterly Rock, the leaders of the Ironborn adorned themselves in splendid attire, as there was no shortage of fine garments in such a grand location. Victorion, inebriated and somewhat dazed, slurred to his elder brother, "Are we truly to exchange the old Lion's Castle for a claim to the Iron Throne?" "Certainly not," Barrow brusquely interrupted his younger sibling, asserting that he had no intention of relinquishing the prosperous Westerlands. Chapter 58, The Battle of Casterly Rock. 4. This invasion bore profound significance for the Ironborn. The maximum mobilization from the Iron Islands was approximately 18,000 men. Yet this campaign had drawn forth over 13,000, leaving only 5,000 to defend their homes. This army represented the pinnacle of the Ironborn's military prowess. Should they suffer substantial losses or face a rout, the Ironborn would find themselves relegated to the role of mercenaries in future conflicts, unable to act as a cohesive military force. With merely over 5,000 organized troops remaining, they possessed a force comparable to that of a considerable lord in the north. Nevertheless, the Ironborn's circumstances were precarious. Although they had captured Casterly Rock and Lannisport, the main force of the Old Lion still existed, and they outnumbered the Ironborn, albeit temporarily unable to engage. Furthermore, a well-equipped and trained army, under the command of the esteemed Lord Tyrell, was stealthily advancing towards them, unnoticed by the local lords, and drawing closer to Casterly Rock, except for the keen eyes of the allied House Tyrell. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, Stannis had seized the entire city, placing everyone, including the Queen and Prince, under house arrest, and successfully repelling the reinforcements from Kafon. Now, he faced off against the formidable army of House Baratheon, led directly by Renly. In the west of the Frozen Lands, Stannis' forces comprised not only his own army from the Narrow Sea, but also troops summoned from the Crownlands. Renly sighed, on the other hand, boasted an additional 10,000 soldiers from House Tyrell. As for the Vale, following the devastating defeat suffered by the 3,000 cavalry from the region, who had been flanked and routed, Bronze Yohn retreated with the remnants of his forces, vowing never to emerge again. The current minor lord and his foolish mother lacked the stature of the former lord, leading to a stagnation in command, an inability to issue orders effectively. In the north, aside from the lords of Karhold and Winterfell gathering their forces in preparation for a southern advance, other lords had not rallied their troops due to the absence of direct orders from the Warden of the North. Nonetheless, Rickard and Robb exerted their personal influence to mobilize as many troops as possible, ready to march southward at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, the lords of the Riverlands, Blackwood and Brynden, had assembled their own forces alongside his nephew, Edmure Tully, in readiness to uphold the alliance. Since the deployment of troops from the Vale, Brynden has harbored doubts about the leadership of Bronze Yohn. However, he found himself unable to persuade the other lords of the Vale, compounded by his niece's evidently volatile demeanor, which he could not sway. He deeply sensed that the Vale was on the brink of chaos, and he could not assure himself that the Ironborn would refrain from invading the Riverlands amidst the ensuing turmoil. Thus, he hastily led his retainers back to the city of Flowing River. Consequently, the Ironborn felt quite confident. The lords of the Riverlands, timid and cowardly, could only fend for themselves. The North was devoid of leadership, unable to mount an offensive for the time being. The local forces had been entirely mobilized by the Old Lion to attack King's Landing, and it was rumored they had failed. The two brothers of House Stark stood at a standoff at their own doorstep, while the southern House Tyrell chose to cling to the third son, contributing over 10,000 men, with more still being rallied. The farthest south, Dorne, remained in a state of watchful waiting, and even if they decided to act, their forces would not arrive in time. Of course, it was still necessary for the Ironborn to revel in the splendor of these two thriving cities. After all, this campaign not only allowed them to take advantage of the scant defenses within the city, but also benefited from the devious schemes of the second son, which afforded the Ironborn significant advantages in the conflict. However, before the Ironborn could fully indulge, around the 10th day, as they struggled to fortify the city's outer defenses, they awoke the next morning to a startling sight. A military camp stretching nearly 4 miles had formed 3 battle lines, advancing toward the city gates. Gazing upon the disciplined troops outside, all the Ironborn, including Baron, were bewildered. What in the world? Wasn't the Western Army engaged in a standoff with the two sons of House Stark outside King's Landing? This formidable force appeared as if it had descended from the heavens, swiftly rousing the entire city. For no one had received any intelligence that such a large army could arrive at the battlefield so quickly, effectively trapping them within Castle Rock. Though the camp left outside was devoid of valuable possessions, it had been designed with the necessary time and potential assaults in mind for a siege, thus possessing a degree of defensibility. The opposing force significantly outnumbered them, and the Ironborn were far more proficient in offensive maneuvers than in defense. Therefore, securing victory in this conflict seemed exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, retreating from the battlefield was not a simple task. After nearly 10 days of plundering, the Ironborn found themselves laden with captives and stolen treasures, making a swift withdrawal nearly impossible. Thus, there remained but one option: to engage in battle. Outside, the besieging army of House Tyrell was also rather apprehensive. After all, Castle Rock was not a flatland city like Highgarden or a delta city like King's Landing. It belonged to the same category as Harrenhal and Eagle's Nest, easily defensible and offering limited avenues for assault. The formidable array of 5 colossal long-range weapon platforms possessed by Kagan City is renowned for its capacity to target large troop formations. Although the signs on the city walls suggest that they endured significant damage not long ago, the crucial point is that this was in the past. Presently, despite the relative newness of the walls, they still necessitate the use of siege equipment for an effective assault. As previously mentioned, Kagan City boasts 5 long-range platforms capable of entirely sealing off nearly 2 hectares of frontal approach with catapults, rendering it virtually impossible for any heavy weaponry to breach this stronghold. Moreover, the army of House Rose, in its pursuit of a swift and agile strike, refrained from carrying bulky heavy equipment and even limited its supplies. Thus, a protracted siege without retreat was not a feasible option. The unique circumstances of both factions compelled them to engage in direct combat. Consequently, it was swiftly determined that both armies would array themselves for field battle on the expansive plains surrounding Kagan City. One side sought to protect the spoils of their long-term plundering and preserve the mightiest forces of the Iron Isles. while the other aimed to assist their allies and secure the honor of battle to bolster their standing, all the while limited by their scant provisions, which precluded the option of a drawn-out conflict. The grand confrontation was imminent. Chapter 59. The Battle of Kagan City, 5. On the morning following the arrival of House Rose's army, before the morning mist had fully dissipated, the sentinels on duty observed the opposing soldiers emerging from the city and forming 3 distinct squares outside its walls. Blue Daltali, upon receiving this report, remained resolute. Though encounters with the Iron Folk were infrequent, he was undeterred. His own forces numbered over 30,000, at least double that of the enemy, and possibly even more. In terms of manpower, his side held a distinct advantage. As for equipment, despite having swept through the armories of the Western Territories, the Iron Folk remained as they were, lacking cavalry and even competent catapult operators, let alone any semblance of long-range capabilities. Among the 7 kingdoms, the Iron Isles, with the weakest mobilization of troops and nearly non-existent technological weaponry, primarily engaged in bullying the likes of the Riverlands, or occasionally raiding the border villages of the Northerners, seldom daring to venture into the Balance, which boasted the 2nd strongest fleet among the 7 kingdoms. For the Iron Folk, the cost of plundering the Balans outweighed the potential gains, rendering such endeavors unprofitable. Thus, they typically avoided provoking them. Unlike other lords, those ruling over the Balans held a profound disdain for the Iron Folk, viewing them as inept in agriculture and commerce, knowing only the art of thievery, and perpetually impoverished. Defeating them yielded little reward. Consequently, Blue Daltali regarded the opposing forces with a measure of contempt. While it was strategically prudent to underestimate the enemy, it was tactically wise to maintain a certain level of respect. As the mist gradually lifted, both armies revealed their formations. The Ironborn, with little to articulate, found themselves at a tactical disadvantage, as their forces were largely homogeneous. The skilled siege engineers aboard their ships remained in the city, preparing for defense. A total of 9,000 troops were dispatched, organized into 3 distinct formations. The Ironborn lacked cavalry, primarily comprising shield-bearing infantry wielding axes and spear-armed soldiers. Their combat strategy favored frugality, resulting in an absence of ranged weaponry and subpar archery skills. Typically, Ironborn soldiers carried 2 sets of gear, selecting their armaments at random during battle. The left and right flanks each boasted over 2,000 men, while the central formation consisted of a complete 5,000 soldiers. The forces of House Rose were meticulous in their deployment. The left flank was commanded by Dikantali, featuring a mixed formation of 1,000 cavalry and 5,000 infantry spearmen. The right flank was led by Kalon, the eldest son of the historical House Stark, mirroring the composition of 1,000 cavalry and 5,000 spearmen. The center was personally led by Landal Tali, consisting of 8,000 heavy infantry swordsmen and spearmen, complemented by archers, with an additional 1,000 cavalry held in reserve to reinforce various fronts. House Rose did not bring a significant cavalry force, as the majority were stationed in King's Landing to confront Stannis' horsemen and contend with the formidable cavalry warriors from House Lannister. Consequently, only 3,000 cavalry were present on this side, while over 10,000 individuals served as attendants, leaving more than 18,000 troops as the official military. From a purely numerical perspective, the Ironborn appeared to be on the brink of overwhelming defeat. However, Euron was not one to be easily vanquished. At the forefront of the Ironborn's left flank stood a burly man wielding a double-headed battle axe, known as Victarion Greyjoy, hailed as the invincible commander of the Ironborn and an accomplished captain. Commanding the right flank was Euron himself, brandishing a spear adorned with gold accents, resembling a sea monster's head. With an eye patch over his right eye and a horn secured at his waist, he exuded a formidable presence. Leading the front was Balon Greyjoy, each hand gripping a single-headed battle axe, clad in a leather tunic fashioned from walrus hide, and bearing a massive shield that towered to half his height, presenting an imposing figure. Landal Tali raised his longsword, gesturing forward to command his soldiers to charge. Observing this from the right flank, Euron made a decisive motion with his hand. His brothers recognized this signal, and the central forces parted to create a narrow passage. A ragtag group of civilians emerged, armed with tattered weapons, seemingly prepped as mere cannon fodder. The civilians, eyes filled with trepidation, hesitated, fearful of advancing, lest they meet their demise. Witnessing this, Euron executed a fleeing civilian, an act that instilled fear in the others, compelling them to seize their weapons and charge recklessly forward. The other central and left flank formations, witnessing the unfolding situation on the right, instinctively made the same choice. Regardless, it is not the people of the Iron Islands nor the Westerlands who perish. Their deaths bear no consequence to me. Thus, a throng of ragged commoners surged forth, colliding directly with the ranks of House Rose. In response, House Rose exhibited no mercy, ruthlessly slaughtering these tattered civilians. Echoing the sentiment, the fate of the Lannisters is of no concern to me. When faced with extermination and driven to the brink, even the meekest of sheep will rise in defiance. Thus, the oppressed populace, enduring torment from both sides, brandished their weapons in desperation. Behind the disorganized mass of civilians, the Ironborn army advanced in a disciplined formation. The forces of House Rose began methodically to cut down the advancing militia, and gradually, the lines of battle drew ever closer. At last, with the fall of the final civilian, the army stood face to face. The Ironborn raised their spears, while the front line of soldiers lowered their weapons and lifted their shields. The cavalry of House Rose charged forth, the most formidable wave of assault, intent on breaching the enemy's position before the infantry could engage. As the cavalry approached the front line, a multitude of spears suddenly erupted from the Ironborn ranks. Indeed, this time the Ironborn had opted to hurl spears rather than throwing axes. Caught unawares, the cavalry fell in droves under the relentless barrage of long spears. However, a few fortunate souls managed to steer their steeds clear of the deadly projectiles, plunging into the Ironborn formation. Of the 1,000 cavalry, no more than 400 successfully reached the left flank. Yet they overlooked that the commander of the left flank was Victarion, standing at the forefront of the line. He wielded his double-headed axe with lethal precision, capable of cleaving both man and horse in a single stroke. Other soldiers plunged into the Ironborn ranks. Yet the foremost Ironborn chose not to obstruct their advance, willingly parting to create a gap. The rear ranks of spear-wielders were poised and ready, their spears aimed at the cavalry, charging forward without hesitation, impaling both horse and rider in an instant. The left flank of the cavalry inflicted minimal damage. Conversely, the right flank achieved some success. Without Victarion's elite troops, Yoren merely drove the spears deep into the ground, forming a veritable forest of long spears. While the cavalry's charge undoubtedly incurred losses, the Ironborn suffered their own casualties, with approximately 500 of their wealthy merchants either dead or wounded. The cavalry's assault failed to inflict significant harm upon the enemy, which greatly vexed Landor Tarly. How could these insignificant Ironborn cause us such heavy losses? However, the infantry was next to clash. Given their overwhelming numbers, the formation of House Rose was longer than that of the Ironborn, easily enveloping the latter's flanks. Victarion stood fiercely at the forefront, facing off against the second son of the Tarly family, Daikon Tarly. The young Tarly, evidently lacking in combat experience, struggled to gain any advantage in their one-on-one clash against the formidable Ironborn. In the brutal skirmish at such close quarters, the Ironborn's hand axes proved far more devastating than the short swords wielded by the soldiers, plunging the left flank into a state of intense turmoil. The battle at the front was equally fierce, as Tarly's infantry relentlessly rained arrows upon the Ironborn phalanx in an attempt to wear them down from a distance before engagement. However, the morale of the Ironborn, driven by the desire to protect their hard-won wealth, remained remarkably high. They understood that defeating their current adversaries was the only way to secure their plunder. When one Ironborn fell to an arrow, another would swiftly take their place. After a few barges of arrows, the soldiers finally made contact, and before charging, the Ironborn launched their hand axes, cutting down a significant number of soldiers from House Rose, who, undeterred, pressed forward. The two sides were soon locked in a brutal melee. Although House Rose boasted a considerable number of troops, especially on the flanks, where they doubled the enemy's forces, previous slaughters had taken a toll on their infantry, sapping their stamina. Thus, for a moment, the Ironborn managed to gain the upper hand. At that critical juncture, the cavalry arranged by Tarly sprang into action, charging directly into the most vulnerable right flank of the Ironborn formation. Meanwhile, Tarly dispatched a small contingent to maneuver around and support the left flank, steadfastly holding the line to prevent any wavering. Waiting for victory on both sides to encircle and annihilate the central forces of Baron, the right flank, already struggling under the strain of the infantry line, was overwhelmed by an unexpected influx of over 1,000 cavalry, nearly causing a complete collapse. Conversely, the left flank faced a different fate, as Victarion, brandishing his double-edged battle axe with ferocity, cleaved through enemies like a force of nature, even wounding Daikon Tarly, who was no match for him. The battle in the central formation was equally intense, with Tarly engaged in a fierce struggle against Baron, laboriously cleaving through the sword in Baroness' grasp. Panting heavily, Baron paused to survey the battlefield. The infantry in the center held their ground well, but the right flank was on the verge of collapse. Euron, having received focused attention from the enemy, was now fully embroiled in chaos, with disintegration only a matter of time. The left flank, however, was a different story. Victarion pressed hard against Dyken Tarly, but given the numerical disadvantage, a swift victory remained elusive. As the Ironborn and House Rose engaged in their brutal melee beneath the city walls, another cavalry unit was hastening towards the battleground under the cover of night. Hailing from the frontier, the eldest son of the Roll family, Hilo Roll, was leading 2,000 cavalrymen at a galloping pace towards the fray. His offensive, however, did not represent either side, but rather acted as an independent third party, the Dornish army. Indeed, the forces of Dorne from the south had now entered the fray, with ambitions that extended beyond merely besieging the Westerlands. They also set their sights on the Stormlands, a long-standing adversary. For Dorne to expand its influence, it must first contend with a vital component of the Stormlands, the formidable Reach. Historically, the most significant barrier to Dorne's northern expansion has been the resolute lords of the Reach, who have long served the powerful Tyrell family. For nearly a millennium, they have diligently guarded their territory, engaging in a brutal war of attrition with Dorne. Consequently, the lords and vassals of this region have become seasoned warriors, distinct from those in other areas. The sheer scale of the Reach is sufficient for Dorne to face a formidable challenge. Thus, any offensive must first render the Reach incapable of seeking assistance from other fronts. While the population of the Reach may not fear Dorne in numbers, this assurance hinges on their citizens being extensively trained for military service. Otherwise, they would be at a disadvantage against Dorne's seasoned forces, bolstered by a significant number of mercenaries hired from Essos. Therefore, to maintain a military stalemate with Dorne, the Reach has nearly forsaken all industries apart from military endeavors and essential agriculture. In other words, this vast military region cannot even sustain basic ironworking, a crucial aspect of armament replenishment. Under such circumstances, the House of Roses has directly led its loyal troops to launch assaults on King's Landing and Casterly Rock, drawing attention away from the Reach. Moreover, after the withdrawal of the Rose family soldiers stationed in the borderlands, a portion of the Reach's forces has also been redeployed, making it increasingly burdensome to withstand Dorne's pressure. In this context, several lords near Dorne naturally began to entertain ambitions of their own. Similarly, Dorne harbored aspirations towards the Westerlands, the Reach, and even the Stormlands. The entire territory of Dorne is roughly equivalent to the desert expanse of Westeros, which signifies that their agricultural output is severely constrained. Although crops can be cultivated even in winter, the yields remain dismally low. In light of this, the Dornish yearn for the fertile lands of the north. Yet, under normal circumstances, they lack the capacity to launch an assault on the Reach. The lords of the Reach can stymie their advances, and by the time the Reach could fully commit to war, Dorne would be unable to sustain such a conflict. Thus, the only opportunity for Dorne arises when the northern lords are embroiled in chaos, and that moment is now. Prince Oberyn Martell, brother to Prince Daemon, has personally reached out to the House of Hightower, the cavalry-leading House of Hightower, and several other families from the Reach. This moment marks their initiation of a surprise assault, necessitating not only the collaboration of several formidable lords from the frontier, but also the elimination of the Rose family's most formidable general, Count Landult Tully of Wildling City. Presently, Count Tully is directly engaged in combat with Commander Victorion of the Iron Men, while his trusted subordinate, Commander Kylong Cerwyn, is retreating from the front lines of the battlefield, poised to await the agreed-upon ambush from behind. Meanwhile, the tides of battle are beginning to reveal a victor. With the withdrawal of the opposing commander, Victorion's forces are invigorated, while the Rose family's troops, having endured repeated blows, teeter on the brink of collapse. On the right flank, the Rose family forces, led by Landult Tully's son in combat against Uluin, have managed to secure a slight advantage. However, Uluin's resilience proves formidable, as he does not easily succumb to the melee, clinging to this segment of the army like an indomitable piece of taffy. In the center, Count Tully seems unhurried to dismantle Baroness forces, recognizing that a hasty assault would incur losses among his valued soldiers. Thus, he remains content to observe the situation unfold slowly, akin to a frog simmering in warm water. Yet, his persistent mercy towards the Iron Men may ultimately precipitate his army's demise. In Cayenne City, Yara, stationed within its confines, is keenly observing the battlefield when she suddenly notices a large cloud of dust rising from the southern flank, indicative of an approaching cavalry unit. Anxiety grips her, for it appears that her uncle in the south is struggling to withstand the enemy's onslaught. Should this cavalry join the fray, it could spell disaster for her forces. Without hesitation, Yara commands 500 infantry to array themselves outside the city, fortuitously recalling the strategies her uncle shared on countering cavalry before the battle commenced. Although her numbers are not advantageous, she does not cower in the face of mounted foes. Curiously, the cavalry does not seem to be charging towards Yuluen, but rather veers past the right flank, positioning itself behind Tali. At this moment, Landel Tali begins to sense something amiss. What could that cavalry behind him be intending? However, upon discerning their banner, he is reassured, as it bears the insignia of the Rose family intertwined with that of the Lual family from the borderlands, indicating they are allies. Subsequently, this so-called ally unit accelerates towards the infantry formation ahead, exhibiting no intent to evade. Tali's brow furrows. After all, cavalry presented in such a formation and charging forward suggests an impending assault on the enemy lines. Yet, with the collision of his infantry against the opposing forces, shouldn't their strategy involve flanking the enemy instead of engaging head-on? Before he could react, the cavalry swiftly broke their own banners, replacing them with new ones emblazoned with the emblem of the Maltai family. In the rear, the infantry collided with the cavalry, plunging the Tali army's rear into utter chaos. Meanwhile, the Iron Men launched their assault, causing the Rose family's forces to momentarily descend into disorder. At this juncture, Kalon Shivan led his subordinates away from the Rose family's ranks, charging towards the center where the Tali forces were positioned. The left flank, now bereft of its commander, was thoroughly vanquished by the Victorian troops, sending soldiers scattering in all directions, relentlessly pursued by the Iron Men. On the opposite side, witnessing the turmoil in the center, the other army succumbed to confusion. Amidst the melee, Deacon Tali rallied his personal guard, intent on breaching the ranks to rescue his father. Chapter 61. The Battle of Kagan City. End. The Rose family's forces were completely disrupted by this sudden assault from the Dornish cavalry. After all, shouldn't the Dornish army be firmly held back by the border forces? Where, then, did these over 2,000 Dornish cavalry emerge? Before Randall Tali could fully grasp the situation, Kalon Shivan had already joined the fray with his own troops, though his intent was to claim Randall Tali's life. In the chaos, Randall Tali swung his Heartbreaker, relentlessly hacking at the advancing Dornishmen. However, he had just been relieved from the front lines and found himself in a comparatively rear position, where the infantry was ill-prepared to counter the cavalry's onslaught. Thus, like melting snow, their formation rapidly disintegrated, forcing Randall Tali to lead his guards into direct confrontation. Yet, they endured 2 successive charges, and even the most elite of the Ironhorn soldiers could not withstand such turmoil. Consequently, even the finest troops could not salvage Randall Tali's fate. In the midst of the fray, the commander was struck down by the lances of 2 cavalrymen, falling from his mount. In the distance, witnessing this tragic scene, his son succumbed to despair, dragged away from the battlefield by soldiers. Naturally, the Rose family's army collapsed without their leader. The defeated soldiers could not even retreat to their encampment, fleeing in clusters towards the riverbank. The military academy was no longer a priority. Preserving their lives took precedence over all, leaving thoughts of plunder far behind, for this was a matter of survival. The Dornish cavalry, after the battle concluded, also withdrew from the field. Although the Iron Men emerged victorious, the cost was staggering. The Yulan lost over 900 men from a force of more than 2,000, suffering grievous losses. The Victorian, numbering 2,000, lost 300 men, not devastating, but many of their armaments were damaged. Baron himself bore the responsibility for the losses sustained by his forces, which amounted to nearly 700 men. While this casualty rate appears commendable in comparison to the complete rout suffered by the soldiers of House Rose, the critical issue lies in the heavy toll taken on the Ironborn as well. Over 300 of the more than 13,000 Ironborn perished during this expedition. Even without requesting rewards from the Iron Throne, the spoils acquired would suffice for significant indulgence. The plunder sufficiently compensates for the losses incurred, yet continuing the fight risks incurring even greater casualties. After all, none can predict when the Old Lion will return with his formidable army. The elite forces he commands, alongside those he can summon from the Westerlands, could easily obliterate the current Ironborn, rendering any defense futile. It would be far wiser to abandon the endeavor altogether. Should the Iron Throne emerge victorious, they are likely to appoint a new protector of the Westerlands, leaving Baron with no stake in the outcome. Moreover, the actions of his subordinates in the 2 cities will surely invite retribution once the dust settles. Rather than engaging in further bloodshed that would only result in more lives lost before retreating to the Iron Islands, it is prudent to escape while there is still time. Beren is well aware that Dorne's entry into the conflict, along with their opposition to the Riverlands, has effectively determined the war's outcome in favor of House Two Stags, particularly in the absence of intervention from the northern kingdoms. With the loss of Brynden Tully, the forces supporting Balon and the Riverlands have become disjointed. As for the Old Lion, who stands to challenge whom with his current military strength? He has lost his ancestral home and is reduced to a state akin to a stray dog. If he cannot reclaim King's Landing, he will soon face concerns over funding his troops. This war has not significantly depleted the military might of the other 6 kingdoms. Indeed, 2 of them have yet to engage in battle. Under such circumstances, is there any justification for remaining? Shall he wait until the conflict concludes only to find the Lion's attention turned towards the Iron Islands? Initially, Beren had no intention of directly eliminating Brynden Tully. For as long as Tully remained alive, the Riverland forces could maintain a genuine spirit of resistance and combat effectiveness, prolonging the war. However, with the Riverlands now besieged on 2 fronts and having lost their most formidable commander, the fighting spirit of the once complacent lords of the Riverlands will undoubtedly wane. Furthermore, with rebellions erupting in the borderlands and the addition of Dorne's involvement, the support for House Three Stags will likely falter following this defeat. The Old Lion, having lost his stronghold and with both his son and daughter captured, stands on the brink of defeat. The war has not reached the desired intensity and has not inflicted excessive casualties, thus leaving the 7 kingdoms with ample forces to crush him. In such a scenario, retaining control over this territory will only result in further bloodshed among the Ironborn. The land may once again be reclaimed, and the 7 kingdoms will inevitably descend into chaos once more. However, the population of the Ironborn is unlikely to recover significantly. At least 6 to 7 years will be required for them to regain their strength following this conflict. They have already garnered sufficient spoils from this war. As for the gamble of either facing utter ruin or reaping abundant rewards, this is a consideration that does not weigh heavily on the minds of the current barons. For me, the distinction has become negligible, and even the bounty obtained from King's Landing is unlikely to amount to much. Having amassed considerable wealth and celebrated magnificent victories, individuals often choose to preserve their gains, fearing the loss of what they have acquired. Thus, the Ironborn now intend to secure their fortunes. Beren has rallied the remaining Ironborn, ravaging 2 cities anew, and subsequently pillaging along the coastline, ultimately retreating to the Iron Islands with the captives and a vast treasure they had seized. After nearly 13 days of plunder, both Casterly Rock and Lannisport have been rendered near desolate. The opulent establishments within have been completely stripped bare, and no one dares to venture outside after dark. The population has diminished by at least 30%, with all luxurious residences thoroughly looted and wooden houses set ablaze. The wealth accumulated over centuries in the Westerlands has been reduced to ashes. The devastation wrought by the Ironborn has left a palpable mark on the Westerlands. Meanwhile, William remains unaware of the current state of affairs. After traversing the Bloodgate, they have reached the foothills of the Mother Pig, and soon they will arrive at the northern city of White Harbor. Home is nearly within reach. William intends to establish a port city near his family's fief, for he has transformed from leading a few hundred southward to now commanding over 2,000 heading north. Without opening new avenues for resources, he risks being unable to sustain his growing entourage. Chapter 62. The Northern Campaign shifting focus to the north. Since Winterfell and Karhold have assembled their forces, they have not hastened to launch an offensive southward. William's correspondence not only highlighted the turmoil in the south, but also suggested that some who have yet to arrive may take action. Indeed, this refers to House Bolton. On the 3rd day after the call to arms, not a single soldier or even a raven from House Bolton has been sighted. Although William's letter merely hinted at the possibility, it has now become a foregone conclusion. In light of this situation, William has proposed an appropriate strategy. Robb will first lead a contingent of soldiers southward to the Neck to establish defenses with great fanfare. The main force will set out, and Robb will return with his troops under the cover of night. Winterfell will not engage in excessive deployments, but will shift its main forces to lay an ambush along the critical route between the Dreadfort and Winterfell. Should signs of a Bolton raid emerge, they will strike decisively to dismantle the enemy's strength in open battle. Simultaneously, once the forces of Terror Fortress are withdrawn, Rickard immediately leads his army to encircle the fortress, maintaining a siege without engaging in combat, while remaining vigilant against potential counterattacks from the enemy. As for the battles in the south, the Northerners need not intervene for the time being, aside from William. It is unexpected that the Iron Islands and Dawn would join the fray. The other factions are likely to descend into chaos. At this juncture, the participation of the Beijing forces would only result in casualties for their own side, without yielding any substantial benefits. Moreover, under William's meticulous planning, the Western territories have already become a target of collective animosity, making it improbable for them to divert resources to launch an offensive towards the Riverlands. Even if they were able, William would ensure that the Riverlands forces are forewarned and prepared for defense. For the speed of William's arrival is undoubtedly greater than that of the Lion's army trailing behind. Even should they not arrive swiftly enough, William can assist the local forces in repelling the initial advance of the Lion's army. Thus, the southern defenses pose no immediate concern. William's primary worry lies with the internal threats of Terror Fortress and the forces from the Iron Islands. To be candid, William yearns to directly mobilize the Iron Islands against him. Such a regime, yielding no profit from conflict, poses a dilemma. If one does not engage them, they will inevitably strike. Engaging them is fraught with challenges. Not only does the North lack a sufficiently powerful navy, but even if it did, it could not match the numbers of the Iron Islands, whose entire populace is composed of sailors, able to embark with ease, even summoning a mere adolescent to man a ship. Furthermore, with the North's sparse population, securing the vast coastline entirely is an arduous task, compounded by the existence of isolated islands like Bear Island, which are particularly vulnerable to the Ironmen's incursions. Although the North is not devoid of capable commanders who can decisively crush the Iron Men on land, Eddard Stark, for instance, has historically thwarted Balon Greyjoy's assaults, slaying 2 of his sons and adopting a 3rd. Historically, the Ironmen's invasions of the North have seldom met with success. The exception in the narrative pertains to a unique circumstance. After all, who could foresee the treachery of a home invasion, especially when the traitor guides the enemy directly to their own doorstep? Regardless, it is evident that the Iron Men currently lack the capacity to launch an offensive against the North. However, William remains uncertain of their present condition. He fervently hopes that Beijing would concentrate over 14,000 troops along the coastline, erecting a new Great Wall that leaves the Iron Men with no point of entry. Concomitantly, William has long harbored aspirations to advocate for the establishment of a new northern navy. Mastery of the seas is imperative for controlling trade, and only by commanding trade can one wield economic power. With economic dominance comes the ability to dictate the outcomes of war, the side with superior logistics. A robust economic framework and a formidable navy shall emerge victorious. The world is a maritime realm, and civilization is intrinsically linked to the oceans. Aware of the ocean's critical significance in the forthcoming conflicts, William must therefore endeavor to construct a formidable navy. In this context, both the Rose family's fleet from Greenhaven and the traditionally formidable Iron Fleet will serve as future adversaries that must be vanquished. Now, let us shift our focus back to the battlegrounds of the North. The young Wolf Lord boldly led his army, creating an uproar as they marched towards the predetermined battlefield. Such a cacophony was unlikely to go unnoticed by the Terror Castle. As soon as Robb Stark exited Winterfell, Roose Bolton swiftly mobilized his forces within the territory of the Terror Castle. It was apparent to even the simplest observer that they were preparing to march southward. The pressing question now was, what was the strength of their southern forces? The standing army of the Terror Castle numbered around 4,500 and under extreme mobilization. They could muster 6,000 to 7,000 troops. Rickard, leading an army of 3,000, understood that to besiege a city, one needed at least double the forces of the opponent, which implied that if the Bolton forces were comparatively small, this strategy would falter. Rickard meticulously scrutinized all the intelligence gathered by scouts and spies. From every angle, it was evident that the Bolton forces numbered at least 5,000, indicating that they would struggle to assemble enough troops to defend the Terror Castle effectively. Rickard encircled the main city of the Terror Castle with his infantry and cavalry, with the infantry primarily responsible for the siege, while the cavalry dealt with any messengers or correspondence. The defense of the castle fell to Ramsay Bolton, the bastard son of Roose Bolton, also known as the Bastard of Bolton, who was notorious for his cruelty. In the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire, those who keep dogs are seldom virtuous, unlike those who raise wolves. The mountain met his demise and was transformed into a monstrous being. Tywin, a proficient dog keeper, met a brutal end, while Ramsay was consumed by his own hounds. However, Ramsay gazed at his nearly 1,000 mobilized soldiers and then at the 3,000 Stark forces below, feeling overwhelmed. Snow-like pleas for assistance were dispatched to various towns and to his father on the front lines, but crucially, these messages were intercepted by Rickard's soldiers. Simultaneously, Rickard stationed his eldest son at home while entrusting his second and third sons to the young Wolf Lord for ambush tactics. On the other side, the young Wolf Lord observed as the old Flayer entered the ambush zone, refraining from issuing commands in haste. He intended to wait, allowing the enemy to fully enter his encirclement, ensuring that they could be completely surrounded. The old Flayer commanded over 4,000 troops, a number he had not anticipated. After all, Winterfell had not undergone full mobilization, making it impossible to assemble a grand army of 9,000 for a complete encirclement. Chapter 63, Old Flayer. The youths lack martial ethics. To be candid, upon witnessing the full extent of the old Flayer's forces, the young Wolf Lord no longer held onto the hope of decisively defeating them. His own 5,000 troops were assembled for the encirclement, yet he had not anticipated such a formidable display from the opposition, who had mustered 500 soldiers. Did they truly not fear a surprise attack? Initially, Robb found it quite astonishing that Ricard unhesitatingly assumed the task of directly assaulting the formidable castle. In this era, the art of siege warfare is fraught with peril. Without a decisive numerical advantage, dismantling an enemy's meticulously fortified stronghold typically incurs casualties that are 5 to 6 times greater than those suffered by the foe, and even then, victory is not assured. Conversely, engaging in ambush tactics presents a starkly different scenario. As long as one's forces outnumber the enemy by 2 to 3 times, annihilation of the opposing forces becomes feasible. However, it was evident that the young wolf underestimated the adversary's fervent desire to obliterate Winterfell. The old skinflint approached the conflict with an attitude of indifference regarding the potential occupation of his stronghold, relying on over 1,000 recently mobilized farmers to defend the castle. Seemingly oblivious to any plans the enemy might have to launch a surprise attack on his ancestral home. Furthermore, it is likely that the cunning old fat man did not anticipate that his own reserves were so meager. The entire standing army of Caho Castle barely amounted to 500 men, and Ricard's deployment of 23 warriors was undoubtedly a significant investment. At the outset of the engagement, William felt a profound confidence that the old skinflint would undoubtedly commit his main forces to the front line. This individual, known for either extreme caution or reckless abandon, would certainly rally his considerable troops to the fray. In the source material, after rebelling against House Stark, he ruthlessly left no survivors, sparing neither pregnant women nor infants. Upon learning of the birth of a male heir, he promptly abandoned the younger skinflint, not even permitting him the title of a true Bolton. Faced with such an adversary, William recognized the advantage of an information gap, and with his initial intent to strike decisively, he was determined to eliminate his opponent. After all, he was on the verge of confronting threats from the south and the Wildlings from the north, not to mention the looming specter of the White Walkers. And he would soon embark on a journey to Essos, possibly even to confront the Mother of Dragons. Allowing the enemy to operate unchecked in his own heartland was simply unacceptable. If he did not strike first and crush this traitorous scoundrel, could he truly live up to the title of a time traveler? Thus, we arrive at the most crucial and pivotal element of the entire scheme: how to ensure that the old skinflint would fall into the trap. This method required considerable ingenuity on William's part, as the old skinflint was inherently cunning, displaying a level of caution and meticulousness akin to that of the Germans. Consequently, William instructed Ricard to arrange for all merchant caravans traversing the north to undertake a specific mission. Robb was to march southward to rescue his father. The young wolf, skilled in the art of warfare, would undoubtedly crush the Lannister forces and save both his father and the realm's denizens. Yet, merely initiating this ruse was insufficiently ruthless. A new rumor began to circulate in the north. The young wolf's refusal to march in defense of his father was a calculated move to ensure his father's demise in the south, thereby allowing him to inherit the power of the north with legitimacy. Some audaciously claimed that the young wolf had made prior arrangements with the Lannisters, orchestrating his father's downfall, and upon securing his inheritance, would promptly pledge fealty to the Iron Throne, aiding the Lannisters in quelling the conflicts in the 2 and 3 stacks. Amidst this public outcry, I find it hard to believe that you would remain idle. Meanwhile, Ricard continued to advise the young wolf, who, during the 3 days of silence from House Bolton, repeatedly condemned them, demanding their mobilization with increasingly severe rhetoric and heightened frequency. Indeed, the intent was to rattle your composure, to incite urgency and disgust, impairing your ability to make sound judgments. Old Bolton, driven by public sentiment and an avalanche of private messages, chose to believe it all, and inevitably fell into the trap. The long-awaited prey had finally ensnared itself in the net. How could he possibly be released now? Surely, every effort would be made to eliminate him. Just as the last soldier stepped into the encirclement, the young wolf commanded his troops to charge with the ferocity of wolves. Old Reek was taken aback. Was it not agreed that the main army would be redirected to the neck? Was the young wolf not supposed to lead the charge himself? Did he truly not fear the whispers regarding his indifference to his father's life? Then he witnessed a dire wolf amidst his soldiers, wreaking havoc. Astonishing. The young wolf had not even joined the fray himself. How outrageous. Llewyn Bolton quickly grasped the entirety of the scheme. It was all a ruse. A coalition of the old and young had banded together to prey upon him, launching such a shameless ambush, devoid of any sense of chivalry. Where was their honor? Surely, such a multitude could not possess less honor than an old man. Robb, how could you have the audacity? I am older than your father. How could you act in such a manner? Is this the conduct befitting a man? He urgently sought aid, reaching out to the Dreadfort for assistance. Old Bolton was nearly paralyzed with fear. How difficult it was, after years of cautiously playing his cards, he had gambled everything, only to find himself betrayed by a coalition of the young and old. Was it so easy for him? After all these years of being careful, often labeled as devious and petty, he was on the brink of madness, having finally mustered the courage to act, only to encounter such treacherous allies. What had happened to the code of chivalry? Where was your knightly spirit? Of course, the code had been abandoned, for this treachery was not of the young wolf's making. Had old Reek known that these schemes were devised by William, he might have sought to eliminate him a dozen years prior. The cunning of a 15-year-old boy is already remarkable, but it is all the more astonishing that the mastermind behind this scheme is merely 12. Although he may be physiologically 12, psychologically he has likely surpassed the age of 30. Nonetheless, such cleverness is undeniably treacherous. It is impossible for the young wolf lord to completely annihilate this army, yet inflicting significant damage is entirely feasible. In a scenario of equal scale, launching a surprise attack could certainly lead to devastating consequences for the opponent, especially since our forces outnumber theirs, and we possess the advantage of terrain. How could one possibly return to face others with a mere exchange ratio of 1 to 2? Moreover, the combat prowess of the soldiers from Winterfell is not inferior to that of those from the terrifying fortress. Old fool, this time it is you who will be outmaneuvered. Chapter 64, Robb. Confronting me. While the forces of House Bolton are numerous, stretching nearly 3 miles in length, Robb himself has brought a considerable contingent. Otherwise, it would be challenging to contain them. In the chaos of a surprise attack, neither side was prepared, resulting in a disordered field battle from the onset. The forces of Winterfell number approximately 5,000, while those of House Bolton stand around 4,500. In this ambush, the Stark side holds a significant advantage. However, the troops brought by House Bolton are elite, not easily vanquished in a short time, and crucially, this engagement is not intended for total annihilation but rather for a decisive defeat. Otherwise, the Starks would have summoned their army from the beginning, rather than relying on these 5,000 men for the encirclement. With forces not exceeding double that of the enemy, the likelihood of total annihilation is exceedingly low. Furthermore, the initial conditions of the battle were quite unfavorable for the Starks, as their encirclement was too fragmented. The Stark side possesses only 2 advantages, their numerical superiority and the element of surprise. The army led by Robb is the fastest advancing force within the entire Winterfell army. While the position of Old Bolton is located centrally, with Robb's troops responsible for the entire front line, Robb must breach the entire formation to successfully threaten Roose Bolton. Moreover, the banner of House Bolton has been planted prominently at the center of the convoy, ensuring visibility for all soldiers. Upon encountering the surprise attack, Bolton's personal guards immediately assumed a wartime stance, raising the massive banner atop Roose Bolton's chariot, thereby bolstering the morale of those nearby. Fortunately, all present are regular troops. Had there been any conscripted soldiers, they would likely have scattered the moment they fell into the encirclement. However, even with regular troops, there is little advantage, as individuals typically do not maintain a rational mindset when faced with ambushes. Furthermore, the initial assault in a surprise charge is almost always executed by archers and crossbowmen, resulting in House Bolton suffering losses among their infantry before the engagement even begins. At the forefront of the entire cavalry formation, Bolton's riders were initially taken by surprise during the onslaught, causing their steeds to panic amidst the ensuing chaos. In this tumult, Robb's elite guard resorted to hurling spears rather than employing crossbows. Despite the formidable armor worn by Bolton's cavalry, they suffered a significant blow. The role of light cavalry in siege warfare is notably limited, confined primarily to the transmission of messages. Thus, this contingent led by House Bolton was predominantly composed of heavy cavalry. Although they boasted excellent defensive armor, the penetrating power of the spears, even when thrown from a distance, was remarkable, resulting in many cavalrymen being struck down. Should a rider or horse fall, Robb's infantry would swiftly advance to dispatch the fallen with their blades. In such dire circumstances, the heavy cavalry maintained their formation and even launched a countercharge, astonishing Robb, who stood at the front. The ability to mount an effective counterattack under such conditions attested to the prowess of Bolton's cavalry. Even a mere handful of heavily armored knights charging forward exuded an impressive vigor, momentarily gaining a slight advantage. In an era where the cost of warfare was immense, cavalry indeed held a significant edge over infantry. Furthermore, heavily armored infantry were notably scarce in the north, allowing the formidable heavy cavalry to nearly break the encirclement. Even if they succeeded in dispersing, there was no fear, for Rickard had prepared every possible escape route, ensuring none would return to the Dreadfort to deliver news. Then, the young wolf, accompanied by his finest 40 soldiers, cut through the entire battle line, advancing to confront old Lord Roose. Faced with the fierce young wolf and his personal guards, the elder Bolton was momentarily taken aback. Robb Stark, with fiery eyes, confronted old Roose, demanding to know the rationale behind his betrayal of his liege lord. He accused Eddard Stark of rebelling against the Iron Throne and attempting an immoral coup that sullied the honor of the North, declaring him unworthy to be its lord. Old Roose, knowing he was in the wrong and weakened by age, understood he could not defeat the vigorous young wolf in direct combat. Now, witnessing the fierce guards at Robb's side, he found it impossible to remain unperturbed. Robb Stark was not one to tolerate insults directed at his father, especially not in his presence. How could he let such affronts go unpunished? Observing the young wolf before him, Roose felt a twinge of fear, lowering his gaze to avoid meeting Robb's eyes. "Oh, you dare not look at me? Do you not regard me?" Robb's anger flared, and his dire wolf sprang forth, baring its teeth menacingly at this group, some of whom could hardly hold their swords steady. The young wolf lord charged forward, leading his subordinates into battle. The soldiers exhibited a remarkable synergy, swiftly separating the loyal guards of Lucius Bolton from their master. Both sides endeavored to disrupt the ranks of the other, creating a space for their respective commanders to engage directly. Lucius Bolton, clearly daunted, dared not meet the gaze of the young wolf lord, for the Bolton family had historically fared poorly against House Stark. Moreover, he felt no moral high ground to stand upon, a sentiment that echoed within him. Every member of House Bolton, before ascending to the head of the family, must pledge allegiance to the North rather than to the Iron Throne. Yet, he found himself obeying the Iron Throne's command to assault the North, a directive that seemed somewhat unjustifiable. Robb Stark, indifferent to Lucius's inner turmoil, seethed with anger. "Who permitted you, old man, to disregard me in this manner? How dare you avoid my gaze?" He spurred his horse forward, colliding with Lucius Bolton's steed. The two clashed for the first time, Robb's sword slicing through Lucius's armor, blood trickling from his right arm. Lucius retaliated, but Robb deftly evaded the blow. The failed strike, coupled with the initial clash, left Lucius feeling disheartened, especially as he was no match for Eddard Stark, let alone the younger and stronger Wolf Lord. "Damn it, I should have brought Ramsay. A battle among the youth would surely be more intense, allowing me to slip away amidst the chaos." Amidst his thoughts, Lucius's gaze wandered skyward once more. This scene only fueled Robb's fury further. "What gave you the right, old man, to let your mind drift elsewhere while we duel? Face me, you wretch." Chapter 65. The defeat of House Bolton. Lucius Bolton's charge failed to yield the desired outcome, causing the morale of his surrounding guards to plummet. In contrast, the Stark forces surged with heightened spirits, recognizing that Lucius was hardly formidable and the troops he commanded could not withstand much pressure. In the throes of battle, it is preferable to avoid direct confrontation with the opposing commander. Victory is sweet, but defeat invariably shatters morale. Witness the current state of the Skinned Men. Unable to form a cohesive battle line, with their soldiers already in disarray, only a handful still putting up a final resistance. However, given the sheer number of Lucius's troops, this resistance was somewhat more substantial, requiring additional time to quell. Having evaded the young Wolf Lord's pursuit, the elder Bolton rallied his guards, preparing to break free from the tattered encirclement. However, Robert deployed his cavalry on the periphery, ruthlessly hunting down the fleeing soldiers. The morale of the troops had utterly collapsed, rendering them incapable of mounting an effective defense against the cavalry. Even small contingents of 2 or 3 horsemen could effortlessly shatter ranks of infantry that outnumbered them several times over. As the battle progressed into the depths of the night, the soldiers' spirits were entirely shattered. Old Peeling Skin despaired as he gazed upon his marching column, which now contained so few soldiers with any fighting spirit left. After hastily regrouping a handful of stragglers, he resolved to head north. For Old Peeling Skin, the losses sustained in this battle were catastrophic. Nearly all of his regular army had either perished been injured, captured, or scattered, leaving only a scant few soldiers, devoid of morale, who would require significant time to recover their combat readiness. Following this nightmarish defeat, the ensuing years would demand careful management. The casualties were truly devastating. Upon counting the remnants of his shattered forces, Old Peeling Skin found that fewer than 300 remained. The Peel Skin army, despite its dire circumstances, could still be regarded as relatively elite, given that its attrition rate had soared to 60, yet it had not completely disbanded. The soldiers could still find some semblance of order. Had this been a lord from the south, whose troops had never faced significant battles, reaching such a state of disarray would have likely resulted in total collapse, rendering the army utterly annihilated. Although for Old Peeling Skin, the difference between this situation and total devastation was negligible, at least his organizational structure remained intact, and if he could successfully retreat to the city, he could prevent the enemy from pursuing him within its walls. However, his pride and a significant amount of equipment had been lost, which represented a considerable financial burden. And with the precarious state of his territory's fiscal income, it was uncertain when he would recover such funds. Since William opened the new thoroughfare and entrusted the art of papermaking to his father, nearly all merchant caravans in Beijing have been directed to Cahors City. Given this circumstance, Cahors City lacks a direct mountain route to the terrifying fortress, and after passing through Winterfell, one must choose between Cahors City and the terrifying fortress. Thus, the financial situation of the terrifying fortress remains troubling. Nevertheless, as long as his people endure, one day he will be able to muster a force comparable in size to the current army, and when that day comes, the debts of blood shall be repaid in kind. However, this time may require considerable patience. For Old Peeling Skin at present, what he most yearns for is to return home, lie in bed, and sip a warm broth to revive his spirits. The scar on his right hand continued to bleed, and several soldiers brought a tattered golden banner to assist him in tending to his wound. Thus, the group pressed northward, albeit not at the fastest pace. Since many soldiers bore injuries, should they rush too hastily, it was likely that some would fall behind. For Old Peeling Skin, every individual in this contingent of over 1,000 was invaluable. It was paramount to minimize losses as much as possible. However, on the other side, Robb Stark's mindset was entirely different. In summary, this battle was a resounding success. The soldiers of House Bolton suffered nearly 200 deaths, with an additional 700 surrendering and close to 1,000 wounded. All their supplies were seized. Although House Bolton did not possess a substantial amount of resources, there were still some spoils to claim. Furthermore, the equipment worn by these soldiers was stripped away. These were the armaments of a regular standing army, which could be easily refurbished for use by Robb's own levies. In addition, approximately 500 well-conditioned northern warhorses were captured, along with tents and cotton supplies. Several supply wagons were also seized, as well as a multitude of Bolton banners. While few significant figures were captured, the remaining soldiers from House Bolton could no longer expect to pay a ransom, rendering them effectively as free labor for Robb's forces. Robb's own losses amounted to just over 200 infantry and 54 cavalry dead, with a higher number of wounded, mostly light injuries, totaling around 1,000. Overall, the losses were not overly severe. Robb contemplated advancing northward to participate in the upcoming battles, but upon reflection, he recognized that the gains thus far had been substantial. The remainder should allow House Karstark to benefit as well. After all, they had already feasted well, and overindulgence could lead to trouble. The immediate priority was to lead his troops south to the neck for fortification or to dispatch a portion of them to the vicinity of Torrance Square. The remaining conflict should be entrusted to Earl Ricard and his subordinates. Robb instructed Torrhen and Ed to return their supporting forces to his father. The forces stationed at Karhold were primarily tasked with eliminating fleeing enemy soldiers, thus yielding little in terms of spoils. Yet, it was widely understood that the true bounty lay at the ominous fortress of Harrenhal. Currently, House Karstark was directly confronting Harrenhal, and should they conquer it, plundering would be in order. According to their agreement, the land south of Harrenhal would fall under the jurisdiction of House Stark, while the remaining territories would be governed by House Karstark, with Duke Ed determining the fate of Harrenhal. Robb addressed his soldiers, urging, "Men, clear the battlefield, bury the dead, and escort all captives back to Winterfell. We must promptly restore order. Our march southward awaits." In accordance with their pact, Robb's forces were set to rendezvous with the troops of Ed and Willem. Time had already been consumed in annihilating Harrenhal's forces. Any further delay could prove detrimental. Chapter 66. The fall of House Bolton. From the onset of this battle, the fate of House Bolton was sealed. Even before the clash began, House Stark and House Karstark had resolved to divide the entirety of Harrenhal's domain. The authority over the ominous Castle of Terror rests firmly in the hands of Eddard, while the eastern territories adjacent to the city of Caho fall under the jurisdiction of House Stark, with the southern regions governed by Stark as well. Eddard holds the power to determine whether the Castle of Terror will be aligned with Winterfell or Caho. Nevertheless, these considerations pale in comparison to the pressing matter at hand. The allocation of resources will only be resolved once the castle has been successfully besieged. However, a strategist as astute as William would never permit his family to expend their forces on a siege without due diligence. Thus, from the outset, William refrained from allowing Robb to lead a substantial contingent into this ambush, fully aware that total annihilation would be unattainable. Facing 500 men against 5,000. If one could achieve complete destruction in such a scenario, I would concede and willingly follow as a subordinate. The reality did not disappoint William. To be fair, Robb performed admirably, decimating over 60% of the enemy forces while sustaining losses of fewer than 1,000 men, a significant portion of whom were merely wounded. Once recuperated, even if they could not return to the battlefield, they would still contribute to labor. Thus, the attrition of military strength was not crippling, and one could argue that it faced minimal damage, especially considering the nearly 1,000 prisoners taken. Yet, no one seemed to notice that Lucius Bolton, commanding fewer than 500 men, stood no chance against the vigilant Stark forces, poised at the gates of the Castle of Terror, ready to deliver a decisive blow to the advancing enemy. Of course, this army first had to traverse the Wolfwood, where the young Wolf Lord was relentless in his pursuit, dispatching light cavalry to harass them, firing sporadically. Under such dire circumstances, the beleaguered troops of the Castle of Terror, already starved and demoralized, faced continuous losses, with soldiers either perishing, being captured, or mingling among the crowd, feigning death to escape. After nearly 14 days, the aged Bolton finally led his remnants out of the Wolfwood. Originally boasting a force of over 1,300, he now found himself with fewer than 900 men. As they caught sight of the distant spires of the Castle of Terror, the spirits of the weary soldiers lifted considerably. "We are almost home," the old Bolton rallied his troops. "We are soon to return to the Castle of Terror." The promise of hot soup, food, bread, and warm beds awaited them. Even the wounded seemed invigorated, and the pace of their march quickened. Meanwhile, a watchful eye had been upon this beleaguered company, or rather, this group had long been under close surveillance. Indeed, maneuvering a large army through the forest proved exceedingly challenging, given the difficulties of transport, the disparity in endurance between infantry and cavalry, and the logistical hurdles of supply. Historically, armies rarely marched more than 40 kilometers in a day. However, the key lay in the fact that a few cavalrymen could execute long-range advances. Coincidentally, William's second brother, Eddard, along with his third brother, Torrin, constituted such a small force of cavalry. This was also something William had previously communicated in his letter. After all, a few cavalrymen could maneuver far more swiftly than a mixed force of infantry and cavalry. In such circumstances, William harbored little faith that the old Skinner could muster dozens of soldiers to launch a counteroffensive against the cavalry. Meanwhile, all relevant information had already been relayed to Rickard, stationed at the periphery of Terror Fortress. "Have they arrived?" Rickard gazed into the distance towards the location of the wolf forest, as if envisioning writhing worms incessantly moving within. "Inform the brothers to prepare. We are set to meet Lord Bolton." With a wave of his hand, Rickard commanded the cavalry and infantry to swiftly ready themselves for the impending engagement. Upon witnessing this commotion, Rams Bolton within the fortress wondered if the forces from Caher City were retreating. He hurried to the battlements and confirmed that indeed, a considerable contingent was moving towards the wolf forest. However, down below, 200 heavily armored infantry stood resolutely at the ready. William had clearly established in his correspondence that there was no need to mobilize the entire force at once. With over 3,000 men, subtracting the 800 remained to confront the remnants of the Skinner forces that had just traversed the wolf forest, which was ample. The figure of 200 was undoubtedly a precise strike at the hearts of the Skinner father and son. Even if slightly fewer, the old Skinner would have the audacity to lead his mobilized troops into a desperate clash. Conversely, should the number be slightly greater, the old Skinner would possess enough confidence to initiate a rebellion. Thus, when the old Skinner emerged, grimy and battered from the wolf forest, he beheld nearly 2,000 soldiers from Caher City standing ready for battle. Looking at his own meager force of fewer than 1,000, and then at the formidable assembly of brutish warriors opposite him, he realized that his ranks were devoid of cavalry. While Caher City had always been renowned for its valiant horsemen, at that moment, the old Skinner felt utterly despondent. Having just escaped the wolf's den, he now found himself ensnared by the tiger's jaws. It was perplexing how the plump lord had been so resolute in mustering his elite forces at such a critical juncture. Now, even if his troops sought refuge back in the wolf forest, it was unlikely they could outpace the adversaries who had been waiting for quite some time. In this dire situation, the old Skinner found himself at a loss. Rickard approached on horseback, flanked by his 2 sons, surrounded by hundreds of heavily armored knights. At this moment, the once formidable Skinner army could scarcely muster such a number of knights. "Lord Bolton, how did you come to such a plight?" Rickard inquired, his tone brimming with incredulity. Looking at Rickard, Lewis Bolton thought to himself that if the circumstances were different, he would have given him a slap. "Do you not realize the extent of my despair? If you were entirely ignorant, how could you have taken advantage of my absence to encircle my home?" Yet the current situation was overwhelmingly unfavorable. Should he act recklessly here, he might very well meet his demise at his own doorstep. Rickard, wearing a smile, instructed his soldiers to stealthily surround the nearly 1,000 troops, effectively enclosing them within. The overwhelming numerical advantage of more than double the forces was sufficient to compel the old Skinner to surrender. What followed was a familiar scene. Rickard dragged the old Skinner to the front lines and bellowed at the young Skinner above. "The Lord of Terror Fortress is here. You have no reinforcements left, so why not come forth and surrender?" Ram stood atop the city walls, caught in a dilemma, for his presence there was solely due to his father, the man below, and his identity as a bastard did not afford him the privileges of nobility. Opening the city gates would mean certain death, as he was not truly a Bolton, thus lacking noble status. Unaware of the circumstances within the city, Rickard resorted to intimidation. Catapults hurled flaming bundles of grass into the city, generating thick plumes of smoke that rendered the mobilized soldiers unable to defend themselves, their eyes stinging in the haze. Chapter 67. The Resolution of Terror Fortress. It was evident that the mobilized soldiers could not withstand such an onslaught. The area around the city gates, receiving particular attention, was now engulfed in smoke. The soldiers stationed there had nearly abandoned their weapons, fleeing in disarray. Under these dire conditions, the elite troops seized the opportunity to charge in through the nearly unguarded gates, systematically eliminating anyone who dared to resist, swiftly taking control of the entire city wall. At this moment, William's forces successfully navigated through the neck. Old Superior Eddard Stark was entirely convinced of William's capabilities. Every step of this coup demonstrated the young lad's adeptness at strategy. Subsequent battles and military actions against Terror Fortress further revealed his exceptional prowess in warfare. In light of this, it would be inappropriate to keep him as merely a knight under one's command, especially since Caho City had also played a significant role in the ultimate conquest of Terror Fortress. Thus, it was only fitting to reward the Stark family handsomely. However, even the most benevolent lord could not allow his vassals to amass wealth exceeding that of his own substantial holdings. Therefore, for William, the most fitting reward was the entirety of Terror Fortress. Although the fortress's area had diminished, with a portion allocated to Winterfell, the remaining land could be relinquished by Caho City, for William was indeed a member of the Caho family and the Stark lineage. It would be unreasonable for Rickard to deny his 4th son any land whatsoever. Consequently, upon Eddard's return, he generously bestowed the entirety of the original lands of Terror Fortress to William. As for the Skinner family, having betrayed their lord and attempted to assault their superior's stronghold, they were deemed unworthy of continued existence. Thus, the fate awaiting the old skin peeler and his son is to journey northward, donning black robes to serve as the Night's Watch for the remainder of their days. As for the portion of spoils that Winterfell should rightfully garner from this battle, Eddard has taken it upon himself to allocate it to Willem, who is required to remit a monthly fee of 100 gold dragons to Winterfell, akin to what he provides to Caho Castle. Regarding the vast wealth amassed over generations by the skin-peeling family, the bounty from the Terror Fortress will be divided among Winterfell, Caho Castle, and the Terror Fortress itself, with Winterfell receiving half of the wealth, while the remaining portion will go to the Terror Fortress, leaving Caho Castle with the rest. When Willem received this directive, he was both astonished and elated that he had at least secured a base of operations, and relieved that the populace of Terror Island had been largely mobilized, along with some of his own men returning, somewhat mitigating his losses. Although much of the previously amassed wealth had been seized by those 2 formidable individuals, Willem reflected that despite the heavy toll he had endured, he had contributed significantly to the battle strategies and bore the brunt of the blame, while others reaped the rewards. Nevertheless, he found satisfaction in the outcome, Initially, he feared he would gain nothing, yet he had unexpectedly acquired a fortress with a respectable population and a strategic location. Certainly, this aligns with Willem's subsequent tactics to establish a port and organize a formidable navy to dismantle the maritime hegemony of the Iron Fleet, thereby gaining dominion over the seas. Subsequently, he aims to construct his own castle in Essos and establish a robust maritime trade route connecting Westeros and Essos. Ultimately, leveraging Westeros as his stronghold, he intends to conquer other trade city-states on the Essos continent, using Essos as a base to combat the impending threat of the White Walkers. Although these ambitions may not materialize within a few years, he believes in taking incremental steps toward the future. After all, if necessary, he could execute the colonization strategy of Essos post the White Walkers' defeat. However, for Willem, the immediate challenge is to manage a veritable mess. Although the conscripted prisoners were not executed, his father unhesitatingly took half of them away, leaving approximately 600 behind, and even those were accompanied by their families. Similarly, the few hundred captives taken by the young Wolf Lord showed no inclination to return. Additionally, there were some die-hard loyalists willing to follow the two skin peelers northward. Consequently, the entire city's population now stands at a deficit, having lost over 10% of its inhabitants, compelling Willem to diligently manage and restore the population while swiftly re-establishing trade routes with Caho Castle and Winterfell. Furthermore, preparations for population growth must commence. In this regard, Willem feels confident, as the South is currently embroiled in turmoil, suggesting that the influx of refugees should be substantial. Thus, the foremost priority for William at this juncture is to establish a formidable fleet. After all, whether it concerns engaging in trade with Essos, receiving refugees from the South, or intervening in the southern conflicts, a powerful navy is indispensable, and a navy requires ships. Currently, aside from the 4 merchant vessels originally owned by Castle Terror, William possesses nothing. He lacks skilled sailors, shipbuilders, and timber. However, the latter is readily available, as he can procure wood from the vicinity of Caher City without hindrance. Confident that his father and the others would not oppose him. One comforting aspect is that the mineral reserves at Castle Terror surpass those of Caher City, and much of the land remains unencumbered by forests, meaning that numerous suitable arable lands have yet to be cultivated. Moreover, due to the swift conclusion of hostilities, the populace has not suffered significantly, and with prudent management, recovery is imminent. William commands a force of approximately 3,000 individuals, comprising over 1,000 wildlings, more than 1,500 soldiers from the industrial zones along with their families, and an additional 500 individuals who have migrated from the riverlands. This, albeit marginally, compensates for the demographic losses incurred during the war. Upon his arrival, William's initial resolution was to rejuvenate commerce. The nearest fortresses to Castle Terror include Widow's Watch, Caher City, White Harbor, Winterfell, and King S Road. William decided to invest most of his modest savings, nearly 200 gold dragons, accumulated from his paper mill in the south, to undertake substantial renovations and widen the roads leading to these cities. Following the plundering by the two nobles, William intends to channel the wealth he retains directly into the construction of his fleet. Chapter 68. The Battle of King S Landing. As the North erupts in large-scale battles, the southern conflicts draw to a close. Our rather inconspicuous prince, Doran Martell, suddenly emerges as the most prominent figure in the south. Indeed, after a tumultuous series of events, he is allied with the various armies of the borderlands, turning the southern riverlands into chaos, even dispatching troops to the southern regions of the Stormlands. For the Old Lion, this news is undoubtedly disheartening, as Doran's relationship with the Westerlands is anything but amicable. To what extent does this animosity extend? Doran Martell's own sister, Princess Myrcella, was slain by the Mountain, a henchman of Tywin. Thus, this enmity can certainly be deemed a matter of national grievance. As for the lords of the borderlands, their combat effectiveness is fairly standard. Facing barbaric foes necessitates deploying even more formidable warriors in response. Hence, despite the economic struggles of the borderlands, their military strength is not to be underestimated. Doran frequently seeks opportunities to engage with the lords of the borderlands for training exercises. This region is characterized by considerable tension, with both armies boasting substantial combat experience, particularly when compared to the warriors of the Stormlands and the Crownlands, who have not seen battle in decades. A formidable army is swiftly advancing northward from the southern territories, comprising 5,000 Dornish cavalry and nearly 10,000 infantry from the borders, under the command of Prince Oberyn of Dorne. At the gates of King's Landing, 3 factions have gathered. Stannis has mustered the various lords' armies from the Narrow Sea. subsequently conducting a second conscription in King's Landing, resulting in a total force of approximately 12,000 men. Meanwhile, the combined might of House Tyrell and House Tully has amassed around 17,000 troops, including 10,000 soldiers from the Reach and a substantial portion of the Stormlands forces. The Stormlands, characterized by its small area and predominantly steep terrain, possesses few excellent ports aside from Storm's End, while the radiating influence of King's Landing far surpasses that of Storm's End. Consequently, a significant number of indigenous Stormlanders have relocated or migrated to the Crownlands. The Stormlands' military strength is modest, with nearly 15,000 men available for mobilization, of which only about 7,000 can be actively deployed, representing a considerable mobilization effort. Additionally, the Southern Dothraki are advancing relentlessly northward, necessitating a garrison to remain behind. Therefore, despite the apparent numerical superiority of House Tully, their actual situation is rather precarious. Lastly, the Westlands army, numbering approximately 12,000, has been led by the Old Lion, who has brought forth the maximum number of troops he can mobilize, including around 1,000 led by Kevan Lannister, with Jaime Lannister also among them. Currently, Cersei and her 3 children, along with her trusted confidants, are confined within Maegor's holdfast at the Red Keep. Thus, Stannis is presently the legitimate claim to the Iron Throne. However, this assertion is met with skepticism from the other factions. With their armies positioned at the gates, they are reluctant to engage without testing the mettle of Stannis' forces. The 3 armies converge upon King's Landing, with Stannis' troops stationed within the city. Following the death of Balon Greyjoy beneath the walls of Castle Black, the burden of command for House Tyrell has fallen entirely upon House Tully. Given the prevailing sentiments about their leader, the current plight of House Tyrell is evident, relying solely on their numerical advantage to hold their ground. Similarly, none of the factions possesses a significant edge over the others. Although Stannis' forces do not vastly outnumber those of House Lannister, nearly 4,000 of his troops are hastily conscripted, leaving uncertainty regarding their combat effectiveness. Their morale is notably low, relying primarily on sheer numbers. As for the Westlands army, the situation is well understood. Despite their superior equipment and training, morale is severely lacking, especially given the news of their homeland being besieged. Consequently, over 2,000 deserters have emerged from the Old Lion's camp in recent days, reducing what once was a grand army of nearly 15,000 to the current count of 12,000. In the southern region, a coalition army exceeding 15,000 from Dorne, under the command of Oberyn, was advancing towards the battlefield with great fervor. The Old Lion, Tywin, did not believe these forces would come to his aid. In fact, once they engaged in battle, it was highly probable that their path, fueled by animosity, would lead them directly towards him. Thus, it was evident that the various factions could no longer afford to wait. The Rose family needed to swiftly conclude the war and then either pacify or subdue the borderlands. Meanwhile, the Old Lion realized that if the Dornish forces arrived from the south, his situation would become dire. Stannis, too, found himself in a precarious position, relying on the support of the Iron Bank, for the finances of the Iron Throne were nearing a state of collapse. For him, the war could not be prolonged either. Each of the 3 parties had compelling reasons to hasten the conclusion of the conflict. Consequently, a grand battle was poised to unfold under such circumstances. To the west of King's Landing, the Lannister army commenced a direct assault on the city, while simultaneously, the Baratheon forces launched an attack from the south. Although Stannis faced the full might of both factions, the necessity for each side to maintain troops in anticipation of the other's maneuvers meant that their numbers were roughly equivalent to those defending the city. King's Landing was not as vulnerable to defense as many of the smaller towns. A monumental clash was imminent, and the Old Lion was compelled to divide his forces into 3. He had to guard against a surprise attack from the Rose family, while also being wary of potential incursions from Dorne. The Rose family, too, faced challenges, as they had to remain vigilant against incursions from the borderlands. As for the Lannisters, they were the target of enmity across the continent of Westeros. Any faction could readily claim a grievance against them. At this juncture, Stannis possessed a potential game-changer, the Red Priestess, Melisandre, standing atop the castle walls. The sorceress recognized that Stannis' predicament was quite precarious. He needed to retain forces to suppress any insurrections within the city while simultaneously confronting the massive assaults from both sides. In such a scenario, the power of the Lord of Light presented an opportunity. A faint smile curled at the corners of her lips. Under these circumstances, even if Stannis were to confront the truth, he might still manage to press on. albeit with a diminished chance of success. It would only be at the most critical juncture that her stratagem might yield results. Hence, Melisandre had discreetly reached out to the forces of House Baratheon outside the city. Chapter 69. Blood Battle. The following morning, as the sun ascended triumphantly above, the armies of the three factions had already arranged their formations. The Lannister lines appeared somewhat thin. Leading the frontal assault on the western walls was Jaime Lannister, commanding 4,000 infantry equipped with heavy siege machinery. Opposing him was Ser Davos, the Onion Knight, at the helm of 3,000 soldiers. Stationed nearby to guard against the Rose forces were over 3,000 men under Kevin's command, while Tywin himself led the remaining 5,000 to secure the camp and prepare for the Dornish army, which could arrive at any moment. In comparison, the forces of House Rose are considerably more substantial, for they are indeed numerous. The Flower Knight Loras leads an assault of 5,000 men against the city walls, facing off against Stannis himself, who commands an army of 4,000 soldiers equipped with a plethora of siege weaponry. This offensive is launched simultaneously from both land and water, yet this dual approach results in a lack of coordination, as the distance between King's Landing's port and the land walls poses a challenge. To the north, the defense against any potential raids is entrusted to Mace Tyrell, who leads another 5,000 troops, while Loras's brother, Garland, commands 7,000 soldiers to confront Kevin. In all honesty, among the current battlefield dynamics, Kevin finds himself in the most precarious position. His trusted subordinates suffered significant casualties in the previous battle at the Industrial Zone, and now he is confronted with an army that outnumbers his own twofold. Fortuitously, it is this bronze shield that offers some respite, even if Stannis were to confront him. The Onion Knight would provide a formidable challenge. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that he is contending with Garland, one of the more inept players in this game of power. Garland's forces, without hesitation, envelop the battlefield. Despite their numerical superiority, they fail to extend their flanks and instead converge into a dense formation that is twice the thickness of their opponent's lines, charging directly into Kevin's forces. It is fortunate that Kevin's elite cavalry has already suffered considerable losses. Otherwise, Garland's formation would likely have met a swift demise. Kevin possesses some cavalry of his own. Yet, crucially, these horsemen refrain from engaging without explicit orders. Even if they were to charge, the disparity in troop strength would render their efforts futile. Without a moment's hesitation, Kevin opts to deploy a phalanx of steel to counter the approaching threat as the Rose army collides with his formidable hedgehog formation. Indeed, Kevin chooses to confront them head-on, ready to endure the onslaught. You bring over 7,000 men to challenge an old comrade with barely 3,000? You may not feel the sting, but I shall ensure you do. Faced with this impenetrable defense, Garland finds himself at a loss, contemplating the encirclement of Kevin's stronghold while dispatching remaining soldiers to besiege the enemy's stronghold. Yet, this assumption is overly simplistic. Not only does the opposing camp house nearly 5,000 of Tywin's men, but the very fact that Tywin dares to send his younger brother with 3,000 troops to obstruct Garland indicates his confidence that those 3,000 can indeed contain Garland's 7,000. Indeed, while Garland's forces have encircled Kevin's men, they are deterred by the formidable phalanx bristling with spears. Just as Garland prepares to withdraw, a volley of spears is unleashed from the ranks, aimed directly at him. One must ask, does your head ache? Caught off guard, the recently evacuated forces of House Tyrell suffered nearly 100 casualties. The ever-volatile Loras Tyrell was beside himself with rage, exclaiming that it was utterly outrageous for an enemy to strike first, despite his restraint. This incident conveyed a clear message. While one could mobilize troops, consent was not granted, thus granting him the unbridled right to launch his own assaults. Should his army alter its formation, he would undoubtedly be transformed into a mere target. Consequently, the beleaguered Loras was compelled to station his troops defensively and engage in a war of attrition. The primary conflict unfolded along the city walls. Faced with the formidable military prowess of Jaime Lannister, the Onion Knight found himself at a loss, lacking the strength and acumen to rival his opponent. He resorted to the most straightforward and effective strategy, withdrawing his troops from the walls and igniting the structure with wildfire. This self-destructive tactic left all onlookers astounded. Indeed, while his men could not ascend the walls, neither could the enemy storm through. In this stark and brutal approach, he dared Jaime to advance, promising to incinerate any soldiers who attempted to breach the defenses. Reluctantly, Jaime led his forces to assist his uncle. Meanwhile, at the main gate of King's Landing, True carnage erupted. The military acumen of the Knight of Flowers was commendable, employing heavy machinery for various siege tactics. His forces attacked the walls using an ant-like swarm method, while trebuchets bombarded the fortifications, creating 2 breaches through which his elite soldiers surged forward. In this ruthless battle, both sides disregarded all conditions and relentlessly pushed their troops into the gaps, striving to dislodge the enemy. Despite the challenges, the Knight of Flowers thrived, as the quality and equipment of the soldiers from the Stormlands paled in comparison to those of the powerful Reach. Thus, in this close-quarters combat, the forces of House Tyrell held a definitive advantage at the 2 breaches. This compelled Stannis to redirect additional troops to reinforce the gaps, thereby weakening the overall defenses of the walls, which subsequently faced a more substantial onslaught. The Knight of Flowers pressed on, having prepared numerous barrels filled with wildfire, digging trenches and tunnels to conceal them beneath the walls, intent on executing a tunnel demolition operation. However, Stannis had anticipated this maneuver. He had previously excavated a transverse trench outside the city and stationed archers to target that very spot. When the soldiers of House Tyrell finally breached that position, they were met with a torrential downpour of arrows, raining down upon them mercilessly. Thus, they were unable to continue their tunneling efforts, caught in the onslaught of arrows before they could even react. After sustaining the loss of over 200 soldiers, the Knight of Flowers dispatched troops to shield themselves with their shields against the rain of arrows from the enemy, allowing the tunneling unit to continue their work. They soon witnessed boulders soaring through the sky, crashing violently into the trench. Indeed, Stannis had anticipated this, preparing a sufficient number of catapults, calibrated from the outset to ensure that each projectile would successfully land within the trench. Thus ensued a bloody stalemate. On one hand, Stannis' forces, lacking in quality, were unable to decisively vanquish the Rose family's regular troops, while on the other, the forces of House Baratheon yearned to launch an offensive but found themselves unable to secure victory. Chapter 70. Bright Copper. The battlefield remained in a tense deadlock. In the western part of King's Landing, the Lannister forces found themselves powerless against the blazing walls, and even the bravest of soldiers hesitated to advance in the face of the wildfire, an element of terror second only to the White Walkers in the world of ice and fire. For the Lannister army, there was little hope of mounting another assault before the flames were extinguished. However, on the most fortified eastern wall of King's Landing, where the Rose family clashed with Stannis, fierce combat raged on. The towering siege engines slammed against the 8-meter-high wall, and soldiers streamed out of the exits. The defenders on the wall responded in kind, redirecting a multitude of archers to this critical point. As soon as a soldier exposed themselves, they would be met with a deluge of arrows. Many fell as soon as they revealed their heads, struck by multiple shafts. Even those fortunate enough to ascend the wall faced the heavily armored infantry, who would dispatch them without mercy. They contended with Stannis' own men, not the feeble infantry of the Narrow Sea Lords. The armies of the lords from across the sea were relegated to the crumbling edges of the wall, engaged in a gruesome tug-of-war. For the soldiers, this was undoubtedly the most horrifying battlefield. The soldiers of House Rose crashed against the breaches in the wall like waves. Yet they faced the conscripted citizens of King's Landing and the soldiers overseeing them from the rear, confronted with the sharp blades of the Narrow Sea Lords. The populace of King's Landing, already conscripted once, had largely been mobilized again. For the nobles of King's Landing, Stannis was at least the direct heir of House Baratheon, and with the limited support from the lords of the Narrow Sea, they were almost too afraid to abandon their hard-earned islands for King's Landing. The meager wealth they had accumulated would pale in comparison to the vastness of King's Landing, akin to a drop of water in the ocean. In stark contrast, the Rose family was perceived differently by the nobility of King's Landing. The wealthy and beautiful young women of House Rose could come in droves without issue. However, the power-hungry and politically ambitious nobles of the Riverlands possessed substantial financial resources and a vast pool of manpower, capable of balancing both fronts and overpowering their adversaries. Faced with these shrewd merchants, anyone would find themselves in a predicament. Thus, for the aristocrats of King's Landing, the victory of Stannis is far more advantageous than that of Renly. As for the mobilized gold cloaks, who would concern themselves with them? There exists a boundless multitude of impoverished souls in King's Landing. As the grandest and most opulent city in all of Westeros, it shall never face a shortage of labor. Hence, they hold no regard for the lives of these individuals. Many have been forcefully thrust against the 2 breaches of the city walls, their backs pressed against others who have been similarly shoved forward, a sea of golden helmets stretching as far as the eye can see. In front of them, the soldiers of House Tyrell wield their blades, while those behind cannot perceive the unfolding chaos ahead. they are mindlessly propelled forward, only to grasp the reality before them when they finally reach the front lines. In desperation, they attempt to shout, striving to convey the happenings ahead to those behind them. Yet, their voices are utterly drowned out by the cacophony surrounding them. The battlefield is overwhelmingly loud, and in such an environment, the latent ferocity buried deep within is awakened. Wielding their weapons, they witness their adversaries being wounded, slain, and retreating, all while emitting anguished cries. It becomes apparent that they too can be injured, that they too can feel fear. The long-suppressed savagery and murderous intent ignite, as the gold cloaks and the soldiers of House Tyrell begin a brutal melee. With neither side willing to yield, nor able to retreat, the two throngs collide, flesh and blood scattering, staining the very breaches of the wall crimson. To be injured is to court death. In such a crush of humanity, evasion becomes a futile endeavor, and even bending down is rendered impossible, even when wounded. There is no chance to withdraw. As long as they can stand, they will not fall. Many have already perished, yet due to the press of bodies on either side, these corpses cannot be cast aside until they are brutally crushed. The two breaches erupt into fierce combat, apart from a few massive siege towers. Other directions are engulfed in a rain of arrows, a dense storm of projectiles. Those struck have no hope of being dragged away, for no one dares approach. Everywhere, arrows litter the ground, rendering ascent impossible. Loras gazes upon the scene before him. For a 20-year-old, the spectacle is utterly staggering. Countless screams and wails fill the air, the scent of blood saturating his senses, rendering him lightheaded. Coupled with the searing heat of the flames, the overwhelming array of sensations leaves the Knight of Flowers dizzy, as he has never encountered such a battlefield. In the original narrative, his fury was ignited by the desire for vengeance for his beloved, donning his helmet to charge into the fray. Yet now, the circumstances are different. Without Renly as sacrifice, and devoid of any augmenting power, he remains merely a 20-year-old youth. In contrast to Loras, Renly's position is considerably more favorable. After all, he stands elevated, shielded from the stench of blood. Yet his actions truly merit the title of Bright Copper, as his cavalry remains unmoved, and the infantry is oblivious to their flanking maneuvers. In a battle exceeding 1,000 combatants, the thickness of the lines bears little significance. Thus, 7,000 souls were wasted in a futile endeavor on the battlefield, where they ought to have been deployed to the city walls, serving as reinforcements to catch the enemy off guard amidst the fray. However, for House Rose, no force remains potent enough to alter the tide of battle. The fierce skirmishes persisted until sunset, and the soldiers naturally faltered, while the defenders suffered only the loss of a group of civilians. Stannis, through a strategy of senseless attrition, successfully overwhelmed his adversaries. In this engagement, the army of House Rose lost nearly 2,000 men, while approximately 1,700 civilians perished within the city. Meanwhile, Stannis' main forces remained virtually unscathed. As their formidable firepower proved insurmountable, the untrained troops of House Rose made little impact in their assault. On the opposing side, the forces of House Deer, facing off against the Lion's army, achieved scant success due to their commander's erratic leadership. After a day of intense combat, Kavon incurred merely 200 casualties, while House Deer suffered over 300 losses from their 7,000 strong contingent. Within the command tent, several officers looked on in astonishment at the prowess displayed by the illustrious Bright Copper. Chapter 71. The arrival of the Dornish army the following day as battle unfolded much like the previous one. With the wildfire still raging, the Lion's army found themselves idle, as it was now Jaime who faced off against Bran. Confronted with a numerical advantage and superior tactics, the forces of House Deer were left entirely on the defensive, retreating behind sturdy barricades and an uncountable array of arrows. Kavon stood ready as a reserve, poised to enter the fray at a moment's notice, while the commander himself led a contingent lying in ambush at the battlefield's flank. Should the Dornish troops arrive, or House Rose come to their aid, he could swiftly maneuver to encircle them, for flank attacks often yield greater devastation than frontal assaults. At this moment, the world appeared exceedingly hostile to Bran, as his 7,000 men were being ground beneath the boots of Jaime's over 4,000 troops. They could scarcely retreat within the confines of the citadel, for venturing forth would result in grievous losses. Jaime pressed forward relentlessly, nearly pinning them to the ground with overwhelming force. The renowned Bright Copper found himself compelled to shelter his main force behind the lines, striving to minimize attrition. For once engaged, he knew he could not command them to victory. At this juncture, Bran possessed a measure of self-awareness. He understood his limitations and the futility of any attempt to advance. Thus, he resolved to wait, to endure the passage of time. With 7,000 men, defense was sufficient, and without the means to attack, he chose to fortify his position. The deployed formations were a source of vexation for any observer, for according to the tactical doctrines of the era, they constituted an impenetrable configuration, except, of course, for the aerial forces of Daenerys and the cunning strategies of William. However, faced with such a battlefield, the tactical masters of this era find themselves utterly powerless. If the Old Lion were to launch a surprise attack, he could swiftly shatter the forces in the south, for their formation could only defend against frontal and lateral assaults, leaving them vulnerable from the rear. Yet, this also implies that the Old Lion would have to confront the treachery of nearly 3,000 soldiers led by Mastiliel, who guard the main camp, a perilous endeavor the Old Lion would not dare undertake. As the two armies engaged in fierce combat, a sudden stirring of dust in the distance heralded the arrival of another faction on the battlefield. After 3 days of relentless march, the Dornish army finally left their foot soldiers behind and reached the scene, with 5,000 Dornish cavalry now positioned at the southernmost edge of the battlefield, their galloping hooves raising clouds of dust, accompanied by the distinctive war cries of the desert riders. Mastiliel instinctively pulled his troops back, and without proper formation, 3,000 soldiers clashed head-on with the 5,000 Dornish cavalry. In an instant, chaos erupted, with bodies flying amidst the carnage. Infantry, lacking formation, were at a distinct disadvantage when colliding with cavalry, especially when the latter possessed the advantage of momentum. Even the most elite heavy infantry could not withstand such an onslaught. Furthermore, the imposing steeds of the Dornish knights endowed them with a devastating charge, rendering them nearly invincible against a disordered infantry formation. Mastiliel himself was not a military genius. His elder brother commanded the fleet defending against the Iron Islands to the north, while another brother was besieging the city walls, and the youngest was still too young for battle. For Mastiliel, this conflict was not of paramount importance, and after suffering losses to the Dornish cavalry, he withdrew his forces from the camp to establish a defensive position. The Dornish had no quarrel with him. Their issues lay elsewhere, prompting a swift retreat. The Dornish cavalry then executed a sharp maneuver on the battlefield, targeting the rear of Jaime's forces. This was the moment the Old Lion had been awaiting. 5,000 infantry surged forth from the jungle, howling as they charged towards the cavalry's flank. The cavalry, sensing this new threat, abandoned their frontal assault, opting instead to make a wide arc before quickly regrouping and crashing into the front of the infantry. Leading the charge was a commander of slender build, wielding a gilded lance with finesse. He performed a flourish before directing his heavily armored cavalry into a fierce collision with the infantry formation. This commander was Prince Oberyn, the Red Viper. With remarkable skill, he pierced through the infantry lines, dispatching 7 or 8 heavily armored red-clad soldiers in a single thrust. The illustrious Red Army, in the presence of such cavalry, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage, even though their numbers were nearly equal to that of their adversaries. The towering and robust Dornish cavalry brandished war hammers, bone staffs, and long spears, facing the infantry assault armed with combat knives. The advantage was strikingly apparent. However, this was not lost on the Old Lion. For him, such a situation was anticipated from the onset of the battle. He had already devised a resolution. The Dornish cavalry collided fiercely with the first line of infantry, only to be met not with the slashing blades of the soldiers, but with a deluge of arrows. Although many of the Dornish were clad in armor, it offered scant protection, shielding merely about 70% of their bodies. Confronted with this torrential rain of blades, they were utterly defenseless, and numerous warriors sustained grievous injuries. Yet, a select few exceptionally skilled cavalrymen wielded their lances with finesse, creating a dazzling display of spearwork that deflected the onslaught of arrows from above. Nonetheless, such individuals were few, facing the Lion's infantry, who seemed resolute in their defensive posture behind their massive shields. The Red Viper found no advantageous course of action but to order a retreat. At that moment on the battlefield, the Dornish forces were the least numerous, and deprived of the element of surprise, they had no choice but to evade. The main army from the borderlands was still en route, likely taking considerable time to arrive. Observing the steadfast infantry formation before him, the Red Viper could only lash out with his spear in frustration before ultimately deciding to withdraw. Disembarking from their mounts, the cavalry transformed into infantry, and even with their armor, they remained formidable. However, he dared not gamble on the disposition of House Tyrell. Should the infantry charge and be ambushed from the flanks, the losses would be catastrophic. Thus, the prudent course was to bide their time until the main army from the borderlands could assemble before launching an assault. Chapter 72. All forces gather. The Rose family's machinations. A week had elapsed since the Dornish army's stealthy incursion, and the old lion felt the sting of this bloody conflict keenly. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, the initial wave of cavalry seemed particularly fixated on his house. While the Rose family suffered relatively light casualties, his own house bore significant losses. The Dornish knights had lost nearly 400 men, while his own losses approached 1,000. Such a casualty ratio in favor of the cavalry against infantry was, in truth, commendable, and the old lion felt a measure of satisfaction regarding his troops' performance. What troubled him, however, was the current disparity in forces. Following the recent skirmish tactics, Stannis' side boasted a larger contingent, having sustained losses of fewer than 2,000, still numbering over 10,000. The Rose family was in a dire predicament. Their losses had been the most severe, with the army of House Tully suffering approximately 5,000 casualties, leaving them with just over 12,000 remaining. Their family has suffered losses exceeding 3,000, leaving them with just over 9,000. In contrast, the Dornish border forces number nearly 14,000. It is estimated that the primary focus in Dorne is centered on their own interests. Currently, the battlefield presents a formidable disadvantage for House Lannister. Apart from House Tyrell, whose army bears no direct animosity towards them, the remaining factions harbor significant grievances against them. They have essentially become the target of collective ire on the battlefield. For House Tyrell, the situation is also precarious. They harbor enmity towards King's Landing, while simultaneously having hostilities with Dorne and the borderlands. The reinforcements arriving seem specifically designated to support Stannis. As for the Dornish, the fate of King's Landing is secondary to their desire for retribution against the Lannisters. After all, the loss of King's Landing would not greatly impact Dorne. One less city does not make a significant difference to them, as desert nobility often disdain large urban centers. However, the grievances against their family and the Westerlands represent both personal and national animosities. Thus, the current peril facing their family is considerable. While an alliance with the opposing faction could yield a numerical advantage, it is also possible for the enemy to collaborate with Stannis within the city. To Dorne, the distant King's Landing holds little significance. They have produced queens before and are not particularly impressed by its grandeur. Moreover, following 2 grueling battles, King's Landing has not emerged unscathed, suffering substantial population losses. Yet, if they could secure the city, it could be restored and managed effectively. In contrast, the lands of House Baratheon and the fertile territories near Dorne are resources they can directly seize and control. Therefore, it is almost certain that while the eradication of the Westerlands may be an ancillary goal, the elimination of their own family is of genuine intent. After a week of support from the Dornish forces, they have finally arrived on the battlefield, having refrained from major offensives during that time. With the arrival of their formidable reinforcements and cavalry, both House Lannister and House Tyrell find themselves in a precarious position. Should they establish communication, both houses could face devastating consequences. Although their family is numerous, the lack of exceptional military leaders means they rely heavily on sheer numbers. While they can fortify themselves for a major conflict, the enemy's forces are not to be underestimated. Furthermore, with the contentious Prince of House Baratheon among them, the individuals in King's Landing likely wish for their swift demise. If necessary, Stannis could unleash all of House Lannister's young heirs, potentially leading to a tragic 3-1 confrontation. While Maester Tully may not be considered an outstanding military commander, he is undoubtedly a brilliant strategist. In order to ignite the conflict between Stannis and Tywin ahead of time, Melisandre employed a cunning stratagem. A nocturnal ambush poses a lethal threat to any faction. However, for the seasoned Tywin, its effectiveness is somewhat diminished. The reason is simple. His troops exhibit remarkable discipline. The Lannister forces constitute one of the few standing armies in Westeros, and compared to the hastily assembled troops on his side, the prospect of an ambush is indeed daunting. Yet, the Old Lion's men are different. They have undergone rigorous training, and the presence of mere farmers within their ranks is minimal. In other words, they possess the resilience to withstand an ambush. Moreover, a portion of his forces includes soldiers from Storm's End. As the deep night enveloped the land, the moon hung low, casting an unusually dim light. The sentinels of the Night's Watch were in the midst of a shift change. "What is that?" inquired a soldier atop the watchtower, pointing towards a distant thicket. "If memory serves me right, isn't that a slope? How could there be such tall underbrush?" Another soldier on duty responded, "Are you certain you're not mistaken? Perhaps you've misremembered?" The first soldier shook his head emphatically. "This morning, our squad was tasked with guarding that area. I am certain it is not as you say." "Wait, Why does that thicket suddenly appear larger? The soldier who had previously voiced skepticism leaned in closer, clearly expressing doubt. I have a feeling something is amiss. You must be mistaken. As the two continued their argument, two piercing sounds shattered the night, and silence enveloped the watchtower. Are you sure we hit our target? Behind a rock over 100 meters away, two soldiers clad in brown cloth conversed. I saw a figure fall. They must be dead. Signal for the others to advance. A flare soared through the sky, followed by a catapult launching several massive stones, crashing into the soldiers' encampment. The following day, as Stannis' forces ascended the castle walls, they sensed that something was awry. Are you certain you didn't see anything? Stannis inquired, his brow furrowed, addressing the Onion Knight. My lord, it would be prudent for you to see for yourself, replied the Onion Knight, his countenance betraying unease. Beneath the walls, even as they gazed upon the inferno raging atop the battlements, Tywin's army remained solemn, relentlessly utilizing their catapults to assault the weak points of the fortifications. At long last, after enduring a prolonged bombardment, the entire wall crumbled. Although flames continued to roar, the debris had rendered the situation manageable. Meanwhile, the encampment of Dorne expanded steadily, as the forces from the borderlands began to converge. Chapter 73. Tywin versus Stannis. Now that the mask of civility has been torn away, there is no longer any need for pretense between the two factions. Once the smoke of conflict dissipated, Stannis led his most elite troops out of the city, assembling an army of nearly 7,000 men. Tywin, in kind, dispatched an equal number under his command. It appears both sides are prepared for a clash of arms, especially since only a little over 3,000 defenders remain on the walls. Should House Tyrell decide to mobilize its forces, the city's defenses would be within easy reach. However, Stannis is acutely aware that House Tyrell lacks the courage to deploy a large-scale ambush at this juncture. After all, over 10,000 men from the borderlands, along with 5,000 cavalry from Dorne, have arrived on the battlefield. Despite suffering some losses in previous engagements, this contingent remains the most numerous, directly confronting House Tyrell. Given these circumstances, Tyrell's cautious disposition makes it highly improbable for them to risk a substantial force against the mere 3,000 defenders. Coupled with the cunning of the Onion Knight, the defenses should hold firm. As for Tywin's audacity in committing the majority of his forces, the rationale is straightforward. House Tyrell intends to keep a watchful eye on the Dornish army, which poses a mere threat to them, as they do not share a direct border. Conversely, for House Tyrell, this represents a combination of long-standing rivals and insurrectionists. If I refrain from taking action against you, who will heed my authority in the future? Thus, with House Tyrell preoccupied by the Dornish forces, Tywin can unleash his full might against Stannis. Last night, Stannis' troops launched a surprise raid on their encampment, leaving behind a strand of beautiful golden hair. In all of King's Landing, only one person possesses such exquisite, dense golden locks, his granddaughter, Myrcella. How dare you provoke me to such an extent? There is no longer any need for restraint. If you wish to sever ties, let us engage in a decisive battle. Leading nearly 2,000 cavalry, Kevan positioned his entire force on the far left flank, corresponding with the cavalry of House Baratheon, under the command of the noble House Norei, which numbered just over 3,000. On the right flank stood Jaime, commanding heavy infantry supported by the Kingsguard, facing the spear-wielding troops of House Arryn from the Stormlands, with a count of 3,000 against 3,500. In the center, Tywin's heavy infantry confronted Stannis' own, with a deployment of 4,000 against 3,500. Stannis himself took to the field, and for the first time amidst this prolonged standoff and conflict, Tywin donned his armor to join the fray. The armies of both sides commenced engagement, with Jaime's heavily armored infantry gaining a significant advantage against Stannis' spear-wielding troops, who could only retreat in a defensive manner, gradually being compressed. However, the cavalry led by Kevan found themselves firmly suppressed by their opponents. Stannis' cavalry comprised elite units, made up of a select few knights from the Lords of the Narrow Sea, as well as the entirety of the cavalry forces from the Crownlands. With the backing of the Iron Bank's funding, they were equipped to the teeth and outnumbered their foes by 1,000 men. Consequently, Kevan's forces faced severe pressure from the outset, not all of whom were heavy cavalry, as a considerable portion consisted of light cavalry. Thus, over 1,000 cavalrymen managed to maneuver around the entire front line and re-engage Jaime's rear, preventing Stannis' troops from being completely routed. Although Jaime was caught off guard by this wave of surprise attacks, the Kingsguard, being exceptional commanders, combined with Jaime's own tactical acumen and the resilience of the heavy infantry, maintained a degree of resistance against the cavalry, stabilizing their formation and plunging the battle back into a stalemate. Meanwhile, the infantry on both fronts erupted into the most intense clashes, as the finest heavy infantry from both sides engaged in a fierce struggle, resulting in an indecisive and brutal melee. While Stannis' elite forces may not have matched Tywin's troops in training, their armament, bolstered by the Iron Bank's support, was quite lavish. Supplemented by fervent Red God followers who had crossed from Essos, imbued with high morale and faith, thus imposing a certain psychological pressure on the ordinary soldiers. Consequently, the combat intensified as the lines collided. Stannis faced Tywin directly. However, Tywin was unable to vanquish Stannis in open confrontation, given his advanced age. It was implausible for him to rely on a singular tactical maneuver to swiftly shatter the enemy's morale. Yet, Stannis relentlessly pursued him, confident in his own prowess, believing he could easily defeat Tywin. If he could simply defeat Tywin and break his morale, why would he hesitate? Tywin, surrounded by some elite troops tasked with his personal protection, found them to be formidable opponents against Stannis' guards. Although Stannis' escorts were similarly clad in heavy armor, they struggled in the face of Tywin's elite protectors. Thus, Stannis was compelled to pause, awaiting his guards to resolve the skirmish, at times even needing to intervene personally to assist them. Meanwhile, Tywin observed, aware that his protective detail outnumbered Stannis' forces. Although their equipment was comparable, the guards Tywin employed were well compensated, and in terms of combat effectiveness, they were slightly superior to Stannis' conscripted guards. Thus, a standoff ensued upon the central formation. However, Kayvon successfully vanquished his opponent, albeit only in a one-on-one duel. Moreover, the Lannister heavy cavalry, having suffered significant losses in the preceding rounds, found both their numbers and quality diminished. Consequently, they were now being relentlessly pressed by their adversaries. Although Kayvon triumphed over Norvin Strick in their singular confrontation, he did not manage to capture him, as his subordinates successfully facilitated his escape. Despite possessing an overwhelming number of elite combatants, the realm of Game of Thrones is characterized by a low magic world. Even the mightiest warrior cannot hope to contend with 5 or 6 soldiers simultaneously, especially when outnumbered. Thus, after a brief engagement, the right flank began to exhibit signs of exhaustion, revealing a slight decline in the Lannister forces. Chapter 74, The Lion's Retreat. The Battle of King's Landing. The conflict had devolved into a stalemate. For Tywin, retreat would signify the utter failure of the West's considerable sacrifices in this war. His once full army of 15,000 had dwindled to fewer than 9,000, and the strategic objectives remained unfulfilled, rendering this loss the most disgraceful of all. The old lion would undoubtedly hold firm until the final moment, a fact well understood by Stannis. After all, for the aging lion, this war was one he could not afford to lose, having mobilized the entirety of the West's forces, only to return empty-handed after inflicting over 6,000 casualties. While his stronghold lay in ruins, both sides were fully committed to the fray, entirely disregarding the Rose House and the forces at the borders. Each side confident that the Rose House would not intervene. Should they do so, the 15,000 soldiers of the border would swiftly descend upon them. With no external interference, they could fight unrestrained. For Tywin, although the West's army was seasoned and well-equipped, facing Stannis' forces, bolstered by the Iron Bank, made victory elusive. Moreover, Stannis' army slightly outnumbered his own, as both wings entered a state of deadlock and his forces found themselves at a disadvantage. The inability to secure victory along the central front would undoubtedly lead to a catastrophic collapse of morale within the West's forces. Unlike Stannis, Tywin was not an exceptional warrior. The likelihood of him securing victory through personal combat was slim, thus he relied heavily upon his subordinates. On the right flank, Jaime, beset by both infantry and cavalry, struggled to maintain the line. For him, the paramount objective was to steadfastly hold the formation, should a gap emerge. Over 1,000 cavalry, coupled with 2,000 infantry from the opposing side, could be thrust into the central line, rendering the situation irrevocably dire. However, the West's forces had not enjoyed adequate rest the previous night, and their stamina this morning certainly could not match that of Stannis' well-rested troops. Gradually, they found themselves at a disadvantage in the ongoing battle. In the entirety of the battlefield, only the left flank of Kevin managed to secure a slight advantage. Despite Norwin Strick reallocating over 1,000 cavalry to reinforce the right wing, Kevin, employing a commendable tactical approach and a formidable force, even managed to momentarily suppress the enemy's cavalry in the skirmishes. However, as fatigue began to set in, this advantage gradually waned. The soldiers of House Lannister had already expended a portion of their stamina the night before, failing to secure adequate rest and compounded by days of fruitless combat. Their morale was notably diminished. An additional force had entered the fray, led by Oberyn, commanding over 2,000 Dornish knights. Oberyn was acutely aware that allowing House Lannister to gain the upper hand in this conflict could result in their potential reclamation of King's Landing, garnering substantial support from the noble houses of the realm, which would prove catastrophic for his own expeditionary forces. As for House Tyrell, they found themselves relegated to the role of mere spectators. For the three factions currently engaged on the battlefield, the commanders of the other sides were far more adept than their own. Their only advantage lay in numbers, which was rapidly diminishing. Having lost the elite commanders and well-trained soldiers from the Reach, they no longer possessed any formidable warriors to deploy. What remained at their disposal were the last remnants of their prowess. Should they exhaust these forces in this battle, they would be left vulnerable to simultaneous assaults from both Dorne and the Vale, placing the Tyrells in an exceedingly perilous position. With the demise of Loras Tyrell, the House Tyrell found itself bereft of capable leaders. As for Garland, by the Seven, if he possessed even half the skill of his elder brothers, they would not be ensnared in such a disadvantageous predicament. Without Loras, Mace Tyrell struggled to contend with the imminent threats from both their own rebels and Dorne, and it was doubtful that he could wield his remaining 15,000 elite troops effectively in a war that offered no prospect of victory. Consequently, the Tyrells had resolved to retreat, opting to continue their alliance with Garland, which would at least secure the support of Storm's End. As for Stannis, he too had sons. Though the match with his daughter might entail a reduction in status, they had no other options. Thus, they resigned themselves to this course of action. Turning now to the west, both flanks found themselves at a disadvantage. For Tywin, it was imperative to decisively vanquish Stannis' forces head-on, a task far from simple. He could barely maintain his military position, and absent external intervention, he hoped to wear down his opponent through attrition. Yet, at this juncture, Oberyn launched an offensive with his 2,000 Dornish cavalry. The impact of a cavalry charge is far more severe than that of infantry, a realization that dawned upon Tywin too late, as his formation of 5,000 infantry was suddenly breached by the charge of 2,000 cavalry, causing his lines to collapse almost instantaneously. Subsequently, both flanks of the allied forces were utterly stripped of their combat efficacy, transforming the battlefield into a scene of massacre inflicted upon the red-robed army by the joint efforts of the opposition. The fierce confrontation persisted until dusk, and of the original 9,000 troops, only approximately 4,000 managed to regroup, while the remainder either fell in battle or were dispersed. Tywin found himself incapable of further resistance, while Stannis and the Dornish alliance retained formidable fighting strength, having suffered fewer than 1,000 casualties, with the Dornish sustaining even less than 400. The forces of the west were decisively expelled from the field, leaving around 15,000 soldiers of House Tyrell standing. They were no longer capable of continuing the fight, outnumbered and outmatched by more formidable commanders. Thus, Mace Tyrell resolved to retreat. Meanwhile, the Stormlands army was acutely aware that, bereft of support, they might not even overcome Stannis, let alone contend with the combined might of Stannis and the Dornish. Most alarmingly, the Dornish and the forces from the Reach had commenced their assault on the southern territories of the Stormlands, compelling Balon to also opt for retreat. After nearly 2 weeks of brutal conflict, Stannis emerged victorious in the Battle of King's Landing, solidifying his unparalleled dominion among the 6 southern realms. Chapter 75. The Division of Spoils. Having regained victory and secured his hold on King's Landing, Stannis was invigorated. In his 30s, he had ascended to become the most formidable heir to the Iron Throne across the 7 kingdoms. As a warrior in his prime, Stannis commanded a glorious army, supported by a robust economy and methods of wealth creation such as the art of papermaking. The protection of the papermaking patent fell under the purview of the Hand of the King, which was now occupied by Davos, who, of course, bore no obligation to safeguard the patent rights of the Northmen. Consequently, the king reopened the paper mill and directed the resultant profits towards repaying the debts of the Iron Bank. As for Dorne and the Reach, Stannis decisively granted de facto independence to the latter, bestowing the title of Duke upon the House of Swan, while arranging for his daughter Shireen to marry into the Martell family of Dorne, and proposing that Davos's son wed the illegitimate daughter of Prince Oberyn. As for the queen and her 3 children, Myrcella would be dispatched to the Iron Bank as a handmaiden, while Tommen would be sent as a gift to the Iron Islands, where Stannis believed Balon would deal with him appropriately. As for his nephew Joffrey, it would be prudent to leave him in the care of the Duke of the North. Whether to cloak Eddard in black or adopt him as his son was a matter of indifference. As for Cersei, she too would be sent to the Iron Islands. Balon would likely not object to having such a former queen as a salt concubine. Certainly, Stannis has issued a command for Balon to renounce the crown, with the reward being Tommen. As for Cersei, the condition for exchange is that Balon must launch an assault on the fleet at Dragonstone. The northern region of Storm's End will be annexed under the jurisdiction of King's Landing. Stannis believes that the defeated Renly can no longer command the lords of the Stormlands closest to King's Landing. Last night, troops defected from Renly's camp to pledge their allegiance to him. In a week's time, Stannis will formally declare his ascension, becoming King Stannis Baratheon I of Westeros. Subsequently, the Stormlands announced their disobedience to the Iron Throne, followed closely by the Reach's endorsement of Stannis, while the Westerlands, after a period, declared their refusal to recognize Stannis I. Simultaneously, the Riverlands declared independence from the Stormlands, with House Swan proclaiming itself the Duke of the Riverlands and waging war against the Stormlands and the Riverlands. At the same time, the Vale acknowledged Stannis, and both the North and the Riverlands also recognized him. Ultimately, the Iron Islands declared their allegiance to Stannis as well. Soon after, the Iron Islands declared war on the Riverlands, the Westerlands on the Iron Islands, and the North, Riverlands, and Vale waged war against the Stormlands. Dorne and the Riverlands also announced their intentions to go to war against the Riverlands, while the Hightower family of the Riverlands declared war on House Tyrell. After a week's arduous travel, Mace Tyrell returned to his ancestral lands to meet with his mother, the Old Rose. Our situation is dire. Before he could take a seat, the Old Rose inquired if he had devised a plan to address the current predicament. 2 kingdoms have declared war on us, and the Riverlands have announced their independence and war against us. The Hightowers are also dissatisfied with our rule, seeking to reclaim the glory lost during the Blackfire Rebellion. The most prudent course for us now would be to submit to Stannis, allowing him to intervene and halt the advances of the Riverlands and Dorne. The Westerlands will soon declare war on the Iron Islands. The 3 northern kingdoms show no inclination to engage in the conflict. We must find a way to draw them into the fray. Now, we face formidable adversaries in Dorne and the Riverlands, compounded by the Hightower family from Old Town. The situation is exceedingly challenging, and only by stirring the waters can we hope to achieve victory. Both are acutely aware that the current circumstances are exceedingly unfavorable for the Tyrells. Having lost Loras Tyrell, the Riverlands now lack capable leaders. Upon returning to Highgarden, the Tyrell family made a series of decisions in an attempt to salvage their beleaguered house. However, on the other hand, Renly in Storm's End is not faring as well. Upon leading his troops back to Storm's End, he learned that nearly a dozen lords in the north have declared allegiance to the crown, severing ties with the Stormlands. Meanwhile, the Riverlands face incursions, and the Dornish are restless at the borders. It can be said that the entire Stormlands is in disarray, having lost both prestige and territory, with a claim to the throne that lacks legitimacy, all while facing assaults from 3 fronts. Lysa truly felt a surge of emotion welling up within him. However, the notion of yielding to Stannis was utterly inconceivable, especially considering he commanded nearly 10,000 soldiers, while the forces remaining in Storm's End amounted to approximately the same. A combined strength of 20,000 warriors should suffice to contend with the Crownlands. Moreover, the Tyrell family had pledged their unwavering support. Thus, the immediate objective was to hasten to the north and secure the allegiance of the other 3 kingdoms. As for Dorne and the lands beyond the wall, a peaceful resolution was out of the question. War was inevitable. The martial prowess of the soldiers from Storm's End was by no means inferior to that of the 2 aforementioned regions. Although he could not personally lead them, he believed they could still prevail in battle. Therefore, his primary focus was not on defending against his elder brother, but rather on advancing southward to confront Dorne and the lands bordering the north. Lysa found himself with too few bargaining chips. Suitable marriage alliances were elusive. The little Rose had already been wed to him, and if this woman aspired to be queen, her only choice was him, for Stannis was unlikely to divorce his wife so easily. Simultaneously, the situation in the south required stabilization. After all, Stannis should currently lack the strength to march southward against him, alleviating concerns from the north. The emphasis remained on the southern front. Let us now turn our attention to the north. Upon learning of Stannis's victory, William recognized that the other party would not guarantee his paper-making patent, a prospect he did not covet. Instead, he had discovered a more lucrative venture, sugar production. While the north could not sustain sugarcane, William had, through diligent inquiry, located beet seeds in Bravos. This crop was remarkably hardy and yielded sweetness comparable to sugarcane. If cultivated on a large scale, it could be mass-produced. Sugar held immense value throughout the medieval period, rivaling even that of paper, and, most significantly, it was addictive. Although the Crownlands had not formally declared a monopoly, they had yet to divulge the secrets of papermaking, meaning his only competitor in this realm was the Crownlands. Given the vast market in the north, he was confident he could capture a share. Chapter 76. Managing the castle and establishing a naval foundation. William found himself with little time to attend to matters in the south, relegating the intelligence gathered by his little birds to a pile on the large table in his bedroom. He designated his unique unit as the Chameleons, distinct from Varys's little birds. The Chameleon unit would recruit adults to gather intelligence, conduct assassinations behind enemy lines, establish intelligence points, and safeguard key personnel. Although the Chameleons were newly formed and lacked a formidable leader, William was determined that, in due time, they would evolve into a highly elite intelligence organization akin to the Little Birds. First and foremost, he ensured that all assets invested by his side were allocated to the operational needs of the Chameleon organization. As for the supreme commander of the entire intelligence organization, William initially intended to send the Hound, considering him a captive under his jurisdiction. However, upon reflection, he realized that the Hound might be needed elsewhere. Notably, when the time comes to advance into Essos, a general will be required, and the Hound is undoubtedly the most formidable warrior at his disposal. The scarcity of personnel and the vastness of the undertaking pose significant challenges, with urgent demands for manpower in various areas, including a request for a scholar from Old Town. While the original Terror Fortress had a scholar, entrusting him to William is not an option. Given his long-standing affiliation with House Bolton, reliability is questionable, and William cannot risk waking up one day to find the banners changed. Currently, the role of instructor within the castle is temporarily held by the Hound, as he remains the most capable fighter available. Simultaneously, William has organized military encampments, overseen by Hood, while the head maid is appointed to Aisha. Hyde is tasked with planning the training of the Wildlings. Joel is responsible for the castle's defense, and Miao oversees the breeding of warhorses as well as the security of the industrial zone. The obedient beast trainer continues to manage the training of several griffins. William intends to personally supervise the construction of 6 roads and attract a plethora of merchant caravans, while also enacting policies to promote population growth. Not to mention, attracting merchant caravans feels akin to competing for his father's livelihood. After all, the investments brought to light by old Ricard are evident in the income generated. Before William officially assumed command of the Terror Fortress, the city of Caho had already become a pivotal node on the trade route from Essos to the northern reaches of Westeros. Old Ricard also planned to establish a new port northeast of Caho. Had he not encountered difficulties in processing the frozen blocks of ice, work might have already commenced. However, this is not the only issue at hand. The income from Caho alone is insufficient to rebuild a city. William intends to establish a new port east of the Terror Fortress, named Sunset Harbor, once he has garnered sufficient capital from the honey trade. This port will be responsible for training the navy of the Terror Fortress and managing the influx of southern refugees, as well as overseeing trade activities with the south and facilitating the exchange of intelligence and supplies with Essos. Ultimately, the pressing concern remains financial. Since Stannis took over the Iron Throne in the south, the currency in King's Landing has rapidly transformed into a paper-like currency. Although William burned all the equipment upon his departure, remnants persisted, allowing others to deduce the method of papermaking, albeit using locust tree bark instead of eucalyptus, resulting in a darker hue. Nevertheless, the practical applications remain largely unchanged. The shift from white to brown paper has been readily accepted by the populace. William is currently utilizing the bark from nearby forests to manufacture paper. However, the current price has plummeted to 1 silver stag per unit. It is understandable that he cannot match the prices set by the Lord of the Realm, as that would render his products unsellable. Consequently, William has been grinding his teeth in frustration, although it has proven futile, as he remains unable to contend with Stannis. Unlike the historical Stannis, this one has not enlisted the Red Goddess faith. He has triumphed over the ineffectual alliances of House Baratheon and House Tyrell solely through his own prowess. The Red Priestess has become largely irrelevant, as even if Stannis were to agree to the propagation of the faith, he would never take it upon himself to promote it actively, perhaps even subtly undermining it, considering he has been crowned in the Seven's temple rather than that of the Red God. Thus, Melisandre has resorted to the veil, attempting to persuade the simple-minded Lysa. At the very least, she must establish a foothold for the Red Goddess followers on the continent. Presently, the vast majority of the Red Goddess adherents in Westeros are little more than bandits, slave traders, and merchants, hardly a foundation for a robust faith. Even the conviction of these missionaries is tenuous at best. One cannot expect them to effectively spread the teachings. However, William currently has more pressing concerns, particularly regarding the sugar industry. He has located seeds, but their quantity is insufficient. Planting them in the first season would yield a meager return. Thus, he has no choice but to invest substantial sums to procure these seeds. Consequently, William has decided to liquidate all the assets he scavenged from the Terror Fortress, dividing them into two portions, one to expand the paper mill's production capacity and the other to purchase seeds in bulk. As the holder of the patent for the paper-making technique, the quality of the paper produced under his aegis is assuredly superior to that of Stannis's. Notably, Stannis's prolonged drying process renders his paper rather brittle, which, while not affecting its usability, certainly detracts from user satisfaction. Remarkably, William has managed to retain a significant portion of the Northern orders. However, the ever-cunning Tyrell family has been aggressively purchasing Stannis's rigid paper, leaving one to wonder what purpose they intend to serve with it. Simultaneously, William is orchestrating the establishment of a fleet and a temporary port, seeking to cultivate a naval force indigenous to the north. Initially, White Harbor boasts a relatively abundant number of vessels, yet the majority are civilian crafts, with only a handful of small skiffs available for military use, leaving the north with virtually no naval foundation. Once the navy is established, it cannot immediately engage in escorting trade caravans, as such a force would lack any combat capability. They must first take on the local pirates. Naturally, one cannot expect any assistance from Stannis, as his mere absence would be a relief. Chapter 77. Attempting to set sail. William's current intention is to procure a ship capable of long voyages from Stannis, hiring a crew of sailors as temporary guardians to escort merchant vessels to Essos, where he intends to sell a cargo of goods in return with the sugar beet seeds he has arranged to purchase. Surprisingly, these beets are not utilized for sugar production in this world. Rather, their purpose remains undiscovered. In this realm, sugar beets are predominantly employed as sacrificial tools in a religion that venerates the white goat. William is unaware of the specifics of their practices, but it is said that the deity of the white goat possesses a fondness for sweet substances. Regardless, the notion of using these beets for sugar production has never crossed anyone's mind. This could be perceived as a bittersweet revelation, the good news being that the price of such an item is unlikely to be exorbitant, given its sacrificial nature and abundant growth potential. The troubling aspect, however, is whether they would dare to consume something intended for such rites. Nonetheless, these musings are tangential. The immediate priority is to secure a vessel, preferably a swift ship to acquire one from White Harbor, but a warship is essential to consider as well. Initially, William contemplated purchasing a ship from the eastern coastal town of Eastwatch, yet upon reflection, he realized that the locals may not be entirely reliable, and their vessels might not be of superior quality. Thus, he also considered establishing a connection with Stannis. After all, as the king in the north, one might expect some acknowledgement of his efforts. Surely, even a petty lord of the Narrow Sea would graciously part with a ship. His successful ascension to the Iron Throne has, in part, been facilitated by William's contributions. Furthermore, he has usurped William's patent, so it is only fair that he offers some form of recompense. Consequently, William promptly penned a letter articulating his request and dispatched it without hesitation. After a few days, to his surprise, he received a response. Stannis indicated he could provide a state-of-the-art vessel from the Narrow Sea, but the condition was that William must divulge the secrets of papermaking in their entirety. Setting aside the intricacies of the process, William had already grasped much of it, save for the baking technique. He resolved to delay as long as possible, thus revealing that he utilized eucalyptus bark rather than locust tree bark. This would enable the master to appreciate the superior quality of the paper. After all, using the wrong materials initially has left them with a subpar product, while now employing the correct materials would yield at least white paper. The ink, if slightly darker, may not even be discernible against the paper's hue, making it difficult for one's eyes to distinguish between the written words and the paper itself. Given the potential for marketability, it is likely that his insights would be valued based on the authority of the Iron Throne's patent. Therefore, William unreservedly detailed the entirety of the papermaking process, omitting only the baking segment, and submitted his comprehensive request. 7 days passed, and news arrived from White Harbor. A new swift vessel, adorned with the sigil of House Stark and marked by a gray sun emblem, had anchored in the port. The crew explicitly demanded that William come to retrieve the ship. Instead of sending me to fetch it, they could have simply sailed it over themselves. William instructed the people at White Harbor to inform him that the geographical layout of the port necessitated their own navigation to the vessel. Thus, This brand-new swift ship made its grand appearance at the first port of House Stark, the first warship at Sunset Harbor. Without hesitation, William first ensured the vessel was brought ashore, then began to assess its internal structure. It was evident that this ship bore a resemblance to those used in the Arabian regions. Consequently, William seamlessly integrated some elements from deep-sea warships, sketching out the initial design of the North's first warship. Originally, he envisioned a design akin to the Ironborn, which relied primarily on soldiers aboard for combat rather than the entire ship acting as a weapon. This would have facilitated swift maneuvers in perilous battles while allowing for rapid navigation at sea. However, upon reflection, he realized that the current crew, lacking experience, might prove ineffective once aboard. Therefore, to secure victory in naval engagements, a technological edge in weaponry was essential. Thus, the significance of an oil cannon became apparent. William had already conceptualized a prototype reminiscent of the Song Dynasty's fire oil cannon, which could reportedly project flames up to 20 zhong, igniting enemy vessels. While I lacked oil, I did possess wildfire. There was no need for hesitation. Simply harness the flames and direct them at the opposing ship to ignite their warcraft. As for countering distant projectiles from enemy catapults, numerous strategies existed. For instance, one could deploy an enormous sail to shield the deck, tethered at one end to the top of the mast and at the other to the ship's bow, tightened to withstand incoming stones from the side. Admittedly, this would compromise visibility, hence, raising the ship's hull slightly and incorporating observation points beneath the side decks would ensure a clear line of sight while mitigating the risk from above. Should the enemy engage in boarding or grappling tactics, the response would be to unleash the oil cannon upon them. As the operational guidelines for the North's first warship, this strategy was outlined even in the absence of a physical vessel or crew. Therefore, the immediate focus shifted to the swift construction of the ship. Concerning the sale of paper, it appeared Stannis held no significant advantage. Despite his authority from the Iron Throne, the quality of his paper was well known. Thus, there was no worry about selling William's paper. For now, a strategy of aggressive pricing could be employed. The question remained, when would old Stannis finally react? This matter is of no concern to William. Naturally, there will be those who will engage in disputes with him, particularly since it was he who initially seized the patent fees. Furthermore, the paper produced on William's end can easily be mingled with inferior quality materials. The superior quality paper will undoubtedly circulate first within the north, and any surplus will be directly sold off to the Essos continent or the old town of Haelta. Although Haelta is currently embroiled in conflict, the supply routes remain intact. As long as the Ironborn do not foolishly attempt to plunder our vessels, we can still transport considerable quantities to that region, resorting to land routes if necessary once we reach the riverbanks. Chapter 78. The Sunsetting Soon, under the guidance of William, an engineering student, the vigorous shipbuilding campaign in the north commenced. Based on the primary structures and their processing methods of the warships received, it can be deduced that the current battleships reflect the technological standards of the late medieval period. In terms of the historical timeline of the original world, they should belong to the era spanning from the 9th century to the mid-10th century. To put it succinctly, the ships are quite fragile and primarily suited for coastal navigation, ill-equipped for maneuvering in deep waters. The overall design is not conducive to sailing amidst storms, making them more appropriate for civil conflict and troop transportation. However, there exists a ship design from Wildling that is particularly suitable. It combines the tall, grand vessels of the Song dynasty with the swift sailing ships of the Arabs, boasting remarkable buoyancy to withstand turbulent seas. Moreover, it can harness the wind with its sails, utilizing a streamlined hull to ensure navigation against headwinds and stormy conditions. Additionally, he has crafted a set of observation windows for his warships, recognizing that contemporary warfare differs considerably from that of the medieval era. With the introduction of catapults, the safety of the battleships becomes paramount, necessitating the use of suspended windows for observation. As for the flanks, side sails will be deployed to deflect the massive stones hurled by opponents. Thus, the flagship of the Northern Fleet, the Sunsetting, was constructed alongside 7 additional warships. Albeit these vessels are smaller and lack formidable defensive capabilities, having no observation windows, essentially replicating Stannis' ship design. The construction of the 7 ships took 2 months in total, while the Sunsetting alone required nearly 3 months to complete. At this juncture, the intelligence network in the south relayed preliminary information regarding the future, clarifying the handling of the 3 children. For Joffrey and Tommen, he deemed the approach appropriate. However, he felt a sense of regret about the fate of Myrcella, the golden-haired maiden. Yet, apart from his regret, he found himself with no alternative course of action. After all, both his father and his direct superior had sworn fealty to Stannis, and thus, he must support their decision. Despite any sorrow one might feel for the young girl, it is ultimately futile, for she has been consigned to the Iron Bank. Although William possesses the capital to negotiate with the Iron Bank, and even to demand concessions, considering he supplies over 70% of the paper on the entire Essos continent, the Iron Throne of Westeros holds a special status that is rendered irrelevant in Essos. Practicality dictates that the most effective paper prevails. Thus, Stannis' paper is virtually unsellable there, regarded as too coarse even for menial tasks. Therefore, in light of the substantial profits generated by paper and the associated patents, the Iron Bank must still extend some courtesy to William. However, this courtesy cannot be squandered on a mere inconsequential handmaiden. To do so would be excessively detrimental. As the lord of the city, William must prioritize the interests of his newly acquired domain, ensuring significant economic support for his newly gained castle, which undeniably takes precedence over a young girl, particularly one who has yet to reach adulthood. At most, he could request the Iron Bank to extend a modicum of consideration. Stannis, known for his integrity, has demonstrated his character by sparing the Queen's family, viewing them more as children than adversaries. After more than 4 months, the first fleet has been painstakingly assembled, complemented by merchant vessels from Caho and nearby cities that are not currently engaged in voyages, thereby establishing the inaugural trade convoy for the Terror Keep. Frankly, William remains dissatisfied with the name Terror Keep. He is not a member of the Flame clan, and a more suitable name would be preferable. This change must be reported to his superiors and father, for he lacks the authority to unilaterally enact such a modification. After all, this castle is a gift. While he possesses the authority of his influence, the fact that it was bestowed rather than conquered grants the other party sufficient legal grounds to reclaim it. Thus, the matter of renaming the castle must be elevated for approval. William has also independently organized the navy from the other forces of Terror Keep. All sails are crafted from cloth, adorned with his personal emblem, a wolf howling towards the sky, set against a gray sun. This represents the new insignia of Terror Keep. Concurrently, the armor of the troops has undergone a redesign. The original armor, characterized by a deep crimson hue, now resembles a massive rock from a distance. William chose to replace his armor with a gray hue while simultaneously training a substantial number of full-time soldiers. Although the previous battles had inflicted significant losses on the standing army of Terror Fortress, William's formidable financial investment, alongside the influx of southern refugees into the north, swiftly established a regular army comprising 300 men. While this force could not rival the scale of his previous armies, it was sufficient to secure a foothold in the region, and such a sizable military presence held a degree of deterrence against mercenaries, ensuring they would not easily be overwhelmed. Furthermore, the Navy's composition did not fall under the regular army. These were soldiers funded personally by William. Over the span of 4 months, William endeavored to expand the revenue of his paper mill business. Now, aside from the monthly provision of 100 golden dragons to 2 castles, he managed to retain approximately 800 golden dragons. Of this sum, over 40 were allocated to the fleet of warships. Among the remaining 60, 30 were designated for the resettlement of refugees, and 20 were invested in enhancing agricultural production, leaving William with a mere 10 golden dragons at his disposal. This illustrates the extent to which such a military truly consumes wealth, compounded by the Navy's nearly 5,000 personnel, which had begun to strain William's resources. The sole piece of good news was that his army primarily consisted of trained personnel brought back from the south, ensuring loyalty and a robust framework, thus maintaining a commendable fighting capability. Chapter 79. The compass. During the fleet's drills, William himself boarded the warship gifted to him by Stannis. Conducting exploratory voyages along the shores of the narrow sea, he realized the pressing need for an exceptional crew of sailors, or rather, a compass. As young trainees often struggled to navigate the vast ocean, relying solely on the stars to discern their general direction. This underscored the fact that only a compass could assist a novice naval commander like William in successfully reaching the continent of Essos for trade and returning alive. Fortunately, the North was not lacking in lodestones, and as an engineering student, William was well equipped to craft a reasonably functional compass. Most importantly, he understood the underlying principles, effectively granting him a monopoly over this innovation. Soon, a series of small compasses were sold by the caravans passing through Terror Fortress, some crafted from ordinary glass, marked with red dye to indicate scale, and fitted with magnets to show direction, all housed within wooden boxes. Others were adorned with gold and silver, embellished with colorful gemstones, creating exquisite and ornate compasses with gilded edges. These were undoubtedly designed to extract wealth from the Southerners. However, For the Northerners, a simple compass sufficed, rendering such extravagant embellishments superfluous and unnecessarily costly. However, for the people of the South, these exquisitely crafted trinkets carry an undeniable prestige when displayed. Their affinity for luxury items is something that William, a straightforward and pragmatic individual, finds difficult to comprehend. After all, to him, diamonds are merely what they are. Yet, for the aristocrats of the South, such sparkling objects possess an inexplicable allure. Conversely, for the rugged folk of the North, such trifles seem utterly useless. Can they be consumed? If not, why bother discussing them? It's a waste of breath. Thus, this must surely be another instance of a cunning intellectual battle aimed at the Southern nobility. As for the Northern folk, they are forthright in their exchanges. After all, the North consists of only a handful of cities, connected by just a few roads. Beyond these usual routes, the terrain is fraught with wild beasts, and aside from hunting, no one traverses the depths of the mountains. The maps of the medieval era are barely legible, rendering such compasses merely toys. Unless one is heading south to engage in battle, they are hardly needed. In summary, this object has morphed into a circulating commodity in Beijing, with all who possess it sharing a similar sentiment. It is indeed a scam. Indeed, when some northern nobles dismantled this item and wiped away the haphazard paint, they realized it resembled the small black stones frequently found near their own doorsteps. Can you believe this nonsense is being sold for 2 gold dragons? They could hardly contain their disbelief. Of course, sending troops to assault the Terror Fortress is out of the question, considering the fortifications boast over 300 soldiers, a significant force by any measure. Thus, they must swallow their pride. However, the Southerners are oblivious to the true nature of this item. It is perplexing. They once believed that wearing such gold and silver adorned trinkets enhanced their status. Naturally, the Northerners, mingling within the Southern aristocracy, hesitated to enlighten them that such a trinket could be acquired for just a few silver deer or even a handful of copper stars. The only components worthy of a gold dragon are likely the meager quantities of gold and silver combined that hardly amount to a single silver deer coin. And they are of inferior quality. Pure silver and gold are out of the question. Most are alloys, merely resembling the colors of precious metals. As for diamonds, they are indeed a challenge, but if sufficiently shattered, they can serve for a long time. Furthermore, the gold and silver embellishments are not the result of meticulous craftsmanship. Rather, they are applied with the same ease as decorating a cake, much like squeezing cream onto a confection. Thus, it is indeed reminiscent of a tulip-like marketing scheme, one that reaps substantial profits. Fortunately, these Southern nobles are not discerning. Had they been, they would have surely taken up arms against William. Certainly, these little creatures played a substantial role in the Southern skirmishes, particularly during the subsequent battles where the army of Stormland relied heavily on them. Amidst the sheer cliffs, they managed to evade annihilation by the opposing forces. However, for William, these matters held little significance. He sought to amass wealth through these means. With a plethora of golden beasts at home, he pondered how to navigate his fortune. One wave of harvest was insufficient. Thus, he resolved to pursue multiple waves, as his marketing strategies and methodologies were decidedly advanced for this era. In this context, it could be deemed a dimensional strike. Hence, one should not underestimate the financial acumen of an engineering student in the medieval epoch. Indeed, these abilities were crucial for him at present, to the extent that he scarcely found time to inspect his fleet. It could be said that these warships were barely adequate, yet with White Harbor in proximity, William could invest in a few distinguished ship designers and seasoned sailors, albeit not in excess, for they were costly. Each ship would be manned by 2 to 3 sailors, forming small teams to guide the novice mariners. This tradition of mentorship has been a glorious aspect of the Chinese culture since time immemorial, and he believed that this fleet would soon acquire basic navigational capabilities. As for combat prowess, William harbored little concern, given the presence of fire oil cannons. Should the need arise, he could simply ignite them. For William, this situation was indeed opportune, as establishing a foothold in Essos or engaging in trade with Bravos necessitated funds. Although the vast Dothraki Sea lacked numerous cities, its inhospitable terrain resembled a dark jungle where encounters led to conflict and swift retreats. However, the potential for getting lost existed, rendering the newfangled compass a viable commodity for trade in Essos. Such advancements would render warfare increasingly unpredictable. Nonetheless, as one adept in pioneering technologies, William's formidable army possessed a considerable advantage. This advantage laid the groundwork for their eventual triumphant victories in subsequent conflicts. Chapter 80. Encountering Marcella. Given that the fleet had only recently been assembled, William certainly could not embark upon escort missions with it. After all, It remained uncertain whether they would be safeguarding merchant vessels or vice versa. Thus, in the present circumstances, combating pirates appeared to be a prudent choice. Although this had previously been Stannis' primary endeavor, he was now destined for King's Landing to assume the throne. As for the inhabitants of Dragonstone, they continued to reside there, with only the beneficiaries of agricultural endeavors permitted to relocate their families to King's Landing. However, residing in King's Landing was not necessarily advantageous, as it had become arguably the most odious city on the continent. Yet, beneath the Emperor's feet, who truly cared? Thus, the recent decline in the population of Dragonstone has led to a surge in the audacity of nearby pirates. They not only assault the small vessels carrying refugees fleeing the battlefield to the north, but also target merchant ships. It seems even Stannis tacitly allows these pirates to attack merchant vessels laden with paper produced in the north, bound for sale in the south. Such an infringement upon my livelihood is intolerable. Consequently, William decisively commanded the newly launched battleship, the Sunfall, which had yet to prove its mettle in battle, along with the Northern Star, acquired from His Majesty, and another vessel, Terror Fortress, to sail southward to confront these marauders. Logically, deploying 3 warships against a formidable fleet of 7 or 8 pirate ships may seem ill-advised. Nevertheless, William is equipped with modern artillery, including oil cannons. Although the stored wildfire may prove somewhat unstable, it represents a grand experiment. He has mixed a little water with the wildfire in advance, uncertain of its efficacy. Should it fail, he has a backup plan, the repeating crossbow. Indeed, this is one of the many designs William has sketched, and he even returned to Castle Caho to procure it from his elder brother. Currently, the 3 warships are armed with 2 crossbows, which instill in William the confidence to confront the pirates. These crossbows can launch both longbow arrows and projectiles, enabling them to bind kindling to the arrows, ignite them, and send them forth, or directly employ projectiles to assault the enemy's deck, breaching it to strike the hull and sink their vessel. While such weaponry may prove ineffective against robust warships, even the ironclad transports, it is crucial to note that pirates are not on the same level as the Ironborn. Vikings and common scoundrels are hardly comparable. Thus, the future appears promising. If all else fails, they can always set sail and escape. As for the escort strategy, it is rather straightforward. Pirates primarily target merchant vessels rather than military ships, so William and his crew cleverly followed a merchant ship bound for Essos, flying a standard merchant flag instead of a naval ensign. Although this merchant convoy originated from King's Landing, the trade routes from Westeros to Essos are limited, allowing William to easily deduce that their destination was indeed Essos. Thus, this fleet of 3 warships quietly trailed behind the merchant vessel, awaiting the pirates to emerge for their ambush. As fate would have it, no sooner had they sailed a few nautical miles than a multitude of small boats converged upon them from all sides. Clearly, this was a premeditated assault. Otherwise, such a swift encirclement would be improbable. At least 7 or 8 small craft were involved, and while William could not ascertain the identities of those aboard, he was certain they were no friend. As they gradually approached the colossal merchant vessel, several smaller ships released a boarding ladder, and a number of sailors, clad in garb reminiscent of cutthroats, ascended towards the grand ship. Before long, the sailors aboard the merchant vessel retaliated with bows and arrows. However, the feeble projectiles could scarcely inflict harm. Setting aside the improbability of using arrows on such turbulent waters, particularly with the blustery winds, was it not a risk to miss entirely? Moreover, even if they found their mark, the swaying deck rendered any aim most unreliable. Indeed, it did not take long for these sailors to reach the deck, where they engaged in fierce combat with the merchant ship's guards. Having spent a considerable time on land, the guards found themselves in a state of disarray amidst this chaos. After all, a warship is far more precarious than stable ground. On board the ship, the knights were unable to unleash their full potential, perhaps managing only a fraction of their combat prowess. The pirates, vastly outnumbering them, likely numbered close to 100 across 7 or 8 vessels, while the guards on the merchant ship barely exceeded 30, with few possessing any maritime skills. In such a tumultuous environment, the overwhelming force of the pirates would soon seize full control of the merchant vessel. At that moment, William commanded all warships to adjust their sails, hoist the battle flags, and launch an offensive against the pirates. The flagship, the Sunset, first revealed its enormous crossbow, and William, peering through the porthole, noted that a few sailors from the enemy's vessels had yet to board the merchant ship. He promptly ordered the crossbow to target those 2 ships. A heavy bolt was released, striking the deck, though it failed to penetrate the vessel entirely. The impact jolted the pirates, with one unfortunate soul being thrown overboard. Utilized the fire oil cannons. William signaled with flags, ensuring the enemy could not decipher his commands while his own crew understood them well. After issuing orders for a continued assault, he swiftly commanded the ships to close in on the enemy vessels and attack with the side-mounted fire oil cannons. The blazing inferno quickly engulfed the adversary's ship, and William directed his soldiers to hurl torches, causing the enemy vessel to be consumed by flames. The efficacy of the fire oil cannons was evident, as within mere minutes, they had successfully dispatched one of the enemy ships. However, the crew's handling of the cannons was less than impeccable. A sailor aboard the Northwind inadvertently sprayed fire oil onto their own sails, igniting them. Had it not been for the swift actions of a hound on the Northwind, who severed the burning sail and discarded it, the ship might have faced a disastrous defeat in its inaugural battle. Subsequently, the warships deployed boarding ladders and charged onto the merchant vessel. Engaging in combat with the pirates on board, William led the charge, accompanied by a few trusted guards and Joel, making a beeline for the control room of the merchant ship. Upon opening the door to the helm, William was met with a strikingly familiar golden-haired figure. "Masila? Isn't that young lady supposed to be sent to Essos? How could she be here?" Chapter 81. Stannis' Underhanded Tactics. However, there was no time to ponder the identities of those aboard the ship, for the newly established Northern Navy was facing considerable troubles. William contemplated the effectiveness of all the oil cannons, which indeed had the potential to make an impact. The soldiers' handling of them was somewhat reasonable, and the enemy's fighting spirit was notably low. Yet, they overlooked one crucial point. Engaging in shipboard combat before the outcome was determined was ill-advised. The Northern soldiers were not adept at fighting on ships. Joel led his men in a struggle against the pirates, but their numbers were scant, with barely 40 Northern soldiers to contend with the enemy, a disparity that proved detrimental. Moreover, the merchant ship's guards did not fulfill their role as allies. Instead, they added to the chaos, as the Northern soldiers, upon boarding, seemed to have received a pardon, hastily dropping their weapons and seeking refuge in the hold. This left their comrades at a disadvantage. However, there was little room for contemplation now. The Hound was commanding the crew to continue incinerating the enemy's vessels, while William personally led the Northern soldiers, originally intended as Marines, onto the warship to engage in combat with the enemy forces. The scene quickly devolved into a brutal melee. For the first time, William found himself in such a scenario, compelled to don armor and wield his sword, dispatching 2 pirates. Yet, the other Northern soldiers, lacking sufficient armor or protection, suffered grievously. With 2 of their number struck in the ribs, lying on the ground in agony, blood pouring from their wounds, Joel single-handedly subdued 3 pirates, their armor being among the most robust of William's men, allowing him to maneuver adeptly through the fray. The pirates' curved sabers, designed for piercing armor, were no match for Joel's prowess, and he dispatched the 3 with ease. Miao and Hood did not arrive, and similarly, the crew consisted solely of Northern men, not wildlings. William had no intention of risking his specialized field troops in ship combat. This predicament spiraled into crisis, for the enemy's forces were still significantly greater, at least twice that of the Northern soldiers. William could only choose to lead by example, cleaving down 2 pirates who attempted to breach the control room, then urging the captain and the blonde girl hiding nearby to seek refuge in the hold. He then burst from the control room, entangled in battle with the pirates outside. Although the Northern soldiers were ill-suited for naval warfare, months of training had at least afforded them some steadiness on the ship, and their armor was several times more formidable than that of their adversaries. Consequently, they did not quickly succumb. Seizing the opportunity, the Hound swiftly ignited the remaining enemy vessels with oil cannons. He then led the remaining soldiers onto the deck to engage in combat with the pirates. These sailors, though unarmored, were invaluable, and William did his utmost to shield them, allowing them to unleash their ranged weaponry upon the pirates. Yet, even with this in mind, the necessity of leaving soldiers aboard the 3 warships rendered the advantage between the 2 factions aboard the merchant vessel quite stark. At this moment, William revealed his trump card. He let out a sharp whistle, summoning 2 griffins that soared from the platform prepared for them on the deck of the setting sun. The moment these majestic creatures entered the fray, they unleashed a devastating blow to the morale of the inexperienced pirates. The griffins swiftly tore apart 2 unfortunate pirates, and upon witnessing this spectacle, the remaining pirates found any notion of resistance utterly vanquished. Seizing the opportunity, William rushed forward and apprehended the pirate who appeared to be the leader, delivering 2 powerful punches that knocked out a front tooth. Before placing his blade against the pirate's throat, proclaiming to the others, "I swear by noble blood, disarm and you shall not be harmed." Upon hearing this declaration, many pirates felt a tremor of uncertainty within. Not long before, They had been simple farmers and fishermen, with plundering and murder being actions they seldom entertained. Who among them would willingly choose the life of a pirate if they could continue their existence in peace? At this juncture, several soldiers encircled them from the periphery, and the remaining sailors, emboldened by their captain, grasped their weapons and ascended to the deck. The balance of power shifted dramatically in that moment. The soldiers closed in, and the pirates, witnessing the turn of events, finally resolved to lay down their arms and cease their resistance. William dragged their leader forth and entrusted him to Joel for further handling, then hurried below deck to summon the captain, revealing his identity and assuring him that his crew was now under protection, inquiring whether there had been any issues with the cargo. The captain, though visibly astonished and clearly tense from the earlier assault, finally began to relax, wiping the sweat from his brow as he commanded the sailors to assess the cargo. Fortunately, there were no significant problems. However, the captain expressed skepticism, asking, "Are you truly the naval forces of the North?" After all, when had the North ever boasted a navy? Joel could no longer contain himself. As a native of the North, he held a deep sense of pride for his homeland. The Northern Navy has been organized for several months. This is our inaugural military operation. Our mission is to combat the pirates in these waters and successfully transport refugees to the north. Given the pirates' assaults on northern merchant ships, we were compelled to provide escort for the merchant vessels, William elucidated. As the nominal commander of the fleet and its actual overseer, William felt a sense of dissatisfaction regarding the operation, as it was evident that the northern soldiers lacked sufficient combat experience aboard the ship. After articulating these concerns, William turned his gaze back to the captain, asking, "If I am not mistaken, is this your first time aboard a ship? Otherwise, you would not be accompanied by sailors and guards so inexperienced in naval warfare." To be candid, the captain, wiping sweat from his brow, stated that we are a newly established vessel under the command of His Majesty King Stannis, tasked with escorting Princess Myrcella of the former dynasty to Braavos. After delivering this information, the captain instructed several elegantly attired individuals, who were clearly not ordinary sailors, to descend into the hold and invite Myrcella aboard. William then turned his attention to the leader among the captured pirates, questioning how he was aware of their navigational objectives. From the outset, William sensed something amiss with this ship. As a merchant vessel, its draft seemed alarmingly shallow. To his astonishment, the pirate leader proclaimed that they were dispatched by His Majesty Stannis to assassinate Princess Myrcella, and they were ordered to display the North's sigil prominently for all other ships to witness. William was struck with dread. If Myrcella were to be attacked here, would Joffrey, heading north, and Tommen, en route to the Iron Islands, also be in peril? Chapter 82. The assassination of Joffrey. A troop of knights bearing the Lannister banner was escorting a carriage, racing along the road towards the north, within which Joffrey was cursing vehemently. Behind them trailed over 100 fully armed cavalrymen, drawing their bows in an attempt to slay this procession of lions. In the face of such adversity, the former Prince Joffrey, though a royal noble, found himself in a dire predicament of being pursued. Had William been present, he could have surmised that the assailants were likely dispatched by the reigning dynasty's king. In truth, it was highly improbable that Stannis had sent them. If he were so brazen, he would have no need to exchange a warship for the art of papermaking. Analysis suggested that it may have been Davos or another confidant of Stannis issuing orders in the shadows. Regardless, the knights pursuing Joffrey were certainly under the impression that the king himself had commanded the execution of the former crown prince. On this side, William could potentially save Myrcella and ensure her safe return to the north. However, Tommen and Joffrey were left to their own devices. Meanwhile, Tommen was progressing towards the Iron Islands, yet this time he deviated from the route prescribed by Stannis, opting instead to visit Casterly Rock to see his grandfather. This decision ultimately spared him from death. Our prince, however, was not so fortunate. Given his notoriously volatile temperament, had he still held the title of crown prince, he would have had numerous guards. But the situation had changed dramatically. The current crown princess was Shireen. Therefore, Joffrey, whose temperament had always been rather unyielding, and who had seldom shown any grace, found no one willing to defend him. His grandfather's forces, having suffered the twin blows of their homeland being ravaged and a catastrophic defeat in battle, were now preoccupied with appeasing the nobility of the Westerlands. Otherwise, the Lannister family might find themselves facing dire consequences. The Old Lion harbors a deep-seated resentment towards the Iron Islands. However, the West is now confronted with pressures from the East and potential assaults from other fronts. While Tywin has officially expressed his submission, Stannis' lack of inquiry does not imply that others will remain indifferent. Several noble houses have clandestinely banded together to launch raids against the lesser nobles along the western borders. After all, During the time of the Old Lion's rule in King's Landing, little was accomplished, particularly under the leadership of Cersei, whose intellect is rather lacking. Is this the conduct of a responsible leader? In this moment of crisis, the Old Lion recalls that he is not solely blessed with one son. The imp, Tyrion, has been summoned to the Eastern Front to organize defenses. Finally, the imp has the opportunity to prove his worth to his father, who is more than willing to entrust such a weighty responsibility to him, given that he has no other capable sons at his disposal. Tyrion does not disappoint Tywin. Leveraging the low morale among the vassals and their soldiers along the western borders, he manages to thwart the frequent, small-scale raids by the noble houses. In contrast, our dear King Joffrey does not enjoy such favorable circumstances, as his grandfather is preoccupied with his own affairs. Although little action may have occurred in the Vale, Davos has arranged a route for him that traverses the Vale before proceeding through the Riverlands to reach the north. Thus, the entirety of the realm is beyond his grandfather's control. All he can do is send as many men as possible to safeguard his grandson. Upon learning of the Hound's capture by Willem, the entire Clegane family is dispatched to serve as Joffrey's entourage. However, aside from the Hound and the Mountain, the Cleganes possess very few capable knights, with their entire estate comprising fewer than 20 knights and over 100 infantry, alongside all their womenfolk and portable wealth. Consequently, they encounter a surprise attack in the south. Just after departing the Vale and entering the Riverlands, they are ambushed. This is not surprising. During peacetime, the Riverlands often face oppression from the west, while also absorbing a significant number of its exiled populace. Additionally, there was a prior incident where the Mountain led a raid against the Riverland nobles. The people of the Riverlands have ample justification to obstruct this army, as Tyrion is hardly regarded as a benefactor in their eyes. Moreover, the Old Lion acts not in the name of a dynasty, but rather as an individual, a personal vendetta. Now, having suffered defeat, the Old Lion is both humiliated and financially depleted. How could I possibly let this pass? Thus, spontaneous retaliatory actions organized by the populace are commonplace, not to mention that the Onion Knight has dispatched assassins along the route to carry out targeted killings. While the Onion Knight may not possess overwhelming military might or a storied lineage, he is a man of the streets, making such acts of black-on-black violence or robbery quite easily orchestrated. Upon exiting the valley, the Cragen family found themselves relentlessly journeying towards the Neck, having suffered the loss of all their infantry and abandoned their womenfolk, leaving only a scant 20 knights to escort Joffrey. It was a dire moment for the leading knight, who realized they had been cornered. There were pursuers ahead as well. The riders sent by House Fry were not there to plunder. Rather, a multitude of attackers trailing behind had incited disquiet among the local lords. As the most powerful lord in the area, the Freys had no choice but to dispatch their forces to stabilize the situation and repel the assailants. The interception of Joffrey was entirely fortuitous. Upon recognizing the banners raised by the approaching figures, the leading knight felt a wave of relief. After all, the king was aboard their carriage. Surely, they would afford him some respect. Leading over 100 cavalry and more than 200 infantry was one of old Walder Frey's sons, who first used arrows to fend off the attackers before allowing Joffrey's party to pass. Thus, young Joffrey was temporarily safe, successfully reaching the Fry encampment. At that moment, old Walder was perusing a letter from the Knight of Onions. Were we being asked to assist in the ambush of Joffrey's convoy? Walder Fry and his eldest son were in the bedroom, examining the missive. I recall we did send someone, murmured old Walder, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Undoubtedly, we ought to align ourselves with the Iron Throne, as our Lord has sworn fealty to it. Chapter 83. The Bedroom Conference. Joffrey is dead. His head is to be sent to the north. The Fry cavalry failed to thwart the attackers. They arrived too late, discovering that Joffrey's last knight had already been slain. So old Walder asserted. William, as the Lord of Terror Castle, attended a meeting convened by Eddard in Winterfell. Representing their family was not their father, but the elder brother, Harrion. After exchanging pleasantries, William presented a splendid banner of House Stark to Harrion. The elder brother was to marry Janie Manderly, the daughter of the Lord of White Harbor. This match was orchestrated by Eddard, and for House Stark, the intermarriage between two steadfast factions within their ranks bore significant implications for consolidating their influence in the north, as well as fostering cooperation among all lords in the region. Furthermore, the formidable Terror Castle, currently held by House Stark, lay between the two cities. For the Starks, tightening the bond between these two families was wholly advantageous. The loyalty of House Manderly to House Stark was indisputable, as they were indeed kin, sharing both triumph and loss. In the original narrative, had it not been for Robb's audacious maneuver that resulted in the beheading of old Rickard, the Northern army might very well have emerged victorious. The Manderley family has consistently stood by the Stark family, even when the Starks faced near annihilation. In the battle to reclaim Winterfell, they remained loyal. Despite the warnings from the Boltons, the union between these two houses proved advantageous for the Starks. Their wedding was scheduled to take place in 2 months, and it was certain that William would make a personal visit. He intended to present an exquisite engagement gift. Thus, he devoted his efforts to weaving a splendid banner for House Stark with the silk and gold thread he had saved. After all, in William's generation, they still identified as Starks. Certainly, William did not arrive alone. He was accompanied by Miao and the little princess, who came to bid farewell to her brother for the last time. Joffrey, after all, had come, albeit in a mere semblance of life. Gazing at her brother's bloodied head lying quietly in a wooden box, the little princess wept for an extended period. However, William's visit was not merely to allow her a final goodbye. He had serious matters to attend to. After the evening feast, William, along with Harrion, the eldest son of House Manderley, Robb Stark, Eddard Stark, and Jon Amber, gathered in Eddard's private chamber. "My lord, this does not seem to be the king's doing," stated Carol Manderley. The prince had been ambushed within the Riverlands, yet the king's forces had not mobilized on a large scale, nor had the nobles of the Riverlands shown signs of mass troop movements. According to Lord Frey's investigative report, it did not appear to be the work of regular troops. His Majesty has no reason to act in such a manner, as it would only lead to considerable public embarrassment, William remarked. Now that the young prince and the former queen have lost their ability to stir the pot, they no longer pose a threat to the legitimacy of the current ruler of the Iron Throne. There is no need to trouble a widow and her orphans. Then who is responsible? Eddard inquired. While the king had no motive, it did not imply that his subordinates lacked reason. If I am not mistaken, Lord Davos, Lord Purys, along with the current queen and Prince Dorne, are all possible culprits, considering our young prince is not exactly the archetype of a virtuous man. Now that Princess Myrcella and Prince Joffrey had both been attacked, it was likely that Prince Tommen faced grave peril. Regardless, Joffrey and Sansa were betrothed, Robb stated. Eddard nodded in agreement. After all, Joffrey was the nominal son of his dear brother, and striking against orphans and widows contradicted the chivalric code. The second prince was currently en route to the Iron Islands, traveling through the Westerlands, a relatively safe passage. The Lannisters had ships that could directly transport the young lad to the Iron Islands. However, once he arrived on the island, Balon might demand his blood as tribute. "My lord, are you suggesting that Harrion and William exchanged glances, and that Eddard would not allow such unethical occurrences to persist? How many ships can the North currently mobilize?" Eddard directly turned to William, for he was aware that the formidable fortress was currently engaged in naval endeavors. The others also directed their gazes toward William, as he possessed the sole maritime operational forces available in the North. William straightened his posture, stating, "In the mission to rescue the young princess, we have deployed 3 warships. At present, it appears our naval forces require initial coordination. However, they should be competent against ordinary pirates. If you were to navigate the warships to the Iron Islands, how many days would that require?" William pondered for a moment. "If we minimize supplies to enhance speed, and with favorable winds, it would still take at least 2 months. Tywin can intercept for a maximum of 15 days. Can we expedite this?" "My lord, that is impossible. For there is no direct maritime route between the North and the Iron Islands. We can only opt to circumvent most of Westeros. Is there any feasible solution? Who doesn't know you possess a plethora of cunning ideas? Hurry and devise a plan." William contemplated and proposed a viable strategy. "My lord, you could contact Bear Island." "Does Bear Island have sailors?" "My lord, let us consider an alternative approach. There is no necessity for us to sail to rescue the second prince. We merely need to ensure his safe passage to the Iron Islands, and whether we use ships is entirely irrelevant." All present turned their attention to William. "The griffins can soar nearly 700 miles in a single day. We are uncertain whether those who conspired against the young prince have established an alliance with the Riverlands. Therefore, we must avoid any action south of the neck. However, under these circumstances, reaching the potential combat zone swiftly is challenging. My suggestion is to inform Duke Tywin, allowing the second prince's fleet to set sail from Fairy Island. We can board ships from Bear Island to the Northern Iron Islands. The distance between Fairy Island and the Iron Islands is approximately 600 miles. I can escort several elite soldiers on griffins, armed with crossbows to protect the second prince from the air. Should the enemy choose to engage in naval combat, we can utilize the griffins for skirmishing, and we can also carry fire oil cannons, enabling us to ignite their vessels." Indeed, William had few effective solutions, thus resorting to aerial support. For a moment, the atmosphere remained tense. as the concept of aerial support had been tested during the reign of House Targaryen when dragons soared the skies. The feasibility was beyond doubt. However, griffins are not dragons. They are significantly weaker. While humans may not necessarily slay dragons with arrows, they can undoubtedly bring down griffins. Moreover, the primary charge of the fire oil cannon consists of wildfire, an extremely unstable substance. Should it be transported, the risk of explosion is considerable. Additionally, the three-headed griffin can carry a maximum of 15 soldiers. In such circumstances, even the most elite of troops would prove inadequate. Should the adversary deploy forces to intercept, at least 100 personnel would be required. Eddard observed William, knowing that this individual would not make such a decision without a measure of certainty. Let it be as you say. I shall write to Count Mormont and Duke Tywin, ensuring the safe escort of the second prince to the Iron Islands. Chapter 84. Acting according to plan without hesitation, that very evening, William and his company departed from Winterfell. Following this, Eddard penned a letter and had a maester prepare a raven to send to Casterly Rock under the cover of night. The next day, William and his companions mounted their griffins and swiftly made their way to River Run, where they replenished their supplies before continuing to Fair Isle. It was widely understood that Tywin could not afford to intercept them for long, given that the Westerlands had emerged as the vanquished in the war, suffering both disgrace and financial loss. In the face of the Iron Islands, their confidence was notably diminished. Furthermore, relations between the Iron Throne and the Westerlands were strained. One could never be certain when allegiances might shift. Many lords remained in a state of watchful hesitation. While the loyalists of House Lannister had suffered considerable setbacks in the conflict, rendering them unable to muster additional forces. In this precarious situation, there were limited options. They could only maintain their military strength and concentrate their primary defenses at Casterly Rock and Lannisport. Although the Old Lion had exhausted all the gold mines under his control, Casterly Rock still boasted a vast reserve of gold, stored deep within its towers, untouched during the Ironmen's pillaging. Simultaneously, the Westerlands could procure ample supplies from Essos and other regions, stockpiled within the castle, capable of withstanding a siege. Presently, both House Lannister and Casterly Rock were primarily in a defensive posture, having lost their capacity for offense. This was equally true for Jaime, stationed at the forefront of the conflict. In recent days, the Westerlands had not only faced incursions from the River Lords, but also frequent raids by the Iron Men. Tyrion found himself overwhelmed. Thus the two brothers divided their responsibilities, one overseeing the northwest, the other the northeast, coordinating the defenses of both regions. Fair Isle fell under Jaime's command, primarily tasked with countering the southern fleet from the Iron Islands to prevent a direct assault on the heavily damaged Lannisport. To the west, a defensive line was established centered around Pig's Foot and Stone Mill, leveraging the Green Fork River for depth in their defenses, which barely managed to stave off the bandits and soldiers advancing from the Riverlands. The Westerlands found themselves in a dire predicament. Had not the neighboring Tyrells been in an even more precarious situation, the Old Lion might have considered taking a fatal plunge into the sea. After a band of knights successfully escorted Tommen to Casterly Rock, the Old Lion failed to prepare provisions for him. Given the current manpower shortage in the Westerlands, it was unreasonable to allocate resources to escort his grandson to the Iron Islands. Frankly, it seemed akin to sending a meat bun to a dog with no hope of return. He harbored no expectations that those Ironborn would relinquish any of his elite forces. Subsequently, Joffrey met a grim fate, leaving Tywin in utter shock. He never anticipated Stannis would stoop so low, yet he dared not question him directly. If the situation escalated, it could potentially expose Cersei and Jaime's incestuous relationship, leading to catastrophic consequences. Thus, he was left to anxiously await developments. Since the Ironborn's attack, merchant ships had become a rare sight in the ports. Even Essos was aware of the turmoil in Westeros, deterring other vessels from venturing forth. The primary shipping force of House Tyrell found their ships unable to set sail, effectively blockaded by a coalition of Ironborn and Dorne. Had it not been for the lack of a naval presence on the borders, the fleet from the Arbor might have found themselves overwhelmed. Even so, the Arbor fleet suffered significant losses, as Ironborn ships were ideally suited for boarding actions, while Dorne, known for its cautious nature, had procured formidable warships from Essos, manned by their powerful Dornish soldiers, creating a serious headache for their adversaries. Should Dornish vessels manage to ensnare Tyrell ships, the Ironborn would capitalize on the opportunity to execute devastating boardings. Now, with their backs against each other, the two houses became the only unlikely allies in this tumultuous period. However, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of House Tyrell suddenly betraying the remaining two houses, rushing to the Iron Throne to offer their fealty. Consequently, the old lion hesitated to deploy all his forces to the front lines. Otherwise, he would lack the means to intimidate the Tyrells. Should they decide to ally with the enemy, his position would become perilous. To the east, he would only contend with attacks from two fronts, and he trusted Stannis would not pursue a campaign of total annihilation. However, his circumstances were vastly different before Stannis even arrived. He risked being torn apart by the remaining three houses. After all, everyone sought a share of the spoils. House Tyrell had already sacrificed much in this war, while the Riverlands had long been accustomed to bullying from the Westerlands. As for the Ironborn, they had never shown mercy to the mainland's nobility, especially now that they possessed both the upper hand in public sentiment and military strength. In light of these dire circumstances, Tommen could only embark on a merchant ship to Pike with 3 attendants. Alas, our young Tommen had scarcely departed from the city of Bravos and had not yet traveled 100 nautical miles when he fell victim to an ambush. Indeed, 5 ships lined up in formation, manned by pirates clad in coarse linen, speaking with a thick Riverlands accent. Clearly, they were the unfortunate souls driven to the sea by their own mothers. After all, it is well known that Cersei commanded the mountain to wreak havoc along the borders of the Riverlands, committing acts of murder and pillage. Most of these commoners were driven to piracy only after witnessing the slaughter of their families. Thus, when contacted by the Onion Knight, the pirates were filled with an overwhelming desire for vengeance, fueled by deep-seated animosities and bloody enmities. How could they be spared? However, these pirates were indeed novices in the art of piracy. The seas of the western edge of Westeros were devoid of distinguished pirates, with the most formidable being the Ironborn, whose strength left little room for the lesser pirates to thrive. Yet, with the Ironborn preoccupied with the Old Lion and House Tyrell, this presented an opportunity for the pirates to take advantage of the situation. Unfortunately for Tommen, he fell victim to a strategic trap. Surrounded by 5 or 6 vessels employing tactics remarkably akin to those of the Ironborn's fleet, the Ironborn undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of piracy in this era, employing a method of encirclement that differed from the traditional net-like approach, instead resembling that of sea wolves circling their prey, poised to strike. The battle held little suspense. Merchant ships from Ferry Castle typically paid a toll to Pike to avoid being plundered by the Ironborn. However, these were not Ironborn. Moreover, the common folk of the Riverlands harbored profound grievances against House Lannister, steeped in blood. Thus, escape was not an option. The merchant vessels from Ferry Castle were unarmed, manned by only the most basic crew, who were ill-equipped for confrontation, effectively rendering them as lambs to the slaughter. The pirates effortlessly boarded the merchant ships, and Tommen's 3 attendants stood no chance against the nearly 70 pirates on the 5 or 6 vessels. Soon, all 3 attendants were slain, and the pirate leader approached Tommen with a menacing grin, raising his curved blade, poised to strike. At that moment, a crossbow bolt flew from behind, piercing through the leader's chest and pinning him to the deck. William, leading 15 soldiers atop a griffin, arrived on the battlefield. Although their numbers were clearly insufficient, their goal was merely to intimidate, as Rickard and his men vehemently opposed equipping the griffin with fire oil cannons. William resorted to an alternative strategy, arming all soldiers with 2-hand crossbows, launching low-flying attacks directly at the deck. While this tactic appeared promising, in reality, to mitigate the effects of airflow and ensure a successful ascent, the griffin could not approach the deck closely. This meant that all arrows would lack precision, resulting in indiscriminate fire. Nevertheless, William, having studied linear planning and projectile motion, managed to hit his targets, while the accuracy of the other soldiers relied entirely on chance. However, this contraption was merely a backdrop. The true force lay with the griffins. They soared through the low skies, accompanied by an aura of terror and the powerful sound of their muscular wings slicing through the air. The unworldly pirates, composed of commoners from the Hudgian plains, were utterly ill-equipped to withstand such an onslaught. Consequently, the pirates hastily discarded their weapons and scrambled across the deck in search of refuge, while William and his companions found themselves powerless. After all, should they descend into the fray, the odds of 15 against 70 were overwhelmingly bleak. Thus, they could only fly low overhead, attempting to intimidate their adversaries. If this tactic failed, William would have no choice but to watch the second prince meet his demise. Fortunately, the commoners had never encountered griffins before. Otherwise, Tommen would have found himself in dire straits. As for leaping from the griffin, William scarcely entertained the thought, having initially overestimated the creature's carrying capacity. With 5 armored soldiers aboard, the griffin could scarcely take flight. Therefore, they relied on low-altitude flying and crossbow fire to instill fear in the pirates. with only 15 soldiers, including William, possessing a lamentably low rate of armor. Engaging in close combat would only lead to delivering sheep to the wolves. From the outset, Ed's orders had been to act according to circumstances, save those they could, but not to force the issue, for, strictly speaking, they had already exercised considerable mercy. He could not allow his subordinates to fall victim to this predicament. Ultimately, this strategy succeeded in driving the pirates away, allowing the merchant ship to safely enter Pike City. William and his comrades then took their leave, unaware of the unfolding events that followed. Baron, accompanied by his second and third brothers and his daughter, emerged to greet His Highness the Second Prince. After all, he was a prince of the former dynasty, and Baron had previously failed in rebellion, losing all his sons in the process. Thus, it was essential to demonstrate a modicum of respect towards the second prince in the presence of the fairy city. Otherwise, should this matter reach Stannis, it would spell significant trouble. At this moment, Baron remained oblivious to the fates of Joffrey and Myrcella. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have withheld his respect. Tommen was assigned to a tall, sturdy tower in Pike City on his first day. Though he was regarded as the second son, few actually viewed him in that light. For although his father had perished, his uncle still remained. That evening, the old man received a letter from the Onion Knight, which included a severed finger belonging to Joffrey. Upon opening the missive, a blood-stained finger fell out, and Baron scrutinized it closely. It was indeed the finger of a youth, showing scarcely any calluses from wielding a sword. Thus, it could only belong to Joffrey. After all, in that era, the distinction between the fingers of boys and girls was quite apparent. And aristocratic boys typically engaged in swordplay, except for Joffrey, who was famously known throughout King's Landing, nay, all of Westeros, as nothing more than a flowery pillow stuffed with straw. At this age, with delicate skin on his hands and devoid of calluses, it could only be him. Consequently, Balon swiftly altered his demeanor towards Tommen. The letter conveyed that if Balon were to eliminate Tommen, he would successfully engage in a decisive confrontation with Tywin in the Westerlands, with assurances that the Riverlands, King's Landing, and the Vale would endeavor to alleviate the pressures he faced. Should he triumph over the Old Lion, all the territories seized by the Ironborn would rightfully belong to them. The previous encounter with the Rose family had resulted in significant losses for the Ironborn due to an unprovoked ambush, rendering it far from a flawless raid. Hence, a prevailing sense of frustration lingered throughout the Iron Islands. If the letter's assertions held true, then by merely dispatching Tommen, he could seize a portion of land in the Westerlands, with the support from King's Landing, the Riverlands, and the Vale to restrain the Old Lioness forces. Balon believed victory was inevitable. Thus, for the young prince, it was akin to emerging from the wolf's den only to fall into the jaws of a tiger. William, too, had not anticipated that this method could be employed consecutively. When his maritime ambush failed, he resorted to bribing the Iron Islands to deliver Tommen directly to him. The Onion Knight, with his origins steeped in the underworld, had truly embodied ruthlessness to its fullest extent, a method William had never considered. Initially, he believed that sending Tommen to his destination would conclude the affair, only to discover upon his return home that Tommen had immediately found himself in peril. Almost as soon as William returned to the north, news arrived that Tommen had been slain by the Iron Islands, just 3 nights after reaching their shores. Chapter 86. Resurgence of turmoil in the south. Tommen was dead, dispatched by Balon's orders, occurring merely 3 nights after his arrival at the Iron Islands. William had scarcely returned home when he received this shocking news, not from Winterfell, but through a raven from the Iron Islands announcing the death of the second prince. With the severed head sent back to King's Landing at once, the efficiency was nothing short of astonishing. Had it not been for the Iron Islands, William would have been the first to doubt this claim. Soon after, he received a signal from Winterfell requesting him to muster his forces. This signal was particularly intriguing. Under normal circumstances, if it were a private gathering, Eddard would not summon his subordinates to bring troops. After dispatching ravens to his future sister-in-law's family and his own home, William confirmed that he was not the only one to receive such a summons. The 3 families convened and decided to gather forces. William promptly prepared the transport ships. Once the armies of both families were assembled, they would set sail for Winterfell. Additionally, William took the opportunity to tidy up the Great Hall of Castle Terror, suspecting that his brother might be inclined to wed there. Thus, preparations for all communication tools were underway, and he requested that the merchant caravans deliver any exquisite silks they could procure, ready to purchase them at a fair price. William, while allowing Hood to assemble the troops, directly boarded a griffin to fly to Winterfell. Upon receiving the message, William was not taken aback. He had long anticipated that, should such an event occur, Winterfell would undoubtedly inquire about the situation. In such circumstances, it was customary for him to provide an explanation to his former superior. However, the term lead troops was particularly nuanced. William possessed a clear understanding of his old superior. If feasible, he intended not to maintain an army, but rather to redirect these laborers towards agriculture, thereby sustaining more lives. The mobilization of troops, especially in a region like the North, was never a matter to be taken lightly. Moreover, it was not only his household that had received the message, several others had also requested troop deployments, which presented a significant issue. The entire North was experiencing a population surge due to the development of trade routes and a mass exodus of refugees from the south. Just days prior, Eddard had inquired if William had any strategies to increase grain production. Under these circumstances, the military forces that the prominent noble families in the north could muster approached 10,000. Strictly speaking, the forces that could be dispatched from Winterfell had already exceeded that number because most of the fleeing refugees had traversed through White Harbor, which had a direct road leading to Winterfell. This meant that many refugees had successfully entered Stark territory, while only a few had been intercepted by William from the sea. The Stark family had also declared that they would no longer accept southern refugees, but would instead redirect these displaced individuals to other major northern cities. It was evident that the North was indeed overburdened. In light of this, the continued demands for troop mobilization from several major noble families suggested that something substantial was at stake. William had no intention of participating in the southern conflict in his forthcoming plans. He understood all too well that once entangled, it would be akin to stepping into a quagmire from which escape would be arduous. The chaos in the south had rendered the minds of its combatants nearly deranged. Any hasty military action could lead to significant complications. Simultaneously, the reconstruction of Terror Fortress and the extensive commercial development required a steady workforce, compelling William to consult his old superior to ascertain the situation and gain some clarity. The griffin swiftly approached the towers of Winterfell, where William landed it upon the battlements before hastily making his way to the central hall of Winterfell. Lord Holland Reed of White Harbor was already present. He and Eddard shared a long-standing friendship, having ventured together to the dawn of the Crimson Sword, where Holland had assisted Eddard in a surprise attack on Arthur Dane, resulting in Dane's demise. Their camaraderie could be described as exceedingly close, perhaps even surpassing that of Eddard and Robert. Lord Holland Reed, Lord Eddard. As a junior member, William felt it necessary to show due respect to his two elder brothers. He bowed earnestly and then quietly exited the conference room, allowing them to converse freely while he sought out Robb and Theon for some lighthearted conversation. It was unclear what they were deliberating, but their discussions stretched well into the evening without resolution. Consequently, William had no choice but to remain there for the night. Such trivial matters did not warrant the dispatch of a raven from Winterfell. After all, he had previously spent nights away while hunting, and he trusted that those in the north would understand. Later that night, William finally received the opportunity to meet with the two prominent figures. Eddard had summoned him to the conference room, and upon entering, he found Holland Reed still present. "My lord, may I inquire about the situation regarding the forthcoming military campaign?" William asked respectfully after bowing. He was perplexed as to why Eddard wished to intervene in the southern conflict. For the men of the north, merely surviving the winter was a formidable challenge. How could they possibly muster the luxury of sending troops southward? Eddard, anticipating William's inquiry, had indeed been engaged in discussions with Holland Reed primarily concerning this matter. A map of the Seven Kingdoms lay spread across the conference table, a remarkable representation for the era, signifying the uniqueness of its quality in the north. If we are to advance southward, we must traverse the neck. The Tully family has already declared their support for the Iron Throne and is currently mobilizing forces towards the Westerlands. Our campaign will represent the Iron Throne's interests. Yet it is imperative that we exert control over the territories of the Westerlands to ensure we possess a voice in the distribution process, thus safeguarding the integrity of the Westerlands lands. Upon hearing this, William's eyes widened in astonishment. After all this, it seemed they were fighting on behalf of others. He could hardly comprehend why, under these circumstances, they wouldn't ally with other nations to carve up the Westerlands. It was evident to any observer that Stannis was genuinely enraged. Even the Iron Islands' ruthless marauders had been swayed by him, indicating that the stakes in this conflict were undeniably significant. In such a scenario, to seize from those rabid dogs only to return the spoils afterward felt like a futile sacrifice for the northern men. William could not fathom why they would engage in such an endeavor. Why not simply act independently, sparing others from sharing in the losses? The strongest and most capable of the refugees had already been absorbed by Winterfell. Given the current strength, could they not muster 1,000 or so men without issue? Was that not sufficient for their endeavors? To preserve the Westerlands as much as possible is, for us, the most advantageous course of action, Holland Reed spoke languidly. The power of King's Landing has swollen tremendously, possessing the entirety of Dragonstone, as well as the strength of the Lords of the Narrow Sea. Simultaneously, it has claimed half of the Stormlands and is participating in the division of the Riverlands. The Iron Islands have also joined the fray. Apart from us and the Vale, the other lords are embroiled in relentless conflict. In the aftermath of their defeats, the Tyrell and Lannister families face either annihilation or territorial diminishment, while the strength of several other houses has increased, thereby disrupting the balance of power. Consequently, the situation for the North and the Vale has become exceedingly precarious. William pondered for a moment before addressing Holland Reed. My lord, the Vale has indeed entered the conflict. I have seen the banners of the Vale Knights in the Riverlands. Thus, the current circumstances compel the North to join the battle. Even if no tangible territorial gains can be secured, it is imperative to recruit a cadre of talent. Otherwise, the North will suffer unduly. It is crucial to impede the adversary from successfully partitioning the West, for if the Iron Islands were to secure a foothold on the mainland, they would likely not be foolish enough to continue expanding southward, but would instead consolidate their forces to the north. Therefore, preserving Tywin's strength becomes the next course of action. A swift message must be dispatched to King's Landing, indicating our consent to engage in combat. With this maneuver, Stannis shall have no reservations. Although a formal declaration of war against the West has yet to be made, this is merely due to the North and the Vale's ambiguous stance. The combined might of these two houses is sufficient to alter the tide of war. However, with the Vale now committed and the North expressing allegiance to the Iron Throne, there remains little room for hesitation. In the realm of power struggles, the vanquished invariably lose something of great value, perhaps even their lives, while the victors demand recompense. Mere accolades within the court will hardly satisfy the ambitions of the nobles. Thus, it is inevitable that the vanquished must pay a bloody price. The Iron Throne will undoubtedly reward its loyal subjects with lands, and other factions will also require vast territories to honor those steadfast in their support of the crown. Moreover, the three northern kingdoms, which abstained from the war, merit recognition, while the Iron Islands, having struck at the heart of the enemy, should also receive due reward for unsettling their morale. Thus, a world wounded in the West comes to fruition. Consequently, William arose early the next morning, swiftly prepared his gear, and returned to Castle Terror, ready for battle. This expedition would see William take 2,000 of the 3,400 standing troops, while the remaining 1,000, led by Hood, would maintain public order and assimilate more populace, ensuring the stability of the refugee zones and guarding against the Wildlings' advance. As for the additional 2,000 standing troops and the newly formed navy, aside from a portion continuing their training and constructing new vessels, the remainder would join the fray, along with nearly 500 Wildling troops, all to be assembled for an offensive to the south. As the primary objective of the offensive lies within the west, it is imperative that all fleets set sail immediately. Thus, shortly after the arrival of the main army, the fleets can successfully reach the west, enabling them to resupply in the Riverlands and subsequently engage in the forthcoming battles. The situation is urgent. Aside from the transport vessels, all combat ships and auxiliary supply ships have been fully prepared. On the same day William returned to the Terror Fortress, all warships had already replenished their cargo and were ready to depart. The Terror Fortress has also mobilized a significant portion of its forces, with over 5,000 soldiers, including naval and wildling troops, now reduced to just over 3,000. From Caho City, an additional contingent of over 1,500 troops has arrived, while White Harbor has deployed nearly 2,500 soldiers. Hoothfire Fortress contributes just over 1,500 men, and Winterfell sends more than 3,000. The smaller lords have collectively mustered over 15,000 troops. The scale of this army is indeed substantial, with the total strength approaching 30,000. Previously, such a large mobilization in the north would have been unthinkable, but the ongoing chaos in the south has led to a significant influx of refugees heading north, thus providing the north with a plentiful and high-quality supply of soldiers, enabling the assembly of such a formidable force. The food supplies required for the army occupy a considerable area, all of which are provided by the forces of King's Landing. The transport vessels are entirely the responsibility of William's fleet. After all, having supplied the provisions, it seems unreasonable to expect them to continue offering transport. Consequently, nearly a year after William's journey south and then back north, war has once again erupted, almost on the very day the North declared its readiness for battle. King's Landing issued an edict to subdue the west. The Iron Islands, Riverlands, and Vale responded almost simultaneously, while Stormlands expressed dissent. The Tyrell family also voiced their opposition. Yet the Hightower family of Old Town declared their support and dispatched troops to attack Highgarden on the same day. Dorne and the Borderlands also expressed their support, followed by the Tyrells opposing the West, while simultaneously preparing for war. Tywin employed his gold to hire a multitude of Essos pirates, launching attacks on King's Landing and the Vale from the southeast on the very day the Iron Islands declared war. Simultaneously, he transported mercenaries and ships back to the west to bolster their resistance. The Iron Islands have mobilized over 10,000 troops, while the Riverlands have gathered 20,000, and the Vale has mustered over 15,000. King's Landing has ventured to field an astonishing force of nearly 25,000, combined with over 27,000 from the north, resulting in a total military strength exceeding that of the War of the Ninepenny Kings, reaching an astounding figure close to 100,000. In response, the West has fully mobilized, initially raising nearly 60,000 troops, and subsequently recruiting mercenaries at an alarming rate, amassing close to 20,000, bringing their total to nearly 80,000. The impending war is destined to be fierce, accompanied by a significant toll of casualties. Almost immediately upon the declaration of hostilities, countless civilians began to pack their belongings, intending to seek refuge in other nations, with the North being the most favored option, as it lies farthest from the battlefield. Were it not for the instability across the Stormlands, Stannis could have mobilized nearly 30,000 troops, for King's Landing is a city with a population exceeding several hundred thousand, surpassing the combined populations of White Harbor, the terrifying castle of Corn, Winterfell, and Deepwood Motte. Chapter 88. The Battle of Riverrun. 1. Following the declaration of war, the Old Lion finally shattered the last vestiges of hope, swiftly proclaiming the Westerlands to be in a state of full mobilization. Within 2 days, an army of nearly 40,000 was assembled to launch a direct assault on Riverrun. Tywin's ruthlessness and decisiveness exceeded all expectations. Who would dare believe that the Westerlands still possessed such formidable mobilization efficiency? After sustaining losses of nearly 10,000 combat troops and enduring relentless harassment from both sides, the fact that they could still muster an army of nearly 40,000 was astonishing. The Iron Islands promptly directed their forces towards Fair Isle, intending to use it as a springboard to seize Lannisport, which they envisioned as their new capital. Although the Iron Islands are rich in iron and salt mines, they remain impoverished and can scarcely sustain a large population. In the previous engagement, they had lost over 1,000 men, leaving only 9,000. Now, even with Balon's utmost efforts, he could muster no more than a little over 10,000. Upon arriving at Fair Isle, they were met with utter bewilderment. The once bustling trade port was now sealed off by a massive iron net. The shallow waters, conducive for troop landings, had been fortified with small bastions, transforming the entire isle into a formidable stronghold, adorned with diverse banners indicating the presence of mercenaries from Essos. Balon, leading his troops, found himself at a loss against such a fortified position. Their forces were unable to land on the cliffs, forcing them to attempt a direct assault on the shallows. However, the notion of a straightforward attack proved illusory. As the Iron Fleet approached, they were bombarded by a battery of catapults stationed on the island. The first wave of ships had not even reached the shore before suffering the loss of 7 vessels, with a total of 140 Ironborn meeting their demise in the sea before setting foot on land. With no viable strategy, they were left in a stalemate. Meanwhile, to the south, familiar sails appeared on the horizon, those of House Tyrell. They had abandoned their blockade of Dorne and instead led a significant fleet northward to assist the Westerlands. Undoubtedly, this assault would culminate in failure. Balon found himself powerless. The Iron Fleet could not withstand the might of Fair Isle, which stood like an unsinkable aircraft carrier in the path of their advance. The fleet from Dragonstone was not intimidated by the Iron Fleet. Would they dare to test their resolve? In this predicament, the only viable option is to retreat and await the emergence of the battlefield on land, seizing the initiative before recalling the mercenaries from this side, which would render a renewed offensive possible. However, the army of King's Landing barely set foot beyond the border when it was ambushed by the mercenaries led by Tyrion. Confronted by the mere 12-foot-tall half-man, Stannis' formidable forces found themselves utterly incapable of breaching his fortified defenses. Naturally, the troops of the Vale were hesitant to act recklessly. Considering that Riverrun was not far from the Bloodgate of the Vale, should reinforcements arrive only to be ambushed in return, it would be quite embarrassing. The nobility of the Reach could only engage in minor skirmishes, for they stood no chance against the armies of the Westerlands in a grand battle. Tywin's forces swept through with relentless ferocity, pillaging countless civilians to serve as fodder for their siege. A contingent of over 40,000 soldiers surged towards Riverrun. Currently, the only individual capable of commanding troops within Riverrun is the old Duke's son, Edmure Tully, who leads an army nearing 20,000. He believes he can hold his ground, especially since his brother-in-law, Ed, has already descended from the north, and his sister's knights from the Vale are en route. If he can maintain a defense or even inflict a slight defeat on the enemy in open battle, this conflict could transform into a scenario where the old lion strays into the wolf's den. William cannot help but lament the naivety of his brother-in-law. Does he not comprehend his own limitations? Tywin, really, is he someone you can afford to offend? Leaving aside other considerations, William is confident that he, alongside his family, would stand no chance against Tywin's equal forces. The only individuals in the Seven Kingdoms capable of contending with the Old Lion are Ed, Robb, the Red Viper Oberyn, and Stannis himself. The crux of the matter is that at present, these two are aligned with him, while another is engaged in a desperate struggle with the Tyrells despite being outnumbered. Indeed, although the Tyrell family has suffered the loss of nearly 30,000 during the war and has around 13 territories in a state of rebellion, the critical factor remains that the people of the Reach are numerous and affluent. After extensive conscription, they have managed to muster an army of 70,000. The Hightower family has only managed to rally just over 10,000, and even with the forces from Dorne and the borders, they barely reach 60,000. They must contend with the occasional raids launched by the Stormlands, while Stannis' troops have hastily advanced towards the Westerlands, leaving only about 10,000 forces in the local area. This number is roughly on par with the over 10,000 commanded by Lancel, but the key issue is that while Lancel may be a mere pawn, Tywin has dispatched Kevan to the fray. Thus, despite their numerical disadvantage, they not only managed to retain a portion of Stannis' forces, but also successfully maneuvered to dispatch troops southward, occasionally harassing Dorne. At this moment, beneath the walls of Riverrun, 20-year-old Edmure leads his over 20,000 soldiers, boldly opting to engage Tywin's forces in open battle, which are twice his number. It is truly astonishing. What misguided reasoning has led him to misjudge his own capabilities? Does he truly believe he can match Tywin in combat? In the face of overwhelming odds, with the opposing force double in number, one cannot help but ponder the futility of victory. How could one possibly triumph? Even William is on the brink of despair, questioning the reliability of his companions. Stannis finds himself at a loss against the impenetrable defenses, for Tyrion, well-versed in the teachings of Tywin, skillfully maintains a strategic stalemate. Moreover, he has ingeniously positioned his stronghold between two castles, excavating a massive pit and heaping the earth in the center, thereby creating a formidable elevation. The soldiers are arrayed between the two fortifications and the high ground, surrounded by barriers and spikes, with numerous pitfalls interspersed, providing pathways for movement. Behind them lies an array of catapults, making any assault a daunting endeavor. Indeed, this is the singular strategy conceived by Tyrion. Direct confrontation is futile, as it would merely lead to needless casualties. Thus, in such dire circumstances, he opts to establish a fortified encampment, ensnaring the enemy in a prolonged engagement. Stannis seeks to maneuver around, yet finds himself thwarted. Any attempt to flank would expose his vulnerabilities, allowing the two castles to unleash their forces upon him. Retreat is equally perilous, as the enemy would likely pursue relentlessly. Confronted with this tactical conundrum, Stannis is rendered impotent, unable to strike, while simultaneously trapped, forced to sacrifice his soldiers to this insatiable void. Chapter 89. The Battle of Riverrun, Part 2. Amundsen, mounted upon his noble steed, stands resolute at the forefront of military command, flanked by his uncle Brynden, an esteemed warrior who once shone brightly in the Battle of the Nine Peaks. However, as the second son, he is barred from inheriting Riverrun. Little did they know, the Duke's two daughters are relatively compliant, while this son is of a caliber akin to Lancel, the critical difference being that Lancel possesses the awareness of his limitations and refrains from overextending himself, whereas Amundsen remains blissfully unaware. Observing the ranks of over 20,000 soldiers of his own, lined up in a serpentine formation, poised to face Tywin's advancing forces, he feels a mix of anxiety and anticipation. His knights are occupied with financial pursuits, while he and his uncle command the cavalry, preparing for a direct confrontation with the enemy's horsemen. This strategic arrangement leaves Blackfish in a state of bewilderment. After all, the opposition boasts double their numbers. Is this deployment truly without fear of being overwhelmed? Gazing upon Tywin's meticulously organized troops juxtaposed with his own somewhat cohesive formation, Blackfish feels a sense of trepidation. After all, this scenario is uncharted territory. Tywin's army is predominantly composed of regular troops requisitioned from various noble houses, while the forces now tasked with home defense are largely comprised of peasant levies. This implies that, beyond Casterly Rock and Tyrion, the rest of the Westerlands possess little to no combat efficacy. If the knights from the Vale were to seize a moment to strike, would the entirety of the Westerlands not crumble in an instant? But the crucial question is whether the Knights of the Vale possess the audacity to act. If they dare to proceed, the stronghold of Aemon will fall, and the forces will swiftly march towards the Bloodgate, directly targeting your homeland. I ask you, are you not afraid? Consequently, the Knights of the Vale hastily altered their course, turning to intercept Tywin's army. This entire affair had little to do with the Vale. The vassals of House Arryn only mobilized under the assumption that their former lord had been slain by the Lannisters. Many nobles are, in fact, reluctant to seek fame, as they are well aware of the Vale's true capabilities. It is not a region known for its martial prowess. Yet, the heartfelt pleas of the lord's youngest son and widow proved irresistible. Thus, they gathered a meager force of 15,000 and advanced, only to be met with the unexpected audacity of a counterattack from the opposing side, which reportedly yielded quite favorable outcomes. Is this not the very moment I dispatched troops to pilfer the enemy's nest? And now they can turn and obliterate me? Indeed, the North boasts a formidable military, capable of sustaining a steady stream of reinforcements through the neck. However, the neck is not an impenetrable bastion if one seeks to block it. Doing so is not an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, the North lacks a cohesive naval force. The establishment of a naval fleet by William remains a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few among the highest-ranking nobles. As an outsider, Bronze Yoren could not possibly be privy to this information. Thus, to firmly obstruct the northern forces with merely over 10,000 men is plausible. Had the Lord been present, mobilizing 30,000 would not have posed a significant issue. The crux of the matter is that the Lord is absent, and now, with only 15,000 soldiers, half of whom are unaccounted for, and all the troops of Bloodgate trailing behind, it signifies that Eagle's Nest is effectively left vulnerable. Should Tywin desire it, he could easily penetrate their defenses. How could one dare to continue the assault? They quickly retreated to fortify the defenses at Bloodgate, and then I shall lead the 12,000 troops I can muster to the battlefield at Riverrun, feeling a profound lack of security with a substantial army of 40,000 looming behind me. Before long, Tywin's forces had arrived outside the city, yet they did not opt to launch a direct attack against the Tully forces below. Rather, they chose to encamp in place. As for Aemon, he originally intended to initiate an offensive, but the cunning Blackfish was not so easily deceived. Would he allow you to charge recklessly? With persuasion and coaxing, he ultimately managed to dissuade Aemon from his ill-fated plan. My dear nephew, do save your breath. With just the two of us, facing Tywin's forces would be exceedingly daunting, especially considering our numbers are barely half of theirs. Exercise caution and await your brother-in-law's reinforcements. We, as second and third-rate players, should not flounder amidst such chaos. Initially, I opposed your intent to engage in open battle upon our arrival at the city. Yet now, the enemy has, fortunately, refrained from launching an immediate assault and opted instead to encircle the city. If you persist in your reckless antics, how can I continue this campaign? Indeed, you have not experienced the trials of probiotics, nor have you embarked on the journey of marriage, established a career, or welcomed children into your life. It seems you have abandoned the fortress without a second thought, yet the crux of the matter is that my wife and child remain within its walls. Even a youthful dreamer ought to possess a sense of moderation. At your age, cannot you glean wisdom from your brother-in-law's son? It is disheartening to witness someone of your maturity living as if ensnared in a life of mediocrity. The night passed with both parties remaining at peace, and the following day, as the morning mist began to lift, Aimu led his uncle out to form ranks promptly. Otherwise, Tywin would soon advance. But what could he possibly use to attack while the mist still lingered? Do you suppose their trebuchets are equipped with radar guidance, capable of correcting their aim through the thin fog to strike the castle walls? This time, Blackfish was unable to thwart his nephew's ambitions. An army of 15,000 stood ready at the city's gates, while the remaining 5,000 steadfastly defended the flowing city. In truth, the distinction between being stationed outside and remaining within the city was negligible, for the flowing city has historically been challenging to defend, seldom holding firm against assaults. Even the Ironborn, with their significantly reduced forces, had managed to breach its defenses. Yet, having some level of defense is certainly preferable to none. After all, it is still a fortress. Blackfish arranged all remaining trebuchets upon the city walls, leaving none to descend. This was a clear message to his nephew. Let us simply focus on holding our position. Do not harbor illusions of a charge. For sending your forces forth would only lead to their demise. Both sides possessed trebuchets with comparable ranges, and the number of trebuchet operators was unlikely to vary significantly. Although Tywin had summoned nearly all the standing army from the west, in terms of trebuchet operators, the two sides were relatively evenly matched. After all, skilled operators are a rarity, and during previous encounters with the Ironborn and the forces at King's Landing, many had been lost, leaving a dearth of exceptional talent. The best among these operators were those recruited from other houses. Thus commenced the Battle of Flowing City in the War of the Baratheon dynasty. Chapter 90. The Battle of Flowing City. 3. Eddard led his 15,000 soldiers to array themselves outside the city, facing off against Tywin's more than 40,000 men. The disparity in numbers was astonishing. Tywin, witnessing the audacity of his opponent's formation, felt a momentary twinge of panic. Could this truly be a trap? Were they genuinely unafraid of him, or did they possess some hidden advantage? Tywin began to meticulously calculate the situation. If memory served, he had over 40,000 troops, while the garrison within the city would scarcely exceed 25,000. With nearly 50 trebuchets on his side, he surmised that the enemy's number would not be far greater. His cavalry approached 7,000. Surely, the Flowing City could not muster such a force of horsemen. He was confident that, even if he could not secure victory, he would not suffer a significant defeat at the hands of Blackfish. Ultimately, who bestowed such courage upon the opposing side? He dared to confront me one-on-one, despite the fact that he could not rally more than 500 men. However, after observing the opposing formation from a small hill, he realized that the enemy might simply be inept in battle. A phalanx of 1,000 archers occupied the front, flanked by 3,000 cavalry on either side and a formation of 1,000 infantry, while the central formation boasted over 6,000 infantry. Behind them lay layers of obstacles, and only after successfully annihilating the enemy infantry could they breach these barriers to commence the siege. How astonishing it was! He had evidently given no thought to his own retreat. Nevertheless, given the opponent as folly, Tywin was not inclined to show mercy. With a grand gesture, he deployed over 3,000 heavily armored infantry at the front line, flanked by 3,500 cavalry and accompanied by 2,000 infantry. The remaining troops formed the back of the central phalanx, while the archers were evenly distributed among the three formations. After all, we had an abundance of soldiers, and we were quite lavish. As the formations advanced slowly, closing to within 300 meters of the front line, Aemond rode forth, brandishing his longsword at Duke Tywin. You attempt to betray the Iron Throne, unrepentant, and even launch an attack on the Riverlands. Today, I shall represent the Iron Throne and slay you beneath my steed. For a fleeting moment, Tywin could scarcely believe such words could be uttered by a lord in a disadvantaged position. What audacity! Had his family produced any particularly formidable generals? Or was his own command art exceptional? From the arrangement of his formation, it was hardly impressive. His numbers were fewer, his equipment inferior, and his strategy lacking. Who had bestowed upon him such courage to be so brazen? Beside him, Jaime could no longer endure the spectacle and urged his father. Why keep that madman before us? Charge and deal with him. Tywin quickly regained his composure, surmising that this was merely the fanciful bravado of a naive youth. Perhaps influenced by the recent defeats he had suffered, momentarily dazed by the bravado. Now that he had seen through the opponent's facade, there was no reason to delay further. With a commanding wave, the vast army of the Westerlands marched forth in unison. The archers, upon reaching range, began to rain arrows upon the opposing forces. The Riverlands initiated the volley first, but despite their well-coordinated and broad attack, they made a grievous error by attempting to use arrows against heavily armored infantry. Tywin's armored troops charged through the hail of arrows. As the archers sought to retreat, the infantry behind them, oblivious to the chaos ahead, continued to press forward in confusion. The 1,000 archers dispatched by the Riverlands found themselves trapped between the two forces, and Tywin's heavy infantry ruthlessly obliterated them. Only a few managed to circumvent the infantry formations and escape the carnage, while nearly 700 who failed to reach the flanks were utterly crushed in the melee. After the heavy infantry of both sides engaged in direct confrontation, the opposing archers ceased their barrage, positioning themselves at the rear of the formation to tend to the wounded and, when necessary, wield their short swords to engage in close combat. Initially, the heavy infantry of Hejian did not appear to be at a significant disadvantage, as their elite forces were indeed capable of making an impact on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the forces of the western region had suffered consecutive defeats and were now facing four opponents, most of whom were troops from lesser vassals, rendering them incomparable on the battlefield. Consequently, they found themselves gradually pushed back. However, the archers at the rear began to play a crucial role, launching projectiles into their own ranks. Despite the retreat, the arrows successfully struck the soldiers of Hejian, causing a degree of disorder. Behind the heavily armored swordsmen were ordinary peasant soldiers and regular troops who, unencumbered by heavy armor, suffered losses under the archers' fire. Yet, this did not dampen Aimu Deng's enthusiasm. For him, it was evident that the western forces had begun to retreat, suggesting that his side held the advantage and could continue the fight. At this moment, on the flanks, the cavalry of the western region engaged in fierce combat with the cavalry of Hejian. The aggressive tactics employed by the western forces indeed surprised the soldiers of Hejian. But they were no strangers to such engagements and were mounted on fine warhorses purchased from the valley. Furthermore, their cavalry was not significantly disadvantaged, with a ratio of 3,000 to 3,500. Even if they could not achieve victory, they were capable of holding their ground for a time. Simultaneously, the archers who had retreated from the front successfully reached the flanks and began to reorganize under their commander's direction, providing cover for the cavalry on either side. Seeing that the situation on the left and right flanks was not dire, Aimu Deng felt a surge of excitement. His assessment had proven correct. His uncle was overly timid in the face of the enemy. The western forces were indeed vulnerable, and with a little more exertion and a more vigorous push from his troops, they could undoubtedly be routed. Tywin's army was nothing to fear. With this mindset, Aimu Deng continued to direct the subsequent forces to advance. However, the western army displayed remarkable resilience. Although their formation was retreating, their flanks extended, inadvertently creating an encirclement around the central formation. The fighting on the flanks remained intense. Although Jaime was unable to secure an early advantage, he managed to hold the flanking troops in place, preventing them from providing reinforcement. The situation thus reached a stalemate, and from a strategic standpoint, Hejian still held a relative advantage. Chapter 91. The Battle of Benlu City. 4. On the city wall, the Black Fish observed the unfolding situation with keen awareness. At this moment, it was evident that his own army was on the verge of being encircled at the center, while the flanks, though not in retreat, clearly faced a significant disadvantage. Should they continue to press forward, there was a substantial risk that the entire central formation would be surrounded by the enemy's forces. One must find a way to promptly remind my foolish nephew. The Black Fish began to mobilize its forces for battle, deploying the last of the city's cavalry, numbering over 1,000. At this juncture, Tywin, realizing the enemy had fallen into a trap, ceased to conceal his intentions, swiftly repositioning his archers from the rear, who had been resting, to the flanks of the central formation, advancing to encircle the enemy's rear and side. Meanwhile, the young lord of Benlu City commanded his troops to charge forward recklessly, but now the heavy infantry's assault had reached its limit. The western forces no longer retreated. They steadfastly held the line, with the heavy infantry caught between their own ranks and the enemy, gradually succumbing to fatigue after prolonged combat. However, Amund was entirely oblivious to the dire situation at the front lines, insistently ordering his troops to continue their charge. Waves of reinforcements collided against their own forces, yet the soldiers at the forefront were unable to advance. Soon, the congestion became so severe that operations were rendered impossible. The heavy soldiers were trapped, finding it difficult to wield their weapons, forced to endure the onslaught from the enemy. At that moment, the opposing archers, wielding short blades, surged from the flanks, throwing the rear ranks of the army into disarray. It was then that Tywin finally revealed the ferocity of a lion. As the western heavy infantry erupted into a frenzied assault, mercilessly cutting down the heavily pressed warriors of Benlu, who could only passively endure the slaughter. The front line was swiftly decimated, leaving the western forces to confront the ordinary soldiers and peasants, whose armor was notably inferior, leading to yet another large-scale massacre. The peasant soldiers, initially meant to bolster numbers on the flanks, evidently stood no chance against the fierce onslaught of the enemy archers. The archers, excelling in close combat with their short blades, quickly surrounded and annihilated the peasant infantry of Benlu. At this moment, James, observing the situation in the central formation, promptly commanded a retreat for his cavalry and reorganized a fresh charge, which effectively pinned down the Benlu cavalry. He swiftly repositioned his 2,000 soldiers to the central formation to participate in the encirclement of the enemy's corps. The archers soon faced resistance from the enemy's regular soldiers. Although the latter's armor coverage was low, the archers' was even lower, and they began to falter in the ensuing melee. Just then, the infantry dispatched by James successfully penetrated the line, assisting the archers in stabilizing their formation, gradually pulling back. At this point, even a fool could discern that they were being encircled. Aemond grew anxious, commanding his troops to attack the enemy's weakest rear in a desperate attempt to break free. Simultaneously, he instructed the remaining archers on the flanks to continue firing at the enemy cavalry, hoping to delay them long enough for his own cavalry to mount a rescue. Alas, the opportunity had slipped away. Tywin personally led the reserve troops to charge fiercely at the front line, where the soldiers of House Tully were stationed. The army of Riverlands, having already lost nearly all of its heavy infantry, could no longer withstand the assault and began to retreat in disarray. Meanwhile, the peasant soldiers at the rear, despite their utmost efforts to engage in combat with the enemy's archers and mixed infantry lines, found their efforts futile. They could not match the speed of the cavalry's onslaught. At this moment, Aemond was overwhelmed by the pungent scent of blood, causing his head to spin. He was incapable of making rational decisions and could only rely on instinct to command his troops. At that critical juncture, Jaime successfully directed his cavalry to disperse the infantry and cavalry formations of Riverlands, leading over 1,000 riders to reinforce the central formation. Additionally, the soldiers from the Westerlands were also successful in driving back the Riverlands' forces, encircling them from both flanks. Aemond, now in a state of urgency, saw his knightly guards swiftly gather and charge towards the rear, attempting to carve a retreat path for their lord. However, Tywin's reinforcements were firmly entrenched at the rear, determined to prevent anyone from breaking through. The situation had reached a perilous climax. Should they suffer defeat in this battle, Tywin might very well lead the remaining forces and captives to assault the city walls. Most critically, if the young lord fell into the hands of the Westerlands army, he would likely demand the gates be opened. Just then, the drawbridge of the city gate was lowered, and Blackfish Brynden led over 1,000 cavalry to surge forth. As their line was already in close proximity to River Run, the cavalry, with unstoppable momentum, crashed into the encirclement of the Westerlands troops, breaking through part of their ranks. This counterattack invigorated other cavalry units to rejoin the fray, momentarily rekindling hope for a turnaround in the battle. However, Tywin swiftly extinguished this flicker of hope. He and Jaime personally led the heavy infantry, which had retreated to regroup, into the heart of the Riverlands formation, aiming to decapitate their commander, Aemond. At this moment, Blackfish successfully reached his nephew's side, wielding his sword to block Tywin's strike. Tywin then realized that Blackfish was not merely feigning prowess. He possessed genuine tactical acumen. Though his nephew was utterly lacking in capability, Blackfish did not rush into further combat. Instead, he repelled Tywin momentarily and directed the cavalry on both flanks to provide cover for his nephew, facilitating their escape from the encirclement. Tywin, intent on pursuing, was dissuaded by the Riverlands cavalry that had rejoined the battle from the flanks, which allowed some of their infantry to withdraw from the already breached encirclement. The melee on the battlefield continued, yet the outcome for the Riverlands was all but sealed. For Tywin, it had become a matter of hunting a mere rabbit. In a strict sense, this battle was effectively over. Tywin, with his exceptional strategic acumen, has unequivocally established himself as one of the foremost military tacticians in the Seven Kingdoms. Had it been another commander at the helm, victory in this battle might have still been attainable, yet it would have been far from effortless. And the losses for the Westerlands forces would have been significantly greater. It can be surmised that had Aemond chosen to defend the city steadfastly, the Westerlands contingent of 40,000 soldiers would have incurred at least 10,000 casualties to seize the stronghold. However, if Tywin's actions are swift enough, there remains a possibility of capturing the city before the northern forces arrive. Chapter 92, The Battle of Runestone, 5. As dusk fell, the battlefield was reduced to sporadic skirmishes. But the overall situation was irrevocably tilted. The forces of Riverlands had managed to muster nearly 6,000 retreating soldiers, while Aemond had hastily retreated into the city. The losses for the Westerlands were still under 800. In an era dominated by cold steel, despite possessing a decisive numerical advantage, achieving such a casualty ratio is a testament to Tywin's formidable prowess, nearing a staggering 1-10. Among the over 6,000 soldiers, the number of archers and cavalry remained satisfactory, yet the heavy infantry was pitifully scant. With such a meager force, how long could they hold the city? Yet, they had no better alternatives. The tide of battle was against them. Aemond was contemplating surrendering, but Blackfish urged him to take up arms once more. After all, the armies from the Vale and the North were en route, and if they could hold out for just 4 more days, the first wave of reinforcements from the Vale could arrive, presenting at least a glimmer of hope, albeit fraught with danger. Upon concluding his encouragement, Blackfish took Aemon to the battlements to uplift the morale of the soldiers. Meanwhile, Tywin, though not overly elated, recognized the impressive casualty ratio his forces had achieved. However, the fundamental issue remained unresolved. The enemy had not deployed their siege engines, implying their firepower was still considerable, despite the significant loss of archers on their side. Given the height of Runestone's walls, Tywin's own archers could inflict little damage unless they advanced beneath a rain of arrows, an endeavor that seemed perilous. Moreover, their heavy siege equipment could not be brought forward. Runestone housed nearly 70 catapults, outmatching their own artillery. Recklessly advancing their siege towers would only result in disaster. Thus, they were compelled to maintain a stalemate, albeit with confidence that if they could spur their forces to breach the enemy's walls, the morale of the defenders might diminish further, potentially forcing Aemon to capitulate. Consequently, Tywin resolved to decapitate all fallen or captured soldiers from the Riverlands and launch their heads into the city via catapult. This tactic proved effective, as the visible decline in morale among the Riverland soldiers was palpable, deteriorating day by day. They recognized that the Westerlanders were indeed intent on annihilation, and their own provisions, manpower, and equipment were decidedly lacking. Thus, despair enveloped the city. The Blackfish feigned calmness, ascending the city walls daily to bolster morale. For if the spirits of the defenders continued to wane, the city would likely fall. Fortunately, the shadow of a military force had arrived on the battlefield, the vanguard and scouts of the Vale Knights. Bronze Yoren, understanding the gravity of the situation, dispatched troops back to Bloodgate, while simultaneously sending reinforcements to the aid of River Run. Alas, upon arrival, he discovered that River Run had already succumbed. Consequently, the commander of this force refrained from launching an immediate attack, opting instead to await the arrival of their allies. Riding swiftly back to the Vale, Bronze Yoren was alarmed by this news. He had never anticipated that River Run would falter so easily, inflicting minimal casualties upon the enemy before losing the city. Aside from inward curses, he found himself at a loss, for Tywin was indeed formidable, and confronting him directly might not guarantee victory. Thus, Bronze Yoren left his son-in-law, Ilyen, to continue fortifying defenses while he led the cavalry ahead, ultimately reaching the battlefield just before River Run fell. Meanwhile, what of the Northmen? Indeed, their forces had yet to set forth. Tywin's reconnaissance units had successfully suppressed information, and although Bronze Yoren had dispatched messengers, they had not yet reached Neck's End. The North was preoccupied with a wedding, leaving no time to intervene in distant affairs. The wedding venue had been misjudged. Instead of at Harrenhal, it was held in Winterfell, with Eddard Stark himself officiating. After all, he had orchestrated this union, one involving his blood relative and his most loyal subordinate, a courtesy he could not neglect. Though the absence of their intended venue displeased William, he nonetheless ordered all silks and gathered provisions transported to Winterfell. However, before the ceremony could commence, conflict erupted to the south. The cavalry had sealed all communication, shooting down any raven attempting to flee, leaving the north uninformed. Yet, this did not alleviate Eddard's concerns, as he was acutely aware of the nature of his brother-in-law. He could only hope that the Blackfish could hold the line. Eddard felt a sense of reassurance regarding Brendan, the seasoned veteran, having fought alongside him during the War of the Ninepenny Kings. The Blackfish's resilience and keen grasp of warfare instilled in Eddard a profound confidence. He trusted that Brendan would not relinquish the city so swiftly. Moreover, should the situation truly become dire, Brendan would undoubtedly send word. It seemed Eddard had not contemplated the possibility of a communication blockade, yet this was of little consequence now, for the city remained intact, and Bronze Yoren's cavalry had finally arrived on the battlefield. This development caused Tywin to falter, as he remained uncertain of the true strength of Bronze Yoren's forces. Although the morale of one's own troops is currently high, the infantry suffers a disadvantage when matched against cavalry. The cavalry has also sustained considerable losses in battle, and against the Knights of the Valley, there is no advantage to be found. Tywin ordered a retreat, albeit not far, establishing a camp approximately 100 miles from the city of Running Stream, where he and his son personally arranged the defenses. Commander Bronze Yoren led the army into the city and the following day dispatched a vanguard cavalry unit to scout the enemy's movements. This unit did not return throughout the day. On the second day, several warhorses returned to the camp dragging corpses, all of which had been decapitated, with a neat cross carved into their bodies. This was an unmistakable humiliation. Yet, old Yoren maintained his composure, refraining from anger. Instead, calmly arranging for the soldiers' bodies to be transported to the rear for burial, choosing to hold the line. Confident in his ability to avoid a humiliating defeat, he acknowledged that, even combined, his forces barely matched half of the enemy's numbers, thus it was prudent to await the arrival of the northern forces. As for the insistence from the Iron Throne, it mattered little. He was not directly subordinate and could disregard their orders, leaving them to trouble little Aelin. Thus, everyone remained ensnared in a perplexing silence. Meanwhile, a significant turn of events unfolded in the city of Faerie. Chapter 93. The wedding at this moment, in Winterfell. A lavish wedding was taking place, officiated by the Northern Duke, Eddard Stark. The union was between Harry Karstark, heir of Karhold, and Jane Manderly, daughter of the Lord of White Harbor. For this occasion, William had truly emptied his modest purse, and Ricard displayed remarkable generosity, instructing William to allocate the 100 golden dragons due this month towards the wedding's expenses. In a region where frugality is generally esteemed and wealth is scarce, this celebration was indeed extravagant. The grand hall was adorned with colorful ribbons entwined around every pillar, which William had specifically requested from the merchant caravan. All tables and chairs had been replaced with new ones, and even the lighting within the hall had been upgraded to the latest glass fixtures. The entire floor, previously uneven, was now covered with a beautiful, sturdy stone surface, and all previously neglected areas had been meticulously cleaned, leaving no dust to be found upon a mere touch of the fingers on the pillars. Furthermore, all obstacles at the main entrance had been cleared to facilitate the bride and groom's arrival by carriage from outside the city. Exquisite ingredients were transported from various regions of the north, with some even procured from the south and hastily brought to the north. William also contributed the first batch of candies made from sugar beets, which were being produced for the first time and had yet to be offered for sale to the merchants. Though the war had driven prices in the southern kingdoms to exorbitant heights, all of this seemed trivial in light of the 100 golden dragons set aside for the preparations. Simultaneously, William personally funded the construction of an opulent ring road around Winterfell, and he proposed to Eddard that every significant noble wedding should take place in the city of Winterfell, thereby strengthening the cohesion and centripetal force among the lords of the north, enhancing their sense of honor and self-confidence. This arrangement would also facilitate the lords' control over them. A week earlier, all the carrier pigeons had already flown to every city in the north, not only calling for conscription but also delivering wedding invitations, which included small tokens crafted by William himself. Furthermore, William specially outfitted his elder brother with a brand new suit of iron armor. The already tall Elian appeared even more imposing and handsome, accentuated by the luminous armor. Although their father, Lord Ricard, was not particularly handsome, William's mother was indeed one of the most beautiful women in the north. Thus, while the four brothers inherited their father's rugged demeanor, they still possessed a certain charm. As for the bride, she embodied a grace and tranquility distinct from the boisterousness typical of northern noble daughters, resembling more the gentleness of the southern riverlands. While this may not seem entirely appropriate to the common folk of Beijing, for the sake of noble alliances, Harion himself did not oppose marrying such a lady. After all, compared to the daughters of other nobles who bore a resemblance to tomboys, this young lady successfully captivated the northern men's fantasies of a delicate wife. In a rather audacious move, William invited Her Highness the Princess as a flower girl. She was not someone easily summoned, as Eddard had already taken her as his ward, making her the third daughter of House Stark. Additionally, William's own sister would accompany the bride as another flower girl. The bridal gown for Harion was also meticulously prepared by William, featuring a bright color palette. The light blue dress was adorned at the heart with a brooch crafted from a blend of steel, gold, silver, copper, and iron, which still radiated a soft glow even under the slightly dim candlelight. As for the bride's other preparations, William found it challenging, as strictly speaking, until the marriage was formalized. She was not yet his sister-in-law. The night was particularly radiant. The snow clouds that typically shrouded Beijing seemed to dissipate, revealing a bright moon and a sky filled with twinkling stars. Such a night was indeed perfect for a wedding. Guests gathered joyfully, with all 50 noble houses of the north present. Following Eddard's speech, the bride and groom exchanged vows before the statues of the 7 gods, and then before the symbol of the old gods, the weirwood tree. Given the northern people's reverence for the old gods, the oaths made before the old gods held considerably more weight than those made to the 7. Following was a banquet infused with the essence of nobility, where guests gathered around a long table, savoring the sumptuous fare before them. This wedding feast stood as the centerpiece of the entire celebration, with William expending a staggering 70 golden dragons in its preparation, marking it as one of the most opulent weddings across the 7 kingdoms. Even in comparison to the hedonistic southern aristocracy, This wedding radiated an air of grandeur and magnificence. Each guest was bestowed with a compass adorned in gold as a token of gratitude for their support of the occasion. The attendants of the couple erected towering tents outside the city, where they would consummate their union. Following this, a 2-hour revelry ensued. While it lacked the elaborate ball and banquet associated with modern Western nuptials, the sight of the northern lords indulging in their meals attested to the merriment shared by hosts and guests alike. After dinner, the main figures of the wedding, including the officiant and several nobles from the grand cities of the capital, convened in the upstairs hall. Intelligence reports indicated that Tywin's forces had reached the outskirts of Flood City and skirmishes had already commenced, leaving uncertainty regarding the duration of the resistance. William pointed gravely to the map laid out on the table, highlighting the resplendent gem at the confluence of the rivers. The assembled lords, prominent figures of the north, possessed a modicum of military knowledge, and the current situation led them to conclude that Flood City's fate was dire. The sole piece of encouraging news was that Count Yorn of the Vale had rallied nearly 15,000 cavalrymen to the front lines, bringing the forces of both sides into a more balanced equation. If they were to set forth the following day, how long might it take to reach the battlefield? All supplies were to be transported via water routes from the confluence, alleviating concerns regarding logistical challenges. Meanwhile, Lord Holland Reed had assembled close to 700 men in Neck's End, preparing to participate in the conflict, and plans were underway to mobilize the men of the marshes and the half-men for the war effort. Chapter 94. The Army Marches, Northern Naval Forces. The day following the wedding, after a day of deliberation, Eddard found little respite. With the urgency of impending conflict, immediate departure was imperative to ensure timely arrival at the battlefield and avoid unforeseen complications. Thus, Eddard joined those who had engaged in the previous night's discussions in the carriage, while others rode or marched on foot, bearing their own burdens. Along the rivers they traversed, 6 transport vessels commanded by William ensured the supply lines remained intact, assuaging concerns regarding logistics. Even at the medieval level of efficiency, despite the slow pace of water transport, it stood in stark contrast to the nightmarish conditions of overland routes, rendering the speed of waterborne supply relatively swift. Consequently, with the aid of the 6 transport vessels, provisions for over 30,000 men remained uninterrupted. Similarly, both White Harbor and Terror Fort are endeavoring to accommodate the influx of refugees arriving from the southern regions. Deep Forest Fort has also commenced the establishment of a port, hoping to receive those fleeing from the Westlands and the Riverlands. As for the issue of sustenance, there is no cause for concern, if necessary. Provisions can be procured from Essos, or alternatively, sugar can be exchanged for food. It is quite remarkable that only the Summer Islands produce an abundance of sugarcane, while the continent of Essos lacks such resources. Furthermore, no one has yet utilized beets for sugar production. Thus, it is evident that the refreshing taste of cane sugar is far more desirable than honey, and William, with a grand gesture, took charge of supplying all food for the entire coalition. After all, his estate has already begun cultivating beets for sugar production, and he also plans to dispatch troops to the Summer Islands to acquire more sugarcane for sugar manufacturing. In medieval Europe, sugar predominantly derived from honey, which is why the vast commercial opportunity of using sugarcane and beets for sugar production remains unexplored. Many are even unaware of the very existence of sugarcane, while beets are merely viewed as ritualistic props. No exaggeration, the primary source of sugar in medieval Europe was indeed honey, a fact that underscores the author's misfortune, as it turns out that only China produced beets. Others, including the Iberians, sourced their sugar by purchasing it from the Central Plains, only for the Koreans to shamelessly claim it as their own, asserting its long-standing use for over 1,000 years. Consequently, white sugar is regarded as a rare commodity on the continent of Essos, and the Braavosians gazed at the envoys from Terror Fort as if they were fools. William simply scoffed, remarking, "Do you not realize that in the north, a whole sack of wheat would scarcely be exchanged for a single beet?" If they understood the growth potential and costs associated with this crop, they would not have made such statements. The merchants dispatched by William struggled to maintain their composure, their faces contorted in despair as they lamented the abysmally low grain yields in the north, coupled with an overwhelming number of starving citizens and refugees. If they did not engage in this trade, there would be no means of providing sustenance. Thus, amidst mutual disdain, the transaction was completed. 1 pound of sugar from the north was exchanged for 2 sacks of wheat and 4 bundles of bread from Essos. Regarding any potential reconnaissance or technological espionage initiated by the faceless men, William assured that all sugar production facilities were securely located below, with the sugarcane and beets stored as tributes in the processing warehouses. He reassured them that transportation issues were non-existent, for the sugar factories were conveniently situated beneath the warehouses. Moreover, only William's trusted aides were granted access to the sugar production facilities. Others were strictly prohibited. Additionally, the sugar was not entirely pure. William had diluted the syrup with a significant amount of water beforehand, resulting in a taste that, while not as exquisitely sweet as honey, still possessed a discernible flavor of sugar. Regarding the adverse effects of counterfeit sugar on health, opinions may vary. Ultimately, the price remains fixed for external sales, and one can choose whether to purchase or not. Thus, after ensuring the supply of transportation and provisions, the term Northern Navy successfully emerged into public consciousness. Presently, the Northern Navy is not particularly formidable, comprising only 6 modern warships, including the Sunset, 6 transport vessels, and 7 warships still languishing in the dry dock, with a total manpower not exceeding 2,000. This stands in stark contrast to the formidable fleets of the Eastern Axis, including the Shield Archipelago Fleet, the Qingting Island Fleet, and the First Iron Fleet of the Seven Kingdoms. However, the Northern Navy has only been established for less than a year, so what can one expect? In the future, William intends to establish the White Harbor Squadron, the Caho City Squadron, and even the Deep Forest Fortress Squadron and the Bear Island Fleet, of course, contingent upon the agreement of those in authority to allow his troops to be stationed there. It is said that Count Rhaenyra Mormont is among the ranks. Should he not consult with her? William recalls that the esteemed Count has a sole daughter named Lyanna Mormont, who is rumored to be 5 years old this year. Might it be worth considering to take the young bear girl under his wing? This is certainly a matter worth contemplating. The army advanced at full speed and successfully reached the Neck in nearly 10 days. Here, after uniting with the 700 men of Count Holland Reed, William decided to part ways with the main force. His own troops would be led southward by Hood, while William intended to recruit some soldiers for himself. What kind of soldiers, one might ask? Do you remember the Wildlings and the Halfmen? Indeed, these individuals excel in mountain and forest warfare. This time William, accompanied by Hyde and approximately 400 other Wildlings, ventured into the mountains to seek out these warriors. Should he succeed in enlisting them, it would significantly enhance his influence in the Vale region. As for relocating them to the mountains, please, does the North lack mountains? Certainly not. His own domain boasts vast mountainous territories. If necessary, he could relocate them there, as the summer landscapes of the northern mountains are not vastly different from those of the southern Vale. If they can survive in the Vale, why not in the north? What is that? You mentioned the imp, who, due to historical alterations, was never captured this time, and thus cannot meet these half-men? Consequently, William unceremoniously accepted this reasonably capable force for himself. As for the imp, regrettably, if the West falls, he is likely the first to perish. Hence, it is not William's concern to pave a way for someone whose demise is imminent. Meanwhile, William dispatched soldiers to Essos in search of the whereabouts of the former dynasty's princess and prince. Should the opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to cultivate favorable relations, for the prospect of a Targaryen restoration could render the North perilous, especially considering Eddard Stark's significant role in the War of the Usurper. Thus, establishing alliances now was deemed essential to avert potential repercussions following a defeat. William intended to journey to Essos post-war, hoping to encounter the princess and prince. Moreover, he held a keen interest in the Dothraki, contemplating the advantages of securing their allegiance. Chapter 95. The continent of Essos. As William ventured southward alongside the Wildlings in search of their relatives, the caravan led by Miao successfully established a foothold in Braavos, inadvertently beginning to inquire about the former dynasty's royal heirs. Such information was relatively accessible, given that William possessed a godlike perspective. Aware of their current circumstances under the auspices of various Khalasars, Khalasar's reign was catastrophic across Essos, and due to the caravan's economic viability, Rhaenys had no intention of establishing a commercial stronghold in Qarth, for that would render them dependent on the whims of the Stormlands, a situation William could not endure. With Qarth off the table, William was left with no choice but to focus on Braavos. The substantial loan secured by the two deers from the Iron Bank was significantly influenced by William's machinations. The rationale behind facilitating such funding for the two deers mirrored the offshore policies of historical England. The North, being fortified by natural defenses, required development, which necessitated a considerable influx of population. Cultivating a populace was an arduous and protracted endeavor, one that William could not afford to wait for. In what circumstances could a substantial labor force be acquired? Warfare in the south would inevitably lead to an influx of refugees fleeing conflict, who would naturally fall under the North's jurisdiction. Thus, the prolonged duration of strife in the south would be advantageous for the North. Therefore, since aiding Stannis could prolong the southern conflict, William saw no reason to show leniency towards the Southerners, particularly as he harbored little fondness for their duplicitous aristocrats. Let them wage their war. After all, he possessed naval strength and formidable natural barriers that would deter their advances. In this context, William had ample justification to undermine Stannis or Renly. Provided Renly was willing to finance such endeavors, the Iron Bank would undoubtedly oblige under William's orchestration. Ultimately, it was a capitalist institution. In such scenarios, individual interests often outweighed collective ones in the eyes of capitalists. Therefore, William could exploit divisions, dismantle unity, and exert control. By influencing a sufficient number of individuals, he could effectively govern the collective. Similarly, amidst the vast grasslands of the Dothraki, Daenerys had just concluded her exercise with the call, gently caressing her relatively flat abdomen, while listening to her handmaiden incessantly chatter about the nuances of the marital bed. For Daenerys, the days had grown somewhat monotonous. She had heard that in Westeros, once ruled by her father, wars were still erupting. A minor lord there had been corresponding with her brother, though their acquaintance had not spanned a great deal of time. This lord had repeatedly and subtly expressed his loyalty to the Targaryen family, praising her brother in letters as a reincarnation of Aegon, employing whatever means necessary to extol her siblings' virtues. A few days prior, she had heard from her handmaid that she might be with child, a secret yet to be revealed to the call. But would he truly muster his forces to reclaim the lands once governed by her father? Daenerys was uncertain, yet she believed the call harbored genuine feelings for her. Should he speak, the possibility could indeed materialize. Concurrently, several messengers from Westeros had also conveyed their fealty to her brother, one particularly from the north having previously provided financial support, albeit modest, in amounts of 3 to 4 gold dragons at a time. Nonetheless, this was sufficient to enhance the siblings' standing within the barbaric tribe, even though the Dothraki preferred their transactions through plunder. It was only when grasping those gleaming gold dragons that her brother felt a semblance of his former noble lineage from Westeros. Calculating the days, she anticipated another shipment of gold dragons arriving soon. Although the quantities were meager, amidst the prevalent barter system of the Dothraki Sea, it would suffice to procure goods that would bridge the gap between her existence and that of the civilized world. It was said that conflict still raged in Westeros, with multitudes of refugees fleeing to Essos. From these refugees, she learned of even more escaping to the north, with several knights among them seeking to ally with her brother, who in turn distributed the gold dragons they had sent. Perhaps the prospect of returning home was drawing near. After concluding her reflections, Daenerys rose to join her handmaiden in preparing the evening meal. In truth, William's strategy regarding Essos was not merely as an economic colony, but as a vast expanse of land he might one day conquer. Thus, he openly and covertly supported Viserys in establishing a so-called Targaryen restoration movement. Naturally, he endeavored to connect with Varys to seek out the true Targaryen restoration organization, that disciplined band of Golden Company. Although William held little regard for the unworthy ruler, young Aegon, he maintained a facade of communication, expressing hope for the new dynasty's enlightened governance and longing for the divine presence of young Aegon. As for the authenticity of these compliments, that is a matter of personal interpretation. Regardless, flattery would not bring about one's demise. If you revel in my adulation, I shall continue to indulge you. As for whether this organization can truly succeed, there is no need for haste. As long as it can incite a bit more chaos among the southern nations, the price paid will surely be recouped. However, should he foolishly attempt to seize the Iron Throne, I am certain that Comrade Eddard would not remain passive. This would also provide me with a legitimate reason to deploy forces to crush them. Most importantly, Daenerys possesses dragons. Indeed, she commands dragons, while I have griffins. A mere handful of them would struggle against even a couple of smaller dragons. If it comes to a confrontation with a formidable dragon, my griffins would be insufficient. Thus, it is best to avoid hostility, for we may yet require these dragons to assist us against the White Walkers. Speaking of the White Walkers, William has made some preparations here as well, such as acquiring a substantial amount of dragon glass. Simultaneously, he harbors a covert ambition toward Dragonstone. Although it is the ancestral seat of Stannis, he is currently preoccupied with the Iron Throne. Should Stannis attempt to thwart my plans, I would feel no moral qualms about eliminating him. After all, the chaos in the south is of no concern to me. As for the subsequent actions, we shall take it one step at a time. For now, it is crucial to maintain contact with Daenerys, which will inevitably lead to challenges in Braavos and other Dothraki territories. Chapter 96. Recruiting the half-men in the valley north of the Vale, surrounded by steep mountains. The terrain is daunting for any army to traverse easily. However, one particular army stands as an exception, the half-men. These half-men are the indigenous savages of the valley, closely related to the northern tribes, the Crannogmen, and the Wildlings. Yet, these diminutive kinfolk are notably short, barely reaching the waist of an average adult, hence their moniker. Indeed, they are a robust band of dwarfs, though they are far stronger than mere dwarfs. In the original tale, Tyrion successfully recruited a contingent of half-men as his personal guards, comprising a formidable retinue of 350 men, effectively preventing Cersei from easily confronting him in King's Landing. However, unlike Tyrion, who relied on bribery or hiring, William has no intention of employing such methods. His resources are earmarked for more significant endeavors, and there is no need to expend money on these savages. They must either submit or be forcefully subdued. This is William's conviction. A horde of diminutive Crannogmen dares to negotiate terms with me? The organizational capability of the tribes remains entrenched in antiquity, with each typically fielding no more than 200 warriors, except for the larger clans. Yet William wields griffins and commands a force of nearly 450 wildling troops, steadfastly trailing behind Eddard. As a close relative of the tribesmen in the north, the wild men are exceedingly familiar with the methods employed by the tribesmen to conceal their tracks. After all, they all utilize the same techniques. Even if one attempts to deceive, it is futile against another who is equally adept. Therefore, William effortlessly located the stronghold of the tribesmen. The rules adhered to by this group bear a striking resemblance to the ancient Irish concept of the High King, functioning similarly to a lord presiding over numerous lesser lords. Consequently, William did not intend to breach each stronghold individually. Rather, he aimed to directly assault the court of the half-men's High King. With a force of 450 men, facing a typical-sized tribe of half-men, they were not daunted. These wild men had undergone professional training in close combat and small unit tactics, clad in the iron armaments of their forebears. In terms of numbers, they posed a significant challenge to the half-men. However, William possessed griffins and advanced technology. Thus, their spirits soared, and they did not contemplate the possibility of failure. When William and his formidable band arrived at the entrance of a large gathering place, the half-men guarding the gate did not reveal themselves. Instead, they cautiously retreated through a tunnel back to their encampment, gathering reinforcements. The High King Zoru of the half-men commanded a vast tribe, capable of summoning nearly 1,000 warriors, which lent him the confidence of his position. For no tribe under his rule could readily muster such a formidable force. Faced with an opponent largely unfamiliar with modern siege tactics, William felt no trepidation. He called forth his griffin with a sharp whistle. The male griffin bore a faint scar on its face, a reminder of a wound inflicted by William himself. Now, the griffin had grown robust, having been well fed with fresh meat during William's tenure at the terrifying fortress. Once the griffin landed, William gestured for it to charge through the wooden door. The griffin, using its claws to scrape the earth, surged forward and crashed into the rudimentary wooden gate. The half-men within were understandably alarmed, having never encountered such a creature. When the griffin was on all fours, it stood nearly as tall as an adult, if not slightly taller, while the half-men were generally shorter. Thus, one can imagine the impact of facing such a beast. Against a wooden door no taller than 2 meters, the griffin collided with great force but was momentarily stunned. Indeed, although the door was rudimentary, its defensive capabilities were surprisingly formidable. The male griffin, weighing close to half a ton, found its charge ineffective. William was taken aback. Was the defense here truly so robust? Nevertheless, he remained composed, for he had another lethal weapon at his disposal, the fire oil cannon. Indeed, it is correct that initially, considering these fortifications were primarily constructed of wood, William had no intention of employing wildfire to incinerate their stronghold. However, given the formidable nature of these structures, impervious even to the collision of griffins, he deemed it prudent to take them seriously. 2 wildlings removed the oil canisters strapped to their backs, while William retrieved a compact apparatus resembling a sprayer from the satchel of a female griffin. Although the metallurgy of this world was not particularly advanced, fabricating a metal pipe that would not leak was certainly within reach. William merely affixed a pressure pump to the rear of the pipe, connected it to the oil canister, and forcefully expelled the oil onto the adversary before igniting it with an arrow. This tactic proved effective. Gazing at the ascending green flames, the half-orc leader was rendered speechless. Zoru and his subordinates hastily attempted to extinguish the flames using water from the camp's well. Yet, could wildfire truly be doused? Clearly not. Furthermore, when wildfire met the surface of the water, it inexplicably blazed even more fiercely, swiftly engulfing the entire walls of the fortification. In that moment, William and his companions began to hurl stones and sand at the already burning walls, quelling the flames slightly. Subsequently, everyone, with damp cloths covering their mouths and noses to ward off the smoke, armed themselves and charged into the half-orc stronghold. After dispatching several seemingly robust male half-orcs, William found himself face to face with the half-orc king. Though William himself did not speak their language, Hyde could comprehend a modicum. Thus, with the translator at his side, William boldly plunged his sword before the half-orc king and proclaimed, "Submit or perish." This display of authority left the half-orc king in a state of shock. He had not anticipated that these intruders were not merely marauders, but were intent on seizing captives. Observing his subordinates ensnared, he realized that surrender was his only recourse. "Not only you, but I demand the submission of all tribes in this vicinity." The ensuing narrative is familiar to all, wielding the half-orc king as leverage. William led his contingent to any tribe, compelling the half-orc king to call for the gates to be opened. Should he fail, he would face the execution of his kin. Thus, they breached the gates and disarmed the half-orcs, binding them into a lengthy procession, leading them out of the valley. This time, they had successfully dismantled 7 or 8 tribes, each with populations ranging from 500 to 600, and significantly disrupted numerous smaller settlements, ultimately capturing nearly 3,000 half-orcs. The dynamics had shifted dramatically. William ordered Hyde, along with the 2 griffins, to escort this batch of half-orcs directly back to the Fortress of Terror, where Hood would manage their fate. Meanwhile, he mounted another smaller griffin and pursued the main contingent. Chapter 97. Beneath the Flowing City, let us now redirect our gaze to the Flowing City, where the aging lion has been locked in a standoff with the combined forces of the Vale and Riverlands for nearly 13 days. Meanwhile, Stannis has been unable to breach Tyrion's defenses, and the Ironborn remain firmly anchored at the line of Fairy City, rendering the entire front a tableau of stalemate. Eddard's purpose in bringing his troops is to shatter this impasse. The combined military strength of the Vale and Riverlands initially numbered around 25,000, a disadvantage against Tywin's forces, which approached 40,000. Moreover, the coalition lacked superior command capabilities, necessitating a defensive strategy. However, with the arrival of over 30,000 fresh soldiers from the north, the balance of power has shifted decisively. The Northmen now total nearly 55,000 against Tywin's approaching 40,000. Furthermore, Eddard and Robb's strategic acumen is not to be underestimated, rivaling that of Tywin himself. Thus, Tywin finds himself in urgent need to conclude the battle before the northern forces fully arrive. Yet, the elusive cavalry of the Vale and the seasoned wisdom of Bronze Yoren prove to be considerable thorns in his side. Eddard, standing before 2 venerable veterans whose combined ages surpass his own and that of his father, dares not utter a word. Although the troops of Flowing City nominally follow his command, their numbers have dwindled to less than 10,000, leaving the undeniable leadership of the remaining forces in the hands of Bronze Yoren. The Lord of the Vale understands that, in terms of tactical prowess, he and his companion would struggle against Tywin. The Knights of the Vale and the soldiers of the Riverlands are no match for the battle-hardened, fearless warriors of the West. A direct confrontation would merely be a path to ruin. Thus, the old Yoren stands resolutely alongside the soldiers of House Tully, confident that the enemy cannot breach their defenses. With Duke Eddard and his forces on the horizon, what remains of Tywin will soon be at their mercy. Tywin's reputation was forged in the turmoil quelled for his father, Tydos, and during the War of the Ninepenny Kings, where he painstakingly elevated House Lannister from the most disgraceful ducal position in the realm to the most formidable, second only to the crown. Yet, he is not the sole commander of renown from the War of the Ninepenny Kings. Eddard Stark and Brynden Tully, both tactical geniuses who emerged during that conflict, stand before him. Though Eddard was but a youth at the time, he commanded troops alongside his father and brother, defeating the mercenaries from Essos. In terms of tactical capability, Robb and Eddard do not fall short of Tywin. Indeed, one might argue that Tywin is outmatched by the pair. In the original narrative, Robb has bested Tywin on numerous occasions, leading his forces to decimate the West. However, due to his youth, he was unprepared for Tywin's treachery, which culminated in the infamous Red Wedding, where the Stark family suffered devastating losses. However, at this moment, Tywin may lack the necessary capabilities, particularly with the venerable Eddard still present. Thus, it is not his place to meddle here. Moreover, with Eddard around, Robb naturally does not have to rely on his own charm to forge a path. Eddard's charisma is sufficient to summon all the lords of the North, effortlessly breaching the gates of Riverrun. In fact, should the situation arise, Eddard himself would adeptly manage affairs without needing his son's intervention. Therefore, for Tywin at present, It is imperative to decisively dismantle the coalition of the Riverlands and Vale before the northern forces arrive. Failure to do so would leave him with no room for maneuver, especially considering the opposition's combined force of 100,000 troops. Should he lose this battle, he might not even have the means to pay the mercenaries. After all, mercenaries thrive in favorable conditions. In adverse situations, they are prone to complications. If the enemy's full might of 100,000 were to converge, it would undoubtedly create a dire predicament. When the stakes are high enough to tempt betrayal against the employer, where then lies the assurance of the employer's safety? Furthermore, although Tywin never intended to compensate these mercenaries, hoping instead to let them weaken each other in conflict with the coalition of other realms, he finds himself in a bind. The Westerlands are genuinely short on funds. The last gold mine was depleted 3 years prior, and the Ironborn have ruthlessly plundered the two most prosperous cities, seizing not only wealth but also a significant portion of the population. The Westerlands are already teetering on the brink of insolvency, and now he dares to ask me for money? Winning would be fortunate, but losing would incur reparations sufficient to bankrupt him. Thus, this war presents no viable alternative. Victory is the only option, for if they fail, the Lannister family may very well be consigned to history. Consequently, Tywin resolved to launch a nocturnal assault on Riverrun, determined to seize it before the northern army's arrival. Otherwise, this conflict would leave no room for retreat. Thus, the plan for a night raid was solidified. Meanwhile, within Riverrun, troops were stationed, and civilians were providing logistical support, while several highborn nobles convened in the tallest tower of the castle to deliberate their subsequent strategies. Do not assume that only the Westerlands are in disarray. The coalition in Riverrun is equally in a state of alarm. Despite an initial loss of over 10,000 from the Riverlands' force of 20,000 and another 15,000 from the Vale, it would stand to reason that a food shortage should not arise. However, the supply levels for cavalry and infantry are not equivalent. Horses require feed, and men need protein. One cannot expect men to consume horses. The Riverlands have never been particularly affluent, having long suffered from raids, and now, in this hurried siege, the influx of 25,000 laborers alongside over 5,000 horses, compounded by the existing residents, is unprecedented for Riverrun. Thus, the entire city is teetering on the brink of collapse, plagued by a famine. It is not only Tywin who can no longer endure this situation. The coalition forces are also at their wits' end. If they wait a few more days, their provisions will be depleted, leaving them no choice but to resort to desperate measures. In light of this, the frontal assault proposed earlier by Aemond has resurfaced as a viable option. As long as the number of troops deployed is minimal, it may not significantly impact the city's defenses while alleviating the food crisis within. Should this contingent emerge victorious, they would naturally lift the siege. If not, their demise would inadvertently resolve the food shortage. This dilemma is formidable, for it implies that the troops venturing forth face near certain death. Who could believe that even the two of them, leading the main force, could best Tywin? Wouldn't their sortie be tantamount to suicide? However, as the food supplies within the city dwindle further, what was once unthinkable or confrontational must now be confronted. Chapter 98, Ambush. No chivalry yet. Before any action could be taken, that very night, Tywin led his troops in a surprise nocturnal assault. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a pale light, while the stars were few and far between, and not even a solitary bird could be heard in the nearby woods. It was indeed an opportune night for an ambush. Jaime personally commanded 50 skilled men, stealthily advancing under the cover of darkness to the foot of the city of Benflow. Taking advantage of the guards' unpreparedness, they began to infiltrate the city by stealthily scaling the walls. Tywin, overseeing 15,000 soldiers in support, awaited the signal. As soon as a breach was made, he would lead a tumultuous charge, slashing any who crossed their path, and swiftly seize the castle, declaring it captured before consolidating the supplies and troops to prepare for the northern onslaught. Such aspirations were indeed noble, yet the plan harbored a fatal flaw. While Jaime and his men successfully infiltrated, they were met with another gate within the city. The gates of Benflow had recently been reinforced. An outer iron gate enveloped a wooden gate inside, designed specifically to thwart night raids. Although Jaime's entrance had not stirred much commotion, the opening of the gate attracted attention, and soon the soldiers atop the walls converged upon them. Even with Jaime's prowess, 50 men could not contend with the multitude of soldiers from the Riverlands and the Vale. Consequently, they could only strive to shield Jaime while he attempted to open the outer gate. With sword drawn, Jaime fought valiantly, narrowly escaping the throng of soldiers and successfully slipping into the gatehouse. Yet, within the gatehouse, soldiers awaited, prepared to thwart any nocturnal incursion. When the soldiers launched their nocturnal assault, They were deep in slumber, yet at that moment, they were all abruptly roused. Groggily grasping their weapons, they rose to their feet, only to see a figure rushing towards them in haste. In such a scenario, being well-trained soldiers, their instinctive response was to raise their blades and strike, resulting in a deep gash across James's face. Enduring the searing pain, James swung his sword, cleaving through two soldiers before managing to pry open the city gates. However, the forces from the valley and river lands were already prepared for the gates to be breached. As the Western army surged in, they were met with a formidable phalanx of spears, and in their reckless advance, several fell victim to this deadly obstacle. Meanwhile, the soldiers atop the walls resumed their posts, summoning those resting within the city, both soldiers and civilians alike, to join in the fray. They relentlessly hurled various weapons at the Western soldiers attempting to scale the walls. The archers, shrouded in darkness, were unable to exert effective suppression, leading to grievous casualties on both sides amidst the chaotic night, as a fierce battle erupted around the gates. Yet the current circumstances were far from the past. James was no longer alone in facing numerous foes. The Iron Guard possessed formidable strength, and with sword raised, he carved a swift path through the throng. The soldiers, now desperately barricading the gates, understood that should the Western forces penetrate their defenses, it would spell doom for them all. The initial skirmish at the gates was particularly brutal, drawing attention away from the battles on the walls. The Western army, equipped inadequately for a nighttime assault, had not brought sufficient ladders for a siege. As the enemy soldiers destroyed the ladders, the focus shifted entirely to the tumult at the gates, where nearly 100 men squeezed into the narrow passage, rendering it nearly impossible to wield a weapon. The soldiers erupted in roars, employing every conceivable method to vanquish their foes. In the chaos, one soldier was slain, only for the next to take his place in the relentless melee. Soon, fatigue overwhelmed some, leading to their demise under the chaotic onslaught of their comrades. Those who had just dispatched their adversaries were swiftly felled in turn, trampled into the ground. Amidst this pandemonium, a miracle unfolded. Under the cover of two spearmen, James successfully assassinated the commander at the gates, shattering the morale of the defending forces. In response, Tywin sent in a second wave of assault troops, successfully breaching the gates. Yet, the situation remained dire, as the sheer number of soldiers had congested the streets surrounding the gates. The Western soldiers were forced to carve a path through their own blood, yet they still struggled to reach the main thoroughfare, continuing their desperate struggle near the gate. At this moment, Tywin personally led the third wave of troops in a battle, while the bronze-hued Yoren had also arrived at the scene. He rallied a contingent of cavalry from the Vale, charging directly at the oncoming forces from the Westlands. The cavalry surged forward in the exceedingly narrow terrain, delivering an overwhelming assault on the infantry, a true display of a lower-dimensional strike. However, this wave of attack was swiftly neutralized. Undeterred, Tywin assembled the recently withdrawn troops to launch yet another offensive. This time, it was Blackfish who commanded the infantry, unleashing a relentless barrage from crossbowmen that effectively sealed off the entire city gate. The fourth wave of attackers had barely begun to breach the gate when they were met with a hail of arrows, resulting in the immediate downfall of more than half of their ranks. The two sides continued their brutal struggle around the city gate, with Tywin's forces being fewer in number, yet well-trained and well-equipped. The coalition troops fought with a desperate resolve, neither side able to dislodge the other or expand their held territory. Within the confines of the narrow city gate, the ground was littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers, and in the end, combatants were compelled to either trample or hack through the corpses before they could engage the enemy, only to soon join the ranks of the dead themselves. The battle raged until dawn, and the Westlands army, having fought throughout the night, finally succumbed to exhaustion and began a slow retreat under Tywin's command. As the sun rose, Tywin realized that this night raid had ended in defeat. He knew that it was imperative to withdraw his troops, for the enemy would undoubtedly be on guard against any subsequent night assault, which would likely not succeed. In this situation, he saw no further advantage in remaining, as it would only be a waste of time. Instead, he resolved to hasten southward, perhaps to strike at Stannis' rear. To prevent the enemy from exploiting their cavalry advantage and pursuing him, Tywin took great care to create diversions, sending soldiers to burn collected branches nearby to produce smoke and obscure their movements. Chapter 99. A glimmer of hope in the east. Although Tywin had not achieved any remarkable victories in the north, and despite having secured a favorable exchange ratio, he was unable to withstand the enemy's continued assaults, given their overwhelming numbers, a failure that was, regrettably, to be expected. Conversely, the forces under Kevin in the south had achieved outstanding results. After all, the Stormlands could not muster any particularly skilled commanders, with the Onion Knight directly opposing him. It could be said that the Onion Knight handled political affairs with greater finesse than the majority of commanders, a fact that even William and Eddard would find humbling. This individual exemplified what it meant to be a gang leader. As long as the payment was sufficient, the Onion Knight could accomplish anything. And did Stannis, backed by the Iron Bank, lack for funds? Certainly not. For Davos at this juncture, the only obstacle was his own comparatively modest military prowess. The presence of one Kevin posed a challenge, but if Kevin were to join forces with Lancel, it was uncertain who would prevail in battle. Much like the assessment made by their scholar regarding the three brothers, Lancel truly was but a mere piece of shining bronze. Had it not been for Lysa's hindrance, one might argue that while a complete defeat of the adversaries was not feasible, Kai Feng should not have succumbed to the Onion Knight. Initially, it would be an exaggeration to claim he was losing, as the military prowess of the Onion Knight was such that, in the early stages, he was not overwhelmed by superior strength. This was primarily due to the Iron Bank's extravagant financial support, which enabled him to recruit a significant number of mercenaries, allowing him to tenuously counter the formidable forces of Storm's End. However, everything changed upon Kai Feng's arrival. While the Onion Knight might have been adept at handling Lysa, facing Kai Feng, who had been nurtured by his brother, presented an entirely different challenge. The combat capabilities of the Second Lion were far superior to those of his father. Although he may not rival his brother, he certainly ranks among the more formidable commanders in the second tier of the Seven Kingdoms. Consequently, the situation deteriorated into a severe beating, resulting in the loss of nearly half of Storm's End. Stannis, upon realizing that Kai Feng had been dispatched to the south, understood that the battle would be exceedingly difficult. He was well aware of the capabilities of his own troops, which might manage a 3-to-4 ratio. Yet he also recognized Kai Feng's prowess. Despite the strained relations between their fathers and brothers, Stannis maintained a decent rapport with Kai Feng, which did not diminish their mutual respect. Thus, he remained vigilant against any interference from the Shireen family, yet he could not predict that Kai Feng would successfully traverse through Dorne, a route unaccounted for in the interests of the Spear of the Sun. Indeed, the devastation required in the central region was essential for the southern forces to manifest their true strength, thereby allowing the Iron Throne to suffer some losses, aligning with Dorne's direct interests. Why then would I obstruct your passage? I shall grant you safe passage. Thus, Kai Feng made his way through Dorne and arrived at Storm's End without incident. Subsequently, his army ambushed the unsuspecting Onion Knight and his forces, who were preparing to flank the enemy. Ironically, it was their own rear that was now compromised. The Onion Knight's reaction was one of disbelief. Could he not catch a break? However, lamentations at this juncture were futile, as the enemy was already upon them. And it was astonishing that Lysa did not launch a simultaneous attack. Reflecting on the Onion Knight's earlier astonishing maneuvers in battle, it became increasingly apparent that such unpredictable actions were within the realm of possibility. Therefore, it seemed prudent to engage in a rout. Yet, to his dismay, the anticipated rout resulted in significant losses, as, despite the army's lack of formidable strength, they were outnumbered. When it came to conflict, their adversaries were relentless in their resistance. Thus, the anticipated rout led to a staggering loss of nearly 13% of their forces, rendering the engagement a costly endeavor. After incurring certain costs, the dynamics of the battlefield underwent a complete transformation. Who could have anticipated that such a formidable force would lack a singularly exceptional commander? The Onion Knight's ability to lead an extensive army and maintain cohesion during their march was indeed commendable. However, it is essential to acknowledge that his military command skills were not particularly formidable. He merely followed in Stannis' footsteps, excelling as a logistical commander. Now, tasked with leading an army independently, he possessed some capability, yet it was limited. Within the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms, his command level could only be regarded as slightly above mediocre. Frankly speaking, had William held a greater advantage, defeating him would have been a trivial matter. Under these circumstances, could I allow you to enjoy a prosperous existence? I refuse to let you thrive. Subsequently, Kai Feng achieved a series of extraordinary maneuvers and astonishing assaults, gaining a decisive upper hand in the conflict, effectively overpowering the opponent. The Onion Knight found himself in a position of mere defense, utterly incapable of mounting a counterattack. Following 2 minor skirmishes, the Onion Knight finally recognized his limitations. He could not hope to best his adversary. Thus, even if I cannot defeat you, I shall not permit you to enjoy an easy time. Consequently, a series of ambushes commenced. The mercenaries under the Onion Knight's command excelled at conducting such surprise attacks, leading to a campaign of subterfuge. The Kai Feng forces were taken aback, despite the Storm Emperor's fervent assurances of providing all necessary supplies. The reality of their troop numbers left everyone in stunned silence. I risk my own safety and the fate of my realm to assist you. And this is how you repay me? Do you not feel a pang of conscience? With such a meager force, whom do you think you are intimidating? I brought only this many troops. Did you really expect me to come at all? Kai Feng had brought 10,000 men to support. Yet the storm forces could only promise supplies for approximately 4,000. Reflect on your conscience. Do you not feel remorse? You, who appear so respectable, engage in such disgraceful conduct. How can you bear to show your face? Kai Feng nearly struck him in frustration, but upon visiting the enemy camp, it became evident that the fault did not lie elsewhere. The entire garrison numbered fewer than 10,000. It was no wonder they faced such dire circumstances. Even if they had initially set out with 15,000 men, most had perished, and given the attrition of the army, the supply could only stretch so far. What more is there to say? My head is spinning. Chapter 100. A desperate battle thus, beneath the setting sun, both armies engaged in a battle steeped in desperation. For the Onion Knight, it was imperative to conduct a remarkable fight to solidify his standing within this nascent dynasty. After all, the current situation was not to be taken lightly. Stannis commanded a plethora of elite warriors. Did he truly believe his contribution mattered? Thus, he must demonstrate his significance, or rather his combat prowess. Otherwise, he will inevitably be cast aside. For the Onion Knight, such an eventuality is particularly intolerable. Therefore, both sides possess compelling reasons to believe in their victory in this battle. There is no need to elaborate on Kai Feng. He is on the verge of becoming a perennial loser, a fate he cannot endure. If he continues to suffer defeats, he will be regarded as a coward among the people of the West. After all, who could withstand the humiliation of repeatedly losing 3 or 4 battles? For the citizens of the West, such a figure is deemed worthless. In the era of his father, Titus, although the family did not achieve many notable victories, at least they did not suffer defeats at the hands of outsiders. Despite facing rebellion from their own subordinates and being besieged in the main city, they ultimately reclaimed their stronghold. This generation, in terms of personnel quality, is still superior to the previous one, yet their record is lacking. Their homeland has succumbed to invasion 3 or 4 times. Now, when one speaks of combat capability, one must question where such prowess truly lies. The Onion Knight cannot afford to lose. He must defend his authoritative position within the army, necessitating a victory in this war. Similarly, Kai Feng cannot afford defeat, as he must safeguard his rights and status. Thus, this conflict becomes a battle of honor for both parties. Since it pertains to their dignity, for men, losing is simply unacceptable. Indeed, both have unwittingly become gamblers. Neither can afford to lose, and they simply must not. Given that both sides are on the brink of depleting their supplies, the necessity for the other side to economize becomes apparent. The most straightforward solution is to engage in a fierce battle. The Onion Knight is no longer inclined to play games. He directly confronts Kai Feng with the question, will you fight or not? Kai Feng, initially reluctant to engage, recognizes that his side holds no advantages. If they prolong this stalemate, defeat is inevitable. He also harbors doubts about whether the opposing side genuinely intends to fight, or if they are merely feigning aggression, laying traps for him to fall into. After all, if they continue to exhaust their own resources, they will undoubtedly lose. In a situation where supplies are nearly exhausted, how long can the morale of his troops endure? This is a pressing concern. Thus, if they choose not to fight, their collapse will be swift and certain. Kai Feng cannot fathom the reasons for the enemy's desire to engage. Given their reckless incursions into his camp, they must surely be aware of his dwindling supplies. In such circumstances, he cannot comprehend why they would choose to fight when victory appears easily attainable. Kai Feng is perplexed, while the Onion Knight is determined to keep him in the dark. The only question remains, shall we fight? What other choice do they have? Given the circumstances, they shall indeed engage in battle. Both sides agree to confront each other at the Pig's Corner for the decisive showdown. The Onion Knight, of course, could not entirely refrain from employing cunning. Indeed, he resorted to a touch of guile, having meticulously chosen this particular locale from the outset. Although the opposing army boasted soldiers of Storm's End, the commander asserted that the compliance of the less fervent soldiers would undoubtedly preclude any dissent. Moreover, the direction of the Boar's Horn was a region frequently occupied by Stannis, and it was also the birthplace of the Onion Knight. Under such circumstances, how could one expect to lose when the battle unfolds at one's very doorstep? Simultaneously, he had initiated contact with the local pirates, prepared to strike from the enemy's rear if necessary. It was merely a matter of winning, whether by a large margin or a small one. If victory was assured regardless, why would I allow you passage? I would thoroughly vanquish you, for that would be only fitting for my current leader. As for the act of killing, while it could indeed be done to others, eliminating Stannis's brother would surely lead to one's downfall. However, the Onion Knight was acutely aware of Stannis's character. His leader had not expressly forbidden murder. Thus, the capacity and opportunity to kill were available. What the higher-ups cannot do, he must execute on their behalf. Hence, I must apologize, dear third brother, for borrowing your head to claim military accolades. With such a mindset, do you truly believe I would allow you to escape? I would undoubtedly beat you senseless. Thus, under the waning light of dusk, both armies arrived at the battlefield, where the Onion Knight had already laid a meticulous trap, eagerly awaiting these two fools to leap into it. The forces arrayed back-to-back across the strait, with 20,000 opposing 18,000. Undoubtedly, the advantage lay with me. The Onion Knight faced no possibility of defeat in this battle. The only distinction was whether the victory would be substantial or slight. Given this, there was little more to discuss. The outcome of this conflict was devoid of suspense and rendered rather tedious, for the course of battle need not be detailed. After all, the Onion Knight was fated not to lose. In the end, Kevin fled back to Dorne with a pitiful remnant of fewer than 3,000 soldiers. As for the third brother, his fate was far worse, captured and suspended in a high tower for public display. Most critically, he now commanded not a single soldier, as he dangled in the Fortress of Winds. Indeed, no noble would be willing to support one who had never won a battle. If it were I would certainly not consent, so let him meet his demise. While the third brother deserved death, it was decidedly not the right time for it. It would be far more meaningful to execute him when Stannis triumphantly returned to review his troops. Thus, though death was inevitable, it must be postponed for now, allowing him to live a while longer. Everyone is aware of what must follow. His head will undoubtedly fall. Meanwhile, Stannis remains locked in a stalemate with Tyrion, unable to secure victory, yet also not easily facing defeat, for Stannis holds an undeniable advantage. Thus, the battle no longer necessitated continuation. The Old Lion ultimately resolved to surrender to the Iron Throne. However, Stannis was not so easily dissuaded. After all, once the Onion Knight's forces truly engaged in the fray, it became impossible for Tyrion to maintain his defenses. Yet, the adversary was unwilling, leading to a pressing dilemma. The war would persist, and given the present circumstances, the only means for the Old Lion to break the impasse lay in securing victory alongside Tyrion. Chapter 101. The Southern Campaign at this juncture. It is likely that among all the rebels, the Tyrell family was faring the best. Despite the insurgency at the borders and the rebellion in Old Town, the entirety of the Reach still possessed the capacity to mobilize nearly 100,000 troops. What does this number signify? Indeed, Dorne and the borders combined could not muster such a force. The only warrior who could be compared to Oberyn was the Knight of Flowers, who could match him in close combat. However, in terms of tactics, it would be difficult to find anyone in the Tyrell ranks who could rival Oberyn's strategic prowess. Nevertheless, the Tyrells held an advantage. Their opponent was a coalition of 3 houses. This meant that Oberyn could only directly command his own Dornish forces. No matter how formidable Oberyn might be, he remained human and could be delayed, rendering him ineffective. Thus, the basic operational strategy for Highgarden was to dispatch forces to stall Oberyn's army while relentlessly engaging the troops from Hightower and the borders. The combat effectiveness of Highgarden's forces was astonishing. Initially, Oberyn presumed that their strength was limited, yet an unexpected figure emerged on the stage, Doran Martell's son, Quentin Martell. It was not that this young man possessed extraordinary tactical acumen. In fact, his tactical prowess could only be deemed on par with the Knight of Flowers. His primary strength lay in his ability to train troops effectively. He meticulously documented fundamental battlefield maneuvers, compiling them into booklets, which were then distributed for noblemen to rigorously practice with their recruited soldiers. The results were, of course, evident. Although Dornish and border soldiers boasted considerable combat experience, they could not withstand the efficacy of reflex training. Through such enforced drills, the soldiers' muscle memory improved significantly, enhancing their physical capabilities and combat effectiveness. This was decidedly unfavorable for the border lords in Dorne, while Hightower's ordinary soldiers found themselves in a dire predicament. Despite the Hightower family possessing elite troops, these forces had not seen battle for decades. Since the Blackfyre Rebellion, when they had allied with the wrong side, the Hightower family had become rather disinclined to partake in the military and political games of the Seven Kingdoms. Since that time, Hightower had been reluctant to contribute their forces to the war, opting instead to provide financial support in subsequent conflicts, including the War of the Ninepenny Kings, during which they largely refrained from deploying troops. The so-called elite of Haelta, which remains formidable, is merely a title, the individuals beneath have undergone numerous changes. Despite their rigorous training, without the objective cultivation of soldiers' muscle memory, they remain unable to compare to the fully trained Tyler forces. As for the Dorne soldiers, they would find themselves ensnared by Tyler's miscellaneous troops. Oberyn can muster no more than 40,000 soldiers, as he must also guard against potential ambushes from the Shield Islands, which belong to House Lannister and are loyal to Castle Windwhisper rather than the Iron Throne. The proximity of the Shield Islands to Sunspear raises concerns. Should Oberyn bring too many troops, he risks being ambushed. Consequently, Oberyn finds himself in a precarious position. A direct assault would be met with overwhelming numbers of miscellaneous troops, rendering any attempt at elimination futile. What efficiency can be expected from a force of 20 to 30,000? Conversely, retreating risks the annihilation of his allies, allowing the enemy to overpower him with a force thrice his own. As for Haelta, both armies have ceased to regard their forces as any significant threat. Once on the battlefield, their troops are often swiftly eliminated. Who could believe that a settlement like Old Town, rivaling both Highgarden and Castle Windwhisper, could fail to produce competent soldiers? Certainly, Old Town's ranks include House Tyrell, and since Doran has led his forces to pledge allegiance to Tyler, Haelta has effectively found itself engaged in internal strife, with losses being inevitable. Indeed, the Haelta family stands on the brink of collapse, relying solely on their long-standing investment in Old Town, which has garnered the loyalty of the populace. Otherwise, continued conflict would inevitably lead to their downfall. Moreover, the once eager academies, contemplating joining House Haelta to overthrow House Tyler, opted instead to submit gracefully upon witnessing the formidable Tyler army. Therefore, a decisive battle is imperative for Haelta, or rather for Oberyn. Without it, the mobilization of all their troops and the battles fought would be rendered futile. If they cannot subdue Tyler, they cannot compel their surrender. In such circumstances, should Oberyn's forces fail to reach the north to participate in the division of the western lands, the war would yield little for Dorne. Thus, Oberyn must secure a resounding victory to demonstrate the formidable combat prowess of Dorne's army. Without such a triumph, the trajectory of the war will herald a decline in Dorne's national strength and a weakening of their military might. Therefore, victory is imperative. For Tyler, this battle is a matter of life and death. A defeat would see them tumble from their position as the highest command in the Riverlands, relegating them to the status of a secondary lordship. It is important to note that the Tyrell family has never excelled in warfare. Following their loss of political stature, the affluent Tyrells are destined to become targets for the voracious families of the Reach. Without military might, and with wealthy individuals lacking an army, navigating through a realm teeming with ambitious lords is exceedingly disheartening. Currently, they can only rely on the ostensible strength exhibited by their own forces to temporarily subdue these lords. In truth, these lords are not entirely obedient. They remain tethered by substantial mutual interests that bind them in fear of letting go. In such circumstances, should the Tyrells face inevitable defeat, it is highly probable that those once loyal vassals would swiftly turn against them. In light of this, does the Tyrell family still possess a future? Thus, it is imperative that the Tyrells attain victory, and they must succeed. Although Loras Tyrell has passed, his brother, Garland Tyrell, remains loyal to House Tyrell, commanding a cadre of elite soldiers imbued with formidable combat prowess. With Loras's fall from grace, there exists an opportunity to arrange a new union for the young Rose. Chapter 102. The Young Rose for the Young Rose. She is now considered a widow at a tender age. Initially, she sought to ascend to the role of queen by ingratiating herself with Robert, only for the old king to perish shortly thereafter. Subsequently, she endeavored to win the crown by currying favor with Renly, who has now met his demise. Am I cursed? She wondered momentarily, before resolutely shaking her head. No, I am the pride of Highgarden. Such thoughts cannot invade my mind. Furthermore, if this notion of being a widow were to solidify, would I ever find a suitor again? At not yet 20 years of age, among the women of the Seven Kingdoms, my youth is not excessive. If I were to remain unwed now, I would inevitably be relegated to obscurity, akin to Marjorie's fate, spending my days in a lofty tower. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, the young Rose paled. At that moment, the Knight of Flowers entered, followed closely by Garland Tyrell. Indeed, this represents the most potent strategy for the Tyrell family at present, to firmly entwine Garland within their grasp. Otherwise, the impending future holds terrifying prospects. The old town of Harrenhal has already extended multiple olive branches to the Tyrell soldiers, releasing all captives. The young man feels a certain discontent, for while it is true that Oberyn Martell was responsible for his father's death, it was the Tyrell family that sent his father to his doom. Moreover, Why did the Tyrell forces not intervene when Oberyn's army traversed the Reach? Thus, these questions swirl within Garland's mind, inciting discontent not only towards Oberyn, but also towards Harrenhal and the Tyrells themselves. Now, he finds himself at a loss as to whom he should place his trust or to whom his loyalty should be pledged. For the present self, perhaps the preservation of the family and territory is of utmost importance, and it seems that pledging allegiance to Tyrell is no longer suitable. The youthful countenance of a teenager betrays every emotion and thought, making it evident to the Knights of the Bloom. Should this formidable individual manage to escape, or worse, take his army with him, or return to aid the opposing camp in training their forces, the morale and military advantage of House Rose would swiftly dissipate. Thus, the only prudent course of action is for Little Rose to wed Tarly, firmly binding the Tarly family to the chariot of Tyrell. This is the sole means of safeguarding the family. As for Little Rose, one might ponder whether she has the right to choose. Regardless, she would struggle to find a more favorable match. After all, her reputation as a husband killer has spread throughout the Rose territory and even across the entirety of the River Bend, leaving the prospect of her future marriage in question. Whether suitors would be willing to accept her is another matter, further diminishing her chances of selection. As for the question of being a husband killer, who cares? First, she must sell herself or risk becoming an old maid. With this mindset, Little Rose ultimately succeeded in securing Tarly after a night of tenderness. This endeavor was quite effortless for her, considering he was merely a boy in his teens, not much older than herself, and a virgin who had never even held a woman's hand. For a seasoned Rose like her, it was a simple affair. Of course, the specifics of the method are best left unspoken, as they may not pass scrutiny. Nevertheless, after a night of passion, Tarly awoke the next day with a rosy complexion, clearly indicating what had transpired the previous night. For Little Rose, this was particularly refreshing, especially since her previous suitor, Duke L, was a homosexual, and Robert had never touched her. It was a surprise to discover that after nearly 17 years of life, she remained a virgin, having nearly been wed twice. Thus, for the present Little Rose, it felt like a much-needed rain after a long drought, invigorating her spirit. Following this, she offered a final bit of encouragement to the warrior heading to the battlefield, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on Tarly's forehead. Upon receiving this kiss, Deegan's combat prowess soared, and his morale reached an impressive 120 as he donned his armor, marching forth alongside the Knights of the Bloom. Meanwhile, below the castle, the largest gathering of troops amassed over the years from House Tyrell had converged, totaling an impressive force of 110,000, with even some Western troops joining the fray, all permitted by Tarly and the Old Lion. Although Doran had assisted the Old Lion during the battle in Stormland, this did not imply that the Old Lion would reciprocate with courtesy, as the two sides still regarded each other as adversaries, with their ultimate interests in direct conflict. Therefore, conflict was inevitable, and I would not easily let you off this time. The Old Lion may not be able to come himself, but that is of little consequence. He can send someone in his stead, and indeed, it will be his younger brother. Kevin has now become the most ineffectual commander in the entirety of the Westerlands. For what kind of leader suffers defeat in every battle? It is one thing to be outmatched by others, but to be bested by the Onion Knight? That is simply intolerable. What is the Onion Knight, after all? A smuggler. Unbelievably, this battle has solidified the Onion Knight's position, allowing House Davos to successfully establish roots in King's Landing and expand their influence. Although the knight himself may not be particularly adept in military matters, his advisors are quite capable. Indeed, as Hand of the King, it is relatively simple to gather a cadre of advisors, especially those of exceptional talent. Moreover, he has just achieved victory and received public commendation from Stannis. It is a time of great fortune, and no one would refuse to embellish such success. Consequently, many young individuals have sought to join the Onion Knight's ranks as his advisors. While the Onion Knight may lack in personal combat prowess and tactical acumen, he possesses an exceptional ability to recognize and utilize talent. This is indeed a vital characteristic of the Onion Knight. First, he values loyalty. Second, he is generous and understands the nuances of human relationships. And third, he truly knows how to appoint the right people to the right positions. Therefore, Kevin is in dire need of a victory to prove he is not the incompetent fool he is perceived to be. Otherwise, he will find it impossible to remain in the Westerlands, relegated to being the second most ineffectual member of House Lannister after Tyrion. Tyrion's performance on the front lines has astonished all in the Westerlands. After all, everyone is aware of Stannis' military prowess, yet Tyrion managed to withstand his onslaught, demonstrating his considerable military skill. Consequently, The title of the least capable military commander in the Westerlands, or within House Lannister, now falls to Kevin. As for Queen Cersei, how many in the Westerlands still regard her as a person? While they may publicly address her as my lady, behind her back, they weave their own narratives. After all, with the Westerlands facing such a significant calamity, at least 40% of the blame must be attributed to this woman. Chapter 103. The Southern Conflict. 1. Following the Battle of Sunset, this marks the first truly formal engagement. In the aftermath of the Sunset Battle, all rebel forces are unable to once again amass large armies to launch a counteroffensive. Aside from House Tully, the Stormlands have suffered devastating losses in the war, depleting their last remaining troops. The Westerlands, after gathering 80,000 to engage in nearly a month-long conflict with the allied forces of over 100,000, have finally seen the Iron Islands breach the enemy's defenses. The naval forces of the Westerlands have suffered catastrophic blows, leaving them incapable of reorganizing for another assault. The Greyjoy fleet has also endured significant damage. Indeed, in terms of numbers, they are not at a greater advantage than the Iron Fleet. In terms of quantity and quality, the forces were unable to rival their adversaries. The hastily recruited troops could not withstand the sailors of the Iron Islands, who even summoned retired sailors back into service to completely suppress the fleet of the Riverlands. After a month of struggle, the city of Fairies ultimately fell, albeit having bought precious time, preventing the Westerlands from facing simultaneous assaults from the north, east, south, and west. Upon landing, the Ironborn attempted an offensive, but the returning Tywin effortlessly crushed them. Though Balon possessed tactical prowess, he was still vastly inferior to Tywin. For both sides, the decisive battle in the south represented everything. Should the Tyrells emerge victorious, they would merely need to deploy their forces to compel Stannis to abandon his ambitions of annexing and oppressing the Westerlands, while also annihilating the treacherous Hightower family and potentially devastating the borderlands. Conversely, should the Tyrells fail, the outcome would be equally catastrophic. Nearly 100,000 troops from Dorne and the borderlands would utterly dismantle Tywin's final resistance. The overwhelming superiority of these forces, coupled with the numbers of the Northern Alliance, totaling 200,000, was insurmountable for the Westerlands. Thus, the battle beneath the walls of Highgarden determined everything. It was the largest and bloodiest conflict since Aegon's conquest, with both sides fielding over 100,000 soldiers, stretching the entire front for a full 8 kilometers. The soldiers on both sides were prepared, with minor skirmishes having been abandoned in favor of large-scale mobilization and assembly. The meaningless war of attrition had been replaced with a brutal, large-scale direct confrontation. The Tyrell formation was conservative, featuring a vast center consisting of 30,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry facing the 30,000 troops of the borderlands. The left flank, led by Kevin, comprised an army from the Westerlands and a portion of the Riverlands, nearing 30,000, with 5,000 cavalry and 25,000 infantry. Their opponents were the Dornish forces, commanded by Oberyn, consisting of a mixed force of infantry and cavalry, each numbering 15,000. The right flank, led by the Knights of Flowers, boasted 40,000 troops, comprising 30,000 infantry and an additional 10,000 cavalry. Opposing them were the Hightower forces, with 25,000 infantry and 15,000 cavalry. The line stretched for several kilometers, an unprecedented sight in the annals of the Seven Kingdoms. The Tyrells had exhausted all their family's resources, gathering this formidable army of 100,000 under their sole command, possessing exceptional combat strength and a centralized command structure capable of obliterating any enemy. Confronting any formidable foe was not an issue, for even the mightiest military strategists of the realm, such as Tywin and Eddard, could not withstand such a vast military force. There was simply no contest, as their numbers were overwhelming. The three armies they faced were unparalleled, representing the highest state of combat readiness among the entire coalition of the Seven Kingdoms, the Northern Army, the Dorne Army, and the Borderland Army. Moreover, Hilta was renowned as the underground dynasty of the Seven Kingdoms, the Shadow Government, the Iron Throne in the darkness. It wielded control over the Academy City and other significant central units, including the resplendent Star Cathedral, which even attracted worshippers of the seven gods from the Essos continent, marking it as a sacred site of religion. Hence, Hilta was able to summon a force capable of rivaling that of an entire nation. Naturally, the army of Tiller was also formidable enough to contest with the other nations. The timing for the decisive battle was steeped in tradition, chosen to occur at dawn, as the sun languidly ascended the horizon. In the distant skies, an army of 100,000 arranged themselves into battle lines according to their allegiances, with Oberon serving as the immediate commander. However, he could not directly command all the forces, as these armies belonged to different families, factions, and territories. Only those of one's own kin could be effectively unified. This explains why the general's formation was divided into three. At the helm of the central phalanx was the Cerwyn family. Though not renowned for their martial prowess, they excelled in training their troops, led by Dingtali, who was sufficiently capable. The commanders of the flanking Hailta families and Oberon directed their respective contingents. This was the optimal strategy for them, as entrusting one individual to lead soldiers from other families in such an alliance would yield unfavorable results. Dingtali, as the sole capable commander from Riverbend, inherited his father's lands and formidable soldiers. The central line was predominantly composed of Tally family soldiers, who were numerous, well-trained, and well-equipped. Similarly, the left flank was primarily comprised of Lannister cavalry and heavy infantry, supplemented by a contingent of Riverbend infantry, which were of the lowest quality, as no one would willingly entrust their elite troops to another's command due to fundamental principles. On the right flank commanded the Flower Knight, the most graceful warrior of the Seven Kingdoms. Although he was not the most exceptional in battle, he was renowned for his appearance in various tournaments and tactical assessments. And within the noble social circles, he epitomized the Tiller family, superficially splendid but lacking substance. Now, the three factions were poised for direct confrontation. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the world watched this impending war. Not far from the battle lines, a massive griffin descended slowly from the fairy city, having circumnavigated the entirety of Riverbend to approach the battlefield from the rear. In the southernmost woods of the battlefield were William, Robert, Harion, and Torrin. For individuals who had come purely to observe how such a grand conflict of over 100,000 would unfold. Chapter 104. The Southern Warfare. 2. The initial maneuver was undertaken by the central phalanx, both sides exhibiting a similar formation. However, the Riverbend forces enjoyed a slight advantage due to their formidable cavalry. The frontier troops, while possessing resilient infantry, were not numerous. Nevertheless, they were well equipped with effective strategies to counter the cavalry. As the opposing cavalry surged forward at full speed, the frontline soldiers lowered their shields at a 25-degree angle, effectively covering their entire frontal area. The rear ranks followed suit, placing their large shields atop the first row, thereby creating a sloped ramp of shields. A third soldier mimicked this arrangement, and subsequently, another soldier positioned himself at the back of the entire slope. As the cavalry steeds charged towards this shielded ramp, inertia rendered the horses unable to alter their course, compelling them to ascend directly onto the slope. Upon stepping onto the third shield, the horses' vulnerable underbellies were fully exposed, at which point the soldiers thrust their long spears into the mounts, toppling the cavalrymen to the ground. Two soldiers then approached, dispatching the riders with their blades. The cavalry behind found themselves utterly incapable of breaching this formation. Each one met with a grim fate as they advanced in succession. Others attempted to flank from the sides, but regrettably, the infantry on the flanks were well prepared. When they sought to encircle from behind, the archers stationed at the rear swiftly dealt with them using their arrows. The frontier forces had considerable experience in dealing with cavalry, having faced the Knights of Dorne, who were no weaklings. Through prolonged engagements against Dorne's cavalry, the frontier soldiers had learned to combat cavalry effectively within the infantry phalanx. Furthermore, the cavalry of Tyrell lacked the sophistication of mounted archery, rendering them incapable of employing advanced tactics such as kiting. Thus, they were obliged to confront the infantry head-on, which inevitably led to contact between the two forces. To effectively counter cavalry with infantry, it was crucial to maximize the area of engagement, clearly indicative of the frontier's combat style. The entire perimeter of the phalanx was manned by infantry wielding heavy shields, while a small inner section housed the archers. As the cavalry charged through, the infantry advanced, gradually encroaching upon the archers' range. In contrast to the Tyrell family's distribution of their archers across the entire formation, resulting in a relatively sparse presence of archers on each flank. The arrows were not densely concentrated, making it challenging to inflict lethal damage on the heavily shielded soldiers of the frontier. Conversely, the frontier soldiers eschewed the delicate and exquisitely crafted recurve bows in favor of robust, high-cost bows fashioned from beast sinew. Such bows launched arrows with greater power and destructive capability. Additionally, the frontier army enveloped the entire crossbow unit within the innermost section of the infantry phalanx, ensuring that with each volley, the Tyrell forces would invariably suffer a critical blow. The contest between the crossbowmen persisted for half a day, and the commander of the Tillier family, our own Deegan Tally, was acutely aware that he could no longer allow his troops to remain exposed within the enemy's archery range. After all, the fatigue of his archers had surpassed all expectations. It was imperative to engage the forces in close combat. for this was the final and most straightforward path to victory. Thus, he commanded his troops to charge, and tens of thousands surged forward in a display of formidable might, leaving the three brothers and Robb bewildered. Even if it was a reckless charge, it was still a powerful and aggressive advance. The army surged forward like a tidal wave, revealing one of the few advantages of the Tillier forces. Their infantry outnumbered the enemy by a full 10,000. While the cavalry's charge failed to inflict significant damage on the formations of the borderlands, it nonetheless disrupted their ranks. Subsequently, a rain of arrows targeted those soldiers exposed beyond their lines, leading to the most lethal phase, the infantry advancing to strike at the already weakened enemy troops. Shivan remained remarkably composed, perhaps accustomed to such sights. For the lords of the borderlands, their battles had never been equal. They were accustomed to facing disproportionate assaults. Time and again, Don would muster his forces to strike at the enemy's weakest front. Thus, the soldiers of the borderlands had long adapted to the art of overcoming numbers, or prevailing against strength with their own meager forces. Consequently, Tillier's charge did not yield significant results, or rather, Deegan Tally had forgotten that in the days before the borderlands gained independence, the vanguard of every charge had never been cavalry, but rather the desperate formations composed of various families from the borderlands. Even if they were to realize this now, it was too late. The previous desperate assaults by the soldiers of the borderlands had undoubtedly become the last straw for their adversaries. And now it was the soldiers of the Tillier family who found themselves grasping at this last strand of hope. The soldiers of the borderlands proved resilient, even surpassing those of House Tally. It is worth noting that these were elite troops nurtured by the renowned Blue Tally, the most tenacious forces throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Although the borderland army was gradually diminishing, they stood unyielding amidst the storm, like unyielding stones. The fallen soldiers were quickly replaced by those behind them, gradually tightening their formation. Yet, the archers at the core remained uninvolved in the fray. They were not merely archers, but the reserve force responsible for the final harvest. The Tillier family had yet to fully uncover the limits of this borderland army. In other words, they still navigated this situation with remarkable ease. Indeed, every command issued was executed with exceptional precision, and each soldier's movements, as well as the overall maneuvering of the formation, operated as if orchestrated by a single entity. Although they lacked a renowned general, each soldier was among the finest in their ranks. On the battlefield where survival is a fierce struggle, after enduring the most brutal competition and stringent selection, the remaining soldiers are all elite warriors. Placing them in this arena is akin to a pure dimensionality reduction assault against the unseasoned soldiers of the Tillier family, who have never faced combat of such intensity. At this juncture, Dgantari resolved to halt the charge, recognizing that for the current formation, a frontal assault would prove futile, merely wasting manpower. The strategy now should be to gradually tighten the encirclement, containing the enemy and preventing any erratic movements. They must await a decisive strike from another front. Should victory be attained, reinforcements will arrive, but if defeat ensues, even the most valiant efforts will be rendered meaningless. Chapter 105. The Southern Conflict. 3. As fierce combat erupted between the border soldiers and those of the Tillier family, an unforeseen event occurred. The warhorse of Lord Shivan, the commander of the border forces, suddenly stumbled, causing both him and his steed to collapse. Swiftly, the soldiers of the Tillier family surged forward, overwhelming him in a flurry of blades. With the loss of their commander, his subordinate took command, effectively reorganizing the formation to meet the enemy. The Tillier family, however, failed to break through. Instead, the surge of bloodlust from the border soldiers retaliated, dampening their morale. At that moment, Dgantari's second-in-command was struck by an arrow and fell from his mount, trampled to death by his own troops. This incident instilled fear among the soldiers. Retreating now seemed perilous, as they could also be targeted by arrows. Given the current situation, such a fate appeared plausible, for the archers on the border had fixated on those withdrawing, inflicting substantial casualties. Soldiers advancing head-on could potentially shield themselves with comrades or their weapons against the arrows, while those with their backs turned were almost certainly doomed. Thus, the archers of the border inadvertently incited the combat spirit of the Tillier soldiers. Charging forward posed a risk of death, yet retreating assured a grim demise at the hands of the merciless crossbowmen. Hence, it was preferable to advance rather than retreat, as retreating could lead to an uncertain and sudden death, while charging might afford a chance of survival. The archers, initially deployed to demoralize, were taken aback by the unexpected resurgence of the enemy's morale, who launched a fervent counterattack. Having undergone training under the Tilly forces, these soldiers were now capable, albeit with difficulty, of using their weapons to deflect incoming arrows. Consequently, This wave of assault forcefully pushed back the border soldiers. However, this is not a viable solution, as the current battlefield scenario is characterized by the relentless waves of soldiers from the Tyrell family charging forth, only to be met by the steadfast formations of the borderland troops, who methodically decimate the advancing Tyrell soldiers. If this continues, the numerical advantage will be squandered, leading to an inevitable collapse of the central front. Even if the flanks perform admirably, the arrival of over 30,000 fresh troops in the center will undoubtedly alter the tide of battle. Yet, Dignitali finds himself powerless to change this predicament. He can only deploy his last reserve of cavalry, attempting to support the infantry by launching a skirmish from the rear or by striking the relatively weakened lines. However, these efforts often result in the enemy regrouping and pushing back. In this era of Western European warfare, despite the prevalent understanding of multi-unit composition in military strategy, the concept of combined arms operations remains elusive. Consequently, cavalry and infantry are still utilized separately, which explains why the Tyrell cavalry was initially neutralized by the infantry. Even with a mere portion of infantry providing a deterrent effect, preventing the complete annihilation of the cavalry units and avoiding significant losses to the enemy. Indeed, battles of this time often hinge on the decisive charge of heavy cavalry, which can be seen as expendable assets in the tumult of war. At that moment, a turning point finally emerged. Dignitali's charge felled the commander of the borderland troops stationed at the northwest flank, his head severed and landing amidst the archers. This sparked a minor chaos within the Northwest Army, and seizing the opportunity, Dignitali led his weary cavalry once more into a charge. Although this cavalry had already endured several successive assaults, more than 200 remained effective in attacking the infantry formation. The already disordered infantry was suddenly struck by the cavalry, plunging them into a state of minor rout. This was catastrophic, for the commanding general had perished, and the second-in-command was oblivious to the unfolding situation. Consequently, the line was thrown into disarray, and what began as a small-scale rout quickly escalated into the disintegration of the entire western flank. Infantrymen began to scatter in small groups, either breaking from the line or being pushed aside by the enemy's advance. At this juncture, the commander of the borderland forces finally recognized the burgeoning chaos on the western front, which had now escalated into a significant disorder. He promptly withdrew his reserves to reinforce the line. Coincidentally, the Tyrell family also dispatched their reserves, nearly 1,000 heavy infantry, the last remnants of the Tyrell's elite troops. As the recent wave of troops engaged the enemy's reserves on the battlefield, just as the situation had begun to stabilize, they suddenly surged forth, causing the hard-won equilibrium of the infantry along the western front to once again teeter on the brink of collapse. Signs of disintegration began to manifest among the troops stationed there. In response to this alarming development, the commander ordered the archers to unleash a barrage of arrows upon the enemy soldiers in the western phalanx. However, the soldiers of the Tyrell family, charging through the rain of arrows, had trained their long swords to the point where the movements had become second nature. They instinctively raised their weapons to parry incoming projectiles. While this did afford some of the border infantry a fleeting opportunity for counterattacks, such instances were few and far between. Only the front ranks of infantry experienced this fate, while the others successfully blocked the arrows. During the brief respite that followed the archers' rapid fire, the infantry seized the moment to launch a sudden offensive. The entire western defensive line began to show signs of faltering, with some soldiers breaching the ranks of the archers. Yet, the archers, wielding short blades, managed to repel them. After all, the archers stationed at the borders were well accustomed to close combat, making them formidable in the melee. Despite facing the Tyrell family's elite heavy infantry, they remained undeterred, exploiting the fatigue of the heavily armored soldiers to strike at their vulnerable joints. A coordinated effort between two archers could easily fell a single heavy infantryman. But the crucial issue remained. The entire western front was gradually revealing its vulnerabilities. Chapter 106. The Southern Conflict. 4. At the moment when the western phalanx faced imminent collapse, a glimmer of hope emerged in the eastern front. Following the death of his deputy, Dignitali personally took command of the western line, momentarily leaving the eastern front without leadership. In this fleeting instant, the commander of the border forces, sensing an opportunity, executed a swift assault that resulted in the deaths of 3 infantrymen, creating a no-man's land around him. Meanwhile, the central archers' formation began to show signs of wavering, prompting approximately 1,000 archers to fill the ranks and swiftly join the fray. With this influx of fresh troops, the eastern front erupted with astonishing combat prowess. It could be said that the original strength of this contingent was already formidable, but with the arrival of reinforcements, the Tyrell soldiers, who had managed to maintain a balance, found themselves suddenly besieged and shaken by relentless assaults. Yet, this was not the most critical turn of events. At that moment, Oberon, who had been skillfully engaging with Kaivon, dispatched 500 cavalry to reinforce the central line. This charge proved to be a devastating blow for the infantry, as the cavalry's rear assault was nothing short of catastrophic. Soon, the entire eastern contingent of the Tyrell army found itself in a state of utter disarray, with small clusters attempting to resist the onslaught of the border soldiers. The border troops, having the freedom to choose their opponents, often engaged in battles of 2 against 1, as the Tyrell soldiers were engulfed in chaos and could not organize effectively. Moreover, the commander was ensnared in the western front and unable to extricate himself temporarily. This situation presented an opportunity for the enemy. Over 500 cavalrymen surged through the lines, launching a surprise attack directly against the flourishing infantry forces of Tyrell in the west. Consequently, the western troops also succumbed to confusion. Although the commander had at his disposal a reserve force of over 1,000 cavalry, these troops had suffered significant losses during their recent engagement with the infantry formations. In the western theater of war, cavalry often faced attrition, being gradually worn down by infantry formations, which typically marked the transition to infantry combat. However, this time was somewhat different. The cavalry had just regrouped from the left flank to rejoin the central formations, their morale buoyed, and without previous losses to hinder them. In contrast, the cavalry of the River Bay, or the Tyrell soldiers, had been nearly decimated in earlier charges, leaving them unable to reorganize effectively. Thus, the battle became a straightforward confrontation of infantry against cavalry, with the latter mounting a rear assault, showcasing the formidable pressure cavalry could exert upon infantry. Seeing this unfolding scenario, the commanders of the border forces rose anew, organizing their infantry to stabilize their lines. Meanwhile, the situation on the eastern front appeared increasingly favorable to them, and a chorus of cheers erupted from the ranks of the border soldiers. In stark contrast, the Tyrell soldiers either stood their ground defiantly or abandoned their weapons to flee the battlefield, forming small defensive circles. However, thanks to the rigorous training imparted by Digantali, even when these soldiers formed small clusters, they managed to withstand the onslaught of the border forces. Digantali had previously encountered similar situations and had thus placed particular emphasis on enhancing the individual combat skills of his soldiers amidst chaotic skirmishes. In this tumult, the Tyrell soldiers did not find themselves at a significant disadvantage. In fact, in some localized areas, they even managed to gain a slight upper hand, as the numbers of the border soldiers were still relatively few. Moreover, archers struggled to outmatch well-trained infantry in one-on-one confrontations. Consequently, the central formations found themselves in a stalemate. At this critical juncture, a segment of Tyrell soldiers from the right flank rejoined the fray, bolstered by approximately 300 cavalrymen separated from the Knights of the 100 Flowers, reinvigorating the infantry to re-engage in battle and maintain their lines. The infantrymen, straining to hold their ground, successfully prevented a rout from worsening, while some of the disorganized infantry units, having regrouped in the rear, were eager to re-enter the battlefield. At that moment, a wave of cheers erupted from the direction of Prince Oberon. It was indeed Prince Wildling who led nearly 2,000 soldiers into battle, despite being afflicted by illness. Although he could only be carried in a palanquin at that moment, he demonstrated remarkable strategic composure, possessing a strategic vision and tactical acumen that rivaled that of his brother. But what brought this contingent of Dornish soldiers to the scene? The answer is simple: they were summoned by Varys. Indeed, the Golden Company, led by young Aegon, was poised to land at Storm's End, to ensure that they would not face the wrath of the Dornish forces during their passage through Dorne. Varys deceitfully claimed that the Dornish army was in crisis beneath the walls of Highgarden. Consequently, Prince Wildling personally led his royal guard to the battlefield. This contingent of over 1,000, a mixed formation of infantry and cavalry, boasted extraordinary combat prowess, with exceptionally high training standards and finely crafted equipment. Their arrival swiftly altered the dynamics of the battlefield. The soldiers of House Tyrell, already on the brink of collapse after enduring attacks, found their wavering lines disintegrating further with the addition of these elite troops. Moreover, the meager cavalry forces at the border were gathered from the camp and re-engaged in combat. This cavalry numbered approximately 400, a significant commitment for the borderlands, where such resources were scarce. Deploying these cavalrymen represented a substantial gamble. Should they lose this battle, independence would be a distant dream, relegating them to perpetual victimhood between two warring nations, their descendants likely to be consumed by the ravages of war. In their desperation to escape such a fate, The borderlands were determined to risk everything. They could not afford to lose this conflict, for defeat would mean utter annihilation, leaving them to be eroded in an endless cycle of warfare. Hence, the borderlands brought forth their long-cherished cavalry unit. Although it comprised only 400 men, these well-equipped knights were a rarity in their realm, where many lords were compelled to fight on foot. Thus, this cavalry force was truly a treasure. Having undergone the most rigorous training and outfitting, it seemed that the tide of defeat was irrevocably against House Tyrell. Chapter 107. The Southern War, 5. As the central phalanx found itself embroiled in a fierce struggle, the left flank, where Kayvon faced Oberyn, began to reveal the prevailing circumstances. While Kayvon was not entirely lacking in martial strength, against a commander of Oberyn's caliber, who could stand toe-to-toe with Tywin, his command skills fell significantly short. Compounded by the fact that the Dornish army boasted a total of 30,000 troops, including 15,000 heavy infantry and 15,000 cavalry, comprising the most elite armored horsemen, the prospect of engagement was indeed formidable. As for the infantry and cavalry of the Narnister family under my command, the majority have suffered both morale and personnel losses from the previous 2 battles. The current forces I can muster, though numbering in the tens of thousands, are merely hastily assembled from the remnants of other battered units. The time for the troops to acclimate is insufficient, and their coordination leaves much to be desired. Moreover, when faced with a legendary commander like Oberyn, Kayvon's tactical acumen appears rather lacking. What is of utmost concern is that Oberyn can even draw reinforcements from the central phalanx. What do we possess to counter such a force? Can we truly hold our ground? The pressing matter is not merely whether you believe in our capabilities, but rather, if we falter, who among us can possibly prevail? Indeed, the Tyrells are unable to present any commanders of remarkable caliber. After all, we are up against Oberyn, a renowned general throughout the 7 kingdoms. Even if Tywin were present, he could hardly claim a victory with a force of 30,000 against such an opponent, especially considering that the second son's prowess pales in comparison to that of the elder. Thus, our situation becomes quite dire. Although our commander initially mounted a valiant resistance, Kayvon did manage to breach the enemy's 3rd line at one point, nearly reaching Oberyn himself. Yet, the crucial issue remains the lack of sustained support. What exactly are we relying on? This hastily assembled force from the Westlands, when compared to the virtually unscathed Dornish army, would be fortunate to achieve parity in combat, let alone victory, especially against a commander of Oberyn's caliber. The name of the Red Viper is renowned across the 7 kingdoms, standing as one of the foremost generals. And who among the likes of Edmure, Robert, Stannis, or Tywin would dare to challenge him? Moreover, the situation in the center appears equally bleak. If our lines were to falter, it would inevitably mean reinforcements for the enemy from that front. After all, the skirmishes in the south are merely a stalemate, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. But the north is an entirely different matter. Here, how could we possibly contend with our adversary? To put it bluntly, achieving a 50-50 chance would be a generous assessment. At best, we might hold our ground for a time before retreating. There is no need for us to engage in a desperate struggle. Even if we were to win, the cost would be dearly felt, and defeat would bring dire consequences. While a hollow victory would not guarantee any improvement in our plight. However, the truth is that Oberyn is not easily trifled with. From the moment the 2 sides took their positions, the second son regretted the decision, as his forces were almost entirely outmatched. Firstly, in terms of leadership, our commander does not measure up to his opponent. I am inherently unable to best Oberyn. Furthermore, throughout the engagement, the quality of our soldiers pales in comparison to that of the enemy. After all, the Dornish can field a professional army, while we are left with only mobilized militia. As the battle raged on, our men fell like leaves in autumn, suffering heavy casualties. The first line of soldiers was almost completely decimated upon contact with the enemy. Meanwhile, I led a cavalry charge into their infantry lines, bravely penetrating their defenses and nearly turning the tide of battle. However, at a critical juncture, Oberyn withdrew a contingent from the central line and swiftly maneuvered to the flanks, leaving my cavalry at a loss. Just as my horsemen reached the 3rd line of defense, they collided head-on with the enemy's heavily armored infantry. My cavalry sustained severe casualties, and the ensuing conflict devolved into a comprehensive clash between infantry and cavalry. The quality of the enemy's infantry overwhelmingly surpassed our own, causing the Western forces to retreat in disarray. Furthermore, my cavalry charge was thwarted by Oberyn's brilliant strategy of avoiding direct confrontation and focusing assaults on the flanks. The enemy's infantry extended along the ends of their formation, encircling our troops with ease, disregarding conventional tactics of the time. Our forces were already at a disadvantage, and with the enemy commander displaying keen tactical acumen, we found ourselves unable to secure victory. The innovative maneuvers left the Western army bewildered, and hastily assembled peasant soldiers were no match for such tactics. Naturally, this led to a collapse of our ranks, while Kayvon's cavalry found themselves trapped within the encirclement, forced to engage only at the most vulnerable points, the enemy's flanks, yet I managed to break free, albeit with only 300 soldiers. The remaining nearly 10,000 cavalry were ensnared and slaughtered. Amidst the chaos, the trained soldiers of House Tyrell exhibited far superior performance compared to the Lannister troops. Only a small number managed to form a cohesive defense, while the majority of Dorne's soldiers ruthlessly executed their opponents, displaying heads as trophies on their belts. Oberyn was pleased with such displays of victory. After all, in triumph, anything done by the victors is deemed correct, while the vanquished are in error with each breath they take. In such dire circumstances, it is impossible to maintain loyalty and faith among the ranks, especially since these soldiers were not motivated by a desire to fight, but were compelled by their lords, with their leaders nowhere to be found. What resistance could we expect from these common soldiers? This battle should never have occurred. We should not have opposed the Iron Throne. Had it not been for our lord's obstinate decisions, why would tens of thousands of infantry find themselves here? To sacrifice lives for a conflict that bears no relation to us only adds to the multitude of mourning souls across this continent. The Dornish exhibit little mercy, opting instead for complete annihilation, as they gather all the wounded and incinerate them. The corpses on the battlefield are brutally decapitated. Although one might argue that they possess a greater number of troops, the Dornish leverage their advantage of fewer, yet more skilled warriors to achieve an unequivocal victory. Chapter 108. The conclusion of the Southern War. This war was fought with a meticulous precision, reflecting the public's perception of warfare, particularly in the southern battles. Indeed, the right flank demonstrated a commendable discipline. The Lord of House Haelta, alongside his advisors, including the military scholar from the Academy of War, epitomizes the strategic acumen of this era. House Haelta boasts a formidable cavalry and resilient infantry, who, despite being conscripted by their lord, derive substantial strength from their religious fervor. They believe they are waging a sacred war against heretics and apostates on behalf of the illustrious Iron Throne and the Seven Gods, a cause they deem noble and righteous. For the sake of this so-called sanctity, these infantrymen are willing to lay down their lives. The cavalry comprises vital soldiers of House Haelta, meticulously trained and fiercely loyal, making rebellion or failure during such a significant engagement implausible. Opposing them are the Flower Knight and his elite troops, the finest warriors of House Tyrell, without exception. The heavily armored cavalry is composed of nobles and their bastards, representing the pinnacle of martial prowess. One could argue that within the entirety of the Reach, there exists no more elite or well-trained cavalry unit, adorned in the heaviest armor and mounted on the most formidable steeds. Similarly, their infantry consists of the retinues of these knights, each accompanied by 3 to 4 attendants, collectively forming an army of tens of thousands. As both sides take their positions, the Flower Knight may be experiencing the zenith of his life, for he has never before led such a vast force into battle. Meanwhile, the Lord of Inflated Fish, Mistilier, has never engaged in combat, his tactical acumen bordering on non-existence. While one might ridicule this, the Flower Knight stands as the only competent general the Tyrells can muster, despite having never won a single tournament, even being bested by a mere 12-year-old. Thus, his lack of valor is notorious throughout the Reach. Although he is not the heir to the family legacy, his elder brother commands the fleet. He remains the only competent strategist for land warfare, as his brother excels solely in naval engagements. The soldiers of both sides collided, and the infantry engaged in fierce combat. However, due to the presence of heavily armored foot soldiers at the forefront, they found it challenging to easily vanquish their adversaries. Thus, they could only clash together, resorting to various methods to grapple and exhaust each other's forces. The infantry of the first line was gradually worn down, while the cavalry refrained from joining the infantry battle, instead engaging in skirmishes on the flanks. This epitomized a quintessential medieval conflict. Both sides seemed oblivious to the strategy of using cavalry to breach the enemy's infantry line, allowing their own infantry some respite. In their eyes, if the opposing side possessed cavalry, the priority was to mobilize their own cavalry to eliminate the enemy's horsemen, leaving the infantry to contend with one another. Indeed, the concepts of coordinated infantry and cavalry maneuvers, as well as the strategic deployment of archers to deplete the enemy line, were entirely foreign to them. The Tyrell family boasted over 2,000 archers, while the Herta faction did not even have a solitary dedicated archer. Their infantry remained clustered in small groups at the rear, lacking any designated leader among them. During this period, archers were predominantly employed for city defense. And in the absence of such fortifications, both sides preferred to rely on their infantry for direct confrontation. Consequently, the role and combat effectiveness of the archers were significantly diminished, as they exchanged arrows with each other or targeted densely packed enemy infantry. The equipment of both sides could only be described as extravagant. In comparison to the infantry of the era, which typically had an armor rate of less than 20%, both factions boasted armor rates of approximately 40 to 50%, truly embodying the essence of heavy infantry. Thus, the battle continued in silence. Thanks to their superior quality, the Tyrell soldiers initially gained the upper hand. However, this advantage was soon undermined by the collapse of Tyrell's central line. Had Tully's son truly given his all? It was evident that Dagon Tully had indeed risked his life in the fray. For him, this battle ought not to have occurred, were it not for the Tyrell family. He would have relied on his modest military strength to pursue greater authority. Instead, he and his father should have been governing their own lands rather than squandering their forces on this feudal battlefield. With his father fallen, was the Tyrell family still worthy of his loyalty, despite being their son-in-law? After enduring a grueling battle, Dagon, along with a few of his loyal guards, retreated into the city in disarray. The city still housed over 10,000 defenders, yet Tully had lost his courage and dared not venture out to meet the enemy. After the defeat of Kaifeng's army, they did not retreat, but rather withdrew northward, hoping to escape back to the west. He was left with fewer than 5,000 soldiers. And among the infantry he managed to gather, only the bold and the fortunate remained, as the timid had long since surrendered or met their demise at the hands of the enemy. Now, he bore the burden of reporting back to his superior with this diminished force, with the central and left formations achieving resounding victories. The invading coalition began to converge upon the still undecided right flank. Had Kaifeng been in command, it is unlikely the army would have suffered such a dire fate, yet it was clear they would not receive a third opportunity for deployment. The Knight of Flowers could only lead his troops in a tactical retreat back to the city. The entire Highgarden was now encircled by the enemy's formidable forces, which numbered at least 80,000, while their own ranks dwindled to a mere 15,000. Meister Tyrell resolved to surrender, relinquishing his lordship to Haelta, and the de facto independence of Dorne and the borders inflicted severe losses upon the Riverlands, stripping them of their strategic position as the mightiest among the Seven Kingdoms and relegating them to the status of a second-rate nation. Meanwhile, the vassals within the realm began to express discontent, for Tyrell had mobilized nearly all loyal forces of the Riverlands, only to see them utterly annihilated. Chapter 109. The restoration of Targaryen upon the conclusion of the Southern War, when Kaifeng returned to the west, crestfallen with no more than 5,000 soldiers, Tywin's heart sank. Bringing back such a small contingent from an army of 30,000 indicated that the adversary was formidable. After vanquishing the southern resistance, they would undoubtedly march northward, turning their weapons toward him. With at least 90,000 troops, and the coalition's total strength possibly exceeding 100,000, it was evident that despite inflicting significant losses on one front, he had only diminished the enemy by 10,000 to 20,000 at most. Thus, the combined force of 200,000 men effectively encircled the west. Regardless of who faced this situation, fear would be palpable. After all, the odds had shifted to a stark 1-2, and the enemy's combat prowess was not inferior. It could be argued that the command skills of Eddard and Oberyn might even surpass his own. Consequently, the current situation was increasingly disadvantageous for the West. However, as he anxiously awaited the impending war, a thunderous piece of news arrived from the south. Aegon Targaryen, the posthumous son of Rhaegar Targaryen, had landed with over 20,000 members of the Golden Company at Griffin's Roost and was making a beeline for King's Landing. This posed a dilemma, for the Golden Company's reputation had spread throughout Essos and was well known in Westeros. Their elite fighters, formidable combat abilities, fully armored ranks, and fearsome elephants struck terror into Stannis' heart. Thus, the plans to besiege the west would be temporarily postponed as they needed to muster their forces to drive the Golden Company back into the sea. As for William, his primary focus is not on the ongoing war in the south, but rather in the north. Indeed, according to the observations made by Hyde and his companions, a multitude of wildlings has gathered beneath the Great Wall. Concurrently, the wall has dispatched messages to the prominent noble families of the north, urging them to mobilize forces to resist both the Wildlings and the impending threat of the White Walkers. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. William let out a long sigh, then handed the letter he had received to Ed. My lord, the latest estimates suggest that the Wildlings amassing at the wall could exceed 200,000. This letter was sent by the garrison stationed in the north, which provided an assessment of the actual size of the Wildling army, far surpassing the information previously relayed from the wall. Indeed, it was over 200,000. They are descending southward to assault the wall under the leadership of the Wildling king, Mance Rayder. Ed promptly reported this intelligence to Stannis, for it was crucial for them to return home and protect their lands. The Golden Company, numbering over 20,000, alongside the fewer than 100,000 men of the Westerlands, could barely manage the situation with their current forces. The North, however, desperately needed this fresh contingent of 30,000 men. Stannis himself would undoubtedly refuse to allow their return, as the combat prowess of the Golden Company is formidable. Until the invaders are decisively defeated, all the dukes must lead their armies to the south. Otherwise, it would surely undermine the morale of their troops. However, the Iron Throne's wishes were not to be disregarded. Strictly speaking, even if the South were to descend into utter chaos and suffer a comprehensive defeat, the North could maintain its territory by holding onto the neck. Presently, the Iron Throne holds absolute superiority in the South, rendering the contribution of their 30,000 soldiers unnecessary. In comparison, the wall is in greater need of their forces. Thus unfolded a drama of departure. Ed led his troops under the cover of night, while William summoned back the fleet that had already arrived at the battlefield. Riding his griffin, the Northern army covered nearly 100 miles in a single night, and by the time Stannis realized that they had headed north, it was far too late to pursue them. Of course, Stannis found himself at a loss for words. After all, the prospect of defending the wall against an invading force of 200,000 wildlings seemed exceedingly bleak. As a ruler, he understood all too well the caliber of those stationed at the wall, mostly nobles dispatched there, who could still fight to some extent. But the prisoners sent there were patently inept. If over 200,000 wildlings were to breach the wall, the devastation they would wreak in the south would undoubtedly surpass that of the current enemy, for wildlings operate without any semblance of order. Allowing them to advance southward is akin to inviting wolves into one's home. Given this, Stannis refrained from sending anyone in pursuit. In his view, while the Golden Company of over 20,000 was indeed formidable, their commander was utterly incompetent. This was, in fact, true. One could not claim that young Aegon was a capable leader, but it was evident that he lacked the qualities of a true sovereign. Therefore, what strength could such a fellow wield, even with an army at his command? Since the arrival of the Golden Company, Varys has mysteriously vanished. It appears that the Onion Knight has assumed control over the entire intelligence network of King's Landing, or perhaps, the Whispers of the Realm are now firmly in his grasp. With this advantage in information, I find myself untroubled by any adversaries. Varys has fled to the south, unbeknownst to Stannis, and even if he were aware, it would be of little consequence. After all, with an army of merely 20,000, what could he truly accomplish? It is important to note that while the Lannister family has yet to declare their intentions regarding an assault on the Targaryen restoration forces, one should not expect their support for this army either. Simultaneously, in Essos, William is backing another faction of the Targaryen restoration, yet their efficiency pales in comparison. Viserys, as ever, has met his demise, and his forces have proven to be of little assistance, despite their limited numbers. Ultimately, Daenerys has successfully hatched 3 dragons and seized control of the Slaver's Bay. Although the imp has not appeared at the Queen's side, Barristan has taken his place. The Queen, having historically triumphed over the Harpy's offspring, is now mustering her forces to march northward to reclaim the Iron Throne. At this juncture, the Queen commands over 10,000 soldiers, alongside more than 8,000 Unsullied and several thousand Dothraki cavalry. The summoned troops are primarily under the command of seasoned knights, while the Dothraki are led by the Queen herself, and the Unsullied are commanded by Grey Worm. They are also reaching out to young Aegon, preparing to collectively retake Westeros. Young Aegon's forces can be considered as vanguard troops, and at this moment, Prince Doran of Dorne has declared neutrality while actively facilitating a marriage between Princess Aerianne, young Aegon, and his own son with Daenerys. This places Stannis in a precarious position, as his opponents have now secured ample territory, and the sentiments of the borderlands towards Dorne remain ambiguous. Thus, the paramount objective now is to temporarily ally with the Westerlands. In Chapter 110, titled The Wildling Army, William rides his griffin low over the Fishbone Forest, concealing nearly 200,000 wildlings within. To be frank, this number has exceeded even his expectations. The sheer magnitude is staggering. Over 200,000 wildlings, double the historical count. In light of this, William and his companions have sent both Old Skinner and Little Skinner to the wall. Upon their arrival, these two brothers swiftly plotted for power, but fortunately, Old Bear managed to withstand their ambitions, bolstered by Jon and his comrades' relentless efforts to suppress them. Although Old Bowskin has garnered significant prestige among the nobility, it has amounted to little more than that. Among those punished and sent to confiscate, he holds no substantial renown. Meanwhile, the several hundred soldiers brought by Old Skinner have gathered around him, with Ramsay Bolton closely aligning himself with Old Skinner as well. Then the predicament arose. Old Bear, much like in the chronicles of history, embarked on an expedition that ultimately led to his demise, as well as that of Banyan. Presently, in the power struggle at the wall, the old skinflint holds an undeniable advantage. Even Asha, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, harbors a sense of disdain towards him, for she is acutely aware of whom to regard with esteem and whom to dismiss. A person who has failed in the power games of the North, and even had his own homeland pilfered, hardly merits sympathy. Subsequently, there was an incident of wildlings raiding homes. However, this time, the fiery-haired woman survived. For Omen had perished at the hands of Little Skinflint. During the small-scale incursions of wildlings against the wall, the old Skinflint rallied his subordinates to seize power, plunging the wall's defenders into a precarious situation where they found themselves besieged from within and without. Jon and his allies were at a significant disadvantage in numbers, yet, at that moment, the wildlings had not launched a full-scale assault on the wall. Thus, despite their numerical inferiority, the Night's Watch valiantly resisted both internal strife and external threats, achieving some measure of success. It was then that the vanguard cavalry, led by Robb and Harrion, arrived at the wall, successfully routing the traitors and invading wildlings in concert with the Night's Watch forces stationed within. However, the fiery-haired woman was captured, with Ygritte placed under the personal watch of Jon Snow. As for William, he was tasked with observing the specific direction and position of the wildlings to facilitate the upcoming battles. In truth, William did not harbor animosity towards the wildlings. He envisioned them as a substantial, controllable labor force that could migrate southward, serving as an effective manpower resource for the continued development of the North. Yet, it was evident that these individuals had no intention of settling down for agriculture at present. As William soared low on his griffin, he was occasionally beset by spear thrusts from the woods, and at times, even massive giants hurled colossal javelins, nearly bringing the griffin crashing to the ground. The situation was far from optimistic. William estimated that, disregarding the other formidable beasts, there were close to 400 giants, and the remaining ordinary infantry seemed to stretch endlessly, with the vast wildling tribes sprawling for miles. In the woods near the wall, wildlings were abundant. A strategy was imperative to temper their fervor. At this juncture, the significance of the fire oil cannon became evident. William ordered the cannons from the warship to be dismounted and commanded the rear to construct as many of these fire oil cannons as possible, albeit substituting the projectiles with fish liver oil, for the unpredictable nature of wildfire made it too perilous for regular use. One could never predict when an uncontrollable explosion might ensue. Furthermore, upon his return home, William made it a point to bring Missy along, as the young princess was deeply concerned for the safety of the second prince. After deliberation among the lords, it was decided to withhold the truth from the young girl, who remained under the impression that her brother was imprisoned in the Iron Islands. Certainly, upon her return, the young girl unmistakably appeared to have emerged from the tragedy of a shattered home, learning to embrace the modest material existence of the North. During William's visit to Winterfell, he observed the young princess and the two Stark girls diligently apprenticing under Catelyn. However, the boy Bran, who had suffered a grievous injury, was conspicuously absent. Despite Catelyn's extensive search throughout the North, no trace of him had been found. Intriguingly, the two children of House Reed were also missing. Of course, Holland Reed, possessing the same bloodline as the shapeshifters, had seen the three-eyed raven's guidance in his dreams, thus concealing the trio's journey northward. Poor Catelyn remained unaware that her son had ventured deep into the heart of the Weeping Woods. William, however, was compelled to focus on the impending war. The potential influx of 200,000 wildlings could swiftly dismantle the existing economic structure of the North. Such a sudden rise in population, coupled with their families, would inundate the region with laborers, evidently threatening to upend the social order due to the inability to provide adequate employment opportunities. As for forcing them southward, the prospect was daunting. over 200,000 armed individuals would pose an extraordinary threat if not disarmed. Thus, the only viable strategy was to first quell their advance and then negotiate with Mance Rayder. Ed had intended to cede land between the gift and the wall to them in exchange for peace, but Mance, well versed in the geography south of the wall, understood the implications of such a concession. How could one sustain nearly 100,000 wildlings, not to mention the colossal mammoths and various beasts, alongside the immense appetites of the giants, each capable of consuming the sustenance of several men? With approximately 400 male giants and over 100 females, not to mention the underage ones, the prospect of a peaceful resolution seemed nearly impossible. At the very least, Mance's resolve needed to be tempered. Even if the North were to muster its 30,000-strong army to confront the wall in conjunction with the Night's Watch, they would still face a significant numerical disadvantage. In desperation, Ed was compelled to call upon all the lords of his domain for reinforcements. Confronted with the encroaching wildling horde, the lords of the North willingly relinquished their reserves. William, in particular, mobilized all but the industrial workers and essential guards, rallying over 5,000 individuals. The entire North was stirred into action, with a multitude of soldiers and refugees being drafted. Supplies were dispatched in a steady stream from across the North, the South, and even from the continent of Essos, all directed towards the wall. War was on the horizon. Chapter 111. Eruption of conflict. Nearly half a month later, numerous armies from the north had gathered at the foot of the wall, their strength swelling to nearly 50,000. The various clans had mobilized all their resources. William had directly dispatched 4,000 of his 5,000 defenders, alongside the recently recruited half-men and wildlings, amassing a total exceeding 4,800, all equipped with a considerable number of oil cannons. The armed oil cannons had all been modified to utilize animal fat as ammunition, a preservation method far simpler than wildfire, ensuring both safety and accessibility. This resource was readily available in the north, as opposed to wildfire, which necessitated the recruitment of fire conjurers for its production. The local populace could easily produce animal fat. Indeed, among the Night's Watch stationed at the wall, there were those adept at crafting such materials. For even candles require animal fat for their creation. All candles used upon the wall were made from this very substance. The soldiers had been mobilized. The crafting of animal fat was a fundamental skill in the north, possessed by nearly all soldiers, as they had all learned to make candles to light their nights. Purchasing candles was costly, and making them was a quick endeavor that saved a few silver bucks. Furthermore, if any young lady from a household was particularly pleasing to the eye, such gifts could serve as suitable tokens of betrothal. This skill was universally known, especially among the men, including William himself. Simultaneously, the Stark, Karstark, Manderley, Umber, and the Mormont family from Bear Island each dispatched 200 men to form a vanguard of 1,000, stationed at the outermost perimeter in an attempt to establish a buffer zone. William also equipped his 200 with shovels, intending to dig a trench that would ideally extend the length of the wall. After all, their foes were not only the wildlings, but also the looming threat of the White Walkers. This trench would directly contain some wildfire, should the wall falter. They would resort to igniting it to delay the advance of the White Walkers, should they acquire a significant population following the conflict with the wildlings. William planned to deepen and widen this trench, as the sheer weight of the dead could potentially extinguish the wildfire. Therefore, to prevent such a scenario, it was imperative that the trench be excavated deeper and wider, thus potentially obstructing the White Walkers' advance. Moreover, additional weaponry was continuously being transported from Winterfell, Deepwood Motte, White Harbor, and Karhold via merchant caravans. The soldiers were swiftly arming the entirety of the wall, bolstering the ranks of the Night's Watch, whose total strength had exceeded 1,000. The combined forces of the various lords, numbering over 50,000, revitalized the once desolate wall. The Great Wall boasts a total of 13 fortresses, of which William and his cohort have taken residence in 8. Among these, Castle Carho and Terror Fortress are jointly defended, while Winterfell and Hearth Fortress share responsibilities, as do Deepwood Fortress and White Harbor. The remaining vassals are tasked with the defense of the other 5 fortifications. Furthermore, additional vassal cavalry patrol the connecting walls of the border, ready to deploy as needed to bolster the forces on the battlefield. Currently, they find themselves in a position of considerable advantage. Although the Great Wall does not encompass the entirety of the border, the trenches they have excavated extend across it completely. Initially, the prepared wildfire was not deployed. Instead, they utilized animal fats. In the event of unforeseen circumstances or imminent breaches, wildfire will be employed. Additionally, They have prepared several rock-based, retractable drawbridges and massive stone planks to ensure that the wildlings will launch their assaults from these specific directions, while archers stand ready to defend. Should any substantial number of soldiers reveal themselves, they can swiftly be taken down by arrows. Many soldiers are equipped with hand crossbows produced by William, which, due to enhanced materials and craftsmanship, boast a range of nearly 120 meters. This allows them to successfully eliminate wildlings mid-climb. Logs and enormous stones have already been transported to the site, and the number of drawbridges has increased from 2 to 4. Had time permitted, William would have produced additional ones, allowing for complete defense of the entire Great Wall with these mechanisms. However, these devices are specifically designed to withstand the threat of the White Walkers, thus they are crafted entirely from dragonglass, a scarce resource. Most of the dragonglass is hidden on Dragonstone, and the North lacks any dragonglass mines, with Dragonstone being a territory of Stannis. Consequently, they must initially rely on iron implements. William has managed to forge 2 shorter drawbridges from the dragonglass he has collected, while the remaining ones are entirely iron. Simultaneously, a port is under construction behind the wall. Once completed, it will facilitate the transport of abundant supplies, not only from the rear port, but also from ports in Essos, which will deliver provisions in exchange for sugar. Just as preparations were progressing steadily, conflict finally erupted. Mance Rayder was evidently aware that the trenches would hinder his army's advance. Hence, he dispatched men to fill and sabotage the already excavated ditches, inevitably leading to clashes with the forward scouts below. What began as a heated exchange of insults and shoves gradually escalated into small-scale brawls, ultimately culminating in a large-scale melee that drew in hundreds of soldiers, thus igniting the conflict. The timing of this eruption was particularly unfortunate, as the drawbridges were not yet completed, the trenches remained unfinished, and most critically, there was an insufficient stock of wildfire to counter any potential breakthroughs, leaving them ill-equipped to thwart the enemy's advance. However, if it comes to a fierce confrontation, we are not to be underestimated. Although the adversary boasts formidable forces such as saber-toothed tigers, mammoths, and aberrants, the majority of their troops are merely northern warriors, capable of taking on 3 or even 4 ordinary wildlings at once. Thus, while our numerical strength may not hold a significant advantage, we possess an undeniable superiority in combat capabilities. After all, we have griffins, and the only mountain dwellers capable of controlling these majestic creatures have defected to the south. Consequently, the enemy possesses virtually no air support, aside from a few flying steeds, which are naturally at a disadvantage against griffins. Chapter 112. The first battle after the skirmish was resolved, over 1,000 soldiers swiftly retreated into the city. As they crossed the stone bridge, they launched an assault on the bridge's pillars. However, among the 1,000, only a few hundred managed to strike the pillars with their blades, which would surely have little impact. Soon after, they beheld several giants, leading mammoths, advancing towards the stone bridge. Preparations had been made on our side, despite the presence of these colossal giants and mammoths, which could potentially provide significant support in the forthcoming conflict. William found it difficult to initiate an attack. Yet, time was of the essence, as the mammoths charged forward with tremendous force. Thus, we could only resort to using long spears. Bows had proven ineffective, especially against such heavily furred beasts, as even piercing their thick coats seemed an insurmountable challenge, let alone inflicting any real harm. Consequently, the heavy long spears, wielded by the combined forces of the Night's Watch infantry and the Wildling foot soldiers, could inflict considerable damage upon the mammoths, particularly targeting their eyes. A critical point of vulnerability. Under the joint fire of the Night's Watch infantry and the Wildlings, the enemy's heavy engineering troops failed to reach the stone bridge. The siege commenced with a formidable engineering contingent pushing their constructed stone slabs forward. Although they could not successfully ascend the city gates, they managed to cross the ditches with relative ease. This contraption had likely been in the works for quite some time, perhaps since the initial digging of the trenches. However, that was about all they could achieve. Once the infantry surged forward, they were immediately met with the towering 300-meter Great Wall, charging valiantly only to be met with a rain of projectiles. Repeated charges followed, only to be thwarted again and again. The Wildlings were inherently ill-suited for such assaults against the towering fortifications, as they could not scale the walls. Yet, unlike typical assaults, they were required to deploy troops from various directions to provide cover, especially at the vulnerable gaps in the Great Wall. However, when a vanguard of over 7,000 Wildlings reached that point, they found themselves confronting an army of over 2,000 half-men. Indeed, this was a battle among kin. The wild infantry charged forward without hesitation. However, Before they could reach the front lines, they were met with a barrage of thrown axes and spears, causing soldiers to collapse in droves. The wild men's defensive capabilities were rather lacking, as their equipment was largely fashioned from burlap and hemp, with iron gear being a rarity. Faced with the upgraded armaments of the half-men, they were swiftly overwhelmed, barely able to lift their heads, let alone reach the half-men directly. In close combat, the half-men proved to be equally formidable as the wild men. After enduring the onslaught of ranged weaponry and leveraging their numerical superiority, the wild men ultimately managed to advance to the very front of the half-men. There, they beheld the opposing half-men legion brandishing their double-headed battle axes. The creation of such weapons, like the Vidal, was beyond the current forging capabilities, making the double-headed axe the finest armament for the half-men. Though the prisoners possessed considerable arm strength, their primary source of power lay in their waists. The soldiers, spaced a meter apart, positioned their left hands at their lower abdomens and grasped the axe handles with their right hands, utilizing their entire torsos to swing the axes, severing the legs of the charging wild men, while the spearmen behind ensured the final blows. Moreover, there were 500 archers, or rather, projectile throwers, tasked with continuously harassing the wild men advancing from the rear, depleting their strength. This unique army was led by a hound dispatched by William, while Hyde was responsible for the defenses at the city gates, and William himself continued to organize production from the rear. The entire North had transformed into an efficiently operating war machine, where the rear provided weapons and equipment for the front lines, with vast quantities of grain being transported from the ports in exchange for trivial sweet beets and sugarcane, which were abundant. Since the formal cultivation began, it became evident that while the north of Westeros was cold, it was comparatively milder than the frigid -20 or 30 degrees of Ninguda, thus not leading to complete frostbite. The growth of crops in the wild was promising. As long as personnel were dispatched periodically for harvesting, they could successfully gather produce. They would then boil it down to extract sufficient sugar, which could be diluted with water and further refined, ultimately resulting in a significant quantity of watered-down sugar for export to Essos. The undiluted sugar, on the other hand, was not intended for the common populace. Although the watered-down sugar was primarily for the middle class, the undiluted variety was reserved for the elite and nobility, commanding a high price of half a pound for a gold dragon. For the wealthy, who could afford such luxuries, it was of little concern, as they could also barter grain for sugar at a rate of 1 ton of grain for 1 pound of undiluted sugar. In this trade, William held an absolute advantage, even prompting bravos to consider supporting the Golden Company in waging war against the North in exchange for methods of sugar production. Of course, William was well aware of this and had contemplated the methods employed in India, though such plans would need to wait until the conclusion of the conflict. As the opposing siege forces are systematically being depleted, the strategy is to continue this attrition until a portion of their main force has been exhausted. Subsequently, a cavalry unit shall be dispatched to launch an assault from the Stone Bridge. The forces of William's Griffin Company are also preparing, while larger contingents are being mobilized. Facing an army of 50,000 against one of 100,000 is challenging, and the prospect of engaging 200,000 is even more daunting. However, persisting in this depletion strategy still affords a certain advantage, as the North has incurred minimal casualties, whereas the Wildlings can achieve a combat exchange ratio of 1-4 or even 1-5 in close quarters. The mercenary troops composed of Wildlings are stationed at the city gates, which have been fortified with numerous defensive structures. As for employing catapults to bombard the enemy formations, it is not feasible. The size of the catapults makes it impossible to deploy them atop the walls, and positioning them further back would render the trajectory of the projectiles ineffective in landing on the other side of the Great Wall. Meanwhile, Mance Rayder is relentlessly committing his reserves to the fray, but he is also acutely aware of a threshold. Once the casualties exceed a certain limit, he will refrain from further troop deployments. Consequently, William intends to pull back some of his frontline forces slightly to secure a tactical advantage, thereby compelling Mance to incur greater losses, allowing him to reinforce his own troops. Chapter 113. Rear Assault. The Wildlings, unable to breach the towering Great Wall, can only continue to send wave after wave of their men to their demise. Yet, the entire defensive line remains precariously vulnerable, as the Wildlings have resorted to an unconventional tactic. Mance Rayder, a member of the Night's Watch, although a Wildling orphan raised by them, has adopted their strategic mindset. He devised a remarkably astute tactic, one that William would later come to appreciate. In a straightforward manner, utilizing wood gathered from the Weeping Woods, he constructed several makeshift vessels. Starting from Widow's Watch, they drifted along the shore to the southeastern rear of the Great Wall. However, these boats were incapable of returning. prompting the decision to rally forces for a surprise attack on the rear of the gift, aiming to sandwich and overwhelm the defenders of the wall. As the battle plan unfolded, troops were amassing for a fierce frontal assault on the Great Wall, while in the rear, wooden materials were being fashioned into boats. Soon, around 30 to 40 rudimentary vessels were constructed, which, despite their modest appearance, possessed a remarkable capacity for carrying personnel. The Wildlings, favoring sturdy craftsmanship, ensured that these seemingly small boats could accommodate nearly 50 individuals each, allowing for a gradual approach of approximately 2,000 troops towards the southeastern corner of the gift, specifically Mole's Town. Behind Mole's Town lies King's Road, the crucial supply route for the Northern Army receiving provisions from the south. Should Mole's Town be breached, nearly 51,000 defenders, including the Night's Watch, would find themselves in an untenable position, starved and facing inevitable demise. However, William's fleet successfully discovered several lost small boats during their reconnaissance. Unfortunately, the indigenous people were all adept at throwing spears, making it impossible for the smaller warships to approach. The Sunset, tasked with overseeing the supply ships on the Essos continent, was temporarily absent from the scene. Moreover, the range of the indigenous people's spear-throwing exceeded that of the oil cannons. As for the catapults used on the naval vessels, while they could have been effective, the small size of the ship meant it was not equipped with large projectiles. Thus, they had to set aside the smaller boats to hasten back to inform the Allied command at the Mole village, while the larger ship continued its supervisory role in the transportation process. Soon, 2 small rescue boats successfully transported soldiers through the harbor to relay their reports to the command behind the Great Wall. This prompted the Allied commanders into action. The Great Wall was vast, and even the gaps without guards measured nearly 2 miles in width. With 13 fortifications along the wall, each required garrisoning. Consequently, even deploying 50,000 troops barely covered the essential defense of the wall. The gaps were defended by William's 500 semi-soldiers, leaving the northern region behind the Mole village alarmingly vulnerable. At least 500 to 600 soldiers were needed to effectively block the 2,000 indigenous people. If they chose to retreat and engage in guerrilla tactics, it could lead to significant losses for the supply units and other support forces. After all, the equipment of the northern soldiers was not particularly luxurious, with supply troops having less than a 30 armor rate. When faced with the indigenous warriors, who had the advantage of ambush, they would likely suffer considerable losses. The entire command, including support personnel, numbered just over 600. While they were confident in direct combat, given the disparity in strength, a casualty ratio of 1:4 or even 1:5 was entirely feasible. The real concern was that the enemy might evade engagement altogether. Indeed, to decisively annihilate this indigenous force of over 2,000, they would require at least an equal number, or preferably more, close to 3,000 northern soldiers. At present, they had only 600, including all support staff. The number of actively deployable combatants was approximately 550, making the likelihood of successfully defeating the enemy slim. Thus, an ambush became imperative. Within the command, the leaders included Ed and Robb, Ricard, and Count Manderley, while the defense of the Great Wall was overseen by Lord Mormont. William was responsible for supervising the transportation of supplies and occasionally employing aerial reconnaissance skills to conduct aerial raids on the enemy's rear, aiming to disrupt their normal deployment. Thus, in this situation, despite the competence of the commanders present, even the seasoned Ricard who remained sharp, experience and strategy were crucial in navigating the challenges ahead. However, in this scenario, the veterans are rendered ineffective. After all, unless the enemy approaches to engage, the 2,000 troops will undoubtedly circumvent the fortified positions of the Allied forces. The sparse wooded areas make it nearly impossible to launch a surprise attack. Moreover, who can guarantee that this is the only vessel? According to the theory of House Centipedes, having observed these few ships, it is plausible that more warships may appear or that there are additional vessels yet unseen. The question arises, how many adversaries have truly arrived? It sends shivers down one's spine, considering that over 70% of the combatants in the nation are amassed here. Should a large-scale enemy incursion occur in the rear, the resulting devastation would be catastrophic. The nearest stronghold, the Hearth Fortress, has essentially evacuated all its forces. If over 2,000 assail the Hearth Fortress at this moment, it would spell disaster, as they could easily sever the entire King's Road, leaving the more than 51,000 soldiers vulnerable. Should a confrontation be attempted, the forces at hand would stand no chance of stopping them. Of course, Mansred is uncertain of the enemy's numbers, so it is likely that this group will first head north. However, once they ascertain the true strength stationed at Zungbi, they will not hesitate to retreat southward. Yet the troops currently at his disposal cannot hope to defeat them decisively. By the time reinforcements from the Great Wall arrive in sufficient numbers, the enemy will have long since fled, for they are marginally closer to the Great Wall than his forces. Even if his messenger rides swiftly down the King's Road, by the time they successfully relay the orders, the battle may have already begun. Thus, the only option is to utilize the 500-odd men available for an ambush. How could 500 successfully ambush over 2,000? Wait a moment. An astonishing idea suddenly struck Ed's mind. Divide and conquer, striking them one by one. Chapter 114. William, where art thou? With this remarkable scheme, Ed resolved to completely dismantle all defenses in the vicinity, leaving the gates wide open for the enemy's entry. The primary objective of this army would undoubtedly be to launch a surprise attack on the rear of the Great Wall. Whether they would lay siege depends on how cowardly his forces appear. Therefore, from this moment forth, the command structure of the Allied forces will split into two columns, with logistical personnel retreating towards Zungdi's Mole village, while the commander leads the troops northward, directly towards the Great Wall. Simultaneously, the residents of Mole village will begin to disperse, divided into multiple groups retreating in different directions, ensuring they understand that the available auxiliary forces are limited, thus fostering a sense of vulnerability that could lead to their downfall. Then all the commanders, along with their soldiers, mounted their swift steeds, and, upon the scouts confirming the enemy's division of forces, rapidly launched an assault on the nearest band of savages, striving for complete annihilation. Given that the savages were relying on their two legs for mobility, it was evident that their speed could not rival that of the cavalry. Thus, this significant disparity in mobility afforded the Allied forces an opportunity to defeat them in detail. Whether they could arrive in time for rescue depended solely on fate. Within the command center, the most crucial figures were these commanders, who moved in unison with the main body of troops, while the other logistical personnel and the residents of Mole Village were left to their own fortunes. Fortunately, not many had brought their families. Otherwise, disaster would have surely ensued, as the mobility and endurance of noble women paled in comparison to that of the rugged men who constantly toiled on the front lines. The villagers of Yanzu, having endured numerous assaults from the savages, were already well versed in the drill. Thus, upon receiving the news, they swiftly divided into several groups and orderly retreated to their usual hiding spots. Meanwhile, the personnel at the command center deliberately left evident traces to lure the savages, inciting them to split their forces. Whether the savages opted for a direct assault on the King's Road or chose alternative methods, they would inevitably advance northward first. Ed had dispatched a messenger to the rear to summon troops from the city of Caho, striving to establish a somewhat impenetrable defense line, aiming to protect and, in the event of the savages' defeat, to ambush their retreat. It was imperative to prevent the savages from maintaining their full organization. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Ed's strategy was, indeed, well suited to the current needs. Although the Allied soldiers at the rear lacked direct guidance from the command center, it was crucial to note that the command center was not directing them. Rather, it was Elderbear who took charge. Hence, employing this method could be deemed a prudent choice. If the savages could be successfully lured into pursuit, thereby buying time, a solid defensive line could potentially be established to thwart their aggression. Thus, the entire conflict was revitalized in this manner. Overall, the plan was commendable. Yet a critical oversight had been made. Not everyone had left their families behind, nor were all families absent from the fray. For instance, the second daughter of Duke Stark of Winterfell and his foster daughter. Quite surprising, is it not? These two girls should have been at home learning the arts of womanhood, and under no circumstances should they have been present on the battlefield. How could Ed have permitted the girls to come? Yet, the reality was that one could not impede them, as others were too timid to intervene. The two young ladies had cleverly concealed themselves within the supply wagons, managing to cross over undetected. How could one possibly stop that? Myrcella was no fool, but Arya was resolute in her desire to witness the events firsthand. Logically speaking, regardless of the circumstances, women should not venture onto the battlefield so easily, especially not two underage girls. It has barely been a little over 2 years since their escape from King's Landing, not yet reaching the 3-year mark. Arya has grown from 11 to 13, still not of an age to wed. Who knows where the young girl learned to brandish weapons, spending her days training. And when she heard of the impending conflict with the Wildlings, she insisted on accompanying them. Myrcella could hardly argue with the spirited child, so she followed suit. However, the supply wagons did not take the two girls along, leaving them to hide in the cellar used for storing provisions in Mole's town. In truth, the little princess harbored her own secret intentions. She merely wished to catch a glimpse of the gallant knight of the Griffin. Yet, To her surprise, the knight was absent, and the command post had relocated, leaving Mole's town devoid of life, with only the two girls huddled in the cellar. The wildlings, however, were indifferent to these circumstances. Upon encountering an unguarded village inhabited by the unsuspecting southerners, they could not resist the temptation to plunder, especially for those accustomed to a life of theft. They understood that the inhabitants of Mole's town had consistently evaded their forces and managed to conceal themselves in places beyond their reach. Yet, each time they ventured southward to pillage, the spoils were meager. Although the bounty was lesser than what one might find in Crown's town, a true settlement with stationed troops. Albeit a mere few hundred, sometimes even as few as 100, the defenses of Mole's town were decidedly inferior, rendering it a more appealing target for looting. Despite the low standard of living in the north, it surpassed that of the wildlings by several degrees. In this context, robbing a small village posed no moral quandary. The losses incurred were trivial compared to the potential gains. For the southerners, such concerns were relevant only in larger towns, making it unnecessary in the case of a diminutive village like this one. Thus, instead of departing, the wildlings began to search through every cellar in Mole's town. They quickly discovered the one where the two girls were hiding, and a burly wildling hoisted them up. A raucous crowd of wildlings gathered, as capturing southern women was a common practice. After all, the wildlings were accustomed to raiding southward for the purpose of procreation and intertribal alliances, which were viewed as a display of valor within their society. In this situation, abduction was not feasible, but killing was certainly on the table. Two robust wildlings stepped forth from the throng, each wielding an axe, poised to strike down upon the two delicate figures. Arya faced death with resolve, yet Marcella, having never witnessed such brutality, was unprepared. In the past, during the skirmish aboard the ship, she had experienced a battle of about 100 men. And within the Red Keep, her status as a noblewoman and the nominal niece of the new ruler had spared her from harm. However, these brutish men paid no heed to such matters. The burly figures, brandishing their axes and revealing their yellowed teeth, along with the ragged wildlings, cast menacing glances at the young girl, leaving her utterly terrified. "William, where are you? Come quickly." Chapter 115. Timely arrival just as the two young ladies were retreating in fear, trying to evade the massive stone axes swung by the savages. Two crossbow bolts soared through the sky, piercing the air with precision to strike the arms of the wild man wielding the axe. In a split second, the sharp bolts embedded themselves into his elbows, leaving him momentarily stunned, unable to emit a scream as he stared at the arrows that had skewered his arms, firmly lodged into the ground. It was only after a few seconds, as the pain surged to his brain, that he began to wail. Of course, by that time, no one was paying attention to the screaming soldier, for the air was filled with the shrill cries of griffins. William was not alone. His griffin was carrying others as well. The griffins swooped low, with William pulling the trigger, unleashing several bolts that swiftly and accurately struck the throng surrounding the two young ladies. The soldiers riding the other griffins also began to utilize their crossbows for aerial bombardment. However, William had yet to unleash his ultimate weapon, the portable fire oil cannon secured beneath the claws of the male griffin. The number of wild men was not particularly large, and thus, launching an attack with the fire oil cannon would prematurely reveal this devastating weapon. Moreover, the cannon was intended for use against the White Walkers later on. Given the current low morale of the wild men, the mere use of crossbow bolts was sufficient to intimidate them. William swiftly ascended, then dove down again, continuing this maneuver several times in succession. The wild men below, now thoroughly frightened, scattered like birds, wailing as they fled into the distance. At that moment, William leaped from the griffin, followed by Miao and Hood, who also dismounted. Observing the two young girls, now in tears from fright, William felt no inclination to question their presence amidst the larger troop that had brought them here. It was all too simple to have blended in with the supply wagon. Now, the question remained. How should he admonish these two little ones who had nearly brought about their own demise? William's initial instinct was to have the griffin take them home, after which he would head south to gather the remainder of his wildman forces, coordinating with other guard units to march north and intercept the wild men, ultimately annihilating them. As for the opinions of the two young ladies, did they truly think their voices mattered at this juncture? They had nearly put themselves in peril. Were they aware of that? Therefore, he lifted one girl by the arm and tossed her to the rear, where Hood and Miao caught her, placing her upon the griffin as they prepared for takeoff. The griffin's flight speed is remarkably swift. Within a mere 20 minutes, they successfully arrived at Hearthglen. Although William preferred to return to Caho City, the two young girls, upon regaining their senses, began to struggle fiercely on the griffin. Unlike William's male griffin, The ones ridden by Hood and Miao were juvenile and not yet fully grown, making their tumultuous movements perilous enough to risk a fall for both rider and beast. Consequently, the two youngsters had to be temporarily placed at Peruvian Fortress, while William rode the griffin back to Terrifying Fortress to muster troops, and to ensure the arrival of the Dawn's embrace as well. Initially, William's party intended to linger at Widow's Watch. However, due to the ship's excessive cargo of provisions, they had come primarily to scout the area, ensuring that no wildlings lurked nearby before permitting the supply vessels to proceed. To their astonishment, the griffin's keen sense of smell detected the wildlings' presence, and they soon spotted two young girls perilously close to being skinned alive. At that moment, William was utterly at a loss to comprehend how these two maidens had found themselves on the battlefield, especially as the axe was poised to descend upon Mycella's head. With no time to ponder, he decisively shot the assailant's hands with a crossbow bolt, subsequently dispersing the surrounding wildlings and rescuing the two girls. The most agitated among them was the already responsive Arya, while Mycella remained in a state of shock. William began to wonder if she had been rendered utterly speechless by fright. Before long, they soared to Hearthglen, where William unceremoniously dropped off the two troublesome girls and continued his journey towards Terrifying Fortress. The vicinity of the Great Wall lacked natural harbors, with Widow's Watch being the only location capable of accommodating large vessels. Consequently, the Dawn's Embrace, being a formidable warship, could not remain docked for long. Thus, it was ultimately impossible to bring it up. However, a few remaining ships could indeed be maneuvered to safety. Before long, they returned to Caho City, where William promptly informed his second brother to swiftly gather all available troops in the city. He then flew back to Terrifying Fortress, where Joel, overseeing the situation, appeared utterly bewildered. William instructed him to mobilize all soldiers that were not currently resting, exclaiming, "Wildlings are launching an ambush." Although initially surprised by the news, Joel swiftly took action, quickly assembling his forces. William led over 700 men northwards to rendezvous with the 400 from Caho City, continuing onward until they met with an additional 200 from House John at Peruvian Fortress, bolstering their confidence to effectively block the enemy. The assembly of this army hastily advanced north, arriving just in time to intercept the over 2,000 wildlings before they could discern the true nature of the cavalry. Originally, the 500 cavalrymen faced an overwhelming force of 2,000 wildlings, seemingly at a disadvantage. However, the situation transformed entirely with the addition of the 1,400 soldiers brought by William. After all, the northern soldiers could easily contend with 2 wildlings each, and the superiority of their equipment was insurmountable. Thus, the massacre commenced. To everyone's astonishment, within this troop were a man and a woman who appeared strikingly familiar to William. Was that not the fiery-haired woman and Tormund? After the battle at the wall, Ygritte did not remain, for she understood that the Night's Watch would never accept her. Therefore, she chose to return to the north with Tormund, only to be dispatched subsequently for a surprise attack. The outcome, predictably, was a failure, leading to her capture once more. Simultaneously, following this incident, William recognized that the command of the Allied forces could no longer be entrusted to the Gifted Land. Even if it meant sinking the fleet at Widow's Watch, he resolved to dispatch ships to blockade the entire route. Under normal circumstances, he would not be present here, as he had preparations for the Summer Islands and Essos to attend to. Yet, with such unexpected developments unfolding, how could he not feel his heart racing? Chapter 116. The wildlings' retreat. Mance Rayder was evidently unaware that the forces he had dispatched to the rear had been utterly annihilated. At that moment, he intensified his offensive, hoping that Tormund could pose a threat to the wall from behind. However, William had already arrived at the battlefield, riding a griffin, and initiated an aerial assault on the wildling attacking forces. The griffin swooped low, its presence heralded by the whistling of crossbow bolts piercing the air. Even a mammoth would be intimidated by such might, let alone giants and other ordinary wildlings. Nevertheless, William aimed to minimize harm to the wildlings themselves, opting instead to target their large beasts, as these creatures represented invaluable labor. Among the wildlings were also spear throwers, who hurled their weapons at William's griffin in an attempt to inflict harm. However, William was not one to permit their success. The griffin's abdomen was encased in heavy iron armor, for William recalled that in the series, dragons were felled by crossbows, and the griffin's defenses could not compare to those of a dragon. Hence, he had to reinforce its protection. As for the creation of this armor, William melted down his Valyrian steel dagger and crafted additional Valyrian items, fashioning a shield of remarkable defensive capability, which he secured to the soft underbelly of the griffin. Although the number of these shields was limited, and he could only affix one to the male griffin for the time being. William was diligently searching for Valyrian steel in Essos and had requested the Iron Bank to keep an eye out. He hoped to soon have custom-made Valyrian steel shields for the underbellies of all 8 griffins. Hitting the shield directly was improbable, after all. Barring the rare aerial maneuvers akin to those of Sachi's scissor technique, it was nearly impossible to inflict damage on the griffin from the front. The only vulnerable spot lay in its abdomen. Moreover, within the realm of the 7 kingdoms, or rather the entire world of ice and fire, the only formidable aerial force remaining is Daenerys Targaryen's trio of dragons. When confronted with a great dragon, no amount of defense can prove effective. The breath of fire unleashed is far from trifling, rendering any protective measures futile. Thus, the only recourse is to engage in a modest exchange of dragon fire. As for the range of the fire oil cannon, its efficacy remains debatable. William understood that to compel Mance Rayder to withdraw, or at least to retreat temporarily, there was but one possibility: to inform him that the troops he had dispatched to the rear had been utterly annihilated. Consequently, William commanded his soldiers to bind Tormund's hands and lower him from the battlements. As for Ygritte, with Jon Snow vigilant in that vicinity, William felt little trepidation. Mance Rayder recognized the shifting figure of Tormund and quickly deduced that if this man of the Griffin had not gone to support the rear, the only conclusion was that the infiltration force had been completely vanquished. In light of this, continuing the assault, especially with an increased contingent, would only exacerbate the already significant casualties among his own people. Thus, today's offensive must be curtailed. Mance Rayder gestured dismissively, and his aide sounded the horn, prompting the free folk to retreat in an orderly fashion. The battle had finally concluded, yet the outcome left little room for celebration among those within and beyond the wall. Rayder was acutely aware that this wave of attack represented the most formidable offensive from the free folk, and should they fail to capture the wall or secure a substantial advantage, subsequent assaults would prove increasingly arduous. Meanwhile, the news from within the wall was hardly encouraging. After all, not all tidings William brought back were favorable. Many from Bravos had begun inquiring about the techniques of sugar production, and recent campaigns against Summer Isles had led them to associate sugar making with sugarcane. Thus, while the specifics remained uncertain, the Bravosi were nonetheless taking tangible steps to thwart William's endeavors against the Summer Isles. In this scenario, dividing forces along the wall would undoubtedly fail to resolve the issues at hand. Hence, William now contemplated initiating bilateral peace talks. Furthermore, with winter approaching and wheat seeds sown, there was no one available to harvest, as most able-bodied men in Beijing had gathered at the wall to prepare for the impending onslaught of the free folk. Prolonging this state of affairs would likely jeopardize the Lord's autumn harvests. While a shortage of grain for the Lords may not lead to dire consequences, a deficiency affecting only the Lords and not the farmers would pose a significant dilemma. Therefore, it was imperative for both parties to facilitate these peace talks. After all, continuing to hold their ground would yield no fruitful outcome. The opposing force numbered 200,000, a stark contrast to the mere thousands on their side. And they must also prepare to confront the White Walkers. Could they not first extend a hand in peace and engage in dialogue? Should the Wildlings present their demands, and we find ourselves in agreement, does that imply we are spared from conflict? Might we then consolidate our efforts against the White Walkers? Nevertheless, Eddard still harbors a significant concern regarding Stannis in the south, who has yet to gain the upper hand in the war against the Targaryen restoration forces. The latter enjoys the backing of the Iron Bank and the advantage of Varys' intelligence. Although young Aegon may not embody the traits of a ruler, the prowess of his followers is undeniably formidable. The Golden Company possesses combat capabilities that surpass those of the regular armies of the Seven Kingdoms. Thus, despite Eddard's tactical superiority, the enemy maintains a stalemate due to their intelligence and the high caliber of their soldiers. Furthermore, the Southern Realms, or rather the Seven Kingdoms, have recently endured a massive chaotic conflict, making it implausible to expect complete unity among them at this juncture. Consequently, the forces striving desperately belong to Stannis, the armies of Storm's End, and those of his ally, Dorne. However, the stance of Dorne is somewhat ambiguous, given that Prince Quentyn is not necessarily bound to marry a princess. Moreover, with Princess Arianne in the picture, an alliance with the Targaryens remains a viable option, and Quentyn is not obliged to wed a Baratheon, as the Targaryens have their fair share of women. At this moment, our queen is also amassing strength, preparing to launch an assault on Westeros. William's support has dwindled to a mere shadow of its former self, especially after the prince's demise, which at most translates to a halt in aggression towards the north. However, should Eddard choose to engage in battle, the circumstances would shift dramatically. Hence, William intends to first vanquish the peasant queen on the battlefield, thereby securing more favorable terms for negotiations. Consequently, both sides find themselves at an impasse in this war. Chapter 117. Turmoil in the south. Having just repelled the Wildlings, Eddard barely had a moment to catch his breath before receiving a distress signal from Stannis in the south. To be candid, as he held the letter in his trembling hands, he was bewildered. What on earth was happening? How could such a multitude be bested by a mere 20,000 mercenaries? Stannis, what is your predicament? Why do you seek my troops? For days now, over 200,000 wildlings have been encamped outside my gates, and not once have you sent reinforcements. Now you ask for my soldiers. Where am I to procure them? Meanwhile, the situation in the south is equally dire for Stannis. His originally sizable force of over 100,000 could have easily overwhelmed the Golden Company's strength. Although the soldiers of the Seven Kingdoms may not match the training of those mercenaries, their numbers are 5 to 6 times greater, making it nearly impossible for one individual to best 5 or 6 foes in the realm of ice and fire, barring technological advantages. Furthermore, there is no significant disparity in weaponry between the Golden Company and the soldiers of the Seven Kingdoms. How could such an astounding numerical advantage be defeated? Stannis finds himself in a perplexing situation. Initially, I believe the tens of thousands I summoned were individuals of unwavering loyalty, courage, and reliability. However, upon reaching the battlefield, it became evident that a multitude merely lingered in the rear, serving as a mere backdrop. The Dornish people, in fact, do not harbor considerable resistance towards the Targaryen restoration. After all, during the Targaryen dynasty, they were relatives of the queen, even having familial ties with young Aegon. Should they ascend to the throne, it would not be to my detriment. As for the region of Dorne, upon gaining independence, Lord Stannis quickly realized he had inherited a considerable mess. The economic state of Dorne was so dire it could induce despair, having relied heavily on the Riverlands for support. Following the collapse of Tyrell, the Riverlands were divided between House Hightower and Dorne, yet the bounty was largely siphoned away by Hightower, leaving Dorne's economic condition scarcely improved. In such circumstances, maintaining a large army, which was already a financial burden, became increasingly untenable. Consequently, after the war, the lords of Dorne simultaneously commenced large-scale disbandments of troops. I have only just dispatched individuals to lay down their arms and return to their plows. Yet you expect me to have them cast aside their tools and take up arms for a conflict that bears no relevance to me. The Iron Throne exhibits a shocking lack of shame. While my independence is largely attributed to your support, it is crucial to acknowledge that I assisted you in concluding the Civil War, thus we should consider our accounts settled. I can provide troops, but only 5,000. Any more is out of the question, so you must manage accordingly. Furthermore, in the Stormlands, after nearly 2 years of bloody conflict between the two heirs of House Baratheon, the population has dwindled significantly. For me to muster 7,000 men is already a testament to House Baratheon's goodwill within this region. Stannis has retained 15,000 troops in the north to monitor the forces of the Westerlands, and has requested an additional 2,000 from the Iron Islands, while nearly 20,000 have already moved southward. The Reach has also agreed to send 3,000 soldiers, while the city of Storm's End, being nearly depleted of its populace, is only capable of contributing about 1,000 as a token gesture. In total, I have managed to assemble 36,000 men, which, when pitted against the over 20,000 of the Golden Company, does not present a substantial advantage, albeit a modest one. However, the critical issue lies in the expansive territory they must defend. Following 2 failed assaults on Storm's End, the Golden Company has opted not to attack from that front, but rather to traverse the Dornish arm. They are constructing a long pontoon bridge to enter Dorne's territory, with 20,000 men crossing over. Stannis is left in disbelief. The terrain connecting the Stormlands and Dorne spans nearly 140 kilometers, and deploying 35,000 men across such a vast expanse clearly fails to yield a sufficiently formidable formation. In this scenario, the opposing force assumes the role of the aggressor while our side, devoid of the intelligence support from Varys, finds itself in a state of utter blindness, compelled to passively await the initiation of an attack. Under such circumstances, the 140-kilometer stretch of the border serves merely as a conduit for the enemy's advance. The Golden Company, in its essence, requires no elaborate strategies. A mere selection of a location to inflict damage along the border would suffice, after which they could proceed to pillage and wreak havoc all the way to King's Landing, seizing control of the city. The Stormlands, particularly the region surrounding Storm's End, is territory that Stannis cannot afford to abandon, for it is, after all, his ancestral homeland, with the graves of his forebears still resting there. It would be unthinkable to uproot them and transport them to King's Landing. Yet how can one defend such an extensive border? With an area so vast, how can one effectively counter an assault by over 20,000 adversaries? This differs significantly from battling the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms, who at least maintain a semblance of honor, refraining from the wholesale slaughter of civilians or engaging in the kind of brutal pillaging that leaves no heirs. However, the Targaryen Restoration forces harbor no such qualms. Their primary objective is to overturn the current regime, viewing the inhabitants as foreigners, and thus, they hold no reservations about inflicting harm. Furthermore, it is essential to recognize that the entirety of the Stormlands effectively lies within rebel territory. If I fail to employ a show of force to deter them, how can I expect to govern without incessantly quelling internal strife in the future? Consequently, the Golden Company operates within the Stormlands with a sense of impunity, fully prepared to execute devastating operations without moral hesitation. In contrast, Stannis must tread carefully. This is still his domain, and all the people are his subjects. To allow his own to be slaughtered by the enemy would undoubtedly jeopardize his claim to the throne. Thus, the only option left is to deploy over 30,000 men to the front lines, awaiting the assault of the enemy's 20,000. Historically, defending an extensive front with fewer troops than the assailant has always been a precarious endeavor, and a 140-kilometer stretch cannot be effectively traversed by mere legs. As for the notion of a preemptive invasion, such aspirations are futile, unless the enemy invites one in. The moment these 30,000 men set foot in Dorne, they would find themselves ensnared in a situation reminiscent of the Targaryen conquests, facing prolonged guerrilla warfare and the formidable Golden Company, ultimately rendered helpless. At this juncture, the Golden Company has not committed all its forces to this front, having deployed only around 18,000 troops. Strictly speaking, Stannis still possesses a 2-to-1 advantage in numbers. Yet the crux of the matter is that he cannot establish a defensive wall along the border, which implies that the confrontation will take place on open plains, negating the advantage of a defensive position. Thus, with the enemy on the offensive and our forces tasked with defense along such a lengthy border, it is evident that we find ourselves in a disadvantageous position. In light of these circumstances, Stannis must urgently rally reinforcements. Chapter 118. Negotiation. As the king's faction began to rally support, it was imperative for me to swiftly resolve the conflict on my end. There were likely other formidable challenges ahead, especially considering that Mance Rayder was leading over 200,000 wildlings southward. This undoubtedly signified the presence of even more daunting threats, whether it be the fierce cold or the mythical creatures of legend, all of which could instill a profound sense of despair. Eddard, too, needed to conclude the war in the front swiftly. Thus, the negotiations commenced. The desire for dialogue was conveyed by William, who employed a rather unconventional method. Perched upon a griffin, he attached a missive to a crossbow bolt and shot it into the opposing commander's tent. Mance Rayder, being literate, thanks to the cultural training required of the Night's Watch, was able to comprehend the message, albeit he was astonished by the quality of the paper, which felt different from the usual parchment. Subsequently, Wildling spear throwers were instructed to hurl spears tied with the return message over the city walls, signifying their willingness to negotiate. The customary arrangements for the meeting were made, choosing a location near a gap in the wall, where 500 half-soldiers were stationed. The Northern Guard comprised 500 half-soldiers, while the Wildlings boasted a contingent of 5,000 relatively well-equipped warriors. Both sides lined up their troops in formation, prepared for any eventuality. Eddard selected Robb and William to accompany him, while the Wildlings were represented by a giant and Mance Rayder second-in-command. Surrounded by nearly 500 soldiers, the negotiations unfolded at the breach in the wall. The proceedings were to be conducted openly and transparently. Any signs of aggression would prompt an immediate response from the soldiers. Despite the presence of a giant on the opposing side, William's Griffin offered a means of escape if needed. Thus, the negotiations began under this rather peculiar atmosphere. Seeing Mance Rayder clad in the garb of the Night's Watch stirred a sense of discomfort in Eddard, momentarily transporting him back to the time of executing the treacherous brother of the Watch. Mance Rayder, however, had no intentions of extending courtesy to these northern nobles. Despite their shared ancestry as descendants of the first men, marriages between the northern and southern aristocracy were rare, maintaining a degree of kinship. Mance Rayder boldly articulated his demands. The free folk required land to the south for their survival, or else there would be no negotiation. To arm over 200,000 laborers and seek a tract of land was tantamount to an attempt at nation building. The sheer number was overwhelming. It was an impossibility for us to accommodate them. With an army of over 200,000 warriors, along with their families, amounting to an astonishing 70 or 80,000 souls. If they were to march directly south into the north, it would be utterly untenable. How could we possibly sustain them? It is essential to acknowledge that the north currently harbors nearly 1.5 million refugees fleeing from various southern nations. Under the relentless assault on the Golden Hall, it is certain that a substantial influx of refugees will continue to ascend. In such a scenario, you expect me to accommodate over 1 million wildlings? Are the provisions of the north simply bestowed upon us from the heavens? Furthermore, with over 200,000 wildlings gathered, I must remain vigilant, prepared to monitor tens of thousands of them. Otherwise, I risk facing unforeseen chaos. What are you contemplating? If you possess such advantageous conditions, prove your worth by defeating me first. It is utterly impossible. My side categorically rejects such negotiation terms. William unequivocally dismissed Mansfred's every suggestion with a single statement. All wildlings must surrender every morsel of food and weaponry they possess. Members of the same tribe shall not congregate together, but will instead heed our commands, being assigned to reside in territories under our jurisdiction. Meanwhile, amicable tribes may opt to advance southward. Once the number exceeds 500,000, we shall no longer accept any additional members. Yes, it is as straightforward as that. Either comply or depart. Mansred, of course, could not possibly acquiesce to this notion. In his view, it was an outright attempt to obliterate the resistance of the free folk, compelling them to submit to a brutal regime, thereby stripping them of their personal liberties. Indeed, the objective is to erode your capacity for resistance. Yet the crux lies in the fact that if I do not permit you passage, can you truly breach our defenses? William adopted an unyielding demeanor, challenging them to approach by their own strength, for we have ample time to endure this stalemate. William commanded his soldiers to hurl over 20 sacks of provisions from the walls, crashing them to the ground for the wildlings to witness. He then had the half-breeds bring forth over 50 sacks of provisions, only to incinerate them before Mansfred's eyes. I do not lack for sustenance. If you wish to prolong this, we shall endure until the end of days. After all, should that terrifying threat arrive, it is you who will perish first. Mansfred's bravado began to wane, for it became evident that the besiegers could afford such extravagance, indicating their ample supplies. Consequently, it was determined that the defenders were considerably well-provisioned, placing Mansfred's side at a disadvantage, especially if those dreadful specters were indeed to descend upon them. They would have the Great Wall as a buffer, while his forces would rely solely on their flesh to withstand the onslaught. In this negotiation, it became increasingly apparent that Mansred would have to concede, as he had no standing to gamble further. With defeat in war looming and lacking the resources to endure a protracted standoff, he had no choice but to relent. However, William was also cognizant of this reality. Thus, he sought to ascertain the extent of Mansfred's willingness to compromise. I am curious to discover the limits of your acceptance. Therefore, without waiting for Mansreder to speak, William continued, stating that all male free folk would labor for us in the fields, free of charge, for a duration of 5 to 10 years. During this time, we shall provide you with the most basic accommodations and ensure that you do not starve. As for the provisions for your families, you must first meet the required grain quota before you may keep any surplus for your kin's sustenance. Those who do not labor shall have no claim to food. Furthermore, you are also required to furnish us with unpaid soldiers to resist the southern invaders, as well as the dreadful entities from the north that you have mentioned. Ultimately, you must declare, in your capacity as king beyond the wall, that all wildlings shall cease their assaults on the wall and refrain from rebelling against the southern folk. If you can fulfill these demands, we shall permit your passage, but only allow 50,000 to cross. Chapter 119. Mansreder's Compromise. Behold, these are the terms proposed by man. If the wildlings disband their forces, it would provide a valuable labor resource for the northern nobility. Moreover, the scattered wildlings, who may not have fared well even in a state of gathering, would stand no chance against the soldiers of the north when dispersed. They must not be divided. Splitting the forces would surely lead to calamity. Mansreder gazed at the young man across from him, likely not yet 20, seething with resentment. He struggled to comprehend how this individual could devise such cunning schemes, each one striking at his vulnerabilities with lethal precision. Yet the crux of the matter was that his side could not secure victory on the battlefield. Thus, what could not be won there would be even more unattainable at the negotiating table. 50,000 wildlings would encompass nearly all able-bodied men. Yet children and the elderly would likely face insurmountable challenges in their journey south. The wall is capable of withstanding the others, a fact of which Mance is well aware. For as a member of the Night's Watch, he knows that such a formidable barrier cannot be breached without external influence. He himself has served at the wall. Although he acknowledges the existence of a significant gap, The others have never attacked that particular point. He is perplexed as to why this vulnerability was present during the construction of the wall, and it remains the only known weakness. Yet, the others have never chosen to assault it. This time, his intended offensive was thwarted by the opposing forces. The wall poses a considerable challenge to those armed factions advancing from the north. Breaching its defenses is no small feat. And while it may be equipped to combat the others in whites, it is particularly effective against wildlings with its formidable defenses. Consequently, the current circumstances are decidedly unfavorable for the wildlings. It remains uncertain how long it will be before the others descend southward after clearing the remnants of the northern tribes. Should his faction fail to retreat swiftly to the south, they risk becoming a buffer between the wildlings and the wall, a prospect that inspires a profound sense of despair. However, the crux of the matter is that the lives of the free folk have never held any significance in the eyes of those from the south. Their desires are solely for wealth and cheap labor. Thus, the free folk cannot surrender their weapons, for doing so would render them mere lambs to the slaughter. Yet, as Mansred glowered across the way, he noticed that a towering figure cast a rather unfriendly glance in his direction. He recognized this man as the leader of the southern contingent, the commander of this so-called coalition, and the lord of House Stark from the north. The demeanor of the opposing commander suggested he was not inclined to engage in dialogue. For Eddard, there truly was little to discuss, after all. There were hundreds of thousands of wildlings outside, and should they all fall to the whites, assuming such creatures existed, it would merely add several 100,000 to the ranks of the undead. The eradication of a mere 100,000 would not pose a significant issue. It would simply be resolved in one fell swoop. Offering you a chance at survival does not imply that you can act with impunity. William also took note of Mansred's gaze and reiterated, "You must understand that even if not a single one of you crosses the wall and all become whites, it would only bolster our enemy's strength by several 100,000. If we can prevent your intelligent kin from crossing the wall, then we can certainly keep your mindless corpses at bay as well. Our purpose in this discussion is not to pursue an unending war, but to conserve our strength for the battle against the living dead. Should you choose not to engage in this dialogue, we remain unperturbed. The White Walkers will assuredly eliminate you before they turn their attention to us. Damn it. These are my terms. Whether you wish to negotiate is your prerogative, but I shall not cater to you." Mansred found himself in an awkward position. For him, continuing to capitulate served little purpose. If the arrival of the White Walkers were to be delayed, all would face demise, albeit at a slower pace than his own side. Thus, his words softened. The free folk cannot relinquish their weapons. It is our assurance of life. Conversely, the free folk must surrender their arms. Else our lives remain in jeopardy. William, unyielding, struck the table with force. Your control over your subordinates is evidently lax. Once they venture south, whether they heed your command is secondary. In this scenario, your oaths and promises become utterly meaningless. If you wish to head south, all must disarm and surrender their provisions. With only those tribes closest to humanity permitted to descend, the rest are non-negotiable. The free folk must not be scattered, for that would signify the loss of their liberty. Should we be divided, who knows how you might treat us? The North lacks a singular expanse capable of sustaining nearly 1,000,000 souls. You must disperse, or else we simply cannot provide for you. If you refuse to disperse, do not expect to venture south. The choice is yours to ponder." Mansred fell silent. The entire North comprises less than 4 million, and with over 100,000 refugees heading north, combined with nearly 1,000,000 more, the population would swell by half. How could they possibly sustain such numbers? William perceived the inclination for compromise from the opposing side, and swiftly seized the opportunity to press his advantage. The free folk must ensure that they do not pillage the southern populace, nor disrupt our normal way of life. They are to submit unconditionally to our command, or else there shall be no discussion. Ultimately, Mansred will yield and compromise, for without the wall, the North would find it nearly impossible to maintain its defenses. As for the multitude of whites, whether there be tens of thousands more, they are merely fodder. We have no fear of you. What are you staring at? Do you think I cannot handle you? Let me make it clear. Do not presume to act superior. We are not intimidated by you in the slightest. If you cannot agree to our terms, then depart. There exists no alternative. It is already quite remarkable that we have allowed you to come here. According to the majority of lords, you are unworthy of this negotiation. We have shown patience in engaging with you. Yet you continue to make demands as if you hold the reins of this negotiation. You are mistaken. From the outset, this negotiation was never under your control. What right do the vanquished have to dictate terms at the table? Should your side lack sincerity, we shall terminate this negotiation and you may continue your futile battles against the whites. We are prepared to send you to your reckoning. We either negotiate or you leave. Observing Ed and William, who were on the verge of vacating their seats, Mansreed clenched his teeth for a moment longer before ultimately choosing to relent. His tightly clenched fists gradually relaxing as he exhaled deeply. When shall we commence the release of prisoners? Chapter 120. Aegon's defeat. Daenerys appears returning to Wind's Rest. Stannis pondered strategies for overcoming the enemy. How could he annihilate them? He queried his assembly of ministers in the Grand Hall. The traditionalist commanders, military leaders, and nobles expressed their own sense of helplessness. Given the current situation, their 35,000 troops were at a disadvantage, and with such an extensive defensive line, it was all too easy for the enemy to exploit vulnerabilities. Thus, they proposed a retreat to Wind's Rest, waiting for Aegon's forces to clash with the borderlands and the River Bay before launching a coordinated assault. After all, the Golden Company came to seize territory, and without eliminating the local nobility, how could they claim land? Consequently, the soldiers of the Golden Company were ruthless towards the local aristocrats, slaughtering their way through. This incited significant resistance from the various nobles of the Stormlands. However, if they were to withdraw the front line, conflict with the borderlands or even Haelta was inevitable, which would consequently increase their allies. Nonetheless, Stannis was opposed to this strategy. After all, those individuals were still his subjects. Moreover, the notion of retreat is profoundly discordant with his inclinations. To him, the adversaries appear to be mere insignificant figures, emboldened solely by their numerical superiority, while his own forces are regrettably outnumbered, allowing them to act with such audacity. He believes that once the northern armies converge, they will undoubtedly bring annihilation upon their foes. However, the knights under his command harbor a different perspective. In the midst of war, the specter of death looms large. And should a truce be declared or a strategic withdrawal to Wind's Rest be undertaken, at least survival would be assured, even if it were only for a fleeting moment. Moreover, should battles erupt in the north, they would still depend on us for local governance. How many soldiers can the Golden Company muster? Even if every man were to be regarded as a noble, the prospect of sustenance would be dire, and the longer they persist in this manner, the more likely they would provoke conflict with the borderlands or even the riverlands. At that juncture, reinforcements would be at hand, and the fate of the Stormlands lords would be of no concern to him. Conversely, the Onion Knight held a different view. Having risen from the underbelly of society, where his expertise lay in ambush and subterfuge, after a moment of contemplation, Davos addressed Stannis. "My lord, I propose we withdraw from Wind's Rest and position our forces along the essential routes from south to north. Should the enemy launch an assault on Wind's Rest, we can ambush them en route. The strategy may be simplistic, yet for a mercenary company, this might be the extent of their tactical acumen, especially since the Golden Company has not engaged in such warfare on the continent of Essos. Furthermore, the terrain of the Stormlands is conducive to ambush, characterized by its towering mountains. The ambushing forces could be divided into two lines, stationed on either side, while the advancing army would be compelled to march in columns, lest they falter and collapse under their own weight. Thus, this seemingly desperate strategy remains their only recourse. One might assert that the Onion Knight has grasped this tactic quite adeptly. Although the Golden Company is, by nature, a mercenary group, House Targaryen has not invested significantly in their cause, relying instead on the potential spoils of war to entice them. The Golden Company itself is short on provisions, and their primary benefactor, Dorne, is also a nation reliant on imported grain, unable to sustain such a large army. Therefore, hoarding resources proves detrimental to their interests. As for an offensive, while the entire border stretches a daunting 140 kilometers, the options available to an army heavily reliant on logistics like the Golden Company are quite limited. Other routes are largely unfavorable for sustained operations, and having remained in one location for an extended period, they hesitate to engage in combat, especially given Stannis' considerable renown. Furthermore, the young lord himself is eager to advance northward swiftly, seeking victory to rally his people and assert the legitimacy of his dynasty. Consequently, the army, in alignment with Davos's predictions, steadily marches northward, its sights firmly set on Wind's Rest. It must be said that the obstinate decision of young Aegon to advance north was pivotal to the demise of his forces. After all, the enemy outnumbered them and had employed an ambush strategy. Although the Golden Company possessed war elephants and their soldiers exhibited superior quality compared to their adversaries, the crux of the matter lay in the treacherous mountainous terrain where they were ambushed. The party that finds itself ambushed invariably suffers the greater losses, especially when faced with a larger enemy force. Furthermore, the effectiveness of war elephants diminishes significantly in such rugged landscapes. These majestic beasts thrive on the open plains of Essos, where their advantages can be fully realized. The vast plains of Essos are indeed conducive to the Golden Company's war elephants rampaging through the enemy lines. Yet in the towering mountains of Storm's End, their utility is severely compromised, as evidenced by the loss of 3 elephants on the treacherous paths. Suddenly beset by an ambush, the Targaryen forces descended into chaos. What was even more alarming lay ahead. Davos showed no hesitation in deploying wildfire. After all, his own fief was far removed from this conflict, and the local lords had nearly been decimated by the Golden Company's advance. Why should he harbor any reservations? He ordered the flames to be unleashed. Thus, under the dual onslaught of wildfire and the enemy forces, compounded by the fact that their own troops were already outnumbered, the Targaryens were caught off guard. Their most formidable land elephants failed to make an impact, leaving them in a state of passive endurance against the assault. And they were quickly routed, with young Aegon captured amidst the turmoil. The victory came as a shocking surprise. No one, not even Stannis, anticipated that the Onion Knight's cunning stratagem would prove so effective. As for young Aegon, Stannis showed no mercy. He declared Aegon's execution before his troops and dispatched agents to hunt down Varys and the remaining commanders of the Golden Company. Didn't you possess an advantage in intelligence? Aren't you a seasoned mercenary commander? Let us see how you managed to return alive this time, he mused. Before Stannis could catch his breath, he received thunderous news. Daenerys Targaryen had launched an offensive from Slaver's Bay against Westeros to support young Aegon's bid to reclaim the Iron Throne. The enemy had 3 dragons, over 8,000 battle-hardened Unsullied, and Dothraki cavalry at their disposal. Just having emerged from one battle, he now had to rush to another. At that moment, another urgent report arrived. The forces of the Targaryen Restoration had successfully captured Dragonstone. Stannis could no longer remain passive. Dragonstone was alarmingly close to King's Landing. Should the enemy mount a swift strike, his forces would be unable to withstand the assault. Considering King's Landing was essentially a hollow bastion at present, thus, having barely concluded one engagement, he swiftly ordered the lords to resume their positions and instructed the younger sons of those families to return and inherit their titles before promptly pursuing the defeated Golden Company. He then set forth with his army, determined to rescue the city of King's Landing. Chapter 121. King's Landing, Armies at the Gates in the North. The war has only just concluded, necessitating the resettlement of nearly 1 million wildlings, which renders the North unable to muster forces at present. Meanwhile, Stannis has recalled as many troops as possible back to King's Landing. On the other hand, at Dragonstone, Daenerys Targaryen has seized the opportunity while her nephew draws fire in the south, capturing the entire island of Dragonstone. The current situation bears a striking resemblance to that which preceded the Targaryen family's conquest of Westeros, albeit with notable differences: the dissolution of the Kingdom of the Isles, the contraction of the Riverlands, the establishment of frontier territories, and the significant expanse of the Crownlands. Stannis has gathered nearly 35,000 men, all positioned in the north, bracing for the impending conflict. As for William, he is preparing for dual contingencies. Should Stannis be vanquished by Daenerys' forces, he will swiftly incite Eddard to abandon his support for House Baratheon in favor of House Targaryen. After all, William possesses a degree of influence and power. Both factions vying for the Targaryen restoration have received his backing, representing an early investment, thus granting him considerable shareholder rights. Consequently, he believes his influence could persuade the Targaryens to relinquish their claims on the north. If House Baratheon emerges victorious, he would forsake his support for the Targaryens entirely. Both sides are placing their bets, a standard maneuver, as the opposition is only aware of a northern noble who has invested in them. Only a select few, including the Dragon Queen herself, know the true identity of this benefactor. Thus, if all participants are eliminated in a timely manner, William's identity can remain confidential. The movements of other nations remain perplexing. Dorne has openly declared its support for House Targaryen, unabashedly positioning itself against House Stark. The attitude of the Stormlands is ambiguous. While the previously collapsed Tyrell family has re-emerged, unequivocally backing the Targaryens. In this context, whether motivated by a desire to oppose the Tyrells or to align with Stannis, Hightower has publicly declared its opposition to House Targaryen. In the north, Eddard has come to realize that certain matters are shifting southward, and with the pressing need to resettle nearly 1 million wildlings, he has no time to attend to distant affairs. He has thus declared the North's neutrality in this war. He has sought to acquire dragonglass from Dragonstone, and has also supplied Stannis with a cache of weapons, seemingly preparing to sell at the right price. The Vale and the Riverlands have chosen to remain temporarily neutral, while the Iron Islands have opted to support House Targaryen, primarily because the Westlands have suffered little during the conflict. Tywin's astute surrender has resulted in the Ironborn capturing only the Isle of Faces, and under the current circumstances, they cannot hope to hold it, ultimately leading to its abandonment. The Greyjoy family is acutely aware that the Old Lion could never support the Targaryens. After all, had it not been for that treacherous stab in the back, the fate of House Targaryen would have remained uncertain. Moreover, when he struck, he did so with ruthless efficiency, regretting only that he had not entirely eradicated his adversaries. Thus, as anticipated, the Old Lion chose to support the Iron Throne, promptly dispatching over 10,000 soldiers toward King's Landing on the very same day. In a bid for survival, the Targaryens sought to rally every possible ally, including House Tyrell. As for the neutrals, there had been no time to sway them, for once the war concluded, those fence-sitters and those unwilling to engage in the southern conflict would inevitably pledge their loyalty to the Iron Throne. Stannis, however, sensed an unsettling dissonance. Strictly speaking, as the rightful ruler of the Iron Throne, he had commanded a considerable army in previous skirmishes and should possess a modicum of authority. Yet, in practice, he discovered that his commands held little weight. More than half of the remaining houses opted for neutrality, and the three northern houses, once steadfast supporters of the Iron Throne, had declared their neutrality as well. While it was true that Eddard had provided a cache of weapons to the Iron Throne, it did little to quell Stannis' ire. After all, he was the king, and his brother was their esteemed ally. Their participation in the War of the Usurper should have compelled their support. Yet they dared to abandon him. As for the Vale, it now fully adhered to the North's directives, not out of choice, but because Littlefinger had journeyed to Braavos. And the commercial ties between the North and Braavos had become exceedingly robust. Establishing a connection with the North could ensure at least some security from Essos. In the Riverlands, the situation was even more dire. Without the North's protection, who would safeguard them? Were they to rely on the Ironborn? Thus, the current state of affairs left Stannis seething with frustration. The only surprising element was House Lannister's decision to support the Iron Throne. Considering the Old Lion's past betrayal that had so gravely offended the Targaryens, surely they would seek retribution. Their armies would likely be the first to target him. Tywin had no choice, nor the authority to choose otherwise. He could only align himself with the Iron Throne. However, the remaining houses were not similarly constrained. House Hightower, which he had nurtured, had gained independence from his support, was not the Reach now thriving due to his assistance. As for Dorne, it had become evident that the traitorous elements could not be relied upon. They had failed to support him during the conflict with Aegon, and now, knowing their disloyalty, he had no expectation of their allegiance. Of course, it was too late for such musings. As the armies began to slowly muster, House Hightower would undoubtedly drift away, for they sought to engage with House Tyrell in a contest of power. Thus, only Tywin and his son, leading over 10,000 soldiers from the Westerlands, managed to reach King's Landing. Meanwhile, the younger son, ensnared in his chair, was now alongside his uncle, defending against the incursions from the Iron Islands. On the very next day following the arrival of the invading forces from the west, the horizon was adorned with a multitude of sails, each emblazoned with the unmistakable three-headed dragon banner of House Targaryen, fluttering gracefully in the wind. Amongst them were colossal ships, laden with an abundance of Dothraki cavalry. Rather than landing directly at King's Landing, they opted for a different stretch of coastline, where they would regroup before launching their assault on the city. King's Landing, a city that had endured relentless ravages of war since the demise of Robert Baratheon, was on the brink of a new calamity, one in which both parties had once held dominion over its streets. Chapter 122. The confirmation of the others as tensions escalated in the south. Troubling news reached the Wall from the north. A contingent of rangers, led by the impoverished Jon Snow and several wildlings, ventured northward to the ancestral site of the First Men, where they established a stronghold to serve as an early warning post against potential incursions from the north. Meanwhile, Eddard planned to distribute his vassals to the vicinity of the fishing woods north of the Wall, thereby creating the first line of defense for the fortress. Among those Jon took north were his beloved Ygritte, Tormund, and 2 to 3 giants, all equipped with swift steeds. William additionally provided them with a griffin, ensuring they could swiftly abandon their positions if the need arose. The giants were to be settled in a designated area between Winterfell and the Wall, where the wildlings would reside after laying down their arms. They would share this space with some northern refugees, though only a portion of the wildlings would inhabit this area. The remainder would be distributed among other lords, as every household required additional manpower to replenish their losses in this ongoing war. This region was to be jointly governed by the North, as the imminent outbreak of war in the south was expected to bring an influx of refugees seeking sanctuary. Consequently, the expanse of this great city was steadily increasing, while the specifics of its infrastructure planning were entrusted to William. Concurrently, a selection process for soldiers was underway, aimed at supplying the Night's Watch with necessary reinforcements, thereby solidifying their ranks. Furthermore, taxes exceeding 10% from the refugee settlement would be allocated for the regular maintenance of the wall. On this very day, Jon Snow rode to the front lines to relieve Tormund. As they exchanged duties, Tormund suddenly noticed a small black spot writhing in the snow. Having previously encountered the terror of the others, he felt an unsettling resemblance to a wight in the creature before them. Urgently, he grasped Jon's arm and pointed towards the wriggling black, suggesting they investigate. Jon remained noncommittal, yet the two rode swiftly toward the source, discovering it to be a lively severed hand. Tormund's complexion turned ashen. He knew all too well that this could only signify the presence of the others nearby, for a corpse would not animate on its own. They have arrived. As the last words echoed, the ground began to tremble violently. Jon Snow seemed to sense something amiss. In the distant horizon, a vast, ominous mass surged forward, shrouded by the snow line. Tormund quickly grasped the situation, seizing Jon's arm as they raced toward the camp. Many were still asleep, tucked away in slumber, and Jon dashed through the tents, rousing each individual. Everyone was swiftly mounted on their steeds, abandoning all possessions within the camp. While the griffins were released, soaring toward the wall, the White Walkers had launched their attack. Eddard Stark, his countenance grave, lowered the scroll in his hands, a message from the ancestral camp of the first men, bound to the leg of a griffin for its return. At that moment, William had also been summoned, along with others including Rickard, Mance Rayder, Count Manderly, and Count John, among several other lords from the north. I had foreseen their arrival. Mance Rayder maintained a calm demeanor, having already led his people into battle against the White Walkers several times in the north. However, the expressions of the other northern lords were far from serene. By the gods, we have scarcely returned to peace, and yet they strike again. Are we to have no respite? What of our harvests? Inform the wall, alert the Iron Throne, notify Dragonstone, and reach out to all who may hear us. We require aid, be it monetary, material, or in the form of manpower. Duke Amber was particularly frantic. His home lay directly in the path of the impending onslaught. Eddard quickly soothed Amber, hastily scribbling letters for William to deliver to the lords, imploring them for a brief cessation of hostilities. Simultaneously, William prepared the oil cannons, positioning them atop the wall, and set numerous traps at vulnerable points. The greatest shortage was of dragonglass, for only traps equipped with ample dragonglass could inflict maximum damage upon those creatures. The quantity of oil cannons was also glaringly insufficient. William yearned to dismantle all the gunpowder artillery from the ships to fortify the wall. The reserves of oil were inadequate, and with recent battles, who had the luxury to prepare such supplies? At this moment, Mance Rayder remained the most composed, having dealt with these foes for some time. His infantry was stationed south of the wall, so as long as they could hold their ground, safety was assured. Thus, Mance, possessing experience in combat against the White Walkers, was the first to regain his composure and addressed Eddard. I can mobilize approximately 100,000 soldiers. They are well versed in fighting the White Walkers. This would indeed be optimal, as William could ensure the provision of the Wildling supplies. William observed that the remaining lords were at a critical juncture for the north, a moment that could determine survival or demise. Everyone should refrain from attempts at subterfuge and reveal their hand. Rickard was the first to voice his support, stating that Caho City could muster over 5,000 men and an additional 5,000 farmers. Furthermore, we can assist in transporting grain from the continent of Essos. Terror Fortress can contribute over 6,000 men, ready to bear the entire army's food consumption and supply of weapons, while we can also process all Dragon Crystal equipment. White Harbor can provide over 5,000 men, Hearth Fortress, over 6,000, Widow's Watch, over 4,000, Deep Forest Fortress, over 5,000, and Winterfell, 8,000. Simultaneously, we can assure that your lands will not be neglected, as Winterfell will dispatch personnel to tend to your fields. Thus, an enormous army of 250,000 was assembled, with nearly every lord from the north revealing their utmost resources. William had even relocated the naval force's fire oil cannons and all trained sailors to the wall, standing at the ready for the imminent attack of the Whites. Meanwhile, the stance of the southern kingdoms remained somewhat ambiguous. Chapter 123. Establishing a defensive system. Given the extraordinary nature of the adversary, the protagonists contemplated numerous strategies for defense. Each of those present was a commander with a certain level of military prowess, yet none were enthusiasts of tower defense games. Our protagonist, however, was distinctly different. To successfully repel these foes, William devised a total of 3 defensive lines. He envisioned the entire wall as a cohesive defensive system. Although only 3 fortifications were operational, the others were under maintenance, rendering their recovery of combat readiness almost impossible. Nevertheless, William employed his meager engineering ingenuity to refine this defensive system as much as possible. The first line of defense was established within the Fishlungu forest, where numerous deep pits, filled with high-priced dragon crystals purchased from Dragonstone Island, were sharpened into deadly spikes that carpeted the bottom of the pits. Should one fall in and be pierced by these spikes, death was virtually assured. Furthermore, upon the demise of a wight, it would disintegrate into dust, allowing for repeated utilization. The second line of defense involved excavating a broad trench in front of the wall, specifically designed to resemble an inverted right-angled trapezoid. The northern end was higher and deeper, sloping downwards, while the opposite end was lower but adorned with sharp stone knives crafted from dragon tendons. Should any wight charge upward, it would be impaled and subsequently turned to dust. The third line of defense consisted of the fire oil cannons stationed along the wall. All cannons were equipped with wildfire jars. Should they come into contact with a corpse, even if not completely obliterated, it could be incinerated to ashes, reduced to mere bone dust. The subsequent line of defense encompasses the entire gifted land, including the refugee resettlement area, where all individuals are armed with certain weaponry designed for combat. A multitude of robust young tribesmen are available for battle, and the majority of the refugees are indeed strong adults, rendering combat a feasible endeavor. Simultaneously, William has established the Griffin Air Force, with each Griffin equipped with 2 oil cannons. Once hostilities commence, these cannons will be deployed in the areas of fiercest assault from the adversary. In addition, a trench, barely navigable by ships, has been hastily excavated on both sides. Efforts are being made to ensure it is fully cleared and to channel seawater into it, allowing this route to accommodate 2 to 3 vessels sailing side by side. Each ship is outfitted with oil cannons on both flanks, and should the enemy succeed in breaching the Great Wall or the defenses of the resettlement area, they will subsequently face a lateral barrage from the fleet's oil cannons. Even if they manage to penetrate these defenses, apprehension is unwarranted. The next line of defense is the Hearth Fortress, where William has constructed wide moats to cover the front as extensively as possible. A multitude of catapults has been transported to the 3 lines of defense, armed with fragmented dragon crystal projectiles. Upon impact, these projectiles can swiftly pierce through the outer defenses, and once the ice magic surrounding the corpse demons is breached, it will collapse entirely. Furthermore, within the Hearth Fortress, a significant stockpile of wildfire jars has been prepared, alongside numerous tunnels that only adults can traverse by crouching. The corpse demons will be compelled to crawl from behind, and each tunnel is fitted with small gates crafted from dragon crystal. Should the enemy successfully conquer the Hearth Fortress, all soldiers can evacuate through these tunnels, triggering an explosion of the wildfire buried beneath the fortress, reducing it to ashes. The next line of defense connects the Terror Fortress of Caho and the Forest Fortress, forming a low wall approximately the height of a person, densely embedded with dragon crystal. An advance upon this position would still necessitate facing such attacks, thereby annihilating a significant number of corpse demons. Ultimately, the final line of defense lies at Winterfell. If the enemy has not been substantially diminished by the time they reach this point, then further engagement in the battle would be deemed unnecessary, as Winterfell cannot withstand the assault, allowing for a retreat to the south. Simultaneously, the Wolf-Fang faction is fully prepared, with more soldiers gradually assembling. Over 200,000 are converging upon the Great Wall. At this juncture, inquiries may arise regarding the gap in the Great Wall and its fortifications. William, in a fit of madness, has excavated a trench nearly 4 meters deep, filled entirely with wildfire oil. Should the Great Wall fall, or if the enemy exerts overwhelming pressure, this wildfire will be ignited, leading to mutual destruction. Additionally, troops are arranged to launch attacks from behind the enemy. Transport vessels carrying nearly 4,000 soldiers, equipped with the finest weaponry available, stand ready to initiate an offensive towards the enemy's rear. These transport ships are also outfitted with oil cannons, albeit employing ordinary fish liver oil as their ammunition. Countless catapults were transported to the Great Wall, pre-programmed to ensure that all boulders, or rather, dragon crystals, would accurately strike into the trenches below. Once the opposing forces were ensnared, an onslaught of sharp dragon crystals would be unleashed, tearing them to shreds. Additionally, all repeating crossbows were brought forth, and even some guillotines were prepared. With a multitude of mammoths and giants contributing to the construction efforts, William decided to transport all the excavated earth to the rear, where it would be used to fortify the impending walls. Meanwhile, the infantry stood ready for battle, armed with dragon crystal weapons, intending to make a final stand. The elderly, women, and children had been relocated to the vicinity of Neck Lake, with ports at Widow's Wong and White Harbor overflowing with vessels ferrying the young and old to the Summer Isles and Essos. All lordly castles had been stocked with ample wildfire, ready to ignite and take the undead with them should the walls be breached. Once this was set in motion, there would be no turning back. After all, their home lacked dragons, and even with dragons, it was uncertain if they could evade the human missile defense. Concurrently, William sought to appeal to the Targaryen restoration forces, requesting the dispatch of dragons for reinforcement. The entire port of Caho and the port of Terror Fortress were witnessing all warships leave the docks, undergoing maintenance and basic sailor training before being equipped with fire oil cannons, prepared for battle. The nearest fire oil cannon at East Sea Watch Fort had a range of approximately 20 meters, capable of covering the entire East Sea Bay Fortress. Thus, if the undead wished to launch a full-scale assault, they would have to endure the relentless firepower of all the warships. The net lay prepared, with everything in place, awaiting only the arrival of the undead. Chapter 124. The outbreak of war. After nearly a month of meticulous preparation, William had never anticipated aid from the southern nobles. After all, those individuals had found themselves in disarray, akin to asking a beggar for a donation. At that moment, a reconnaissance team successfully uncovered the presence of the undead. Indeed, their vanguard had reached the vicinity of the Uliangmu forest, where the opposing army was now visible. The Uliangmu forest had been riddled with nearly 2,000 pits, and William estimated that these would need to accommodate tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of undead. According to Mansford's account, the surviving number of wildlings in the north was around 1 million, with the total, including the corpses unearthed from the pits, not exceeding 7 million. Many wildlings, in a bid to thwart the advance of these creatures, had even borne the remains of their ancestors, leading to a potential undead force significantly smaller than they had initially anticipated. However, the figure of over 7 million remains a profoundly daunting number. Although William initially estimated it to be around 10 million, the crucial aspect is the 7 million. Should an offensive truly commence, it would suffice to cause significant devastation. Soon, the dragon glass acquired from Dragonstone was transported in shiploads to the harbor, where it was swiftly disassembled and hauled to the front lines by various colossal beasts of burden. The presence of abundant wildlife and giants ensured robust logistical support for our side. Thus, the impending confrontation between life and death loomed on the horizon. William quickly determined the direction of the enemy's advance and ignited the entire Fishlangu forest in other directions, employing wildfire to inflict substantial damage upon the enemy's ranks. He mounted his griffin, armed with oil cannons, which had been enhanced with a specialized high-pressure spraying mechanism, achieving a range of 40 to 50 meters, surpassing the capabilities of dragonfire. Given the size of the griffin and William's reflexes, evading such attacks was a distinct possibility. Meanwhile, the Night King refrained from launching an assault, merely employing ice magic to extinguish the flames, while a blizzard followed in his wake, swiftly snuffing out the fire, even that which was born of wildfire. Simultaneously, a multitude of wights surged toward the breach, led by a trio of ice horse-mounted White Walkers. Not only were the half-human legion stationed here, but Eddard had also dispatched Robb and his guard, amassing a total force of 500 troops. All oil cannons had been positioned atop the wall and on warships, signaling that the war was imminent. Scouts soon discovered carbonized corpses within the pits, indicating that some had fallen in during their forays, thus proving the utility of these traps. As the scouts reported an increasing number of bodies turned to ash, a collective understanding emerged. The enemy's assault was on the verge of commencing. Finally, 2 months after the first wandering wight was sighted, a mass of dark figures emerged within the Fishlangu forest, and everyone recognized what those entities were. In the front lines, Hud led the operation of the Trebuchet formation. Upon spotting the ominous swarm of wights preparing to traverse the Fishlangu forest, all trebuchets were primed and loaded with projectiles. Yet, as if commanded, the wights paused their relentless advance at the forest's edge. An eerie silence enveloped the air, shattered only by a sharp, prolonged wail that pierced the stillness, prompting the wights to surge forward in a chaotic rush. Simultaneously, nearly 1,000 catapults scattered along the Great Wall unleashed a cascade of dragon crystal stones. In conjunction, William activated his Griffin anti-air squadron, executing a fiery assault from an altitude of nearly 60 meters, igniting all the fish beams. The trailing corpses were reduced to mere fragments by the flames. The initial wave of specters, acting as the vanguard, was swiftly decimated. All soldiers atop the battlements were equipped with spears and arrows reinforced with dragon crystal. At Ed's command, a thunderous roar erupted from the Great Wall, followed by a relentless barrage of various ranged weapons, mercilessly pummeling the advancing horde of undead. The first wave of approaching specters failed to breach the trench, all meeting their demise on the spot. Ed's position soon became a focal point, as at least 3 ice-based javelins were hurled towards him. Fortunately, prior to the onset of battle, William had significantly reinforced the observation holes atop the wall. Although the javelins struck, they merely toppled a few bricks. The occupants were startled but suffered no substantial physical harm. Throughout the front line, the opposing forces unleashed a volley of ice javelins, claiming several unfortunate souls who fell beneath the wall, only to rise awkwardly and attempt to scale the Great Wall. Yet, the peril of climbing alone rendered the chances of survival exceedingly slim, and the losses were largely negligible. While a wave of specters was swiftly eradicated, they continued their relentless assault, undeterred by the blazing fish beams, charging towards the primary trench. Eventually, a specter made contact with the first trench, plunging down only to be cleaved by the dragon crystal blade poised above. Countless more specters surged forward. The cover of firepower allowed for a formidable advance, indicating that more than just a handful were involved. The crossbows then entered their firing range, launching a multitude of dragon crystal bolts, targeting the formidable ice creatures in a concentrated sweep. After all, those capable of hurling such powerful javelins warranted our utmost attention. However, the specters served as excellent human shields, concealing the ice creatures among their ranks and swiftly shifting positions, resulting in the crossbows achieving only modest success. Each crossbow was designed with specialized firing slots, exposing little more than a singular point. Thus, despite the ice creatures retaliating with their own javelins, the inflicted casualties were not significant. Subsequently, William, accompanied by several griffins adorned with incendiary oil barrels, initiated a fiery onslaught from the rear. Chapter 125. The emergence of the Night King. Thanks to the meticulous preparations made by the wall, coupled with a generous 3-month time frame granted for readiness, and William's burgeoning familiarity with the combat strategies of the Whites, the human military initially leveraged their armaments and the fortifications of the wall to gain the upper hand against their adversaries. However, as the White Walkers entered the fray, this advantage began to shift into a significant disadvantage. For an ordinary person, the prospect of slaying a White Walker in single combat proved to be an insurmountable challenge. The overwhelming number of Whites posed the greatest threat to the entire army of the White Walkers, yet for each individual soldier, the formidable prowess of the White Walkers themselves represented the most harrowing nightmare. Their strength far exceeded normal parameters, even surpassing that of many knights. Additionally, their icy armor could deflect attacks, rendering a battalion composed primarily of ordinary soldiers incapable of mounting an effective defense. While the noblemen donned full-plate armor, the reality was that the weapons wielded by their foes were no trifles. Even armored knights could find themselves cleaved by those blades. Moreover, the sheer power of these adversaries was so despairingly formidable that several thrown spears left multiple dents in the wall. Only the dragon crystal-loaded ballistae were capable of inflicting harm upon them, and even the boulders hurled by catapults, laden with dragon crystal, struggled to deliver significant damage unless they struck a single target directly and shattered upon impact. As for the function of the dragon crystal, Daenerys remained oblivious, thus rendering it a commodity that could be procured in bulk at a bargain price. Meanwhile, Eddard had urgently dispatched messages over 800 miles to the south, imploring the two factions preparing for a grand offensive to muster reinforcements. The ship Stannis had sent nearly 3,000 soldiers who were already en route. As for Daenerys, who found herself at a slight disadvantage in terms of manpower, she nonetheless commanded the deployment of 3,000 to 4,000 troops, though she refrained from sending her dragons. After all, the situation had not yet deteriorated to such a dire extent. Otherwise, Eddard would have come down personally rather than merely writing a letter. Our valiant White Knight, Barristan, served as the commander of the forces and an observer on Daenerys' behalf, responsible for assessing the battlefield conditions and determining the necessity of additional troops, as well as the potential deployment of dragons. In light of the current state of affairs, William felt quite assured. Though humanity did not hold a significant advantage, they were not entirely at a disadvantage either. A multitude of Whites had been halted at the second trench, and thus far, it had not reached the point of igniting the oil within the trench. As a few White Walkers occasionally emerged, they became prime targets for the ballistae stationed atop the walls. Consequently, The White Walkers were compelled to take refuge within the unburnt remnants of the forest, hurling frozen spears towards the wall, capable of slaying a commander or two, yet unable to alter the course of battle. All ballista firing ports on the wall were custom-made. While a spear might pierce the port and shatter a ballista, it could not harm the operators within. Thus, the artillery units of both sides, albeit considering the spear-throwing Whites as artillery, engaged in a fierce exchange of fire. On the front line, the human infantry held an indisputable advantage, for the Whites lacked intelligence and merely surged forward in a disorganized manner. Consequently, even if one were to place dragon crystals directly behind the shields in an orderly formation, the Whites would charge forward without hesitation, willingly offering their lives. Essentially, in battles on the open plains, as long as they were not encircled, humans found it exceedingly difficult to lose. The Whites seemed to have discerned the most vulnerable points along the entire defensive line, as a formidable force began to converge upon the gaps in the Great Wall. While the Whites could not contend in direct combat, they had the Whites themselves to pave the way. 8 or 9 Whites, mounted on frozen steeds, positioned themselves at the forefront, and once they managed to breach the line, the Whites would swarm in, overwhelming the humans who, unable to form a cohesive defense against the vastly superior numbers, would find themselves at a severe disadvantage. However, William possessed his own strategies. He positioned oil cannons flat, filling them with the most ferocious wildfire, ready to unleash upon the approaching Whites. A multitude of Whites was incinerated, reduced to ash. The originally designed oil cannon was not intended for columnar jetting of wildfire, but rather for a scattering method, which, while providing a larger area of attack, lacked potency. Yet, after modifications akin to a high-pressure water gun, the wildfire could be expelled at such velocity that it resembled the effect of a flamethrower, instantly obliterating tangible forms. Additionally, employing a cross-design method, oil cannons were mounted on both ends of the walls, locking down the Whites' charging paths, while the humans crouched in the trenches, exposing only half of their bodies. Given that most of this defensive line was manned by half-humans, one can only imagine the minimal exposure. The Whites surged forward, and the half-humans could only reach their feet, rendering the White spear-throwing tactics ineffective. Furthermore, the trenches were relatively small, specifically designed for half-humans, allowing only a few Whites to stumble below, where they would be torn to shreds by the robust half-humans. However, this situation shifted dramatically with the arrival of the Night King. His intellect rivaled that of humans, coupled with astonishing strength. A single spear nearly penetrated the Great Wall. Thankfully, there was only one. If there were many, William would have found himself in dire straits. At present, William was also in a state of busyness, as he rode his griffin to extinguish fires across the front line, which was uneven and undulating due to varying concentrations of Whites. In areas where the Whites were more numerous, the artillery faced suppression, causing the Whites to charge more swiftly. Conversely, in regions where the Whites were sparse, the Whites found it impossible to advance. In the contemporary landscape of microstores, the struggle appears to have devolved into a stalemate. As the quantity of Whites diminishes to a certain extent, humanity is poised to retaliate. The defenses at East Seawatch Fortress are particularly formidable, with the entirety of the Northern Fleet providing cover for the battle. Each warship is equipped with incendiary cannons, capable of incinerating any Whites that dare approach. The defensive perimeter of East Seawatch Fortress lies well within the range of these cannons. Thus, even if they launch an offensive, breaching the blockade of fire would be an insurmountable challenge, let alone successfully scaling the fortress. William finds himself troubled by the ferocious White Walkers. Provided that no unforeseen complications arise, the human side should, at the very least, emerge victorious through attrition. Currently, the garrison on the walls numbers approximately 20,000, with a rotation system in place to ensure that fresh troops take over during the night, as the Whites require no rest and can besiege the city round the clock. However, human warriors are not equipped to endure such relentless assaults. While William soars through the skies upon his griffin, a sharp spear grazes the wing of the male griffin, indicating the long range of this projectile, a testament to the prowess of its launcher. The Night King has set his sights on him. Chapter 126. The Anti-Air Missile and the Soul Air Force. Faced with this humanoid anti-air missile, William refrains from charging headlong, fully aware that the Night King stands as the most formidable of all Whites. The incendiary cannons may not inflict harm upon him. Rather, proximity could result in his own downfall, likely leading to his dismemberment by the Whites below. The notion of remaining unscathed is utterly implausible. Nearly 13 units of surplus timber have been consumed, leaving vast hordes of Whites amassed in the remaining areas. One can only speculate the number of foes present, and this assessment does not account for the gaps near the fishbeam logs. After all, once ignited, half the soldiers would be nearly impossible to manage. Thus, the humanoid anti-air missile and the solitary air force engage in a game of cat and mouse in the skies. Utilizing the profound familiarity and synergy developed with his griffin over time, William adeptly evades the spears hurled by his adversary. Nevertheless, the Night King's rate and frequency of fire are beyond William's expectations, with several projectiles narrowly missing the abdomen of the griffin. Fortunately, he has reinforced the creature. Yet the power behind the Night King's ice spears leaves William feeling uncertain. Simultaneously, the incendiary cannons remain operational, although reloading requires William's direct involvement. The cannons are conveniently positioned at his feet, and the Night King's spears necessitate a cooling period, allowing William some respite to switch canisters and continue his assault. However, the Night King grows increasingly impatient, escalating the frequency of his spear throws to a rapid succession, utilizing both hands to launch projectiles. On William's end, the diminishing ammunition supply, coupled with the escalating peril of evasion, complicates the situation further. A glancing blow from one of these spears would undoubtedly inflict considerable pain. Fortunately, the abdomen has been reinforced with steel plating, preventing what could have been a far worse fate. The agong is lightweight, enabling it to function as steel plates. However, should it endure repeated assaults, it too may shatter. In such circumstances, evasion of the adversary's attacks becomes paramount, though lacking wings complicates matters. The Night King has learned to act astutely, no longer seeking to pierce through, but rather to bring down his foes. The front line, whether fortified or not, faces a high probability of being unable to advance. Yet this situation differs, as other artillery lacks the requisite range. The Night King himself possesses a range significantly exceeding that of most White's projectiles. Moreover, William is not solely equipped with fire oil cannons. He also carries a selection of sharp projectiles crafted from dragon glass, occasionally launching them at the Whites below with commendable effect. Nonetheless, these projectiles have limited impact on the Night King, primarily due to the reach of his own spear. The sky is vast. As long as the Night King occupies this territory, William can swiftly traverse to another area to incinerate foes, finding that direct passage through the horde of Whites is far more feasible than navigating below. Fortunately, the griffin exhibits no rigidity, for had it possessed such a flaw, William would surely meet his demise. These Whites are predominantly armored and formidable. Falling from the sky would likely result in a gruesome end rather than survival. While the artillery on one side fails to instill fear among the Whites, the latter's ranged capabilities do instill panic in human soldiers. Confronted by an enemy imbued with terror, invulnerability, and the ability to breach armor, it is no small feat for the human farmers to maintain their composure. Commanders at the front line remain intensely focused. As the wall is extensive, necessitating a division of responsibilities, each segment overseen by a designated commander, while the broadest front is personally defended by Eddard. This particular area is densely populated with Whites and serves as the primary zone for ballistae and trebuchets, where the Whites congregate, marking the very heart of the battlefield. The Night King, recognizing the futility of retreat, opts instead to pose a direct threat to the wall, challenging the defenders to respond. This effectively nullifies William's mobility advantage, as the enemy's assault becomes imperative, leaving no room for avoidance. Fortunately, due to an overabundance of prepared forces, the Whites advance, while relentless, has yet to breach the range of the fire oil cannons. The stalemate persists, with Whites falling in droves, yet their replenishment rate remains insufficient. Carcasses of revived beasts are appearing along the lines, and the onslaught of Whites intensifies, heralding one of the most formidable waves of assault in this conflict. Simultaneously, William must prevent the Night King, a creature of high intellect, from easily discerning the futility of their efforts. Thus, the defense must maintain a semblance of strength, lest the adversary become disinclined to expend their resources. Simultaneously, the Night King's thermal sensors detected a significant presence of infantry within the Great Wall. Should he manage to convert this battalion into Whites, it would effectively recoup his investment in the ongoing assault. As for the distinctive commanders, his intent was to transform them into White Walker commanders, for the weaponry employed by humanity was something the previous generations of Night Kings had never encountered. With William stirring his wings with notable frequency, it became evident that the armament evolution among the Beijing forces was commendably advanced. Avoiding the desperate tactics of earlier generations who relied on mere human bodies to confront the White Walkers. However, to persuade the Night King to commit substantial forces, William deliberately reduced the firepower in certain sectors, potentially instilling a false sense of hope in the enemy regarding breaching the Great Wall, particularly at the breach. Where the pressure was most intense, William did not restrain his forces, allowing them to boldly deploy fire oil cannons. While maintaining a strict policy of not retreating an inch in other defensive lines, dictated by the range of the fire oil cannons. Concurrently, upon the arrival of reinforcements from the south, William planned to execute a counteroffensive, opting to transport troops via transport ships to launch an attack from behind the White Walker army, rather than sending them charging directly through the city gates. Currently, with over 40,000 troops requiring 2 daily shifts to engage in skirmishes along the wall, the battle was indeed fierce. However, human losses remained minimal. The only frontline engagement occurred at the breach, where the defenders were adept at countering the whites. Overall, the situation still favored humanity, though the emergence of the wild mammoth whites and numerous giant whites on the battlefield began to alter the dynamics of the conflict. These adversaries were exceptionally resilient. Chapter 127. The Great Wall Battle. As the White Army launched further assaults, the Night King, firmly immobilized by William on the battlefield, left only the ordinary White Walker commanders to continue the fight. In this context, the command quality of the White Walkers could be deemed mediocre, even subpar by medieval standards. Confronted with such adversaries, William remained unyielding. Despite his inability to directly command, the military structure he had established would ultimately prevail, barring any significant mishaps. The whites were relegated to utilizing ranged attacks, inflicting minimal casualties upon the soldiers on the wall, with an exceedingly low efficiency of damage. Furthermore, the presence of powerful crossbows allowed for effective retaliation, with each bolt capable of delivering a fatal blow to a White Walker. Although the White Walkers could employ whites as shields, the quantity of whites was not infinite, and the penetrating power of the crossbows, capable of piercing through 2 to 3 whites, coupled with their formidable firing rate, rendered the enemy unable to gain the upper hand. As a result, over the prolonged engagement, they suffered significant losses among their commanders. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Should the Night King fail to mount an offensive, it would not be long before the conflict reached its conclusion. Although he claimed to command the vast majority of the dead, the stark reality was that he could not single-handedly control an army of the undead sprawling over dozens of miles. Even if he attempted to exert control, he could not direct them to execute agile tactical maneuvers. Thus, with the Night King alone, devoid of any other commanders, this horde of corpses lacked combat efficacy. William's tactics, however, targeted the enemy's commanders rather than making a concerted effort against the undead. Some whites, leading the charge of the dead, would suddenly find themselves at the forefront of the formation, only to realize too late that they had been struck down by crossbow bolts. The rapid decline in the number of commanders alerted the Night King, for a swift reduction in their ranks would concomitantly diminish his control over the deceased. Moreover, the overall strength of the commanders provided a significant boost to the Night King's power. Should all the whites perish, his own might would inevitably wane. While it was improbable for William to eradicate every white, a substantial reduction in their numbers would be nearly equivalent to total annihilation from the Night King's perspective. Consequently, the Night King relinquished his pursuit of William and redirected his assault towards the walls of the castle. William, compelled to shift his focus towards the fortifications, understood that maintaining the integrity of the walls was paramount. Should they fall, he would become an easy target for aerial bombardment. Just as the battle reached its zenith, William's oil cannons unexpectedly ran out of ammunition. Who could have anticipated that such a multitude of the undead would surge forth, overwhelming the resources available? Now, William faced a critical decision: to continue the offensive or retreat. With only a hand crossbow at his disposal, the dragon crystal crossbow could indeed slay whites and even ice whites, yet it was unlikely to pose a greater threat to the Night King than he currently did. Although his initial intention was not to eliminate the Night King, the absence of a threat to him would significantly undermine William's safety. If the Night King discerned that William posed no danger, he would undoubtedly unleash his full might against him, placing William in peril. Thus, returning to the castle for ammunition resupply became imperative. Just as William soared back, the Night King, realizing that the pesky fly had vanished, commenced a large-scale assault. Despite having managed to regain a considerable amount of lost ground, a portion of the whites had even breached the very foot of the Great Wall. The wall had commenced the use of fire oil cannons, and it was only after William completed loading the ammunition that he realized the enemy's fighting capabilities had significantly escalated. This was not due to any other factor, but rather because all the whites had supplanted the White Walkers in the front lines, with the Night King orchestrating the entire front. The whites behind him continued to advance in an orderly manner, organized by the White Walkers. Consequently, the immediate objective was to prevent the enemy from targeting their commanding officers while simultaneously preserving their own combat effectiveness. After all, if the number of White Walkers dwindled too drastically, it would inevitably impact their overall fighting strength. As for a counterattack, William discerned that the moment for retaliation had yet to arrive. The number of Whites remained close to 5 million, far from being significantly depleted, and the morale and combat capabilities of his soldiers were insufficient to suppress their overwhelming numbers. Of course, the enemy was not faring well either, as they had lost the threat posed by the crossbows and were now reliant on infantry to hold their ground. However, the Night King showed no concern for the casualties among his Whites, relentlessly pushing forward and strategically assaulting the weaker points of the gates. It was evident that he had gleaned the weaknesses of the entire defense line from previous assaults, and although the fortifications were meticulously arranged, the obstruction of the gates meant that certain distances in front could not be effectively covered by the fire oil cannons. William contemplated the moment to abandon the Great Wall. Once the enemy's Whites engaged in close combat with more than 5 sections of infantry, he deemed it necessary to relinquish the stronghold. Indeed, should there be confrontations at over 5 points, it would warrant the forsaking of the citadel, given that the number of Whites could easily overwhelm his mobile forces. Should he lose his maneuverable troops, any breach would inevitably signify the collapse of his defenses. Thus, it was imperative to await the enemy's advance, anticipating the breakthrough of 5 points. If all 5 were to fall, there would be no justification for continuing the fight. William had never harbored expectations for reinforcements from the south, as their speed was far too sluggish. Although their arrival might allow for a temporary hold on 2 additional points before retreating, their tardiness necessitated immediate preparations for withdrawal. William's demands of the Great Wall were modest. He merely sought to hold firm long enough to eliminate approximately 1.5 million Whites. If the enemy's numbers could be reduced to below 5 million, the wildfires buried in Mole Village would soon send many of them to their demise. Chapter 128. Worth a fortune for a dragon's spit. Having finished loading his fire oil cannons, William entered the fray once more, incinerating a vast swath of Whites, and continued to engage with the Night King. At last, the contact points between the adversary and our side on the city wall have been reduced to a singular connection. However, when there are simultaneously 5 contact points, one must contemplate relinquishing the Great Wall, just as the enemy relentlessly pressed their forces upon us. A terrifying roar echoed through the sky. 3 small figures appeared on the horizon, and based on the sound's propagation time and the size of these entities, William was certain they were not griffins. The question then arises, aside from griffins, what could the other 2 aerial forces be? Indeed, the answer is the 3-headed dragons. Upon learning that the North was embroiled in a fierce battle against the White Walkers, and that the conflict was exceedingly intense, Daenerys had already prepared to provide reinforcements. Firstly, as the legitimate sovereign of the 7 kingdoms, it was her duty to defend her people. Secondly, her benefactor was still in the North. Indeed, within this Targaryen Restoration Army, William held initial shares. As a shareholder in distress, would the chairwoman not send troops to offer assistance? For both personal and official reasons, it would be indefensible not to come to their aid. Thus, embodying the spirit of "since I'm here, I might as well," Daenerys led her 3 dragons northward to provide support. Instantly, the morale of the wall's defenders surged, for they now had dragons on their side. The dragons unleashed a torrent of flames that incinerated over 400 Whites, an immense devastation that William had only managed to inflict through 2 rounds of incendiary shells. Given that the fishwood forest had nearly been consumed by flames, igniting the fishwood now would hardly inflict significant damage on the enemy. Consequently, William resorted to burning the enemy's soldiers instead. However, the Whites, even when ablaze, could disperse. They could not be forced to remain stationary for burning. Moreover, the Night King had not commanded the Whites to charge in a tightly packed formation, likely a testament to their learned behavior. In such circumstances, once ignited, they could easily be set ablaze en masse. Thus, the intense flames of the dragons inflicted far greater damage than William's small gunpowder cannons, resulting in a cataclysmic upheaval, akin to a massacre. Following this sweeping assault, a considerable area in front of the city wall was left barren, exposing a handful of White Walkers mingling among the chaos, who were swiftly dispatched by our crossbows. Meanwhile, the Queen's other 2 dragons launched attacks on different fronts, achieving significant victories and temporarily staving off the relentless advance of the Whites. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve. Millions of Whites, densely packed, would continue to surge forth, each batch incinerated only to be replaced by another, instilling a profound sense of despair. Nevertheless, the might of the 3 dragons was undeniable, instilling fear in the adversary. The Night King, wary of the dragons, exhibited a hesitance in his previously aggressive strategy. One could distinctly sense that their targeted assaults had lost their former sharpness, as if they had lost their commander. Evidently, the whites mingling among the corpses of the undead were in no rush to assault the walls. Their intent was to wear down the defenders. Once they managed to blend in with the dead and ascend the heights, they would unleash a ferocious melee attack, aiming to decimate the soldiers stationed above. After all, the combat prowess of the whites far surpassed that of the knights, let alone the common foot soldiers. However, under the dragon's flames, all beings stood equal in death. There would be no preferential treatment. All would perish together, eliminating the awkward scenario of some surviving while others fell. Beneath the dragon's fire, all creatures were equal. Both men and whites would meet a swift demise, succumbing to the inferno. As the supreme commander of this battlefield, Ed was astonished. Was this the kind of power that humanity could withstand? If his army were truly to face such an onslaught, death would be inevitable. It was merely a question of how many would fall. The North now had to contemplate its own precarious position. The dragon's overwhelming display had instilled fear in all. No one dared to suggest seeking trouble with the Dragon Queen after the battle. Indeed, William's 8-headed griffin was considered an extraordinary force among mortals. Yet it struggled against a dragon. What about the Dragon Queen? Could a mere sneeze from her annihilate the whites that had taken William a significant effort to defeat? Did this not imply that she could easily dispatch 2 or 3 griffins, perhaps even 4? In such a scenario, the air force of William's side was on an entirely different scale from that of the enemy, rendering any conflict unnecessary. The morale of the soldiers was palpably diminished. The might of the Dragon Queen was simply too overwhelming. Even William himself could not guarantee victory against her. As for the prospect of single-handedly slaying the Dragon Queen, this was a fanciful notion. While William acknowledged himself as a champion, he did not entertain the belief that he could triumph over Balistan, especially with the formidable bear on the opposing side. Facing 2 champions against his single self, he was hardly a champion warrior. Victory seemed implausible. Though the bear might be deemed a coward, it was crucial to recognize that when confronted with the woman he adored, he could unleash a combat power of 200, a feat William could not match. The notion of single-handedly defeating those 2 knights was best left unconsidered. The Flower Knight would undoubtedly falter against the bear, and William had engaged the Flower Knight for 4 rounds. Did this not imply that he might possess some advantage against the bear? Best to rest and reflect. Yora could unleash a combat power of 200 when protecting the woman he loved, while the Dragon Queen, provided she was not slain immediately, could very well unleash a torrent of fire that could obliterate him. The dragon's saliva, worth more than gold, was a harbinger of doom. The griffin, when compared to the dragon, was simply inadequate. Even if William had devised the fire oil cannon, in light of the griffin's diminutive stature and the cannon's peculiar caliber, a single droplet of dragon saliva was far more tangible. Although he might boast a longer range, it held little significance. Dragons were impervious to fire. It could not harm them unless they were wounded. However, in a scenario akin to being submerged in flames within a dragon's lair, it would undoubtedly have an effect, as smoke alone could suffocate one to death. To speak candidly, the 8-headed griffins could not possibly produce such light and shadow effects. Moreover, these griffins require a rider to operate the fiery oil cannons, and only a handful of individuals are capable of mounting them. Each time, it is essential for William himself to pilot the griffins for anyone to ride atop. Thus, at this stage, the dragon's spittle is indeed invaluable, and the Northern Air Force cannot contend with the aerial might of the Dragon Queen. Despite the prevailing frustration, the battle must continue. With Daenerys arriving from afar to lend her support, it is imperative to extend a warm welcome. Chapter 129. The Retreat of the White Walkers on the Battlefield. The appearance of 3 dragons shifted the tide against the White Walkers, whose formation evidently began to falter. After all, a dragon is a dragon. No matter how advanced the weaponry mounted on the griffins or how formidable the commanders, they cannot triumph against a single dragon in a 1-to-8 scenario. Furthermore, Daenerys commands 3 dragons. What does this signify? This force is capable of obliterating several city-states in Essos, and one could assert that outside of the trading city-states, none could withstand their might. Under the relentless firepower of the 3 dragons, the whites found themselves in utter disarray. The previously dug trenches were ignited, effectively severing the advancing horde of whites, while some of the hidden White Walkers within the throng were also consumed by the flames. This ignited the morale of the soldiers on the walls, who received reinforcements at a critical breach. The knights, mounted on horseback and wielding long swords forged from dragon glass, cut down every White Walker in sight, and as for the whites, they were utterly incapable of withstanding such a formidable assault, crumbling under the pressure. Now, The entire front line had essentially returned to its original position near the Weeping Wood, as the Whites could not advance further due to the blazing inferno that threatened to reduce them to ash. Dragon fire is one of the few flames that can significantly affect the Whites. Even the fierce oil prepared by William did not yield such remarkable results. Bolstered by the Dragon Queen's fiery might, the soldiers on the walls were infused with renewed vigor, erupting in cheers of "Long live House Targaryen! Long live the Dragon Queen! Let these corpses be cast away! Annihilate them!" Seizing the moment, William led his Griffin flight squadron to soar low over the White ranks, dropping barrels of fierce oil. Once ignited, the oil rapidly ignited, engulfing the nearby Whites in flames, the fire spreading swiftly. The northern end of the Weeping Wood had been utterly reduced to ashes by William, leaving the Whites with no cover as they amassed their forces. Completely exposed within the forest, William could burn at will, delivering a devastating blow to the Whites. Yet, amid this formidable array, he could not discern the presence of the Night King's anti-aircraft artillery. Clutching 2 barrels of fierce oil and having rigged makeshift fuses, William searched for the Night King's whereabouts. As soon as the Night King makes an appearance, he unleashes a torrent of wildfire, striking fiercely upon his adversary's forehead. Even if it does not prove fatal, it inflicts considerable harm. The Wildlings hurl spiral weapons crafted from dragon glass, each return flight wreaking devastation upon the battlefield, leading to numerous fallen corpses. On the city walls, projectiles laden with wildfire are now being launched, moving beyond mere dragon glass, which comes at a cost, while wildfire can be produced in abundance. The ferocious flames mingle with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Even as remains are reduced to bone or thoroughly turned to ash, fragments of scorched meat still linger, emitting a foul, burnt aroma. Yet, the soldiers remain unperturbed by this stench, rejoicing in their escape from the clutches of death. The Wildlings, too, express their elation in their own manner, all paying homage to the Queen. In stark contrast, one contingent bears a grim countenance. This is the support force dispatched by Stannis, numbering nearly 3,000. It is evident that Stannis' army has played little role in the northern conflict, while the Dragon Queen, with her trio of dragons, has already delivered sufficient astonishment to the entire battlement. Consequently, the Queen remains the preeminent force in the north. Furthermore, as she has forsaken the southern battlefield to render aid, the northern nobles find themselves indebted to her in a significant manner. Should the opposing side demand non-interference from the north, it is highly probable that the north may indeed refrain from deploying its forces. Meanwhile, near King's Landing in the south, there awaits an urgent call for reinforcements. Both sides require the North's military to break the stalemate. Naturally, Stannis' need is far more pressing, as the current situation favors him. Although he possesses numerical superiority, the peasant militia is hardly a match for the Dothraki, compounded by the formidable Unsullied and the vast throngs of his bannermen. Looking at the west, the war-weary Lannisters lack remarkable combat prowess, while King's Landing has already exhausted significant manpower in previous engagements, alongside the devastated Stormlands. The opposing forces have enlisted some border troops and Dorne's army, bolstered by House Tyrell's support and the Ironborn's declaration of neutrality. Should the 3 northern kingdoms also declare neutrality, the situation near King's Landing would become exceedingly precarious. However, the opposing side wields a decisive advantage. All soldiers have come to truly comprehend the might of the dragons. If such war machines stand before them, resistance becomes futile. The monstrous apparatus of war cannot be thwarted. Thus, without the North's army, a multitude of well-trained soldiers, and the sole force capable of challenging dragons in the skies, the Griffin Riders, one could assert that the defeat of House Baratheon is all but inevitable. The predicament of Stannis' forces is indeed quite dire. Under such circumstances, the Dragon Queen would certainly not permit the Northerners to march south, for only upon encountering those adversaries does one truly grasp the despair that resistance can invoke. In the absence of a full-throttle defense from the north, it is the southern nobility who shall confront these foes. Therefore, reliance on the northern army is futile. They must confront the dragons independently. At this moment, William remains oblivious to the situation atop the walls. Even if he were aware, he would not undertake significant countermeasures. After all, the Queen is, by all accounts, a benevolent figure, and William harbors a certain admiration for her governance philosophies, deeming her a successful idealist. Moreover, he has the genuine nephew of the Dragon Queen at his side. Jon Snow remains unaware of his true lineage. But once the war concludes and House Targaryen reclaims the throne, it is unlikely that Eddard will continue to conceal his heritage, for Jon is no longer in danger. Though he has become a member of the Night's Watch, the necessity of its existence post-conflict is questionable. They have utterly devastated the northern expanse of the Weirwood Forest. Even the children of the forest, if they still exist, have suffered great losses. Given Bran's current state, it is highly probable that the children have been eradicated. Chapter 130. The Defeat of Stannis. 1. Following the temporary cessation of the White Walkers' invasion, the Dragon Queen returned south with her 3 dragons to deliver a final assault on King's Landing. This time, they opted not to attack the city's port directly through Blackwater Bay, as the formidable defenses of the Watergate would render the Dothraki cavalry's advantages moot. Instead, they would employ over 8,000 Unsullied to launch a frontal assault, despite the city's defenders being capable of inflicting substantial casualties upon the lightly armored Unsullied. Thus, an attack on the Watergate was deemed imprudent. Meanwhile, Tywin's forces had already infiltrated the city, assisting Stannis' troops in their defense. They had no intentions of engaging in open battle, for the dragons could unleash devastating power in such scenarios. Should they dare to position their forces outside, a mere 2 blasts of dragon fire would suffice to shatter their ranks, leading to a chaotic pursuit of the remaining soldiers, rendering the city's defenses futile. Hence, they were compelled to conduct a defensive battle within the city, opting to minimize exposure and instead utilize crossbows to deter the dragons, urging them to retreat further into the skies. After negotiations, William secured permission to observe the battle from outside the walls, accompanied by 2 young ladies, his own sisters, and several noble peers, including his brothers and Robb. This makeshift battlefield observation team swiftly arrived, not too slowly, as they had journeyed alongside the Dragon Queen's entourage. Reinforcements had rapidly entered King's Landing, bolstering the garrison to an impressive 450,000 men. Outside the city, the forces consist of 20,000 Dothraki cavalry and an additional 8,000 Unsullied, forming the direct army of the Dragon Queen. There are over 10,000 soldiers from the Iron Islands, although their mission is to assault the water fort, leaving the land front with relatively few Ironborn troops, led by Balon. The Tyrells contribute nearly 7,000 men, while the North has not dispatched any soldiers for this conflict. Nor have the Vale and the Riverlands managed to send any troops. They are merely spectators, linked to the event through personal ties. Dorne has dispatched 15,000 soldiers, and the Stormlands have contributed 6,000. The remaining forces from these 2 regions are personally commanded by Prince Doran, who leads them in an assault on the lands of House Hightower, while the overall commander here is Prince Oberyn. This confrontation is far from evenly matched. Despite the substantial military might of the defenders in King's Landing, protecting such a vast city requires not only a large army, but also an array of capable generals. Yet, Stannis has only himself, Tywin, and Jaime to command the battle, while Tyrion must remain in Casterly Rock to defend against potential incursions. However, should they lose this battle, the need for defense would vanish entirely, for a defeat would spell the end of Stannis' legacy. The Targaryen forces initiate the assault, with dragons soaring high above, evading the range of crossbows, clutching massive stones to hurl into the city below. Additionally, numerous jars of wildfire, purchased from the north, are ignited and launched. The Dornish and Stormland armies commence the siege, with over 20,000 troops rushing towards the walls via ladders, facing off against the royal army, which boasts nearly 30,000 men. The Dragon Queen dispatches a multitude of specialized troops to operate catapults from the rear, while the city's own catapults retaliate, launching exquisite fragments of stone pillars, alongside the blazing jars of wildfire from outside. The Dragon Queen, renowned for her lavish expenditures, has essentially allocated all the dragon glass amassed during this period, previously unsold, to the north in exchange for a vast quantity of wildfire jars. Consequently, the dragons are able to carry strings of these explosive jars, akin to a series of firecrackers, and drop them from the skies. It must be acknowledged that while these jars may not pose a significant threat to the soldiers, their psychological impact is substantial. The defenders of King's Landing, while manning the walls, must also be wary of the potential rain of wildfire from above, undoubtedly dampening their morale. Dornish soldiers, having suffered minimal losses, have primarily played supportive roles in previous skirmishes, never directly confronting formidable foes. Thus, they have successfully preserved their military strength, allowing them to spearhead this assault. The Unsullied Legion of the Dragon Queen is armed with battering rams, yet the remaining forces are not equipped, perhaps destined to play a mere supporting role in this battle. As for the Dothraki, there is no need for haste. They have other purposes. The soldiers swiftly propped long ladders against the city walls, and the well-trained armies of Dorne and the Borderlands quickly ascended these ladders. Although the hastily mobilized citizens of the realm were physically formidable, their combat prowess ultimately fell short. At this critical moment, the forces of the Lannisters, led by Tywin, arrived just in time, successfully preventing the Dorne soldiers from breaching the entire wall. The first wave of assault, having claimed nearly 1,000 corpses, retreated, for this initial charge was merely a probing attack, designed to gauge the strength of the enemy's defenses. The true spectacle lay ahead. The second wave was spearheaded by over 2,000 Unsullied and 4,000 soldiers from House Tyrell. Simultaneously, the forces from the Iron Islands commenced their assault from the direction of the water fortress, accompanied by the great dragon Viserion. The dragon unleashed its fiery breath upon the walls, creating a breach. The enemy's crossbows, which could have posed a threat to the dragon, proved ineffective as Viserion shielded itself with its wings. Once the gap in the wall was made, more than 20,000 Dothraki cavalry surged through the opening. Indeed, the initial plan was for the dragon to breach the wall before the cavalry launched their charge. However, Stannis had foreseen this and had positioned his knights nearby. As the lightly armored Dothraki cavalry rushed in, they were met with a hail of arrows, catching many off guard and resulting in significant casualties. At that moment, Balon led his contingent of over 10,000 soldiers from the Blackwater, utilizing the ships of the Iron Fleet to hurl massive stones against the walls, creating several uneven craters. Meanwhile, the soldiers within the city exerted every effort to mend the breaches. The attack continued, with the walls teetering on the brink of collapse. The dragon Drogon not only carried numerous barrels of incendiary oil, but also several large boulders, which it directly hurled into the city. The main force followed closely behind. The Unsullied, having drawn considerable fire from the Dothraki cavalry, relentlessly battered the gates with their rams. Although Stannis had prudently filled the gates with various materials from within, the contingent of Unsullied tasked with breaching the walls commenced their work in earnest. William had imparted a particularly ingenious method of assault. The walls of King's Landing were constructed of marble, primarily composed of calcium carbonate, which reacts with acidic substances to produce carbon dioxide. Thus, they wielded buckets filled with various acidic liquids, including the dragon's saliva, and poured them onto the walls, which hissed and quickly began to cave in. The intention was not to corrode a vast breach into the entire wall, but rather to weaken it to a certain thickness before subsequently detonating it with flammable oil barrels, which could be considered one of the earliest methods of demolition. The soldiers continued their assault, with the Tyrell forces joining the offensive. Clad in exquisite armor, they found that most of the enemy's projectile weapons had little effect on them. Instead of launching a direct assault on the fortifications, they opted to bombard the defenders on the wall with a variety of throwing weapons from below. The crossbows atop the wall had already begun their thunderous roars. However, faced with the scattered formations of Dothraki cavalry and the advancing Tyrell infantry, their effectiveness was severely limited. The enemy was not advancing in a dense formation, rendering the crossbows, designed to target tightly packed troops, largely ineffective. Simultaneously, the crossbows near Daenerys' position were also thundering, while catapults, loaded with flammable oil barrels, struck the wall with ferocity, igniting it and leaving a multitude of soldiers scorched. At this moment, Ser Davos stood atop the water fortress' walls, valiantly resisting the onslaught of the Iron Island soldiers. This assault appeared particularly methodical and brutal. Balon dispatched his soldiers to launch various grappling hooks against the wall, scrambling to ascend. The defenders did their utmost to dislodge these hooks, casting them down to prevent the soldiers above from falling. Crucially, a contingent of Iron Island soldiers stood below, shields raised to catch their comrades and prevent fatal falls. Swiftly, new grappling hooks were affixed to the wall, and the soldiers resumed their climb. Meanwhile, those within the fortress began to devise countermeasures. Although they would not instruct the Targaryens in their tactics, they possessed other means, such as reloading the unignited oil barrels and hurling them down, which would inflict considerable casualties upon the tightly clustered enemies. As for the crossbow dragons, they remained stationed where necessary, primarily intended for use against dragons. Thus all crossbows were repositioned towards the ground-level fortifications, leaving the water fortress walls devoid of crossbow defenses. The assault persisted. The Unsullied had corroded significant sections of the wall, but failed to achieve detonation as they lacked understanding of how to ignite the oil barrels. Logically, a simple spark should suffice to ignite the powder barrels. However, the oil barrels, upon explosion, would produce flames without generating substantial shockwaves, rendering them ineffective against the wall. The method of demolishing the wall had failed, yet the soldiers regrouped to attack the nearby breach, while Viserys resorted to his previous tactics, creating several new large openings in the wall. Immediately, the Dornish soldiers and the frontier troops rejoined the fray, launching a fierce assault towards the breach. While the walls were no longer the focal point of concern, apart from the crossbowmen, the remainder of the forces converged upon the gap, igniting a fierce tug of war. Should this army succeed in breaching the walls, the fate of the stronghold would be sealed. Thereafter, the only defensible position would be the Red Keep. Thus, in Stannis' strategic planning, the walls were to serve as a crucial bastion for stalling and exhausting the enemy's fighting force. Consequently, the walls must be held for at least 3 to 4 days and nights. Otherwise, should the city fall easily, their fate as usurpers would be dire. Conversely, if the enemy endured prolonged conflict without fully capturing the city, they would find themselves in a position to negotiate terms, thereby securing at least the preservation of Storm's End. The assault continued, with Stannis himself stationed at the forefront of the walls. However, the situation had escalated beyond simple oversight. Despite the mobilization of the entire populace to defend the walls, it is crucial to note that the opposing forces were not inclined to show mercy. The Dornish scimitars were particularly advantageous in the confined terrain, inflicting significant casualties upon unarmored civilians with each sweep. Meanwhile, the overseers, unbeknownst to the defenders, pressed forward, and the battle raged on, though the soldiers' morale was severely diminished. The specter of the Dragon Queen's potential sacking of the city weighed heavily upon the nobility, compelling them to drag civilians into the fray, while Stannis' loyal subordinates, unfettered by such concerns, fought valiantly for their leader, becoming his last bastion of hope. Soon, heavy oil cannons were transported to the forefront, artillery intended by William for a final, large-scale purge of whites and White Walkers once the wall was breached. Since they had yet to be deployed, they were temporarily entrusted to the Queen, albeit at a considerable cost, necessitating substantial funding from King's Landing post-battle. These colossal barrels contained not only oil but also countless stones that could be violently propelled upon detonation, wreaking havoc upon nearby infantry and structures alike. The crossbowmen, having detected this moving behemoth, unleashed a volley of bolts, resulting in the ignition of several large barrels, sending nearby soldiers reeling into chaos. Nevertheless, 2 or 3 enormous barrels were still successfully delivered to the base of the walls. Chapter 132, The Fall of King's Landing. The Night King's ambush with the third roar of the dragon echoing through the air, the front walls of King's Landing finally succumbed, collapsing and creating an immense breach. The soldiers within the city, now utterly exhausted, faced staggering losses, with approximately 20% of the frontline forces rendered incapable of continuing the fight. In terms of the collapse rates characteristic of the medieval era, the combat prowess displayed is indeed astonishing. However, the nobility, in a desperate bid to safeguard their possessions within the city and to avert retribution in the aftermath, relentlessly drives the common folk and soldiers composed of civilians to press onward to the front lines. Presently, the Dothraki cavalry cut through these resistors with the ease of slicing through vegetables. The swift descent of their blades leaves behind a multitude of corpses. Although they have sworn allegiance to the Queen, these warriors do not constitute a formally recognized army in the truest sense. Rather, they retain the habits of brigands. Consequently, the entirety of King's Landing is besieged by plunder from within and without. The brutal urban warfare has commenced, yet this is not akin to modern warfare. Street fighting is not so insurmountable. In a city housing hundreds of thousands, one might argue it lacks the intricate defenses of a formidable fortress, though numerous alleys abound, which to a degree impede the pace of the assault. However, with the arrival of the Unsullied, masters of urban combat, the tides swiftly turned. The Unsullied formed into small units, deploying in waves onto the battlefield. Before them, even the regular troops offered scant resistance, let alone the armed civilians. Once the Unsullied divided into smaller squads, the defenders' lines dissipated like spring snow. In small-scale engagements, the Unsullied held an unequivocal advantage. Though their pikes were ill-suited for narrow lanes, their assaults against inadequately trained civilians were akin to a butcher's work. As for the now demoralized regular army, most were mercilessly cut down by the Dothraki cavalry, rarely managing to assemble into formations of more than 20. Once the Dothraki breached their lines, it was sheer slaughter before the unprepared soldiers lacking heavy shields. The troops generally lacked heavy armaments, having never anticipated they would face cavalry in such urban skirmishes. Consequently, across the principal thoroughfares of King's Landing, there were no soldiers positioned to intercept, as they were utterly incapable of doing so. Even hastily formed lines of dozens or hundreds would crumble under the ferocious onslaught of the Dothraki cavalry. The Dothraki seemed to charge towards the densest clusters of people, scattering them before moving on to the next group, and upon capturing a block, they commenced their looting and destruction. Meanwhile, Stannis led his forces in a staunch defense of the Red Keep, repelling multiple attempts by the Dothraki to storm it. Tywin, on the other hand, orchestrated guerrilla tactics throughout the city, aware that the enemy's primary objective was the Red Keep. Should they entrench themselves there, it would only lead to their attrition. The air was filled with cries as soldiers of various garbs wielded an assortment of weapons, embroiled in a chaotic melee. While the morale and combat effectiveness of the militia were negligible, faced with the Dothraki's relentless slaughter, they ultimately raised their weapons, grasping for a sliver of hope for their families amidst the turmoil. The resilience that a person can exhibit in dire circumstances is truly formidable. Successfully repelling a contingent of Dothraki warriors, Duke Tywin even orchestrated several meaningful counterattacks, reclaiming 2 city blocks. However, this provided little advantage for the ensuing battles, instead expanding the area that required defense. Soon after, the armies of Dorne and Tyrell joined the fray. Prince Oberyn led his forces with the fervor of a beast catching a scent, heading straight for Duke Tywin, with a singular and straightforward objective: to eliminate Tywin. In no time, the Ironborn breached the defenses in the direction of the water fort, where the commanding officer was Jaime. Despite his extensive battle experience and prowess as a formidable knight, he found himself struggling in a fierce street skirmish until he encountered Balon. The king of the Iron Islands possessed a remarkably robust physique, and even though Jaime was a seasoned warrior, he did not fare well in their duel. Fortunately, Jaime had the support of former Kingsguard members nearby, who significantly outmatched Balon's personal guard, ultimately leading to Balon's demise. Yet, their victory was bittersweet, as the Ironborn vastly outnumbered them. Following Balon's death, Victarion assumed command, leading his troops in a desperate fight and successfully repelling Jaime and his allies. Meanwhile, Prince Oberyn managed to reach Duke Tywin, but instead of opting for a more strategic approach, he chose to ignite an entire city block and dispatched men to seal off any escape routes, ultimately resulting in Tywin being consumed by flames. Stannis found himself in a state of utter desperation, devoid of reinforcements and troops, clinging to the Red Keep in hopes of leniency. Despite the valiant efforts of the Red Keep's guards, who fought tirelessly throughout the day, the battle temporarily ceased with the setting sun. Tragically, the once 500-strong garrison had suffered nearly 140 casualties, with around 60 sustaining various injuries, resulting in a staggering loss rate of 40, rendering the remaining forces combat ineffective. Now, they relied solely on sheer willpower to endure until the final moment. All were aware that when the siege resumed the following day, the fall of the Red Keep would be inevitable. Thus, at dawn, the besieging soldiers were met with a shocking sight. Towering flames erupted from the Red Keep, transforming the highest structure in King's Landing into a blazing inferno. Unable to accept his fate of capture, Stannis chose to end his life in a self-immolation with his family. For him, this may have been a more favorable conclusion. After all, falling into the hands of the Queen would undoubtedly have led to a grim fate. From this point onward, the events in King's Landing diverge from our primary narrative, prompting us to shift our focus northward. Eddard sat resolutely within the Grey Castle, inquiring of the scout if he was certain of what he had seen. Over 20 wights, bearing singed marks, likely remnants from the previous retreat, lay scattered. The Night King has launched another assault. Ed's expression was grave. Chapter 133. The final battle as anticipated, the Night King was nearby, leading an army composed solely of wights, numbering over 100. This constituted the last major force of the entire army. Ed swiftly commanded the recall of all northern lords, preparing for the impending confrontation. This time, they resolved to take the initiative, having established the Night King's presence in the vicinity, accompanied by a small contingent of wights. Most of his forces, however, were wights. Despite the odds, this situation was far more manageable than having the Night King entrenched among countless adversaries. Seizing this opportunity, Ed gathered his forces, amassing nearly 4,000 cavalry from the north. Although lacking the formidable griffin knights, dragons, or exceptionally strong knights, they had the hounds. The troops swiftly surged forth, aiming to intercept the Night King's forces before they could retreat southward. Comprising nearly 4,000 knights, despite the absence of specialized weaponry, each was equipped with dragon glass, a significant advantage against their foes. Although many wights rode mounts, surrounded as they were, the northern cavalry chose not to charge directly into battle. Instead, they loosed a volley of arrows first, with Joel and Miao employing specially crafted crossbows designed by William. The clash soon devolved into a melee, as the wights, suffering some casualties, could no longer maintain a cohesive defensive formation. The knights, wielding their dragon glass weapons, charged into the fray, engaging the whites in brutal combat. The absence of numerous whites this time might be attributed to the enemy's reconnaissance forces. More whites were likely being led by other whites. However, the critical point was that their current troops could not retreat in time. The hounds, leading a contingent of infantry, held their line, poised to counter any reinforcements of whites. In an even more awkward turn, the griffins returned after concluding their previous battle, now perched atop the wall. William, riding a griffin, plunged back into the fray, while the remaining companions mounted their steeds, armed with dragon-glass weapons, to hunt down these foes. The battle was fiercely contested, while the whites were absent. The whites themselves possessed formidable combat prowess, successfully claiming the lives of several knights. Yet, the disparity in numbers proved insurmountable. Over 4,000 knights against fewer than 100 whites ultimately subdued them, as 7 or 8 whites were torn asunder or exploded upon being pierced. The unmistakable signs of utter defeat began to manifest. Even with high morale and an undying spirit, encircled by a greater force, the whites could not withstand the onslaught. Thus, it appeared that the Night King's time was drawing to a close. As anticipated, the army gradually encroached upon the encirclement, while the remaining whites huddled closely together. In this scenario, the wildfire jars played an exceptionally pivotal role. Although dragons were absent, the griffins still managed to deliver these vessels from the skies. Yet they refrained from igniting them immediately. The whites, seemingly indifferent to the jars plummeting from above, paid no heed to the oil seeping from them. Ultimately, a reckless youth fired a crossbow bolt, and although the heat contained within the dragon crystal was not particularly intense, it still generated warmth through friction, which proved advantageous for heat conduction. In a moment of accidental ignition, that wretched contraption caught fire. The soldiers quickly retreated, for none wished to be scorched by the wildfire. A single drop of this substance, if not swiftly extinguished, could spell certain doom. I then witnessed the whites gradually diminishing in size. After all, facing flames, the icy fiends would inevitably succumb to the heat. As the outer icy shell melted away, it revealed the decayed corpses within. At this juncture, the whites became particularly vulnerable, and several soldiers attempted to shoot them with arrows, successfully slaying a few. Consequently, the subsequent barrage of arrows intensified, with crossbow bolts piercing through the air and embedding themselves into these creatures. Though lacking heavy artillery, each soldier was armed with a bow, and many were equipped with hand crossbows, thus their firepower was not insignificant. However, at this moment, the corpses, summoned by the whites who had not arrived for reinforcement, began to coalesce and launched an assault against the infantry line. Despite the hounds possessing formidable tactical command abilities, they gradually found it increasingly difficult to withstand the overwhelming tide of enemies. Before the infantry line could disintegrate, a strategy was imperative to eliminate these foes. Thus, everyone began to seize any available fragments of dragon crystal nearby and hurled them directly into the fray. Amidst the chaos, the whites were not inclined to remain passive. They formed a cavalry unit and initiated one final charge, with the Night King presiding over the operation. After all, while all whites could perish, the Night King himself must survive, for his demise would lead to the dissolution of the entire army of corpses. Therefore, they zealously safeguarded the Night King at the center of their formation and launched their assault. Though they were nearing the point of melting away, the whites still possessed formidable strength, breaking through the encirclement and charging directly towards the wall. Nevertheless, in the process, they managed to eliminate a significant number of whites. Their ranks now dwindled to fewer than 20. This reduction in numbers signified a considerable diminishment of their combat efficacy, and the remaining whites' ability to control the corpses was likewise limited. With so many whites fallen, the army of the dead began to wane as well. After the knights regrouped their forces, they launched an offensive against the already weakened army of whites, successfully slaying 4 or 5 White Walkers and dispersing the white army. Next, they planned to march south to confront the remaining White Walkers. However, they underestimated the situation. Despite the fact that the speed of the White Walkers may not be significantly faster than theirs, the presence of potential threats beyond the wall was not to be overlooked. Indeed, it was those 2 young girls who emerged from the fishleaf tree hollow beneath the Grey Castle. "Do you think this is a wise course of action?" Marcella timidly inquired of Arya beside her. With an indifferent demeanor, Arya responded, "What could possibly go wrong? Our father is preoccupied with dealing with the whites, and no one has noticed our departure. We must hurry, otherwise we may never have another chance to escape." Chapter 134. The death of the Night King. The Night King understood that the war between them and humanity was, in essence, a conflict between the cold god and the old gods. Thus, his objective was to eliminate Bran. For victory in this war hinged upon the demise of the god's earthly representative. Once that occurred, the divine struggle would be lost. However, his primary challenge lay in successfully traversing the wall, a formidable task indeed. He currently commanded fewer than 100 White Walkers, while the remainder of his forces remained firmly ensnared by the heavy infantry led by the Hound to the north, unable to provide assistance at this time. Furthermore, as the number of White Walkers diminished, so too did his capacity to control the Whites, which numbered in the millions. The Night King could directly command only approximately 200,000, while the total number of controllable Whites fell short of 1 million, an insufficient force for effective resistance. The Whites were fragile. A mere scrape with dragonglass would render them to dust. William had equipped nearly all his soldiers with armor forged from dragonglass, adorned with small spikes. Consequently, when the Whites charged, they would first be pierced by these spikes, leading to their swift obliteration. Thus, the Hound, with over 20,000 infantry, managed to withstand the frenzied assault of nearly 400,000 Whites. His exceptional tactical acumen allowed him to effectively combat both Whites and White Walkers. Single-handedly dispatching a White Walker was not a daunting task for the Kingsguard, given that these adversaries epitomized the pinnacle of martial prowess among mortals. In the ensuing battles, William dispatched all cavalry to support the frontline engagements, retaining only a select elite squad of nobles to target the Night King directly. However, the wall stretched for hundreds of miles, leaving the whereabouts of the Night King uncertain. The cavalry's advantages alone dictated the extent of their movements, after which several adept commanders led the knights into smaller detachments to pursue. Meanwhile, the Night King believed he had discovered the most effective method to cross the wall, by taking hostages. What prompted such a notion? Before him, 2 14-year-old maidens frolicked in the snow, accompanied by a few guards. Myrcella, initially hesitant to emerge, was deterred by the adults who sought to prevent their escapade. Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of a wildling's axe, she possessed enough foresight to recognize the danger. However, Arya was a different matter. The spirited girl thrived on defiance, and the more one tried to restrain her, the more she yearned for freedom. Thus, Myrcella found herself unable to dissuade her half-sister, and the 2 young ladies, along with their meager retinue, ventured outside. In truth, their guards were few, as the majority of able-bodied men were occupied with the defense of the wall. It was no small feat to muster even this small contingent to protect the 2 noble ladies. Though their guards were elite and equipped with dragonglass weaponry, their numbers were woefully insufficient, merely 8 in total. In stark contrast, the Night King commanded at least 80 Whites, coupled with his own formidable prowess. Upon discovering the 2 young girls and their guards, the Night King swiftly took the initiative, using a longbow to slay 8 of the guards, subsequently resurrecting them as Whites, and encircling the maidens within. Myrcella felt tears welling in her eyes. Why did every outing with Arya seem fraught with peril? Was it not the frost god himself who had sent her to the depths of despair? Yet, lamenting was futile, for the Night King wielded dragonglass, and the magic that transformed humans into Whites involved piercing their hearts with it. Arya brandished her sewing needle, attempting to confront the advancing Night King. But the reality of her position was dire. 2 Whites swiftly restrained her shoulders. Just as the dragonglass was poised to pierce Arya's chest, Myrcella summoned her courage, charging forth with her sewing needle. Her technique was riddled with flaws, thus the Night King paid her no heed, casually swatting her down to the ground, intent on continuing his dark incantation. Unbeknownst to him, that careless gesture shattered the sewing needle, for dragonglass is exceedingly fragile. The Night King, exerting considerable force, inadvertently launched the tip of the needle away, while Myrcella, left with only a broken sword, was forcefully shoved by a White behind her. This push proved fortuitous. The remaining shard of the broken sword flew forth and embedded itself in the Night King's head. Unlike other Whites, he wore no helmet, a subtle distinction that rendered him vulnerable. After all, who could have anticipated being struck down by one of his own? Moreover, the girl who dealt the fatal blow to him possessed neither combat experience nor martial prowess. Until the moment the dragon crystal sword was driven into his forehead, the Night King remained utterly bewildered. Yet, no amount of confusion could alter his fate. The die had been cast, although the sword was fractured. It was originally designed as a stimulating sewing needle, and even in its broken state, it retained formidable penetrating power. Upon impact, the Night King swiftly detonated into shards of ice, followed by the explosion of the remaining Whites. William, engaged in combat with 2 Whites, found himself taken aback when they suddenly disintegrated before he could fully exert himself. He was equally perplexed, questioning how they could perish so swiftly. However, he quickly grasped the implication of the Whites' demise. Someone had slain the Night King. who possessed such extraordinary power. When William discovered the two girls, they were locked in an embrace, shaken and bewildered. As for the Night King, only his ice-covered armor remained at the scene. The astonishing battle had transformed the two girls into veritable valkyries. Masila, slightly bashful, observed William's astonished expression and mistakenly believed it was her bold actions that had left him speechless, standing by in silence. The other girl, however, was quite different. She knew her friend had just vanquished a wight with her broken sword, causing her to puff up with pride. Upon returning to the city, she brandished her fractured sewing needle, seeking recognition from the adults, only to be promptly taken aside for a lesson in humility. The subsequent events were beyond her concern. Chapter 135. Conclusion. The Grand Northern War has finally come to a close, yielding a jubilant outcome. Beijing suffered minimal losses during this conflict, and the three defensive lines meticulously planned by William proved unnecessary, as the enemy never even breached the Great Wall. The Dragon Queen sat comfortably upon her iron throne. Although Stannis had perished in a self-immolation with his family, igniting the entire Red Keep, miraculously, the Iron Throne remained unscathed, likely due to some unique attribute. Prince Quentyn successfully ascended to the Dragon Queen's favor, while the Tyrell family reclaimed their leadership in the Reach, though the borderlands seceded, taking with them a significant portion of the territory. The House Hightower, however, faced exile to the Wall, subjected to the command of Old Bear, and the entire citadel was mandated to provide 10 scholars to the Wall, with all scholars required to serve 10 years in duty before their elevation. Naturally, the Night's Watch relinquished its neutral stance, aligning under the command of the Northern Duke, as only the Knights of House Stark could ensure they would not be conscripted into the Southern Wars. Mans Red, leading his Wildling followers, has formally pledged allegiance to the Duke of the North. However, this loyalty is merely superficial. In truth, Mans Red remains discontented with the dominion imposed upon the free folk by the Southerners. Thus, the entirety of the North, beyond the Wall, has effectively transformed into a self-governing entity or a peculiar political region where half-men and wildlings coexist. Concurrently, they are obligated to provide conscripts for the northern exploration teams and must engage in warfare against other wildling clans, tasked with incorporating them into the North's jurisdiction. Regarding the throne of Dorne, following the gradual decline of Prince Darren's health, Prince Oberyn ascended to the title of Prince of Dorne. Meanwhile, Princess Arianne was wed to a lord in Bravos, where she became the wife of the reigning Sea Lord. Yet, it is evident that her ambitions extend far beyond this union. William has successfully established a new colony in Essos, known as Esodolin, which serves as the launch point for the Iron Throne's campaigns into Essos, possessing formidable strength to contend with the nearby Bravosi regime. In the foreseeable future, a fierce war is unlikely to erupt. The Sand Snakes have each married, one to Aemon Tully, another to our comrade Theon, and the last to the heir apparent. Yara has succeeded Balan as the ruler of the Iron Islands, while the Ironborn uncle, Victarion, serves as the regent of the new duke. Our former antagonist, Euron, after failing to court the Dragon Queen, has defected with part of his fleet from the Iron Islands, wandering the seas. Years later, he will return, only to be vanquished by Yara's forces. Little Bran has taken the daughter of Holland Reed as his bride and will inherit the lordship of the Neck, subsequently becoming the supreme leader of the Marsh Dwellers. William's younger sister has wed Rickon, and they will be appointed lords of the port city of Caho. Naturally, Old Rickard and Harrion harbor no objections, as it ultimately benefits their kin, and the region surrounding Caho appears rather overpopulated. William has designated a portion of land for this newly established castle, aptly named Northwatch. Storm's End is now overseen by a distant nephew of Stannis, who, after Stannis' defeat, decisively abandoned the conflict and pledged fealty to House Targaryen. As for House Lannister, their bloodline has been irrevocably severed. Kevin Lannister and other male members have been sentenced to life imprisonment, exiled to the Wall. Old Bear is tasked with the continued maintenance of the Wall and the intensified recruitment of the Night's Watch, which has undergone a transformation in its duties, shifting from mere defense of the Wall to serving as the North's exploration force, directly under the jurisdiction of the Duke of the North. In the West, a new ruler has emerged, comprising the remaining members of the Golden Company who now govern. The Iron Islands have seized Fairy Castle and the previously occupied Green Pavilion Island, which had fallen under the control of Hailta. Although Balan harbors dissatisfaction, the reality of facing a queen with 3 dragons and the conclusion of the war in the north has solidified the unity of the 7 kingdoms, rendering any attempts at upheaval futile. Consequently, he begrudgingly acquiesces. Young Aelin of the Vale has now reached the age of 15. His mother has arranged for him to marry the eldest daughter of Duke Ed, and their engagement has been formalized, with the wedding anticipated in the near future. Meanwhile, Rickard has retired, entrusting the management of Castle Caho to Harrion. His elder brother Ed has wed Lady Rain Mormont, the aunt of the Bear Islands Countess, Lyanna Mormont. As for their brother Torrin, he has formed an alliance with the youngest daughter of House Amber, destined to inherit the entire Hearth Fortress. Our protagonist now leads the fortress formerly known as Terror Castle, now renamed Sunset Fortress, accompanied by the vast Sunset Fleet, comprising the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms, as they embark on their conquest of the continent of Essos. Naturally, after completing a segment of their campaign against the Slavers' Bay, William finds himself unsatisfied, setting his sights on conquering all the seas of this world of ice and fire. Accompanying him on his ship are two young girls, the other daughters of Duke Ed. Our tale reaches its conclusion here. As for whether the Night King will resurface or if war will ignite once more, such matters are best left to the hands of future generations. Regarding William's matrimonial pursuits, in this era of early marriages and parenthood, he chooses not to conform but instead to postpone the legal marriage age in his realm to 18. As the Lord, he must lead by example, and during his absence, the Hound shall oversee the management of Sunset Fortress, with Jormano and Hood assisting him. After all, while William's administrative skills may be adequate at best, the vast, uncharted world brimming with enigmas awaits his exploration. Thus, it would be imprudent to expend energy on the governance of his castle. Hence, as long as loyalty is assured within his stronghold, all is well. The Hound, a noble knight, is surrounded by his loyal brother-in-law and 3 devoted subordinates. Along with his father nearby, any treachery on his part would be met with certain defeat. Simultaneously, William has infused a personal agenda into his endeavors, assigning a portion of his soldiers to the Northern Exploration Team to procure new griffin eggs for him. Years hence, Sunset Fortress, Castle Caho, and the Northern Fortress will be renowned across Westeros for their formidable griffin knight battalions. As for the unfolding of subsequent tales, that remains a narrative for another time.